His mission is to investigate the recent unsettling trends within the magical community across Europe, ensuring that they do not pose a threat to his own sect along the way. He aims to earn a modest income for his dwindling order through the sale of local products. As for the parting advice from the elder, suggesting that he should find a suitable young lady to bring back before graduation, it can be disregarded as mere folly. Apart from his peculiar array of magical skills and martial arts, he is accompanied only by a rather eccentric understanding of social norms, akin to that of Paddington Bear, and a loquacious disposition that is perpetually restless. However, he has resolutely decided to carve out a name for himself in this unfamiliar land. Who says he cannot enrich his own purse while championing justice? Hey, don't be foolish, Mr. Potter. Give this a try, it's far more effective than a wand. Chapter 1. The Oddity at King's Cross Station. As he received the note bearing the address, Vernon's thick, walrus-like mustache twitched, seemingly struggling to suppress the urge to deliver a sharp slap to this impudent individual. Yet, upon glancing at the broad shoulders, robust arms, and the veins bulging on the man's forehead, he wisely opted to redirect his frustration toward a safer target, his own nephew. Did you hear that? There is no such thing as platform 9 3/4. Startled by his fierce glare, the small, dark-haired boy instinctively shrank back. Since his earliest memories, Harry James Potter had resided in the cupboard under the stairs at the Dursleys' home. The Dursleys had taken him in after his parents perished, yet they always regarded him as little more valuable than the moles that burrowed in their garden. If the illustrious Anton Pavlovich Chekhov had been reincarnated in late 20th century Britain, perhaps a brand new character resembling Vanka Zhukov would have been created in his likeness. Nevertheless, this bleak fate had begun to alter not long ago. First, he had inexplicably made a glass panel vanish at the zoo, causing his cousin Dudley to tumble into the enclosure of a python. Following this incident, nearly 1,000,000 owls besieged the Dursleys' home, sending Dudley and Aunt Petunia into a hysterical frenzy, with letters formally inviting him to attend a previously unheard-of special school called Hogwarts. For Harry, his connection to the mysterious group known as wizards was just beginning. From the words of a kindly giant, he learned that the magical world had always existed alongside human society, and that his deceased parents had once been part of it. Now, it was Harry's turn to immerse himself in this enigmatic circle, starting with his enrollment at Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry. The first step was to locate the so-called Platform 9 3/4, as indicated on his acceptance letter. Unbeknownst to him, Uncle Vernon muttered something inaudible, his lips forming what appeared to be the words "so embarrassing." Until now, he clung to a faint glimmer of hope, wishing that the entire affair was nothing more than an elaborate prank concocted by a neighbor seeking revenge over a trivial dispute regarding the watering hose. He imagined that, in just 5 minutes, a throng of individuals would emerge from behind the pillars on the platform, brandishing signs proclaiming mission accomplished to startle him. However, deep down, he understood that this possibility was dwindling with each passing moment. In regard to the incident involving a towering caveman who violently assaulted his son, Vernon harbored an exceedingly cowardly resentment. As the head of the household, he was profoundly concerned with maintaining his authority within the family and was unwilling to be perceived as a feeble-minded individual who would yield to threats because that was precisely what he was. Thus, he continually convinced himself that the decision to send Harry to that school Hogwarts, or whatever it was called, was a judicious choice made after careful consideration, rather than a submission to intimidation. After all, just a simple step could liberate the entire family from this peculiar child for over 80% of the year. Was that not a splendid outcome? Yet, as this ostensibly straightforward task of shoving his nephew onto the train faltered, the resolve he had constructed to deceive himself began to waver once more. Damn it, what now? Did you not see the way that conductor looked at me? This is a disgrace to the family. But Harry could not ascertain whether those real wizards would queue up at the entrance like himself, dutifully pushing their trolleys. They might be invisible, perhaps transformed into little creatures as in fairy tales, or they could simply bypass the train entirely, stepping into a magical circle that would transport them instantly to Hogwarts. He could only hope that a few eccentrically whimsical wizards would opt for the train despite the more convenient modes of travel, anxiously scanning the crowd for anyone who appeared a bit odd. Surprisingly, this task proved not to be overly difficult. Before long, a suspicious figure came into Harry's view. It was a boy of similar age, with black hair and yellowish skin, tall and slender, walking in a swaying manner reminiscent of a scarecrow tossed about by a gust of wind. This peculiar gait was most likely due to the enormous bamboo basket strapped to his back, large enough to accommodate 2 people, but unfortunately obscured by a black cloth, obscuring its contents. To be honest, this individual's eccentricity diverged slightly from Harry's imagined archetype of a wizard, yet he resolved to take a chance. Leaving his uncle, who continued to grumble under his breath, he approached the boy directly. "Excuse me, may I ask you something? What can I do for you?" Upon observing Harry's puzzled expression, the boy flashed a broad smile. "Apologies, my command of English is still rather rudimentary. It is worth noting that utilizing Shakespearean plays as a medium for language acquisition may not be the most prudent choice. However, have you ever heard Robert Alagnus sing Romeo? It is simply magnificent. One day she will come. On that day, she will be my true love." Oh dear, I misspoke, that was French. Passers-by turned their heads, intrigued by the sudden operatic display on the platform. A benevolent soul tossed a few coins at the feet of the singer, while 2 elderly ladies in fisherman hats clapped discreetly at a distance. Harry stood, dumbfounded, witnessing this spectacle unfold in the blink of an eye, and began to question his choice of interlocutor for directions. Unfortunately, before he could devise a polite retreat, the individual appeared to recover from his theatrical fervor, akin to a sudden illness. "Oh, I sincerely apologize. I have these moments from time to time, an old habit. It seems I can hardly restrain myself. My mouth tends to run incessantly. Much like my mind." He exaggeratedly blinked at Harry, managing a smile that hinted at contrition. "Now, what were we discussing?" "I was hoping to ask for directions." Rationality urged Harry to seek guidance from someone more composed, given the apparent signs of early mental disturbance as assessed by 4 railway attendants. Yet, hesitating at the prospect of abandoning his quest, he finally stammered, "Do you know platform 9 3/4?" The eccentric man chuckled, his already exuberant demeanor seemingly buoyed by Harry's inquiry. "Ah, a newcomer. Why didn't you say so sooner?" He extended a hand and vigorously shook Harry's right hand. "It is a pleasure to meet you, fellow scholar. And about that mark on your forehead." "Ah, no issue at all. Please take care, fellow scholar." "Of course you are." "Ah, I mean likewise, Mr. Potter. It is indeed a pleasure to make your acquaintance. I am Ding, Neil Van. My English name can be quite troublesome, can it? My original name was far more succinct, yet when you Brits pronounce E, it always sounds akin to yin, which I simply cannot tolerate, right?" The eccentric man, who seemed to take Nail as his name, patted Harry's shoulder, the intimacy of his speech starkly contrasting with the detachment in his pronouns. "By the way, Mr. Potter, is that gentleman behind you, resembling a walrus, your guardian or something? He appears rather unwell." Accustomed to such treatment, Harry merely offered a wry smile, but the seemingly oblivious Neil then nodded knowingly, shifting the topic without further inquiry. Harry contemplated declining the invitation, yet was uncertain if time was indeed as pressing as the man suggested. Thus, he nodded, and the 2 hurried towards platform 10, leaving behind an agitated Uncle Vernon, who, after releasing a weighty burden from his chest, began muttering under his breath. Chapter 2. The Eastern-style train salesman. "No, Mr. Potter, I assure you, it was merely an accident." 10 minutes later, aboard the train bound for Hogwarts, Harry, unable to appreciate the magical locomotive he had only glimpsed in dreams, was hastily pulled into a compartment by a visibly flustered Neil. He was compelled to listen to Neil's lengthy justification, which, despite its apparent sincerity, had a tone that suggested a hint of schadenfreude. The entrance to platform 9 3/4 was indeed well concealed, nestled behind the arched column between platforms 9 and 10, completely undetectable from the outside. To traverse the magical barrier, one had to sprint with considerable speed. This, as Neil explained, was to prevent muggles from inadvertently wandering in. After learning this, Harry understood Neil's prior complaint about the necessity of a guide. Without someone to lead the way, he might spend a lifetime searching for the entrance. For the average person, the notion of feeling each brick on the wall was already the limit of reasonable thought. He hardly believed anyone's imagination would extend to the idea of charging headlong into the column. Thus, he eagerly demonstrated this amusing incident to Harry, pushing the handcart as he sprinted toward the pillar, vanishing behind the stone wall. When Harry, exhilarated by the magical occurrence, attempted to emulate him and passed through the wall, he found himself amidst a crowd of onlookers. In the center stood Neil Wan, his expression one of utmost surprise, with a body lying motionless at his feet. A person who had fainted, while Harry's handcart, now dented at the front, rested nearby, and the startled Hedwig flapped her wings frantically in her cage. Indeed, I understand that such an incident occurring immediately after I remarked, "It's only a matter of time before an accident happens," may raise suspicions. However, in that situation, how could I have noticed someone on the other side before passing through the wall? To be fair, like the professor who rendered judgment, Harry did not perceive this as a premeditated act of malice. Yet perhaps the astonishment on his face led to some misunderstanding, as Neil, seated opposite Harry, had been attempting to exonerate himself from a non-existent suspicion since the train's whistle blew. "You must understand, Mr. Potter, I am absolutely, positively unwilling to engage in such conduct. Everyone at Hogwarts, including you, and the unfortunate Vincent, represents invaluable potential clients to me. I, Neil Wan, as you see before you, always strive to extend the utmost courtesy to guests. Clients?" Harry furrowed his brow slightly. "I thought you were a freshman." With a solicitous grin, Neil winked at Harry and turned to the ceiling, bowing as though beseeching some great figure to show mercy. His comical demeanor elicited a laugh from Harry, and the earlier tension surrounding the cart incident dissipated unnoticed. Nevertheless, Harry's mind remained rife with confusion, particularly regarding the enigmatic entity known as Zong Men, and whether the exchange of students among magical schools was a common occurrence. However, before he could voice his thoughts, the compartment door was suddenly yanked open. A boy with fiery red hair and a face adorned with freckles appeared at the threshold, burdened with an assortment of luggage. Upon noticing that both of their gazes had been drawn to him, he shyly rubbed his nose. "Sorry, may I come in? There are no seats left in the other compartments." Harry glanced at Neil, their eyes meeting in a question. "Of course, please do." "Thank you. By the way, my name is Ron Weasley." As he struggled to maneuver his somewhat tattered suitcase through the door, he managed to extend a hand to shake Harry's. Meanwhile, Neil exemplified the service spirit he had previously described, eagerly stepping forward to assist with the luggage. "It is a pleasure to meet you, Mr. Weasley. Did you know that your surname is the same as that of John Wesley?" "Yes, the author of A History of England, Simple Remedies for Diseases, and a plain account of Christian perfection, though perhaps you are more familiar with his other identity, the founder of the Methodist movement." "Oh, it seems you are unaware of that. Well, that is quite all right. I understand that wizards often prefer to remain immersed in their own cultural spheres." Neil's extensive knowledge of British eclecticism, which he had fervently crammed into his mind before embarking on this journey, failed to resonate, leaving him momentarily disheartened. However, this expression quickly dissipated, replaced once more by a smile. "Yet, I trust you have heard of the illustrious Weasley series." "No? Oh, well, so be it. Are you all right?" I am also delighted to meet you." Despite still adjusting to Ron's flamboyant demeanor, the mention of business elicited an involuntary wry smile from him. "However, I fear there may be little business to be had with the Weasley family. Our savings are a bit." While he was unsure why Ron had abruptly switched to an unfamiliar Eastern tongue while recounting that proverb, he could not deny that Neil's words stirred a sense of intrigue within him. Consider it, mysterious magical items imported from an unknown land. How many opportunities does one have to encounter such wonders in a lifetime? Shouldn't one at least take a glance before making a decision? "Well, I don't have much money to squander on. Are there any cheaper items?" At that moment, a commotion erupted in the corridor. Neil, closest to the door, glanced back at them before rising to investigate. Seizing the opportunity, Ron made a face at Harry. "He truly is a cheerful fellow, isn't he?" Watching Neil's lanky figure vanish behind the window, Ron shrugged with an incredulous smile. "By the way, I still don't know your name." "Harry Potter." Ron's mouth fell open in astonishment. Chapter 3. The Trained Gentleman. It is evident that the toad named Leif is far more agile and adventurous than its clumsy owner. In the midst of chaos within the carriage, it seized the opportunity to slip through the door crack, leaving its poor master cornered by Crabbe's friends, who were delivering a rather harsh greeting. It was not until 15 minutes later that a student with a strong sense of justice happened to glance through the glass door, entered, and rescued him, by which point Leif had long since vanished. "Indeed, Mr. Lombard, it seems we are fated to cross paths." Neil Van, rummaging through the trash bin in search of Leif, mused aloud. However, Neil would never allow such a trivial breach of etiquette to lead him to disdain those of introverted disposition. Consider this, it is rather extraordinary that on the same day, aboard the same train, we inadvertently harmed the same individual. What an uncanny twist of fate. What was that old saying? Pardon me, not that one. The esteemed Elder 3 once imparted wisdom, suggesting that those who are taciturn and appear to possess minimal social circles are more likely to become potential victims. For the fewer individuals one can consult in times of trouble, the easier it is to be deceived. As for his attempts to demonstrate the validity of this theory by attempting to con the reclusive Elder 6, who fit the criteria perfectly while holed up in his alchemical chamber. That ended poorly when he was inadvertently exposed and pursued by the latter wielding a demon-slaying hammer across 2 mountain ridges. Neil had no intention of emulating his mentor's failure, despite the fact that the seemingly timid and somewhat dim-witted chubby boy before him clearly lacked the alertness of Elder 6. His own unfamiliarity with the situation, compounded by his limited command of English, might render his efforts less than convincing. Nevertheless, as the saying goes, one should treat guests with sincerity, after all. Deception is merely a figurative expression. Elder 3, if aware from beyond, would certainly not wish for me to engage in actions contrary to ethical commerce. Enough. Do not bully him. Moreover, there stood a formidable caretaker. A female student with light brown curls shot Neil a fierce glare, placing herself protectively between him and Neville. Resembling a mother cat ready to defend her young, her ears, if they existed, would surely be standing erect. I do not understand why you persist in making light of that matter. But let me tell you, it was their malice that caused Leif to escape from Neville. It was those same individuals who deliberately yanked him as he attempted to climb the luggage rack, causing him to fall. Do not conflate him with someone like you. A ruffian. Neil shrugged off the reprimand with a nonchalant smile, seemingly unfazed by the finger-pointing indignation directed at him. I harbor no doubts about that, Miss Granger. Just as I harbor no doubts regarding your integrity, courage, diligence, and wisdom. What? You. This self-proclaimed Hermione Granger, whose demeanor exuded aggression, was indeed the one who had rescued Neville from a gang of ruffians. Her courage and sense of justice in the face of 4 or 5 boys with ill intent were truly commendable. Regrettably, she seemed to harbor no fondness for Neil's idiosyncratic social etiquette, regarding him as yet another individual of questionable character to be approached with caution. This sentiment, perhaps, was quite reasonable. It could be argued that Harry and Ron, who effortlessly bonded with strangers, displayed a certain naivety in their interactions with others. I assure you earnestly, Miss Granger, that regardless of how provocative my words or actions may appear to you, they are, in fact, the opposite. I am always exceedingly respectful and sincere towards my patrons. Hermione shot him another glare, determined to convey her unwavering resolve that she would not be easily deceived by mere words. Helpless in the face of her steadfastness, Neil could only shake his head and turn for assistance to the more amiable Neville. You see, Mr. Longbottom, language is a profound art. No matter how reluctant I am to offend a lady of noble stature, the outcome often diverges from my intentions. Speaking of the art of language, a tale is whispered in my homeland. I wonder if you have heard it. Poor Neville, caught off guard by the sudden shift to storytelling, merely shook his head in confusion, while Hermione crossed her arms in defiance. Upon realization, Neville let out a soft exclamation, but Hermione was evidently dissatisfied with such a simplistic acknowledgement, even if it pertained only to a story. This is unreasonable. Such remarks are inappropriate in diplomacy. Neil nodded graciously, even with a hint of anticipation, affirming, precisely so, Miss Granger. The king, in a fit of rage, leaped from his throne, delivering a forceful blow to the clever man's knee, bellowing orders to the guards, bring forth, raise the ceiling of the dungeon by 2 levels, and confine this treasonous scoundrel. This abrupt twist within an otherwise serious narrative proved successful. Neville, engrossed in the tale, nearly sputtered, and even Hermione could not suppress a slight upward curl of her lips. You are quite amusing, mister. It is a pleasure to find common ground on this matter. Neil bowed deeply once more, albeit with a touch more restraint, and Hermione's brow furrowed less tightly than before. Now, Mr. Longbottom, might you share the reason behind your choice to name that toad leaf? Me? The barrage of questions left Neville somewhat flustered, yet after a bout of laughter, he felt less intimidated by the two. Well, I suppose there isn't much reason. I just thought it was a good name. In my homeland, the phonetics of leaf connote bringing good fortune, and many people tend to name their pets, most often dogs, after it. Historically, many servants in affluent households bore this name, much like how the English often name their horses Luban, Little Doc, or Sancho. Wait, I seem to have made a mistake. There is one in there who isn't English, right? This rambling unexpectedly piqued Hermione's interest. Do you enjoy literature, Mr. Longbottom? Indeed, Miss Granger. Neil, lifting his gaze for the first time to meet hers, had previously averted his eyes to avoid provoking her unnecessarily. instinctively directing his glance to the area just below her chest, much like one would when confronting a wild bear. I do not wish to boast of my artistic prowess, but as I find myself in England, there are numerous artworks worthy of admiration, particularly as I can procure original books here and exploit your elders' ignorance of currency exchange for reimbursement. If you are inclined, we could even attend an opera together on another day. It has long been my dream to experience Wagner at the Royal Opera House. Although it is not strictly related to literature, those hailing from wizarding families seem rather indifferent to the cultural and artistic offerings of the non-magical world. Perhaps due to the personal nature of the topic, Hermione did not mind his fragmented discourse this time. She was pleased to encounter someone with shared interests. Perhaps I had misjudged you previously. She extended her hand. I accept your invitation. Neil. Ah, Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, you two have been hosting a party behind my back. Have you? How inconsiderate. The peculiar tone and phrasing evoked a sense of nostalgia, prompting laughter from all three. Hey, you've been absent for quite some time. Did you run into trouble? Oh, just assisting with a minor pet commotion. However, Mr. Weasley, I must inquire. Has the hand-kissing gesture truly been abolished in modern Britain? Chapter 4. Conflict. Having recently come into a substantial inheritance, Harry, for the first time in his life, experienced the taste of financial freedom and had just indulged in an impulsive purchase, treating his newly acquainted friends to an array of snacks from the small cart. While it bordered on extravagance, it was not a matter worthy of severe criticism. However, upon Neil's triumphant arrival, the nature of the gathering began to shift. When Hermione, having regained her composure from her earlier embarrassment, decided to kindly remind them to don their robes before the train's arrival, she discovered the compartment had devolved into a scene of chaos. Come, Mr. Weasley, a drink for you. As I mentioned before, I cannot sell anything on British soil without the Ministry's permission, but surely they cannot prohibit sharing a taste of home with friends? Drink up, Mr. Weasley. You've indulged in too many sweets. The compartment was filled with the aromas of baked flour, chocolate, and Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, which included 12 flavors, one of which was microwave-cooked durian. Neil had one arm draped over Ron's shoulder while he brought a steaming cup of dark green liquid to Ron's lips, who sat there, eyes glazed and cream clinging to his nose, allowing Neil's antics to unfold. Harry, a mere spectator, was nearly on the verge of sliding off his seat in laughter. Hermione looked at the three boys, who seemed to have prematurely transformed into middle-aged souls suffering from a hangover, with a mix of exasperation and amusement. She suddenly felt that her previous irritation towards them was nothing short of self-indulgent folly. What were they discussing? Ah, yes, the chocolate frogs. Just imagine, alive, moving, in a country where many wouldn't even dare to consume raw fish. What could possibly be going through their minds? If one day the unfortunate Mr. Longbottom accidentally swallowed his pet during afternoon tea, it would certainly lead to quite the spectacle. But let us not allow such trivialities to interrupt your enjoyment. Continue on, Mr. Weasley, drink heartily. Just be cautious not to spill it on your t-shirt, as this substance has a slight corrosive effect on synthetic fibers. The quip about Neville caused Hermione to stifle a giggle, relieved that the three in the compartment were absorbed in their own matters and hadn't noticed someone entering. She quickly turned to compose herself, ensuring her smile had faded completely before she knocked on the doorframe. Neil, attentive to the sound, turned his head and revealed an expression of surprise upon seeing her. Ah, Miss Granger. We were just speaking of you. Thank you. But I distinctly heard the topic of discussion was chocolate frogs, unless you equate the two subjects. Hermione shot him a glance, though it seemed devoid of genuine anger. He carefully laid Ron down, arranging him in a more comfortable position before standing up and bowing slightly, his gentle and elegant smile betraying no hint of discussing such audacious excuses. Allow me to introduce Miss Granger. That there is Mr. Harry Potter, the boy who lived. Though he is quite modest about it, Harry smiled shyly, so let us not make a fuss. And this is Mr. Ron Weasley, who possesses remarkable resilience. Mr. Potter. Mr. Weasley, this is Miss Hermione Granger, a newly found friend in literature, if I am worthy of such an honor. I believe our relationship has yet to reach such intimacy. Mr. Neil, Hermione feigned indifference, turning her back as a subtle act of revenge for his flattery regarding the chocolate frog matter. Yet, before leaving, she offered a kind reminder. By the way, if I were you gentlemen, I would hasten to don your robes. The train will soon arrive at its destination. Of course, Miss Granger, thank you very much for the reminder. Neil gestured as if to remove his hat. Come on, Mr. Potter, let us begin our preparations. You assist Mr. Weasley while I help him into his robes, if you would. I doubt he'll be waking up anytime soon. After the train came the carriages, and after the carriages, the flat-bottomed boats. Compared to the chattering first years, the upperclassmen exhibited a clear familiarity with this repetitive cycle of transport, showing little excitement. Only a slight air of superiority as they observed the younger students in their animated state. The most mocking gazes came from a trio of third-year students, two gray-haired boys, seemingly cast from the same mold, observing the incoming freshmen with gleeful delight. "Look, Fred, can you believe it? We were just as much a pair of country bumpkins 2 years ago." "Don't be too harsh, George. They haven't yet witnessed Nick bowing with his head detached. You know how much effort I put into concealing the fact that Gryffindor has a headless ghost, just to spare our dear brother that surprise. Speaking of which, have you noticed anyone noteworthy?" "No, why do you ask? Haven't you heard? There's a rather spirited lad among the freshmen who knocked someone out cold in the station hall. You know, our record only stands at 14 minutes after the ride commenced. I'm quite eager to meet that person." "What a splendid idea." Fred and George, twins with a penchant for mischief, hail from the notorious Weasley family, known for their pure-blood wizard lineage. Throughout their upbringing, they deftly sidestepped all family traditions, including being earnest, diligent, and possessing thinning hair, growing into a source of exasperation for their parents. At present, their primary concern revolves around ensuring their younger brother enjoys a delightful school life. "You know, I even miss Charlie a bit. Among us, he is the only one who can be considered a somewhat competent Weasley. Bill and Percy are far too serious, much like Dad. I had hoped Ron would grow up to be a bit more of a man." What was that commotion? A quarrel seemed to arise from the first-year students, and Fred and George exchanged glances, excitement unmistakable in their eyes. The ghostly carriage, devoid of any horses, finally came to rest by a lake. Standing on the shore, gazing across the water, the towering castle of Hogwarts loomed ever closer in the night. Regrettably, Ron was too preoccupied to appreciate the stunning view. As he stumbled from the carriage, his face was ashen, his legs trembling like a newborn fawn. Despite Neil's diligent attempts to assist him, it seemed of little effect. "I still feel quite unwell," Ron murmured weakly, mustering his last ounce of strength to glance at Neil. "Are you sure the drink you gave me on the train was safe?" Harry harbored the same concern. Yet perhaps due to the implications for his reputation, Neil, unlike when Crabbe was injured, firmly denied any wrongdoing this time. "Of course, Mr. Weasley, it is absolutely safe. You are merely experiencing a bit of motion sickness, which is nothing to be ashamed of. In fact, many modern individuals struggle with the jolts of a carriage." "Ah, look at me, rambling on in the ear of a patient. Come, let me assist you in sitting down, Mr. Weasley. There is a stone perfectly suited for a rest." In stark contrast to his earlier playful demeanor, his unyielding attitude bore an undeniable candor that engendered an inexplicable sense of persuasion. Even Ron, whose stomach was in turmoil, began to question whether his discomfort was merely a result of motion sickness, obediently allowing the other to assist him to a seated position. Having arranged everything, Neil appeared to breathe a sigh of relief, his hands tucked into the pockets of his trousers beneath his robe, humming an unknown tune while surveying the surroundings. However, his gaze became somewhat wistful as it swept across the carriage. "How beautiful it is, my friends, how beautiful." Neil glanced at him, then at the empty yoke, and suddenly donned an innocently radiant smile, exclaiming, "Ah, the night, Mr. Potter. I am simply marveling at this splendid nightscape. Have you seen Singin' in the Rain?" Harry hastily shook his head, signaling that he had no desire to hear him mimic the theme song at that moment. Yet, neither of them anticipated that this trivial diversion would draw the attention of others. "Potter? You are Potter?" Perhaps having overheard Neil's earlier address, a well-groomed blond boy, his hair slicked back, approached them, flanked by two burly companions whose intimidating expressions deterred those who had been pushed aside from voicing their grievances. The blond boy completely disregarded Neil and the barely conscious Ron, striding directly up to Harry, appraising him from head to toe before extending a condescending hand. "Malfoy, Draco Malfoy. Harry Potter." Ultimately, he offered a brief handshake, hoping the other would be satisfied and seek trouble elsewhere. However, contrary to his expectations, this display of concession only emboldened Malfoy further. "Very well, Mr. Potter, allow me to offer you a piece of advice." He arrogantly tilted his chin, casting a dismissive glance at Ron. "Someone like you ought to be more discerning in choosing friends, associating with those of higher stature rather than the detritus of the Weasley family." "Thank you, but I can make my own decisions." "Ah, you are indeed the illustrious one." "Yes, it is an honor to meet you." His sudden emergence startled Malfoy, causing him to instinctively take a step back. Yet, his haughty nature quickly regained dominance. the astonishment on his face yielding to arrogance. I do not converse with nameless commoners. Regrettably, verbal insults proved nearly ineffective against the individual before him. I completely understand. Neil replied courteously, nodding as if in a manner reminiscent of the Earl of Suffolk insisting on bestowing a title upon the captured French knight, Guillaume Renaud, before permitting him to accept his surrender. Clearly, the hierarchical nuances of etiquette held great significance for noble gentlemen. I am immensely grateful for your willingness to make this exception for me. I, Neil Wan, shall forever cherish this favor and serve you with utmost sincerity. What was that expression again? When the plot thickens, the dagger is revealed. Suddenly, Harry, who had been brimming with indignation moments before, calmed significantly. Ron, weakly sitting upon the stone like a wax figure, managed a feeble smile. In the distance, Hermione, having noticed the commotion and intending to rush over, slowed her pace, pretending to admire the scenery. Damn it. Crabbe, Goyle, stop dawdling and do something. Crabbe? Crabbe Vincent, with a look of sheer bewilderment, stared intently at Neil, having failed to recognize him in the dim light of the night. The lingering pain in the back of his head flared up again, as if pricked by a needle. Ah, Mr. Crabbe, Neil finally recognized his face, his voice softening considerably. It is truly a delight to see you in such vibrant health. I am immensely relieved to learn that the recent unfortunate incident has not left you with any lasting damage. Crabbe? Hey, where are you going? Crabbe, devoid of any trace of amusement in his eyes, turned and fled without a word. A bewildered Goyle hurriedly chased after him, leaving Malfoy behind, his hand still firmly grasped. He sensed the grip on his hand had relaxed, a signal of permission to leave. Feeling utterly humiliated, he wrenched himself free from Neil's hold. I remember you, country bumpkin. We shall see about this. Before his words faded, he caught sight of Neil's eyes blinking at him, a sudden chill running down his spine, prompting him to quickly turn and pursue his fleeing companion. Chapter 5. Neil Van S. Important Discourse on Free Will and International Relations. Neil, is it truly unbearable for you to go a few hours without causing a ruckus? Neil chuckled awkwardly, pretending not to hear the harsh remark, but Harry, unable to bear it, stepped forward. Don't say that, Hermione. He is speaking on my behalf. On our behalf. Ron, having regained his spirits after lying down on the boat for quite some time, chimed in. Hermione, feeling besieged from both sides, rolled her eyes in irritation, sensing that her good intentions had been in vain. Fine, do as you wish. Oh, please don't be like that, Miss Granger. You must know that I have always been grateful for your concern. Humph. As Neil's feeble attempts at flattery fell flat, he shrank his neck, burying most of his head in his robe, with only his sparkling eyes peeking out, presenting a rather comical sight. His pleading expression elicited laughter from the three beside him. Well, you should understand that engaging in conflict with such individuals is hardly a wise choice. Indeed, Miss Granger. Your words pierce to the very core of my heart. Stop being glib, exclaimed Neil with a laugh that rang out sharply, leaving others uncertain whether it was genuine or merely an imitation of something peculiar. For a merchant, there is nothing worse than such a performance. Oh, Moon, why are you so cold, so fickle? Uncertain whether it was his impromptu performance or the ensuing laughter that was too disruptive, the elderly woman at the front, tasked with maintaining order, turned her sharp gaze upon them. Her thin face tightened, lips pressed into a fine line, and she scolded with a voice as piercing as a hawk's. Newcomer over there, cease your chatter. Apologies, Professor. Although the group immediately began to apologize in a cacophony of voices. It is a well-known fact that getting 11 or 12-year-old children to remain silent in a queue is an impossible task, even with the aid of magical powers. Moreover, in the resplendent grandeur of the magnificent hall, students from other grades were already seated around 4 long tables, leaving only the first years waiting at the entrance. Unable to suppress their feelings of impatience and curiosity. What are we waiting for? Harry whispered. What is the sorting hat? Ron shrugged. I have no idea. A hat, enchanted, I suppose. In any case, I hope it at least lets me into Gryffindor. Otherwise, Fred and George will never let me live it down. Gryffindor? I can't believe you haven't read the first-year handbook, Hermione exclaimed, her brows furrowing in disbelief and disdain. Hogwarts has 4 houses, Gryffindor, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw, representing the 4 founders of the school. The sorting hat examines each student's character and qualities, placing them into the house that suits them best. It has been this way for centuries. I'm quite astonished that you know nothing about it. Humph. It was Neil's turn to scoff. What's wrong, Neil? Nothing. Mr. Potter. Neil shrugged, attempting to appear nonchalant, though his smile seemed somewhat forced. I just don't particularly care for this labeling system. Think about it, Mr. Potter. One day, when you step into society and an interviewer glances at your resume, oh, Ravenclaw, you must be a genius. Hufflepuff, pa, an idiot. He mimicked the smug expression perfectly, even incorporating exaggerated gestures for dramatic effect, causing Ron to burst into laughter, only to quiet down after receiving a sharp glare from the supervising professor. Seriously, why don't you just apply to an art school? What does one seek in life? Wealth and freedom, Miss Granger. Neil stretched lazily. Before enjoying life, one must first ensure a material foundation, which is why I am here now. Hermione nodded, somewhat understanding but refraining from asking further questions. She had a premonition that the true answer to this matter exceeded the bounds of their current relationship. As the group whispered among themselves, the sorting ceremony had unwittingly commenced. At the far end of the great hall, beneath a platform occupied by the professors, a low stool was set up. Called upon, each student walked forward in turn, seated themselves, and had a tattered black pointed hat placed upon their heads, the entire process resembling a scene of administering electric shocks to a convict. Harry and Ron found themselves on tiptoe, eager for a glimpse of the legendary sorting hat. That rag-like object, upon making contact with a human head, instantly springs to life. Which may sound somewhat awkwardly phrased. Yet, as it extols the virtues of the four founders through its self-composed sonnets, it simultaneously offers a plethora of mischievous suggestions to the anxious first-year students, reveling in its antics. This portrayal undeniably subverts the common perceptions of magical artifacts held by many. The students, yet to be called by name, instinctively straighten their postures, their eager gazes a blend of nervousness and excitement. However, when Ron, feeling compelled to showcase Hogwarts' treasured relic to his foreign friend, turned to Neil, he was met with a rather terrifying expression as Neil fixated on the object with intensity. Are you unwell? My friend, your complexion appears even worse than before. The humiliation of entrusting one's body and fate to an enchanted garment was palpable. Do you even dare to call yourselves the progeny of Hans Christian Andersen? Oh, I'm fine, Mr. Weasley. Truly, I am just a bit overwhelmed. His distaste was so overt this time, surpassing even his disdain for the sorting hat, that Hermione sensed it might no longer be a matter of preserving their friendship. Cautiously, she reached out to pat Neil on the shoulder. Are you all right? And by the way, Andersen was Danish, as you know. Forgive me, Miss Granger. But I believe Europeans must unite, transcending national boundaries, to confront the formidable adversary across the Atlantic. Well, that is not the crux of the matter, is it? He paused momentarily. Additionally, today as children likely perceive the tale of the red shoes as merely a case of the improper use of magical artifacts, exhibiting such nonchalance in the face of danger. Personally, I would willingly offer 100, or perhaps 85. Yes, 85 seems more fitting. I would part with 85 galleons to ensure that hat never graces my head, allowing a piece of tattered cloth, imbued with some unknown curse, to probe my mind would be the most foolish decision one could make in a lifetime. Very well. Discovering that the source of his aversion was far more childish than she had anticipated, Hermione felt an unexpected sense of relief. What can I say? Be strong, Neil. Thank you, Miss Granger. At that moment, the professor responsible for calling names announced Ron Weasley's name. Startled, he stumbled forward, tripping along the way. Amidst laughter and the sympathetic murmurs emanating from the Gryffindor table, he scrambled to reach the stool. From Neil's vantage point, he could only see Ron's ears, flushed with embarrassment, likely feeling quite distressed. For such a brave soul, Neil believed the hat would have no choice but to place him in Gryffindor, for based on his observations thus far, qualities such as bravery, recklessness, impulsiveness, and disregard for consequences seemed to be nearly synonymous in the hat's assessment. From the moment Ron stumbled over his own robe, Hermione's gaze remained fixated on the small stool, which Neil had referred to as the electric chair used for the societal execution of criminals. Neil, may I inquire about one more matter? Of course. To be frank, I find myself rather anxious at the moment. Satisfying my curiosity might alleviate my discomfort, though I do not wish to impose upon you. If that is the case, you may ask 100 questions, Miss Granger. Ah, you've noticed. Time for idle chatter seems fleeting, especially after the name Harry Potter has already been called. Well, to put it succinctly, the Office of Mysterious Affairs, a subsidiary of Area 51, enacted a series of decrees in 1904, encompassing an extensive list of magical creatures that could be legally hunted, processed, and traded. This was intended to facilitate their expeditionary forces in plundering local resources, including, I might add, our sect's sacred beast. He gestured dramatically, as if to cleave someone's head in twain. Yet, even as the owner of the body appeared to be consumed by profound rage. His every motion retained a semblance of absurdity. You see, this is a matter of deep-seated enmity. Were it not for the likes of O. Henry and Robert Johnson, I would surely curse each of them with anthrax. Yes, Robert Johnson, the greatest blues singer of all time, despite having a name reminiscent of a baby product. They are calling your name. Good luck, Miss Granger. Thank you, Neil, but please refrain from mimicking that interviewer again, and do not hum jazz. I would prefer not to accept my house assignment while clutching my stomach in laughter. Chapter 6. The Ritual Intruder Gryffindor. Gryffindor. Azkaban. Gryffindor. If this were but a lyric or a slogan, it might have been bearable. However, witnessing those around her being stamped and dispatched to various delivery points like parcels on a conveyor belt was far from delightful. By the way, some of those mixed in seemed to be merely a playful jest from the Mad Hat. As the pallid Neville ultimately found himself welcomed with warm applause at the Gryffindor table, Neil was well aware that whether it be the apparition barrier at King's Cross, chocolate frogs, or the sorting system, each had its own rationale. His discontent stemmed not from genuine indignation, but rather from the sense of disparity, after all. This was a world starkly different from his homeland and the Mountain Gate, and individuals tend to display a degree of anxiety when faced with such circumstances. Kunlun Mountain is indeed a splendid place for self-cultivation, at least until one has been gnawed upon by snow maggots, perhaps, yet it is hardly habitable. The struggle of foraging in the snow while battling the beasts from the secret realms has forged the serious and unpretentious character of most sect members. Yes, calm down. My friend, I mentioned secret realms and beasts. One cannot assert that things unseen do not exist, can one? How about the likes of the pangolin, fire crab, exploding snail, Hungarian horntail, and the curved horn snorebeast? Moreover, what do you think the Americans had in mind when they purchased Alaska? Was it for skiing? Neil, unlike many of his contemporaries, does not harbor disdain for this frivolous nation. Throughout life, one must aspire to pleasures that transcend mere existence. He revels in a life of abundant material comforts, delights in jest, and appreciates art, provided it is not postmodern. With such a disposition, Neil is untroubled by the prospect of integrating into a new environment. However, he finds it utterly inconceivable that a mere hat could dictate one's future. Thus, you see, my sentiments towards you are not negative in essence. But humanity's blind adoration of artificial creations may indeed lead to grave consequences, a lesson that ancient sages have repeatedly emphasized through language and literature throughout the annals of history. Are you familiar with the tale of Pygmalion? No, I refer to the myth itself. Certainly, George Bernard Shaw was a playwright of remarkable talent, and the most distinguished among all those I have encountered with that absurd hairstyle, while Audrey Hepburn was an impeccable beauty. However, the essence conveyed by the drama and film has, much like the psychological term Pygmalion effect, strayed far from its original intent. Hold on a moment, Mr. One, interrupted the hat, its wrinkled visage resembling a troubled human face. All right, let us remain calm. I have grasped your perspective. During the sorting ceremony, an eerie silence ensued. The sorting hat did not announce the name of the house as per usual, but instead folded itself and began whispering to the student wearing it, swaying vigorously from side to side, suggesting a vigorous debate was underway. Initially, the students in the hall watched with curiosity, yet as time elapsed, impatience began to creep in among some. It is not uncommon for the sorting hat to deliberate when faced with certain students, especially upperclassmen. But this reflection rarely exceeds 5 minutes, and now thrice that duration had passed. What is happening? Harry inquired softly to Ron. I have no idea. Ron replied with a shrug. Fred and George said they've never heard of such a situation, but they don't know everything. And then there's Neil. If he were discussing Muggle literature with the sorting hat, I wouldn't be surprised at all. Hermione shot him a disapproving glance, ready to protest his dismissive attitude towards what he deemed Muggle literature, when a loud growl erupted from his stomach, startling those seated several places away. Ron's face flushed crimson. According to protocol, the feast would commence only after the sorting ceremony concluded, and before them, the opulent long table was still devoid of anything but empty cups and plates. Are you hungry? Harry chuckled. Hermione turned her face away, muttering something about rudeness, though the slight tremor in her shoulders suggested that suppressing laughter was proving difficult. Ron nodded, his gaze fixated on the tablecloth, too apprehensive to lift his eyes, fearing that once again someone might associate the recent commotion with him. Thanks to Harry's generosity, he had indulged in a feast on the train. However, inexplicably, he now felt as though he had not consumed a morsel all day. The image of a seemingly perpetually boiling deep green liquid flashed through Harry's mind, and he shook his head, unperturbed. No, nothing at all. Ah, now that you mention it, I comprehend. The Sorting Hat seemed to nod in agreement, stating, I am but a hat, Mr. Longbottom, created to fulfill the task of discerning students, and beyond that, I possess no knowledge. Thus, I cannot ascertain the validity of your concerns. It paused momentarily before continuing. Nevertheless, it is reasonable that your apprehensions towards Hogwarts' sorting system stem from such considerations, which aptly elucidates your unusual animosity toward me. I have often pondered why students harbor fear of me. Yet none have ever resorted to the extreme of attempting to mentally assault me with images of myself marrying a Panama hat, only to have it cheat on me with an Arab headdress. Neil chuckled noncommittally. The primary objective of filling his mind with such outlandish thoughts was not to retaliate against the hat, but rather to divert its attention to prevent more significant, deeper thoughts from being discerned. Yet, such intentions were evidently not something he could articulate to the other party. On the contrary, to maintain confidentiality. His feigned diversion required further enhancement. The Sorting Hat's South decision to place Neville in Gryffindor offered Neil a modicum of solace. At least this peculiar contraption's current level of intellect warranted the trust bestowed upon it. Sorting should not merely involve casting individuals of similar character into the same circle. It ought to consider how the environment could influence their growth. Yet, none of this provided him with justification to reconcile with the hat. Well then, the mystery is finally unraveled. Now, let me ponder where to place this mischievous rascal. The lineage is rather mixed, yet the noble aspects may still satisfy Slytherin's requirements. Of course, the most suitable haven for a prankster is Gryffindor, though your approach to problem-solving seems inclined towards. The Sorting Hat chuckled slyly, relishing the delight of using its authority to tease the other, yet its small amusement appeared on the verge of being interrupted. Speaking of cleverness, Rowena Ravenclaw's intellect is frequently misconstrued as, hey, wait, do not envision me begetting a child with a wig. Oh dear, where on earth did you learn such things? No, seriously, do not do that. I thought our misunderstanding had been clarified, had it not? Under the watchful eyes of the entire faculty and student body, the Sorting Hat, having whispered with the new students for quite some time, suddenly straightened its hat brim and bellowed in a resonant voice, very well. Very well. I concede. I surrender. Seize that pantyhose. Ravenclaw. I recommend him for Ravenclaw. So please, relieve me from this wretched head. I can endure it no longer. Flitwick cautiously cradled the Sorting Hat, inspecting it meticulously. Such an ancient and intricate magical artifact, once it malfunctions, proves exceedingly challenging to mend, particularly given its vital role in assigning new students to their respective houses each year. Frankly speaking, discerning any irregularities through mere visual inspection is nearly impossible. However, the prospect of hastily intervening with spells could lead to far graver consequences, especially considering the hat's recent unusual state, which necessitated a careful approach. Speaking of anomalies, one cannot overlook the prime suspect. Yes, Professor? He cast a suspicious glance towards Neil, who remained seated on his low stool. Yet, the latter met his gaze with a remarkably kind, sincere, and almost serene smile, which completely disarmed him. Flitwick frowned in displeasure. He detected no signs of magical interference from the student, and to harbor suspicions without evidence was not befitting of an educator. Moreover, the individual in question was soon to join his own house. It's nothing, Mr. Van. He feigned a relaxed smile. You may join your classmates. The table adorned with the blue flag is where I, as the head of Ravenclaw, warmly welcome your presence. I am immensely grateful, Professor. Neil rose and bowed deeply. I am in the process of applying for a small business license with your Ministry of Magic. Should you require services related to height enhancement, hair growth, or the removal of body odor, please do not hesitate to call upon me. His voice echoed distinctly in the now silent hall, which had fallen quiet due to the Sorting Hat's peculiar behavior. Chapter 7. The Banquet's Appraisal. Albus Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts and one of England's most remarkable wizards, had orchestrated an exchange student program that had proven quite challenging for his esteemed elder. If circumstances permitted, Neil would have relished the opportunity to hear his address. Alas, the situation unfolded otherwise. The parting words that had rendered Professor Flitwick rigid, causing him to clasp his arms tightly throughout the latter half of the opening ceremony, had similarly drawn the attention of his peers. As a student, one ought not to be distracted during the headmaster's speech. However, as a businessman, it was equally unacceptable to neglect guests due to rigid adherence to convention. Faced with this dilemma, he opted to forego listening and instead engaged with the curious students who had gathered around him. As for the Sorting Hat, after being placed upon the next head, It proceeded to unleash a tirade in an unknown language for a quarter of an hour before returning to its normal state. Clearly, it had all been a false alarm, and the professors could likely enjoy a peaceful night's sleep. Severus Snape lounged at his designated seat as the potion's master, feigning interest as he lethargically listened to the headmaster's discourse. Most professors harbor reservations about allowing an individual suspected of bearing the mark of a Death Eater, perhaps even more than mere suspicion, to remain on staff. However, Albus Dumbledore's esteemed reputation within the Academy is so formidable, and his contributions to the war against the Dark Lord so exceptional, that when he publicly expresses his belief in someone, all others acquiesce. Thus, Severus Snape became a member of Hogwarts, his remarkable expertise in potions gradually overshadowed by his notorious character. He is acutely aware of the image he projects to his colleagues and students, particularly those from other houses. Yet he harbors no intention of ameliorating it. Instead, he exacerbates the situation by abusing his authority and showing blatant favoritism towards his own students. Under the headmaster's guidance, this universally despised figure ascended to the position of head of Slytherin House, and the animosity and isolation experienced by Slytherin students can largely be attributed to his actions. Snape has received subtle admonitions from fellow professors, all of which he dismisses, continuously fanning the flames of discord within the Academy. He seems to possess an inexhaustible reservoir of energy and talent for provoking students, enticing them into impulsive breaches of school rules. The inevitable consequence is a flurry of point deductions, rendering the punished students pariahs in the common room and establishing a ruthless, self-perpetuating cycle that deepens the antagonism between students and houses. He has become the most loathed figure at Hogwarts, a villain, a nuisance, a shameless gossip, a bipedal hyena. Everyone keeps their distance, unwilling to gaze upon his sullen visage, greasy hair, and haughty, hooked nose. He possesses no friends, nor any acquaintances beyond professional obligations. When he finds himself with free time, he retreats to his chamber to study potion concoctions or slithers through the shadows of corridors and classrooms like a serpent, seeking out students to ensnare for violations of school rules. One advantage of his isolation is that no one cares what he is doing, allowing him to observe Harry seated at the Gryffindor table with a day of utter boredom. Dumbledore harbors great expectations for this boy, viewing him as a weapon. The stakes of his Machiavellian schemes are so monumental that even Snape, chosen as an accomplice, finds no room for dissent. His sole responsibility is to ensure the plan's success, preventing the emergence of a potentially disastrous alternative. Speaking of alternatives, Snape finally diverts his gaze from Harry's olive green eyes to the Ravenclaw table, where a grinning Asian student is intently examining the star-shaped scratches at the bottom of a goblet, left for the effervescence of the beverage. "So, you are an exchange student? From abroad?" "Indeed, Mr. Connor," she remarked, daring to add, "you might want to dab the sauce from your plate onto your robe sleeve." Startled by the reminder, Myrick Connor gasped and hastily raised his arm, nearly toppling the dish in the process. Caught up in the moment, he neglected to converse with others, quickly reaching out to steady his utensils. Following the customary tradition, once the headmaster's speech concluded, the banquet was set to commence. Dumbledore, well-versed in the psyche of youth, delivered his address with both wit and brevity, much to the relief of the students who, having endured an extended sorting ceremony, were now more ravenous than usual. Neil was initially taken aback by the sudden appearance of the lavish feast. He sensed that the steaming dishes were not conjured directly by magic, but rather had been prepared elsewhere and transported to the table through some form of enchantment. Given his understanding of the decadent yet impoverished English aristocracy, he had expected a more flamboyant display, perhaps a turkey stuffed with herbs serving as the appetizer, followed by a public demonstration of how it was roasted in an oven. Instead, he was met with this labor-intensive yet rather unremarkable method, which left him feeling somewhat disappointed. Of course, the Gamp's law of elemental transfiguration stipulates that food cannot be created from thin air through transfiguration. It can only be augmented or transformed from an existing state or summoned from known locations. Even a wizard as extraordinary as Dumbledore could not defy the laws of magic. What sort of reasoning is this? They can magically summon an animal and subsequently roast it to perfection. Surely, there exists no insurmountable barrier between these two steps. However, this notion merely circled in his mind without being voiced. One might easily be drawn to unconventional ideas. Yet there is little fondness for outsiders who critique their history and traditions. The unexpected attention garnered from the sorting hat incident had already rendered him sufficiently conspicuous, and challenging authority at the banquet would not be a prudent course of action. Moreover, Expecting the English to excel in the culinary arts could very well be an absurd proposition. A girl named Penelope Clearwater gazed at him for a moment. You know, I believe you would be well suited for Ravenclaw. Pardon? I mean, you appear quite eager to grasp the unknown, a trait that is esteemed in our house. The unspoken criticisms of English culinary culture seemed to dissipate, and Neil, momentarily tense, regained his composure, donning a polite smile as he listened on. The Ravenclaw emblem, an eagle, symbolizes a thirst for knowledge, and I am certain you would thrive here. Neil nodded. Thank you for your kind words, Miss Clearwater. By the way, I am already in my 4th year. Should you have any questions regarding Ravenclaw, be it academics or otherwise, feel free to seek me out, all right? Penelope displayed a radiant smile, her enthusiastic and selfless demeanor evoking a profound respect in Neil. He could not help but admire her willingness to flatter anyone in pursuit of establishing a business partnership, though the intentions of the senior student were evidently more innocent and kind-hearted. While her approach may not be deemed particularly clever, it was undeniably commendable. It left one wondering how the Sorting Hat would characterize such behavior. Contemplating this, Neil's demeanor warmed slightly more than before as he extended his hand for a brief handshake. I am immensely grateful, Miss Clearwater. I believe we shall surely cultivate a lasting friendship in the future. Here est our meeting, to the illustrious history of Ravenclaw, and to the finest Wellington steak I have ever encountered. Hogwarts' taste in traditional British cuisine deserves commendation. Those chefs, influenced by formalism, seem to have resorted to merely increasing the variety of sauces, leaving plates resembling the grimy ditches behind fish and chip shops, with their nauseating array of colors. Cheers, Miss Clearwater, cheers. The Great Hall of Hogwarts was vast, making it no easy task to locate a specific individual amidst the throng of heads. However, the distance between the tables of the houses was not so great as to obscure the actions of those across from one another. I can hardly believe we missed such a promising talent. Fred feigned a pained expression as he rubbed his forehead. Did we really eliminate a Slytherin before even boarding? What a splendid gift that would have been. Had he been sorted into Gryffindor, we could have celebrated with a dance in the common room tonight. Indeed. But that is because 12 of them were. Never mind. Poor Percy. Harry, astonished by the convoluted brotherly relations of the Weasley family, failed to notice Hermione beside him, fiercely slicing into her pink fillet of base with the intensity of one seeking vengeance against a sworn enemy. Chapter 8. The wisdom of inquiry. Neil was not oblivious to the cold gaze cast from the professor's table. Yet he pondered to himself when he last engaged in an action that might invite resentment. It was likely during a layover in Marseille when he had inquired for the 13th time whether the flight attendant could bring him another meal, reputedly. The Bordeaux wine and French rack of lamb there were exquisite, though the latter was reserved for first-class passengers, while the former was not available to minors under 16. Yes, the plastic meal box was a wasted opportunity, and this grievance would rest upon the shoulders of Headmaster Dumbledore. With this thought, the last vestige of gloom brought by the mysterious observer vanished, and for the remainder of the banquet, he engaged in a discussion with Penelope about the pivotal role of the Stargazing Society in the stigmatization of British cuisine, as well as the long-legged crab pie and the lobster pie resembling roasted cockroaches. Though internationally obscure, they possessed a visual impact that was by no means inferior. Ravenclaw truly lived up to its reputation as a sanctuary for knowledge seekers. Such distasteful topics could attract a circle of curious and eager listeners during dinner. Despite the fact that these aspiring explorers of magical mysteries were mostly unfamiliar with culinary techniques, it did not hinder their ability to form their own preferences regarding food. A lengthy discourse had elevated Neil's spirits, and as he made his way back to the dormitory, he remained enveloped in a tranquil silence, seemingly digesting the exchange. Even when Michael Connor boasted of his new wand in his ear, Neil displayed no inclination to interrupt. The wand, crafted from oak, was waved before Neil's eyes, and Michael's face radiated an uncontrollable pride. It measured 11 inches, with a core composed of a scale from a serpent-like water nymph. Ollivander had mentioned that this wand had languished in his possession for many years, awaiting a suitable owner. Of course, luck played a part. Not every wand quickly finds its match. Neil listened politely, though it was evident that his interest was rather tepid. Apart from the occasional murmured agreement, his attention was absorbed by the adornments lining the corridor, oil paintings, sculptures, and suits of armor, whose historical significance far outweighed their artistic value. Yet they still exuded a splendid opulence that appealed to his more worldly inclinations. As Michael continued his monologue, he suddenly turned, as if struck by a thought. Hey, Neil. Do you have a wand? I have a better one. Neil diverted his gaze from the ruby-encrusted kite-shaped shield on the wall, smiling as he shook his head. seemingly relieved to find an excuse to escape the shadow of malevolence. With a gentle flick of his wrist, he produced a wooden sword, intricately carved. Given its length, it was hard to fathom how this object had been concealed within his sleeve. Crafted from wood that had endured a thunderstorm, he raised the wooden sword and, in a mock imitation of Michael's tone, declared, "It measures 39 inches, having soaked in a flowing river for 49 days, and finished with vermilion lacquer. Its core derived from the beard of the third elder, which I secretly snipped while he was out of his body, peeking at a widow bathing." Hey, what is the third elder? Even from someone wholly unfamiliar with the Eastern master-disciple system, this inquiry seemed excessively impertinent. Not only Michael but even Penelope, who walked ahead, furrowed her brow in response. During the banquet, they had already heard Neil mention the process of soaking tofu with amaranth stems, hinting at a prior understanding of the subject. In Eastern traditional schools, an elder holds a status comparable to that of a head of house at Hogwarts, and considering the Asian emphasis on the master-disciple relationship, the insult in that question likely resonated even more profoundly with them. Neil observed their reactions closely, though perhaps it was somewhat of a misinterpretation. The ability to perceive objects behind oneself within a 5-meter radius was merely a fundamental requirement in his sect. After all, failing to master such a skill could lead to dire consequences in the hidden realms. He did not take offense at the careless question, however. It was indeed heartwarming to see that friends he had only just met were willing to stand up for him. Nonetheless, it was unnecessary to jeopardize the unity of their group over such trivial matters or to risk losing potential allies. Before anyone could lose their temper, Neil took the initiative to halt, bowing slightly towards the girl. "May I ask for your name?" "The Department of Magical Transportation, Flow Network Authority," she replied. Had it not been for the recent slip of the tongue, everyone would undoubtedly assume that her statement was merely a display of her lineage, perceiving her as an arrogant and insufferable individual. Of course, even if those words were not born of malice, they would not alter the fact that she might indeed be quite disagreeable. "Fortunately, Miss Eichmo." This bow was slightly deeper than the previous one, reflecting a respectful acknowledgement of authority without veering into obsequiousness. "I have yet to experience the wonders of traveling through the flying network. Yet I believe that such responsibilities necessitate a mind both astute and conscientious. In times of yore, the city gate officer was among the most significant grassroots officials of a nation. I have heard that during the Roman Empire, in Ostia— Oh, forgive me. I digress. What were we discussing?" The third elder, Michael interjected, half amused, half exasperated. "Miss Eichmo, you inquired about the third elder. Well, allow me to elucidate that, in many respects. He is not what one might expect. If that is your presumption, you may find yourself disappointed. Perhaps for other houses, a mere password suffices, yet in Ravenclaw, we aspire to greater heights." Penelope, with a triumphant glint in her eye, gestured towards the grand door standing before the dormitory, adorned with a bronze knocker sculpted in the likeness of an eagle. "But what if one answers incorrectly?" Anthony Goldstein timidly raised a hand to inquire. He too was a newcomer, albeit fortunate enough to sit at a distance from Neil and the others, allowing him to savor a hearty first dinner since arriving. Several freshmen exchanged anxious glances, which Penelope noted with a shake of her head, reminiscent of herself 2 years prior. "Well, we cannot linger outside all night. Does anyone wish to attempt their first answer? Neil, how about you?" "Very well, if you insist." Neil shrugged, reluctant to seek the spotlight or risk embarrassment. Yet seeing the budding trust in Penelope's eyes, he could only offer a wry smile and step forward, parting the crowd of students. Sensing his approach, the eagle's eyes gleamed, and a serene, ethereal voice emanated from within. "What is the shadow of the night?" Neil inhaled deeply, then exhaled slowly, his gaze as tranquil as the lake waters in late November. "Well, listen closely. There was a crow that built its nest on a beam in the cow shed, residing there for 3 years, laying 2 eggs. One day, it pilfered a thimble from a tailor's home and placed it in its nest. That day was the 14th. Pray tell, what is the name of the farmer from Naples, the father-in-law?" All present regarded him with a look of utter bewilderment. The students of Ravenclaw take pride in their wisdom. To this day, many have attempted to outsmart the statue guardian with cunning tricks. Yet none have succeeded against the magic set forth by the great Ravenclaw herself. The statue's duty is to test the intellect of those who wish to pass, presenting them with enigmas that require thought, but it does not mean that it lacks the insight to see through deeper schemes. Eager upperclassmen have begun to celebrate, preparing to share this incident as a jest in the common room. However, the statue remained unresponsive, its eyes glowing with a flickering blue light. After approximately 5 minutes, Amidst a crowd that had almost forgotten the sound of their own heartbeats, that calm voice echoed once more, albeit with a hint of hesitation. Ander? Neil shook his head. I'm afraid it's Anderson. The light in the eagle statue's eyes abruptly extinguished, and in the next instant, the door behind it slowly opened, revealing the path to the common room. Chapter 9. Midnight consultation. That evening, Neil was inundated with attention and inquiries. Some from individuals such as the oblivious Marietta Ekmo, who attempted to extract the method of bypassing the statue guardian directly from him in a straightforward manner, but he deftly brushed them off. More students, however, felt a surge of pride and a spirit of challenge, envisioning lines of eager participants attempting to confront the legacy of Ravenclaw starting the very next day. If the entrance to the common room were to become congested as a result, it would indeed be a lamentable occurrence. Neil had no intention of revealing that this was merely a small experiment of his own design, aimed at confirming his ability to deceive the guardian at the entrance. When one is certain that they will inevitably sneak out after curfew countless times in the future, even clandestinely entering the dormitories of other houses for various undisclosed purposes, such a rehearsal becomes quite essential. The outcome exceeded his expectations. He grasped the trick with just one attempt. The spell cast upon the statue was indeed formidable. Yet it appeared that even the illustrious Ravenclaw could not entirely escape her inherent cognitive frameworks. By exploiting a loophole, even his own inept charm could successfully render the guardian incapacitated. Now, it was almost time for him to take center stage, listening intently to the breath surrounding him. Confirming that all had succumbed to slumber, Neil lay perfectly still in a feigned sleep for 2 hours before rising like a zombie. Sleep had ceased to be a rigid necessity for him, while an extra hour of rest from a wellness perspective was not without merit, given the preciousness of time. He deemed it unwise to indulge excessively. Moreover, he had a rendezvous to attend that night. With a gentle turn, Neil quietly leapt from his bed. The overly soft mattress was not conducive to fortifying his body, yet it possessed the advantage of not creaking like a wooden bed with the slightest movement. Despite the fact that his slumbering companions were unlikely to be roused by such a minor disturbance, the very act of disrupting the tranquility was inherently displeasing. In deference to the significance of this meeting, he donned his robe once more, smoothing out the creases and fastening each button meticulously. He retrieved the peachwood sword from his sleeve, securing it at his waist. A sword, emblematic of a gentleman, is traditionally carried as an item of etiquette, especially one made of wood, though the act of concealment does not fall under this auspice. Once fully prepared, he extracted a piece of yellow-edged paper from his pocket, pricking his fingertip to inscribe a few symbols upon it. The drumbeat of the third watch still lingered, the crowing of roosters and the stealth of scavenging dogs at their peak. As he inscribed with his blood, tendrils of smoke rose from the yellow paper, swiftly reducing it to ashes. However, the swirling black remnants did not descend. Instead, they circled around Neil like a swarm of flies, while a dim beam of moonlight filtered through the window, casting an ethereal glow upon him, rendering his figure almost translucent. The hunchbacked gatekeeper, Argus Filch, limped down the corridor, lantern in hand, resembling a scavenging ogre. Age had robbed him of his former vigor, yet when he leaned against the window to rest, the breath escaping his lips was more a product of exhilaration than exhaustion. Filch was a societal outcast, a mute, a flawed being born into a family of wizards, yet lacking the ability to wield magic. The noble wizards shunned the taint of filthy muggles upon their lineage, but they were even less inclined to witness the emergence of such a substandard being from their esteemed bloodline. His grim upbringing had rendered Argus Filch somewhat morbid, with a sense of inferiority that had festered over the years, finding fleeting solace only in the torment of those younger, more talented, and promising students under the guise of discipline. Aside from this, he kept cats, perhaps the last vestige of his humanity. Each night, after his patrol, he would roast small fish for his feline companions in his office, using a small stove originally intended for heating tools to prod at students. This diligent gatekeeper commenced his nightly rounds with the first day of the term, harboring a premonition that he might catch a miscreant or two out after hours. Regrettably, fate had other plans. The corridors were desolate at the start of the new term, and even his beloved cat, Mrs. Norris, detected no suspicious scents. The oppressive silence was so despairing that Filch began to worry whether the unrelenting tension was encroaching upon his sanity. For he distinctly saw a shadow flit past the Ravenclaw dormitory. Yet, despite his pursuit, he found no trace of it. What an infernal trick, Filch muttered under his breath. At that moment, his equally malevolent gray cat mewed, rubbing against his trousers, her mournful gaze seemingly asking, "Why do we linger in this dreary, cold place when I long for the warmth of the office stove?" The shadow, of course, belonged to none other than Neil, who had stealthily slipped away. His hastily drawn invisibility charm was far from effective, failing to completely obscure him from visual perception, however, with the cover of darkness. Slipping past the nearsighted doorman and his capricious pet was a trivial endeavor. After evading Felch, a clear path lay before him. He deftly navigated the troublesome carpets and stairs that tended to shift on their own, and sidestepped a group of headless ghosts engaged in a peculiar game of polo with their own heads. Soon, Neil found himself at the threshold of his destination. Just as the invisibility charm dissipated, the swirling black ash around him losing its potency and vanishing into thin air. This was the so-called headmaster's office. As a guest, Neil had no intention of barging in as he would in a public lounge. Moreover, out of courtesy, the headmaster had included the password in his invitation to meet. Dilute hydrochloric acid, he murmured. The stone beast statue remained utterly still. The smile on Neil's face gradually faded. Concentrated hydrochloric acid? Clearly incorrect. How about sulfuric acid? Well, it seems things are getting a bit complicated. Nitric acid? I must apologize. I seem to be a bit muddled. I only remember the password involves an acid that fizzes. Could you kindly inform the headmaster? We had an appointment to meet in his office tonight. Hey, don't be like that. We both know I was invited here and that I would eventually recall that wretched password. So why the unnecessary theatrics? Let me through. It would make things easier for all of us, wouldn't it? No, don't feign ignorance. Do you think I cannot see through the jesting thoughts hidden behind those two stony eyeballs? Still silent, are we? Suit yourself. You know. You are the one who has insulted the headmaster's reputation and Hogwarts' integrity with your short-sightedness. Listen, I recognize that our previous conversation was somewhat unpleasant, but there is no need to harbor that negativity in your work. I merely need you to inform the headmaster. Is that such an outrageous request? Late at night, Albus Dumbledore remained seated at his desk, poring over trivial documents that hardly warranted an all-nighter. His expected guest was already 10 minutes late, a delay that could hardly be deemed excessive, yet he worried whether the individual had overinterpreted the social norms of dining at a friend's house, presuming that in Britain one ought to arrive a quarter hour late to any engagement. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Neil Van, his expression fraught with exasperation. I apologize for my tardiness, headmaster. Oh, lemon soda. Lemon soda. Why couldn't I remember that? Chapter 10. Negotiation. Dumbledore did not inquire about the reason for his tardiness, which left Neil feeling a mix of gratitude and subtle disappointment. Regrettably, Dumbledore, now clad in a nightgown, appeared disinclined to engage in discussions about art at 2 in the morning. This was the first instance since his arrival in England that someone had addressed him by his full name, pronounced with impeccable clarity. Yet, Neil was not naive enough to believe that this was a gesture intended to curry favor. The tactic of fostering rapport before bargaining is a common strategy among merchants. From this moment forth, the negotiation had commenced. He was no longer the first-year Ravenclaw student Neil, once summoned by the headmaster, but rather Ding-E, a disciple of the Sword Immortal, sent to England on the Elder's command, resolutely determined to advocate for his sect's interests with meticulous precision. Thank you, headmaster, he said, his smile subdued, bowing respectfully before taking his seat, his hands poised neatly on his knees, and his back straight. Dumbledore observed his defensive demeanor with a slight, nonchalant smile. The Chinese phrase had indeed been practiced beforehand, initially intended as a trivial jest, subtly implying that he was not entirely ignorant of their sect. However, he had not anticipated that this young man, who had been ceaselessly occupied since the opening ceremony, would possess such an alert disposition, leading to an exaggerated vigilance regarding the matter of address. Nevertheless, a vigilant ally is preferable to a multitude of oblivious fools. It has been 11 years since the notorious Voldemort vanished from sight, the most formidable and cruel dark wizard in history suddenly disappearing from the public eye, causing his followers, the Death Eaters, to scatter, miraculously granting the beleaguered wizarding society a glimmer of hope for survival. Some speculated that he had heeded a prophecy concerning a future adversary and, in his attempt to eliminate the threat prematurely, had been struck by an unknown magical backlash. Others claimed that Albus Dumbledore, the only man Voldemort dared not confront directly, had seized an opportunity to deliver a crippling blow, yet others suggested that the Ministry of Magic's Aurors had launched a concerted assault, incurring over 50 casualties to barely repel him. Regardless of the narrative, each would invariably conclude with the emphatic assertion that the mighty Dark Lord had perished in some desolate wilderness, and the Ministry to eradicate any possibility of his resurrection. had burned his corpse to ashes, which were then sealed in a jar protected by 27 enchantments, permanently stored in a mysterious department whose name had never been heard. It seemed that only in this manner could they convince themselves not to be haunted by nightmares of Voldemort's resurgence. The current Minister for Magic, Cornelius Fudge, was a mediocre bureaucrat. During peacetime, his politically expedient strategies might have sufficed to see him through his term. However, in the face of the impending storm, the highest executive of the wizarding world clearly required greater courage and resolve to fulfill his mission. Fudge harbored a profound disdain for the artificial panic he was orchestrating, which rendered the progress of preparations increasingly tumultuous. Even Dumbledore could not condone the notion of instigating a conflict between Hogwarts and the Ministry of Magic prior to the Dark Lord's return. Consequently, he abandoned the plan to amass forces against the Death Eater army and instead endeavored to cultivate an assassin capable of confronting Voldemort directly. He identified the boy prophesied to possess the power to conquer the Dark Lord, not a challenging task, and placed him within the semi-closed confines of Hogwarts, where he intended to nurture the boy's courage, resolve, and sense of justice over the coming years, transforming him into a silver bullet aimed at Voldemort's heart in a moment of critical urgency. Some may argue that such an approach lacks humanity towards the individual involved. However, in matters concerning Voldemort, the world could ill afford the risk of failure. Albus Dumbledore had never considered himself a saint, yet he was unreservedly willing to sacrifice his honor and life for this cause. Several months after the formulation of this Plan B, he stumbled upon an unexpected revelation. Mr. Ding, I believe you are quite aware of your responsibilities. This statement was delivered with remarkable succinctness, devoid of even the slightest tremor, as if an experienced soldier sat before him rather than an 11-year-old child. There is no need for such formality, Mr. Ding. Dumbledore raised a hand to halt him. I have made a request to your esteemed institution, seeking to establish a contingency plan, and your school has graciously acquiesced. Of course, officially, we maintain a relationship as headmaster and student, and I am most appreciative of the respect you have shown. However, in a private setting, I would appreciate it if you could adopt a more relaxed demeanor. It is essential to understand that our collaboration is one of equality and mutual benefit. So please do not place yourself in the position of subordinate or servant, if you would be so kind. I will consider it, Headmaster. Dumbledore could not suppress a wry smile at the unmistakable tone of refusal emanating from his interlocutor, who evidently harbored no intention of reconsideration. I am listening, Headmaster. All the pertinent figures are inscribed on this parchment. Neil accepted the sheepskin paper laden with numerous figures, swiftly perusing its contents before nodding and folding it neatly to stow it away. I have also been informed that you may be permitted a degree of autonomy, including the allowance to engage in certain commercial activities within Hogwarts. Dumbledore continued, yet, I would appreciate your assurance that such pursuits will not endanger the students. Headmaster, when we initially established our collaborative intent, we provided all necessary assurances. Neil interjected, his tone slightly acerbic. I completely understand your desire for caution and repeated confirmation. However, for us, each vow is a test of credibility and integrity. Reiterating promises regarding the same matter renders us quite embarrassed. Oh dear. Dumbledore lightly raised an eyebrow. I sincerely apologize. It was not my intention to offend. So, how might I express this apology? This seemed to be a long-planned demand, and the brazen manner of threat caused the former principals, who had been feigning sleep within their frames, to jolt upright. Yet, Dumbledore merely smiled faintly. I shall. Thus, all my current requests have been fulfilled, and I am pleased that we have reached a consensus on various matters this evening. Neil exhaled a sigh of relief, likely due to the discomfort of having no opportunity to engage in trivial chatter for half the day, and stood up from his chair, preparing to take his leave. However, Dumbledore raised a hand to halt him. One moment, Mr. Ding. I have one final question. Could you enlighten me on how you deceived the Ravenclaw statue's entrance and the magical sentinels along the way? You see, if there are vulnerabilities within Hogwarts' security system, we must address them promptly. For the first time since entering the room, the young man's face brightened with a smile. Indeed, those defensive spells are remarkably intricate. Yet they are overly conventional and stringent, designed solely to target human wizards. Even house elves cannot discern them. My lineage grants me a natural advantage in this regard. Lineage? Dumbledore inquired. To be frank, that is somewhat classified. Neil shrugged, stepping closer to the desk, resting his hands upon it as he leaned forward, bringing his face near Dumbledore's eyes. However, this pertains to the reason my sect chose me to report back. Thus, I believe you have the right to be informed. Their gazes locked, And before Dumbledore, Neil's deep brown eyes narrowed into thin slits. When Neil spoke again, his voice had transformed from a youthful tone to a deep, thunderous growl. It is said that in ancient times, the original practitioners were, in fact, the offspring of humans and dragons, and even to this day, a thin thread of that bloodline persists. You see, Professor, I trust you. I share this secret with you. Do not let me down. Is that agreeable? Chapter 11. Permission. Neil bowed deeply, and when he raised his head, his pupils had returned to their normal state, dispelling the oppressive atmosphere that had enveloped the office like a tempest. Outside the tall, floor-to-ceiling windows, the crescent moon hung like a delicate hook, as if everything had merely been a fleeting illusion. However, the faces of the former principals within the frames, appearing as if the canvas had been dampened, did not seem inclined to dismiss this scene as mere delusion. Seeing this, Neil wore a mischievous smile, and before they could pose further inquiries, he exited the room. This was his small act of revenge, allowing the esteemed ancestors of Hogwarts to endure a night of anxious unease. Perhaps next time, they would learn this lesson, to first complete their impromptu tragic tales before discussing other matters. As soon as he vanished behind the door, the principal's office erupted into a cacophony of voices. This is utterly absurd. A middle-aged witch, robust and with striking features, slammed her hand upon the table before her, eliciting envious glances from her colleagues, who found themselves devoid of furniture within their frames. You cannot allow such entities to roam freely within the academy, she exclaimed. Do you comprehend the peril that ensues when he descends into madness? Why do you consistently perceive matters in such a bleak light, Susie? Protested the portly elder wizard seated to her right. Regardless of the circumstances, he is now a member of Hogwarts. Is this how you choose to treat your students? The woman, who bore a closer resemblance to a boxer than a sorceress, raised her eyebrows at this remark, her fists thudding heavily onto the table. Oh, is that so? Yes, I suppose you are correct, Maurice. I am not a competent headmaster. I have perpetually lacked patience with students because my predecessor consented to admit a mute for the sake of donations. Morris's plump visage drained of color, his rebuttal losing vigor. This has nothing to do with money, Susie. Our intention is to assist them in overcoming the deeply ingrained societal discrimination. You see, let me catch my breath. Susie. Maurice, drenched in perspiration, recoiled, hesitant to meet her gaze. He regretted his foray into this topic. I have stated countless times that this is not about money. Those donations, I intended to. Well, calm down, Maurice. You as well, Susanna. This is not the moment for discussing bygone matters. We have more pressing issues at hand. A sharp-eyed wizard 2 rows away clapped his hands, interrupting their off-topic quarrel. Reserve your disputes for an unoccupied corridor, Albus. When you proposed this contingency plan, no one voiced dissent, for we all understand that Voldemort must be thwarted. But now, you must reveal to us the truth. How well do you truly know that child? To be frank, not very well, Willie. Dumbledore spread his hands, his expression calm yet tinged with an appropriate measure of bewilderment. Such a demeanor could only be exhibited by one who either bore no guilt or had grown accustomed to it. The elder with whom I liaised assured me that they would dispatch an individual wholly capable of fulfilling this role. Conversely, we hope to overlook certain shortcomings in other areas. I trust you all now comprehend his implications as I do. Do you believe he can be trusted? Why not? Dumbledore countered. You have witnessed their genuine regard for reputation and integrity. Such individuals do not easily betray their promises. Willie Urbans nodded impatiently. Renowned during his tenure for his irritable demeanor and uncompromising approach, particularly evident in his attitude towards half-breeds in their mixed lineage. Considering it was the era of the Second Giant War, one could hardly dismiss this as mere prejudice. I understand, he acknowledged, but Susanna has a valid point. His very existence poses a potential safety hazard, much like the gamekeeper you appointed. I place my utmost trust in Ruber Haig, including his character and professional capabilities. If that is the sentiment you wish to convey, Dumbledore stated gravely. Urbans cleared his throat. Albus Dumbledore was a man of gentlemanly decorum, possessing a certain noble demeanor, rarely interrupting others. From this rare reaction, he sensed the discontent of his interlocutor, prompting a gradual softening of his own stance. Of course, as the current headmaster, you possess the authority to make these decisions. But do not forget that the destruction he can wreak in a fit of rage is not on the same scale as those miscreants hurling dung bombs in the corridors. Always remember to keep a tight rein, Dumbledore. Dumbledore shook his head, then nodded, appearing lost in contemplation. Observing his waning interest in continuing the discussion, the portraits gradually quieted. watching as he unfurled a piece of parchment to compose a letter to the director of the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures. Dumbledore kept his word. The following morning, an official letter from the Ministry of Magic was delivered into Neil's hands. Hogwarts lacked a post office, and the school's sole attendant, Mr. Argus Filch, was already preoccupied with patrolling and maintaining the cleanliness of the corridors, leaving him neither the time nor the inclination to engage in tasks that would do little to alleviate the persecution of students, unless permitted by the headmaster to privately inspect those letters for contraband items. Likewise, it was unlikely any student would willingly visit his office to check for personal correspondence. Thus, each breakfast, a squadron of hundreds of owls would precisely descend through the windows, delivering parcels to the students before soaring away, leaving behind a flurry of feathers. No, sir. Our owls are rigorously trained and would never relieve themselves into anyone's onion soup bowl during work hours. Wow, this is truly magnificent, Neil remarked, cutting into an apple pie while watching the swiftly approaching legion of owls overhead. Though this scene lacked the grandiosity of a beastly onslaught, it provided a comforting sense of peace, reminiscent of Van Gogh's Crows Over a Wheat Field. How peculiar, isn't it? The atmosphere evoked by that painting is filled with solitude, starkly contrasting the chaotic scene here. Yet I cannot help but draw parallels between the two. Speaking of Van Gogh, did you know, Mr. Kona, that the tale of Van Gogh's death in the wheat field is said to be a fabrication? Oh, please, Neil. Throughout our journey, you have recounted the tale of the paperclip and the $1,000 patent fee twice, and the second time was only moments after you candidly acknowledged it as mere fabrication. At the very least, allow me a moment of silence during breakfast. Michael Connor, stifling yawns, gazed mournfully at the plate of mashed potatoes before him. A clumsy little owl, upon landing, stumbled and plunged headfirst into the dish. In contrast, Neil seemed to possess an almost prophetic ability, effortlessly shifting his plate away with the slightest movement, avoiding the lively objects that fell, a skill that left Michael envious. Realizing that his mashed potatoes were beyond salvage, Michael could only sigh in resignation. Scanning the vicinity for food that had not yet fallen victim to the owl's antics, Neil glanced at him, then offered a plate of untouched sandwiches from his side. Please, Mr. Connor, if memory serves, today marks the first day of classes. One cannot embark on such an important occasion on an empty stomach. There is an old adage, after all, about preferring to be a glutton. Wait, where have I heard that before? Just as they conversed, a gray owl descended onto Neil's shoulder, lifting its right leg to reveal an envelope affixed to it. Michael, not quite adept at deciphering the owl's expressions, sensed a certain air of haughty superiority emanating from its visage. Is this bird from your former school's sect? Firstly, it's sect, not doorplate. I appreciate your efforts to learn about my homeland's culture, but to avoid similar embarrassments in the future, I hope you can apply yourself a bit more diligently. He added, by the way, I have never encountered such a bird in the sect, and I deeply doubt these caged creatures can adapt to such long flights. Neil extracted the letter from the owl's talon, opened it, and upon glancing at the sender, a spark of brilliance ignited in his eyes. His expression transformed dramatically from indifference to elation, nearly startling Michael. At last, praise the headmaster, praise the minister of magic. He muttered impatiently as he tore open the envelope, reading it from beginning to end, then again, and yet again, until he was thoroughly familiar with every word. At which point he leaned back in his chair, exhaling a sigh of relief. Has something good happened? Michael inquired with curiosity. And what about the class? Chapter 12. The first lesson, Betrayal Studies. Unbeknownst to Neil, after his departure that evening, further events unfolded in the headmaster's office, and to be honest, he was not particularly concerned. However, upon receiving an official letter from the Ministry of Magic the following morning, curiosity piqued anew. The letter's tone was remarkably stern, its wording laced with an undercurrent of menace, suggesting it could not have been penned by someone merely irked at being roused from slumber by an owl in the early hours. Dear Mr. Neil Wan, it is with great honor that we inform you that, following our comprehensive qualification review, the business license you applied for has now been approved. Concurrently, in accordance with the Confidentiality Act, the Regulation on the Restriction of Magical Items, the Control of Dangerous Creatures Act, the Foreigners Act, the Supplementary Provisions to the Foreigners Act, the Regulations on the Import and Export of Trade Goods subject to restrictions, the Potion Management Regulations, and the Regulations on the Import and Export Control of Magical Biological Products. We hereby impose the following requirements upon you. 1. This license is only valid within the confines of Hogwarts. Engaging in commercial activities outside the school grounds, including Hogsmeade, constitutes a violation, and all goods and proceeds from such activities will be subject to confiscation. Additionally, depending on the severity of the infraction, we shall impose penalties which may include fines, revocation of the license, expulsion from the institution, short-term imprisonment, or even deportation. 2. You are required to independently plan and supervise the channels for the import and export of goods, ensuring compliance with the Confidentiality Act, the Control of Dangerous Creatures Act, and the regulations on the import and export of trade goods subject to restrictions. We will conduct periodic inspections of the goods and channels, and any violations discovered will result in penalties determined by the severity of the offense, including fines, revocation of the license, expulsion from the institution, short-term imprisonment, or deportation. 3. All expenses arising from this matter shall be your sole responsibility, with amounts directly deducted from your credit account at Gringotts. Please ensure that your account balance is sufficient upon receipt of the bill. Failure to pay on time or any omissions in payment will be deemed a violation, subject to penalties based on the severity of the infraction, including fines, revocation of the license, expulsion from the institution, short-term imprisonment, or deportation. 4. According to the Foreigners Act and its supplementary provisions, if you fail to submit evidence of innocence or a settlement agreement within 2 working days of receiving a complaint, it will be considered a breach of regulations. Penalties will be imposed based on the severity of the infraction, including fines, revocation of the license, expulsion from the institution, short-term imprisonment, or deportation. 5. We reserve the right to interpret the permissions contained within the license. In the event that specific provisions are altered, you will be notified promptly. Should you fail to rectify any issues within the stipulated time frame, penalties will be applied based on the severity of the situation, including fines, revocation of the license, expulsion from the institution, short-term imprisonment, or deportation. Finally, we extend our sincere wishes to you for a pleasant experience. Yours sincerely, D. Maximilian Leon, Department of Magical Creature Management. What a chest. Are the clothes you sold them too small? No, the chest. Not. Damn it. You made my words sound like some sort of innuendo. Why can't you Brits think of enriching your rhetoric before getting tangled up in the trivialities of past participles? Apologies. Neil, displaying a look of disdain, vehemently waved his arm as if to dispel a thought from his mind, inadvertently striking the face of the person to his left with his elbow. The slender boy, adorned with thick-bottomed glasses, had barely a moment to emit a cry before his eyes rolled back, and he collapsed like a marionette with severed strings, sliding helplessly from his chair. Fortunately, the other students were preoccupied with discussions about the class schedule, oblivious to the unfolding incident at the back of the classroom. Michael's eyes widened in shock. Clearly startled by his classmate's injury and the assailant's overly decisive actions. Why are you so adept? Hey, is that guy still alive? Shouldn't we inform the professor? However, the unexpected instigator seemed utterly indifferent to the weight of the disruption, sitting nonchalantly in the last row, wearing a gentle, almost benevolent smile, patiently awaiting his turn to speak, a demeanor so mature that it left onlookers feeling uneasy. Professor McGonagall, despite her role as deputy headmistress, found herself torn by the dilemma of not delving into matters concerning this exchange student, which contradicted her duties. Yet, after nearly 4 decades in her teaching career, she regarded Dumbledore as a respected leader and a trustworthy friend. Thus, she resolved to approach the situation with caution, opting for observation before making any judgments. Well, class? She clapped her hands to regain the students' attention. I trust you heard this during yesterday's welcoming ceremony, but allow me to reiterate. Welcome to Hogwarts. Here, you will learn various aspects of magic and how to wield this knowledge wisely. She paused, satisfied to see no one displaying an air of arrogance. I'm your transfiguration teacher. You may call me Professor McGonagall. Over the next 5 or 7 years, depending on whether your O.W.L. exam results meet the requirements for the advanced class, I will share my experiences and insights in this subject. Meanwhile, Michael, seated in the last row, was hardly attentive to the professor's words. His gaze incessantly darted towards Neil, who had fainted in his chair, his body visibly tilting to one side. Transfiguration is the art of transforming one object into another. It can animate inanimate objects or transmute vibrant creatures into lifeless forms. This is an intricate field of study. Suddenly, a loud crash emanated from the back of the classroom, startling everyone and leading them to instinctively suspect the culprit. McGonagall furrowed her brow, only to discover she had misjudged the situation. Neilvan remained seated with composure, his eyes slightly unfocused, while the student beside him had tumbled to the ground. Observing the bewildered expression on the boy's face, reminiscent of someone just awakened, and realizing the classroom's atmosphere had been momentarily restored, McGonagall felt a surge of irritation. Pollock Foggart dazedly rose from the ground, as if a bell were incessantly tolling in his mind. The right side of his face throbbed with pain, and the professor's scolding, along with the laughter of his classmates, seemed to echo from a distant realm. He could only recall sitting there in anticipation of the lesson, when suddenly darkness enveloped him, leading to a total blank thereafter. He remained oblivious to the fact that, merely a partition away, Neil Van and Michael Connor were exchanging furtive glances and signals. "I told you this wouldn't work. Stop it, Mr. Connor. I have stated that I will apologize to this gentleman. Let us not continue this endless bickering like two Vladimir and Estragon, shall we? Who is that? Wait, why can I comprehend your thoughts? All right. No need for alarm. It is merely a simple form of telepathy. Now, pay attention. Chapter 13. The first lesson, Terrorist Studies. If Hogwarts were to be likened to a nation, then Morris Marvin would undoubtedly be regarded as the greatest traitor in its history. During his tenure as headmaster, he implemented numerous measures that were largely misunderstood by the public, including charging fees for extracurricular lectures during holidays, replacing part of the wall decorations with advertisements from sponsors, and most infamously, engaging in backdoor dealings regarding admission qualifications, all while increasing the student population nearly twofold. Those living in contemporary society would find it evident that his business acumen was at least 3 to 5 centuries ahead of its time. However, this does not alter the fact that he was a greedy and despicable individual. Over a span of 12 years, Marvin's initiatives aided 7 young wizards, once deemed mute, in rediscovering their long-buried talents, and generated valuable funds for the restoration of Hogwarts facilities. Yet all this pales in comparison to the damage inflicted upon the institution's reputation. In a show of censure, all magical portraits left by Marvin were prohibited from wearing wigs as they had in life, and must now present their bald heads in their natural state. Some may question why those potion-brewing individuals failed to invent a reliable hair restoration potion until the 17th century. However, I must correct this misconception. They still have not succeeded even to this day. Professor McGonagall surveyed the classroom. Most classes did not impose rigid seating arrangements. Yet students from the two houses instinctively chose to sit apart, clustering near the walls, Hufflepuffs on the left and Ravenclaws on the right, each seemingly unaware of the other's existence. It was only when the slight boy Fogger, in a stupor, tumbled from his chair that the entire room erupted in harmonious laughter. In a sense, Marvin's perspective was correct. Placing students from different houses in the same classroom did indeed enhance their enthusiasm. Yet, it simultaneously exacerbated the already fragile friendly relations between the houses. Educating these children to recognize that students from other houses were allies rather than adversaries is a protracted process that requires years of subtle influence. As has always been the case, in the past decade, Professor Snape's incitements have rendered this endeavor even more challenging. Speaking of which, Mr. Kona, are you aware that the name Pollock Fogel implies the notion of a hapless scapegoat? I am curious to fathom what kind of parents would bestow such a name upon their child, as if they were anticipating a series of misfortunes, would they not? Michael paid him no heed. With a flourish of her wand, amidst a chorus of gasps, she transformed the inkpot on the podium into a sparrow. The distinction between the Hufflepuff and Ravenclaw students became apparent here. Most of the Hufflepuff students appeared bewildered by this spectacle, seemingly unable to envision such a scenario, while conversely, the majority of the Ravenclaw students listened with earnest attentiveness, at least until they begin to bask in their own achievements. They need not worry about anyone engaging in such perilous endeavors. Ravenclaw students, however, exhibited a stark contrast. Some fell into deep contemplation, endeavoring to apply their scant magical knowledge to elucidate the phenomena described by the professor, regardless of the accuracy of their conclusions. Such reflections would undoubtedly aid them in their future pursuits in transfiguration. Among these perceptive students, many bore expressions that suggested they were itching to experiment themselves after class, making it foreseeable that the infirmary would be exceedingly busy today. You see, this is one of the pitfalls of the house system. Students within the same house often gravitate towards extreme notions, leading to foolish actions spurred on by the collective encouragement of their peers. This is particularly evident among the Gryffindor and Ravenclaw houses. With this thought in mind, Professor McGonagall suddenly found herself intrigued by Neil's reaction, only to discover that he remained seated with a smile, seemingly either having fully absorbed her counsel or perhaps not having heeded a single word. Mr. Wan, I have heard that the magical system from your region is entirely different from what we are familiar with. Do you have any knowledge or experiences regarding transfiguration that you could share with us? A hush fell over the classroom, with several students seated farther away involuntarily rising to stretch their necks in curiosity about his intentions. Even Professor McGonagall felt a flicker of interest. The enigmatic spells of the East were not often encountered, and moreover, it presented a splendid opportunity to glean insights into Neil without contravening her promise to Dumbledore. With a swift motion, Neil once again drew forth the nearly 40-inch-long peachwood sword from his sleeve, startling the Hufflepuff students witnessing such a storage technique for the first time. He then rummaged in his pocket with his left hand, retrieving a handful of smooth black stones and casually scattering them across the desk before him. Observing his actions, Neil smiled faintly, contemplating whether he should perhaps place a bowl or something similar in front of him, as it could yield additional income. With his left hand forming a gesture, he wielded the sword to trace a somewhat eccentric pattern in the air, subsequently tapping the sword's tip upon the stones laid out on the desk while reciting an incantation. Wolf, wolf, leaping upon its hind legs, wolf, tucking its tail to conceal its brilliance. The small stone began to tremble as if animated, initially only shaking slightly, but soon the tremors grew more vigorous, as if a magnetic force was drawing them closer together, ultimately coalescing into a fist-sized sphere of black substance. The originally smooth and hard stone surface gradually softened, becoming covered with a layer of sleek, glossy black fur that seemed to have sprouted from nowhere. Unbeknownst to them, the students encircling the table held their breath, watching as the little black fur ball extended its delicate limbs, attempting to stand, only to collapse time and again just a step away from success. Finally, after countless failures, the little creature sat down in frustration, its tiny nose twitching as it opened its still-developing mouth to wail pitifully. The students watching erupted in excitement. What is that? A cat? No, it resembles a dog. Wait, a wolf cub. Oh, it looks utterly adorable. Professor McGonagall raised an eyebrow, her expression complex as she observed the little creature struggling to stand. How intricate, she mused, though it seems there is room for improvement in efficiency. Is this some sort of wolf transformation spell? Strictly speaking, it's somewhat different, Professor. If translated into English, let me think. Yes. It would be more accurately termed the living bomb spell. A sudden chill swept through the classroom, causing the crowd, who had just been enchanted by the cuteness of the creature, to regain their composure. Bomb? Someone inquired in a hoarse voice. Yes. Neil nodded, his demeanor unreserved, showing no signs of embarrassment. In my homeland, whenever the astronomical tower sounded the alarm of an impending beast tide, we would produce these creatures in bulk and scatter them across the land. Do you use these little animals as scouts or something? A hopeful Hufflepuff girl with braided hair asked. No, my dear. The purpose of these little fellows is to exploit their seemingly harmless appearance to lure passing beasts into swallowing them whole. The darkstone that constitutes their bodies is a mineral of immense energy yet highly unstable, retaining these characteristics even after transformation. The rest, well, I believe you've all heard the tale of using seal meat wrapped around sharp fish hooks as bait to hunt polar bears. The stomach lining of most animals is not as resilient as their skin, and this holds true even for magical beasts. A few students with vivid imaginations were starting to pale. What in the world? Is there something wrong with you, or is everyone from your place just not right in the head? Anthony Goldstein sharply voiced the collective sentiment. Neil chuckled awkwardly. Why so agitated, Mr. Goldstein? This is distinctly different from the transformation technique demonstrated by the professor earlier. It does not involve turning stones into actual creatures. While it may appear as if the creature is adorably attempting to stand, the reality is quite the contrary. This entire performance is merely a setting I have meticulously inscribed within the spell. In truth, this little being possesses no self-awareness, so you need not extend any undue sympathy towards it. Of course, should this evoke any discomfort on your part, I am more than willing to extend an apology. Neil's expression momentarily betrayed a hint of awkwardness. In fact, I cannot comply, Professor. As I previously mentioned, their sole purpose for existence is to accompany the monstrous beast that consumes them, which is why for centuries, no one has contemplated restoring the metamorphosed UN stone to its original state. We lack the corresponding incantations. Professor McGonagall's expression resembled that of someone who awakens to find approximately 50,000 cockroaches hosting a feast in their bedroom. However, fear not. I am confident that with just a modicum of external stimulation, it will detonate spontaneously. We could seek a more open space in the courtyard. No. In that instant, the voices of around 30 individuals harmonized perfectly, with McGonagall herself scarcely aware that she was among them. Chapter 14. The Emergence of a Commercial Empire. The state before its formation. Neil fervently assured everyone that this entity's essence is merely a highly realistic mimicry bait. Yet therein lies the flaw, for when it explodes, it will unleash carnage akin to that of a living being. The effort invested in realism has been excessive. The beasts are astute, Professor. They may discern anomalies from the demise of their companions, leading them to regard seemingly innocuous creatures with suspicion. Consequently, the efficacy of the trapping tactics we have relied upon for years would be significantly compromised. To avert such a scenario, every step must be executed flawlessly. Even under the intense scrutiny resembling a web of glares, Neil calmly elucidated, his demeanor as forthright as if imparting wilderness survival knowledge. He was fully aware of the potential sentiments that might arise among those accustomed to peaceful surroundings. After all, the last hidden realm on the Isle of England vanished in the 6th century, when the progenitor of English wizards, Merlin, was merely a village druid clad in bark and wielding a forked staff, expecting the complacent English, who had enjoyed over 14 centuries of tranquility. To comprehend the menace posed by these beasts after a few words is indeed a formidable challenge. However, for Neil, steadfastly defending the front lines against the relentless tide of monstrous creatures and safeguarding the majestic landscapes beneath the snowy mountains is a source of pride for their faction. Irrespective of others' understanding, which does not necessitate the veiling of truths with falsehoods. Naturally, it is somewhat troubling if the entire clan is misconstrued as deranged individuals with a penchant for torturing small animals. Yet he has yet to devise a satisfactory explanation that reconciles all perspectives. Throughout the entire process, the wolf cub, transformed from dark stone, gazed at him with its moist, round eyes, its little head bobbing as if just awakened from slumber. Occasionally, it would extend its tongue to lick its nose, eliciting a wave of warmth in the hearts of the female students observing. Was there truly no solution? Perhaps, to raise it? Several eager female students immediately displayed disappointment. Just exercise a bit of caution, Professor. It is not so fragile that a mere touch would shatter it. Otherwise, we would have to obliterate the surrounding hills before eliminating the magical beast. Very well. Professor McGonagall nodded and pointed her wand at the wolf cub, uttering a floating charm. The little creature immediately floated into the air, its 4 legs suspended. It appeared not particularly frightened. Rather, it joyfully paddled through the air, occasionally emitting excited whimpers. Regardless of any genius, expecting a group of 11-year-olds to adhere to discipline in an unsupervised environment is an indulgent hope. Before long, everyone had forgotten the professor's instructions and clustered in small groups to chat. Pollock Fogel, however, was not in the mood for conversation, resting his chin on his hand. Seated alone, this posture was not an attempt to appear aloof, but rather a result of the excruciating pain radiating from his jaw that had yet to subside. Pollock could not comprehend what had transpired within those brief minutes before class. Although he had always been a person of unfortunate luck, every event should have its cause and effect. Surely, it could not be that he had simply lost his mind and struck himself? Pollock, who had unwittingly found himself embroiled in a supernatural incident on the very first day of class, furrowed his brow in frustration when someone tapped his shoulder from the right. Irritated, he turned to see the foreign exchange student, who had just garnered significant attention in class, smiling at him with an overly humble demeanor. 15 minutes later, when Professor McGonagall returned to the classroom after safely placing the little wolf, she discovered that 2 seats in the last row of Ravenclaw were vacant. Neil and the student who had dozed off during the first lesson, Fogel, were both missing. According to eyewitness accounts, the two had been engaged in a seemingly normal quiet conversation when, abruptly, Pollock Fogel stood up as if possessed and struck the other in the face. In the ensuing chaos, he ended up fracturing the bones from his index finger to his ring finger, collapsing to the ground in agony. With no professor present, Neil had volunteered to escort him to the infirmary. The core curriculum for first-year students at Hogwarts comprises 7 subjects: transfiguration, charms, herbology, potions, astronomy, history of magic, and defense against the dark arts, and the schedule is not overly demanding. Those students who adapted quickly to their new surroundings began to explore the school during their free time. Many of them were captivated by the magically shifting staircases or the mischievous ghosts. Yes, I'm referring to you, Peeves. The students, having been thoroughly embarrassed, were driven by the indomitable spirit of youth, fearless and adventurous, to challenge again, inspiring their peers, who usually possessed common sense, to follow suit. However, the last significant incident resulting in student fatalities occurred in 1942, nearly half a century ago, its history predating even the most notorious of figures, and unrelated to the reckless explorations of the newcomers. Consequently, aside from the ever-watchful Firk, who eagerly sought to expose any violations of school rules, most faculty members remained indifferent to such behavior. This year, however, Ravenclaw experienced an unusual phenomenon. Students were scarcely seen roaming about during leisure hours. Not only the newcomers, but also this inclination spread among the upperclassmen. The proportion of Ravenclaw students idly wandering the corridors, Quidditch pitch, and lakeside diminished significantly, leaving the perplexed Professor Flitwick to believe that a sudden surge of academic enthusiasm had swept through his house, much to his unwarranted delight. What truly diverted the students' attention from the outside world was the emergence of a small tent in a corner of the common room, hastily erected by Neil, who had obtained a license for his shop and seemed anxious to establish it before any change of heart. The Ravenclaw Common Room. A spacious circular chamber adorned in shades of blue, featured elegant arched windows draped with exquisite silk curtains, and a ceiling and carpet embellished with star patterns, exuding an air of wisdom and grace akin to the archetypal wizarding sanctum. Yet, Neil appeared resolute in his intent to disrupt this enviable elegance. Out of respect for the founder, he utilized blue waterproof fabric for the tent, an odd choice for an indoor setting, but aside from its hue, his newly opened shop bore the unmistakable aesthetic of a flea market stall, starkly contrasting with the rest of the common room. The modest space was cluttered with boxes and barrels from unknown origins, leaving only a few velvet cloths in the center to display his wares. Ancient coins strung together with red thread, octagonal copper plates inscribed with peculiar symbols, and quaint little mirrors reminiscent of talismans, alongside feathers, scales, and other desiccated materials whose origins prompted uneasy speculation. In large glass jars, white oval objects floated in murky liquids, occasionally performing somersaults of their own volition, while the most striking item was a copper sword displayed on a red lacquered stand, its blade glimmering with a faint blue light that evoked a sense of breathlessness simply by gazing upon it. The cheerful proprietor sat cross-legged at the center, draped in a robe of ultramarine, ringing a handbell to attract the attention of passing students. If one were to observe students in the lounge engrossed in reading or composing essays, he would gently place a finger to his lips, signaling for silence. Then, with an air of mystery, he would retrieve one or two rare trinkets from a box behind him, eliciting soft gasps of awe from onlookers. This spectacle would continue until the diligent students, besieged by curiosity, found themselves unable to concentrate on their studies. Consequently, the number of Ravenclaw students studying in the library surged significantly, which was one of the primary reasons for Professor Flitwick's misunderstanding. In the initial days, everyone maintained a cautious watchfulness regarding Neil and his inexplicable yet costly merchandise. Each time the stall opened, it was thronged with people, yet very few were genuinely inclined to spend money. It was not until the conclusion of the first week of the new term that an unforeseen event dramatically altered this situation, propelling the stall into the spotlight among the students. Chapter 15, The All-Encompassing Terrorist. Neil's new life in the wizarding world was as thrilling and extraordinary as Harry had once envisioned. However, alongside these marvels, there lingered some less delightful aspects. Foremost among these was Professor Severus Snape, the potions master. Snape maliciously linked Neil's failure to complete a review of the year's curriculum on the first day of school to Harry's identity as the boy who lived, asserting that it was a manifestation of his arrogance and disdain for teachers, the institution, and the pursuit of knowledge. He insinuated, rather bluntly, that this likely stemmed from a lack of parental guidance. Despite Ron and Hermione's fervent attempts to restrain him, Harry ultimately did not commit the egregious act of assaulting a professor during the first class, though he later learned that someone in the Transfiguration classroom 2 floors away nearly did. Nonetheless, Snape seized the opportunity to penalize him nearly 50 points for disrespect towards the professor. There seemed to exist an innate aversion between the two, such that the mere sight of one another would incite discontent. Even Harry could not articulate the origin of this feeling, for he was certain he had never interacted with anyone bearing the surname Snape. Ron was a commendable friend, not merely in terms of the quality of their relationship, but in his worthiness as a companion. He was warm-hearted and sincere, consistently generous. His abilities were slightly below average, yet he possessed remarkable talents that would shine through, making him the ideal friend who neither incited jealousy nor became a burden. Hermione, on the other hand, was a somewhat proud and rigid girl, her sharp tone often causing others to shy away. Yet, once one broke through her protective shell, it became evident that she was a commendable individual, honest and kind, demonstrating within mere days her exceptional aptitude as a prime target for high-quality homework assistance across all subjects. But wait, Why do our discussions of friendship seem to veer towards the utilitarian? Neville was an obedient boy, introverted and plagued by insecurities regarding his physique, family background, and what now appeared to be his unremarkable magical talent. He epitomizes the quintessential prey in Snape's eyes. Had it not been for Harry's presence to divert some of the attention, his days in potions class would surely have felt akin to hell. For this reason, Neville's demeanor towards Harry and his companions is somewhat warmer than that of his other classmates. At least he can engage in relatively fluent conversation at the breakfast table, albeit the topics remain rather mundane, revolving around requests for butter or an additional chicken leg, with no discussions of personal matters. Fred and George, Ron's twin brothers, are precisely the type of individuals one would seek to avoid during school hours. They possess a remarkable sense of humor, albeit devoid of empathy, and would not hesitate to turn another school experience into sheer chaos for their amusement. It must be clarified that they are not the deranged thugs that the beleaguered Filch has persistently attempted to convince everyone they are, akin to the notorious grave robber and murderer Bach and Hale. They are merely two ordinary youths with slightly radical tendencies, or as Neil might say, two unfortunate souls warped by the pathological sorting hat system. And speaking of Neil Van, he undoubtedly stands out as the most talked about individual at present, due to their differing houses. Harry has yet to seize an opportunity to exchange a few words with him since the start of term. He can only occasionally catch glimpses of Neil performing intricate butter knife carvings on toast at the Ravenclaw table, a skill that consistently draws a crowd but simultaneously makes it difficult for outsiders to approach him. Nevertheless, even in the absence of direct communication, rumors about him invariably reach their ears. Harry and Ron are often doubled over in laughter from the embellished anecdotes that circulate, while Hermione frequently feigns disinterest, wandering off only to eavesdrop when no one is watching. Whispers suggest he was targeted by unruly students on his very first day, enduring beatings and extortion, with some claiming to have witnessed him kneeling in the common room. However, such superficial gossip hardly elucidates why this troublesome student would visit the infirmary thrice in a single day, only serving to intensify the curiosity surrounding him. One relatively credible piece of information is that the explosive creature he conjured during Transfiguration class is now housed in Professor McGonagall's office. Anyone, be they student, teacher, or even a delivering owl who dares to approach within 2 meters is met with dire consequences. As Fred has personally attested after being reprimanded for tossing a caterpillar at passing Slytherin students in the corridor. Presently, not a soul in the school, including Dumbledore, dares to provoke her wrath on this matter. Even the infamous troublemaker Peeves wisely opts to steer clear of her office near the second-floor entrance hall, lest the elderly which misconstrue his intentions. And the latest and most sensational development, of course, is the small shop that has recently appeared in the Ravenclaw common room. The relationship between Gryffindor and Ravenclaw, while not as antagonistic as that with Slytherin, remains far from intimate enough to host each other's students in their respective common rooms. Among the upperclassmen, there may be a couple of close friendships, yet they must also consider the sentiments of their housemates, making it unwise to bring outsiders in. As for newcomers like Harry and his friends, they do not even meet that preliminary condition. Nevertheless, he resolved to inquire about it the next time he encountered Neil. Today's herbology class could present an excellent opportunity for this. It was the first time Gryffindor and Ravenclaw freshmen would attend a joint class, and as long as Neil did not cause any trouble like last time, he would surely find a chance to speak with him afterward. The herbology classroom is situated within the greenhouse at the rear of the castle, a location that, although somewhat distant, is easily navigable for the freshmen still unfamiliar with the school's layout. Professor Pomona Sprout, the head of Hufflepuff House, possesses a presence as understated as her house itself. This remark, initially circulated by Slytherin, carries a strong undertone of aggression and discrimination, yet countless Hufflepuff students have found themselves at a loss for a rebuttal. Besides the ghostly Professor Binns, who vanishes promptly at the end of class, she is one of the least visible faculty members at Hogwarts. However, she is indifferent to this fact, as her complete attention is devoted to plants and her students, mostly plants, leaving no energy for petty rivalries. This placid demeanor may seem somewhat cowardly to certain hot-blooded students, yet it undeniably earns her respect among the professors. Even Snape rarely chooses to provoke Professor Sprout. The primary reason for this restraint may well stem from the abundance of medicinal plants that the greenhouse provides for his classes and personal research. Thus, Pomona Sprout and her cherished greenhouse garden remain untouched by disputes, becoming a sanctuary of tranquility. However, on this particular day, as Harry approached the greenhouse entrance, He was greeted not by the anticipated serenity, but by a thunderous scream from Professor Sprout within the very haven of peace. Harry exchanged a glance with Ron and Hermione behind him, and in each other's eyes, they discerned the name of the prime suspect. Indeed, upon pushing the grand doors open, they were met with the sight of Neil, brandishing a wooden sword, engaged in a fierce battle with a towering 2-meter-tall humanoid cactus. "Oh, Mr. Potter, and Mr. Weasley and Miss Granger, how delightful to see you again. I was just hoping to have a word with you today. So I arrived 10 minutes early," he exclaimed. "Come on, you massive gooey wheats. You should have been reincarnated as a cattail by now." The crimson-painted wooden sword danced in his hands, striking with the agility of a serpent, relentlessly chipping away at the large succulent with a tempestuous assault. Professor Sprout, observing her student grappling desperately with his plant, appeared as pale as parchment, seemingly on the verge of fainting. Several other students who had arrived early chose to retreat to a distant corner of the greenhouse, maintaining a safe distance while watching the scene unfold with astonishment. Although Harry felt it might be inappropriate to interrupt at such a moment, he could not help but ask, "What are you doing? Can't you tell?" "Well, to put it simply, while I was waiting for you, I had a little chat with Professor Sprout about that foul pig attempting to ambush me. I was about to teach you how to write the characters for martial virtue. Where was I? Ah, yes, about fertilizer." His words, delivered amidst a flurry of movement, sounded somewhat fragmented. However, with a little effort, one could grasp his meaning. "I recommended a product to the professor." "Oh, you're poking me with a needle? Excellent, bring it on, you scoundrel." And then, to demonstrate the effects, I borrowed a cactus from the greenhouse. Not far from them lay a toppled flower stand, from which it appeared a pot had not merely fallen but shattered. "It seems your country plants are slightly easier to care for than I had anticipated." As he spoke, the cactus, battered and bruised, could no longer withstand the onslaught of the wooden sword. With a swift motion, Neil severed its arm, then, as the opponent was still regaining composure, advanced with a graceful leap, executing a clean horizontal strike that decapitated it. Simultaneously, Professor Sprout, seemingly affected by the sword's aura, rolled her eyes back and collapsed backward. After the initial shock, a shared confusion arose among the onlookers, but indeed, once the main trunk had been cleaved, the massive humanoid cactus lay motionless on the ground, resembling a lifeless form. Perhaps it was also a consequence of that enigmatic fertilizer. Regardless of how many theories one might conjure, no conclusion would arise. So it seemed best to simply accept the situation as it stood. Seeing the danger had passed, the students who had taken refuge in the corner hurried toward Professor Sprout. Noticing that others had approached, Neil remained at a distance, presuming the professor might not wish to see his face at that moment. Chapter 16. Friendship and Grace. The class was delayed by 15 minutes. When Madame Pomfrey and Professor Flitwick, called in as the responsible party, arrived, Professor Sprout had regained consciousness. She was seated on the ground, cradling the severed section of cactus like Mr. Renal holding Julian's head in the red and the black, her patched hat askew. Eyes vacant, murmuring softly to herself. The sight was truly one that could bring tears to the eyes of any onlooker. Particularly, the air was suffused with a delightful fragrance reminiscent of aloe vera gel, which made the forlorn professor, surrounded by the verdant liquid, appear even more pitiable. However, when the irate Professor Flitwick intended to confront the culprit, who was, with an expression of guilt, furtively gathering the shattered cactus fragments into his pockets, she suddenly came to her senses and stepped forward to defend him. "This is my fault," she declared resolutely. "I permitted him to use that so-called special fertilizer on the plants. I underestimated the peril involved, and when danger arose, I, as a professor, should have taken action to protect my students, yet I failed to do so. If anyone deserves censure, it is undoubtedly I." Such a staunch stance was uncharacteristic of Pomona. But seeing her unwavering resolve, Professor Flitwick had no choice but to relent. After all, he was loath to impose severe penalties on his own students. Professor Sprout even politely declined Mrs. Pomfrey's suggestion to rest in the infirmary, insisting, "I have already lost my composure enough today. At least allow me to fulfill my duties as a professor this time." Thus, Neil, who would ordinarily have faced suspension, was merely symbolically penalized 20 points for disrupting the class and showing contempt for a professor. The reason it was termed symbolic was that his valor in safeguarding his classmates from the rampaging cactus creature was equally worth 20 points, resulting in no actual punishment. While this might raise suspicions of favoritism, Professor Sprout's declaration successfully diverted everyone's attention and provided the new students, especially the Gryffindor first years who had suffered under Snape's tyranny, with a fresh perspective on the faculty at Hogwarts. Consequently, little attention was paid to the minor character who, like a scavenger, had fixated on the remains of the cactus. Honestly, what did you feed that cactus? Does it work on other plants too? Seizing the opportunity with his watering can, Ron leaned in and whispered to Neil. The practical component of herbology was substantial. After explaining the fundamental characteristics and care methods of plants, the remaining time was devoted to hands-on practice by the students. Although every year saw students sent to the infirmary for being choked, cut, or bitten, and instances of poisoning were commonplace, herbology remained more favored than sitting in a classroom for an hour and a half listening to a ghost drone on about the history of magic. Neil, who was trimming black daisies, seemed quite pleased by this remark. I must admit, Mr. Weasley, I am quite surprised, he said, quickly glancing at Professor Sprout, who was instructing other students in pruning techniques, and lowering his voice to Ron. I never imagined you would have an interest in horticulture. Strictly speaking, I have no interest whatsoever. Ron spoke earnestly, however. My mother might be intrigued by a fertilizer that could quintuple the yield of tomatoes in the garden. Of course, this is contingent upon the fact that, with the arrival of the fifth son school age, the Weasley family's renowned impoverished state in Great Britain seems to have reached a point where one might be compelled to take desperate measures for survival. Furthermore, the effects of this fertilizer on magical plants and ordinary plants are entirely different, with the latter typically responding in a much milder manner. Additionally, I have always believed that housewives are among the most formidable primates in the world. Your esteemed mother would surely be able to handle such trivial matters. He reached into his pocket with his free hand, rummaging for a moment before producing a small cloth bag, slightly larger than a pepper shaker, embroidered with a half-black, half-white circular pattern using cotton thread. Initially, Ron exhibited some reluctance towards this dubious free offering, yet Neil's fervent entrepreneurial spirit instilled a measure of reassurance in him. Well, my original intention was to inquire whether this item is legal, but since you insist, very wise, Mr. Weasley. I look forward to your return. And you, Mr. Potter? Harry recalled the meticulously mowed lawn of the Dursleys' yard and imagined the weeds growing several meters high, entangling Uncle Vernon and Dudley around their ankles, lifting them into the air amidst Aunt Petunia's screams. Such devilish thoughts quickly dissipated. Thank you, Neil, but I may have no use for these items where I reside. Oh, right, you've reminded me. You live with that uncle of yours, the gentleman who resembles an old walrus, correct? How unfortunate. The Ministry of Magic strictly prohibits me from providing goods to Muggle families, even those with wizarding children, as they fear neighbors might wonder why this family's tulips bloom larger than human heads. Truly, I thought British gentlemen would be more aloof regarding others' private affairs. You know, that feeling of only discussing the weather after meeting. This is the first time I've heard someone consider indifference a mark of gentlemanliness. The essence of gentlemanly conduct is far from your superficial understanding. Ron unabashedly chuckled. Despite having wasted some time on idle chatter, everyone managed to complete their assignments unscathed before the class bell rang. Hermione, who was even amused by a rather mischievous joke at the last moment, received 5 points for her commendable results. Had it not been for Professor Sprout's clandestine exchange of passwords with Neil after dismissing the class while everyone was distracted, this lesson would have been deemed a splendid start. This is the expertise, Mr. Potter. Individuals like Professor Sprout would not harbor any grudges against me for the destruction of a plant or two, fertilizers, gardening tools, rare seedlings, and seeds. She is acutely aware of their value and would never relinquish them lightly. When Harry expressed his confusion over the professor's unusual behavior, Neil elucidated. You may presume that experts shy away from risk, but that assumption is fundamentally flawed. They merely possess a greater acumen for assessing risk than the average individual. Consider the illustrious merchants of history, the great commanders, the pioneers of science, and the founding leaders, which among them was not a seasoned speculator and gambler. They possess a keen understanding of their engagements and are acutely aware of the limits of their own capabilities. This is precisely why I provided the professor with the original product, while the portion intended for Mr. Weasley was diluted 5-fold. I certainly do not wish to find myself facing him with a knife, should his garden be overrun by murderous tomatoes. He stretched comfortably, as if envisioning a bright future. Chapter 17. Rogues and Watchdogs. The layout of the student accommodations at Hogwarts is peculiarly arranged. The Slytherin and Hufflepuff dormitories are located underground, whereas Gryffindor and Ravenclaw occupy the tops of their respective towers. At first glance, This arrangement may seem discriminatory, but if one were to think along those lines, it would reveal a lack of understanding of the founders' earnest efforts to intertwine their houses with the concept of the four elements in pursuit of elegance. Moreover, one would fail to appreciate the sentiment of having to ascend 8 flights of stairs after a long day just to reach one's beloved bed. I have yet to visit the Ravenclaw Tower. There is no shame in that, Mr. Potter. Many Gryffindors graduate without ever having ventured there, Neil remarked. Of course, the converse is equally true. Harry felt somewhat uneasy as Neil firmly grasped his left arm, seemingly fearful that he might change his mind and flee. This posture proved rather awkward and aesthetically displeasing, but having endured the relentless propaganda of the Dursleys and being shunned by his peers, he found himself surprisingly unperturbed by this gesture of goodwill. Neither Angela nor Grantaire were mentioned, nor was Marius, and the reasons for this are well understood. Frankly speaking, Neil did not contemplate such profound matters while engaging in these actions. He appreciated the ornate rhetoric, exquisite attire, and graceful demeanor. Yet he was reluctant to emulate the inner qualities of others, content with mere appearances. This is not a reflection of superficiality. He possesses a distinct vision of the path he wishes to tread. Speaking of the Gryffindor common room, Mr. Potter, may I inquire about the name of the plump lady depicted in the portrait before the entrance? The term plump lady was somewhat uncommon, and Harry paused momentarily before realizing to whom he was referring. You mean the fat lady? I do not know her name. What a pity. She transitions between hues remarkably well. I have always hoped for an opportunity to make her acquaintance. By the way, did you know that the phrase to get acquainted with a piece of art is rather peculiar? It is likely a phrase one might only encounter here at Hogwarts. The long journey to Ravenclaw Tower became slightly more animated due to Neil's incessant introduction of new topics. From the portrait of the fat lady to Rubens. From Rubens to the tale of the faithful dog. And from that to the peculiar story of an ancient physician who, having assisted a she-wolf in childbirth, found himself suspected of murder and nearly executed as a result. This, Mr. Potter, is still a mild tale. In this narrative, the wolf merely delivered a package it had retrieved from a corpse, thus leaving room for exoneration. In many other cases, they are more inclined to take matters into their own paws, leaving the unfortunate victim with no recourse to clear their name. If the Dursleys had possessed even a modicum of conscience, perhaps they would have taken Harry along on their vacations in years past. And he would not find it difficult to recognize how Neil, rubbing his hands together and smiling with a mischievous glint, resembled those local tour guides who prey upon unsuspecting foreign tourists. However, let us set that aside for today, Mr. Potter. I harbor no intention of belittling your intellect, but I am truly eager to showcase my little shop to you. So let us proceed with brevity, please. Open the door. He grasped the rusted bronze knocker and gently tapped it. At once, the eagle statue upon the door glowed with a blue light, and a haunting female voice emanated from its beak. Lost. Honey pig intestines. How did you manage that? A trade secret, Mr. Potter. Just know that others cannot replicate this feat. Neil flashed him a grin and gestured for Harry to hurry along. The two entered through the door, one following the other. Now, I understand that for you, the Ravenclaw common room is an entirely novel realm, but I must audaciously request that you direct your gaze to my right hand, as I formally present to you. Harry obediently complied, yet as he followed the direction of Neil's finger, all he beheld were scattered splinters of wood, shards of glass, torn scraps of fabric, and an indistinct, viscous black substance oozing everywhere. A boy, seemingly a few years their senior, was sprawled amidst the debris, while two disheveled figures, resembling friends of his, huddled together in fright. A half-grown dog, crafted from grass stems, circled them repeatedly, occasionally rasping its jaws ominously. Any time a foot ventured slightly beyond the circle, it would adopt a threatening stance, rendering the two unfortunate souls too terrified to utter a sound. Onlookers maintained a respectful distance of about 2 meters from the scene, some with expressions of mockery, others with indignation. However, the majority adhered to the Ravenclaw tradition of neutrality, refraining from expressing opinions on matters that did not directly concern them. Only Penelope, anxiously mingling in the crowd, displayed a look of relief upon spotting Neil. He raised an eyebrow, the initial shock gradually fading from his face, replaced by a mask of polite, businesslike composure. Well, although I can roughly guess. For the sake of caution, could someone explain to me what has transpired here? At Hogwarts, the only thing capable of winning universal affection is the galleon. The boy who lived cannot, nor can the greatest wizard of all time, and certainly the eccentric foreigner cannot either, despite possessing a cheerful and loquacious demeanor. which borders on ingratiating yet almost entirely diminishes one's sense of self-esteem and benefiting from a recently established, indispensable trade connection that professionals find hard to sever. Those who have interacted with him find it difficult to harbor an unwavering hatred. Even Pollock Fogel, who had recently suffered a significant setback, chose to let bygones be bygones after entering into what seemed to be an unequal agreement. But this leniency only extends to those who have had direct contact with Neil. Among the upperclassmen, discontent with this ostentatious individual, whose every action seems deliberately dismissive towards his elders, is rampant. It has been proven that regardless of one's ability to wield magic, as long as a group of adolescents is confined within the same boarding school, violence and bullying are inevitable. Rumors circulated among the upperclassmen, demanding that this audacious boy be taught a lesson, and soon volunteers emerged. Several fifth-year students, already anxious about the forthcoming QWLS examinations, decided to relieve their stress by venting on his little shop. Neil Wan, for his part, harbored only a ceremonial interest in most of the spells taught at Hogwarts, yet he had no intention of skipping classes whenever he had a lesson or was otherwise occupied. A straw effigy bearing a sign declaring on break would be propped up in the center of his shop, perhaps to alleviate the solitude of managing the store alone. At times, Neil would place a few small animals crafted from straw beside it for companionship, varying the types according to his mood, garnering high praise among the female students for their authenticity. In the entire Ravenclaw house, perhaps only Penelope comprehended the perilous nature of their scheming. For the last time she saw Neil sitting in a rocking chair, weaving straw like a grandmother knitting, she had curiously inquired whether there was a hidden secret within. Chapter 18. The farce in the common room. About a day prior to the dog-biting incident, Penelope, having awakened half an hour earlier than usual, decided to take a stroll in the morning courtyard. In the common room, she encountered Neil, who had risen even earlier, or perhaps had not slept at all, surrounded by a pile of dried straw, engrossed in crafting something. "What are you doing?" The unfinished little dog appeared slightly larger than a corgi, with slender legs, a short neck, and a flat, broad snout, resembling two shoe insoles stitched together, making it difficult to discern its breed, or perhaps it was merely a figment of imagination. However, in contrast to Neil, who exuded a calm artisan demeanor, the dog was quite lively, disregarding its half-bodied state, desperately wriggling in its owner's grasp in an attempt to break free. Its mouth opened and closed in a silent bark, seemingly challenging Penelope among the onlookers. It appeared to harbor a dislike for me. A prudent choice, Miss Crewat. Observing this scene with the corner of his eye, Neil nodded. Even straw, at its edges, could become sharply pointed, not to mention these creatures, once they bit, were loath to release their grip, intent on tearing away something from their victim, be it a bag, pant leg, or flesh. Penelope, somewhat disheartened, tucked her hands behind her back. "Wait, do you routinely leave such dangerous creatures lying about in the public lounge?" "You see," Neil remarked, extending a finger to flick the still thrashing straw dog on the head, causing its struggles to cease abruptly. Regardless of his prodding and kneading, it remained unresponsive, thus becoming docile. The straw dog was astute, able to temper its aggression, provided it received a command to do so. Yes, indeed. It was almost excessively clever. "By the way, if you wish to touch it, now is the time." Recalling the golden array of sharp teeth, Penelope hesitated and ultimately refrained from reaching out. To mask her embarrassment, she turned to Neil and pointed at the other animals he had crafted and set aside. "What are those?" "Let me think. The one with long ears, is that also a straw dog?" "No, Miss Crewat, that is a straw rabbit. And that one?" "Oh, a straw cow. What about that?" "A straw pig, I believe." You see, the objects made of straw tend to be somewhat distorted in shape. Indeed, what he referred to as straw pigs and straw cows appeared, at first glance, as mere bundles of hay. Only with careful observation could one discern the outlines of limbs and heads. Even so, to assert what animal it truly represented required considerable courage, with the rabbit sporting long ears being the most recognizable. Nevertheless, despite their abstract appearance, these handicrafts were not off-putting. After prolonged gazing, they possessed a peculiar allure and had become quite popular among the girls of Ravenclaw, each priced around 5 nuts as a token of affection. Due to the rough texture of the dry straw, which could cause skin abrasions, they were not suitable for cuddling during sleep. But they made for a rather charming decorative piece when placed at the bedside. So, they can move too? The thought that the dormitory of Ravenclaw girls might have unwittingly transformed into a scene from a horror film stirred a sense of unease within Penelope. Fortunately, Neil promptly dismissed this notion, Absolutely not, Miss Creewut. Neil inserted a small bundle of straw, torn by hand into a fluffy tail shape, into the dog's rear as a finishing touch. He then set aside the completed straw dog and began tidying up the scattered straw on the ground. I am uncertain why this is the case, yet it is a fact that only straw fashioned into the shape of a dog possesses the ability to move, in reality. The choice of materials is rather inconsequential. Whether it be bamboo strips, nettles, or grapevines matters not. The sole determinant of mobility lies in the dog-like form. I wonder if this is a manifestation of the inventor's peculiar determination. After all, one is aware that dogs are often referred to as humanity's best friend. Wouldn't it be splendid if the magic of reality could be as convenient as in A Midsummer Night's Dream? Thanks to his unwarranted obsession, our extensive research into the Straw Executioner project ultimately met with failure. He added, moreover, you may rest assured that I would not part with such a precious artifact for a mere 5 nuts. This compelling rationale finally eased Penelope's concerns. Upon witnessing her smile, Neil reciprocated with a slight grin, entirely unbothered by being perceived as a mercenary. Thus, my little shop harbors no secrets from you. Should anyone contemplate mischief in my absence, perhaps you might remind them. I don't know, to refrain from foolishness? No problem, I've got your back. The two shared a light-hearted fist bump. Now, let us fast forward to 5 minutes before the incident unfolded. Don't be foolish. Penelope positioned herself in front of Neil's shop, glaring fiercely at the trio of mischievous boys. Listen, you have no idea what you are doing. As she observed the 3 wielding wands encircling what appeared to be an unattended stall, Penelope quickly grasped their intentions. While she felt indignant at their shameless bullying of younger students, she also harbored concerns for their safety. A small dog, crafted from straw and barely reaching knee height of an adult, would hardly pose a threat in the eyes of an average person. Yet Neil, who could calmly present explosives and plant growth enhancers for examination in class, had solemnly warned against tampering with it, ringing alarm bells in Penelope's mind. However, the potential aggressors seemed entirely dismissive of her concerns. What does it matter to you, lower-classmen? The leading boy inquired with hostility. This absolutely concerns me. Your actions are bringing shame upon the entire Ravenclaw house. Every student is obligated to halt such behavior. The trio immediately displayed expressions of disdain. To them, just as they were about to teach a first-year a lesson, they were thwarted by an unexpected 4th-year student, exemplifying how these lower-classmen lacked respect for their elders. Step aside. We shall deal with you later. The young man who had just questioned her approached and forcefully pressed down on Penelope's shoulder, pushing her aside. Before she could charge at them again, another individual had already aimed his wand at her. Stay put, or I'll make the pretty face of yours bloom. Such reckless and oblivious behavior left her pale with anger. Although she felt somewhat guilty towards Neil, she truly did not wish to engage any longer with this mindless group. Penelope chose to remain silent, crossing her arms and observing the trio with disdain. At this moment, it was not yet time for classes to end, and the common room was sparsely populated. Among the few present were either indifferent isolationists or timid younger students, none willing to speak up in defense. The leading boy looked on with satisfaction, seemingly proud of the awe his little clique commanded within the academy. He exchanged a conspiratorial glance with his companions before directing his wand towards a stack of wooden barrels beside the market stall. Look at this chaos. With a crash, the waist-high barrel shattered, sending bundles of dried leaves and mysterious glass bottles scattering across the floor. The shockwave of the explosion rippled outward, expanding the circle of devastation. The wooden supports collapsed, neatly stacked empty boxes tumbled down, and the velvet cloth adorned with trinkets was thrown into the air. The cacophony of splintering wood and shattering glass resembled a symphony, interspersed with raucous laughter and Penelope's furious cries of "You cannot do this." Suddenly, a straw dog, buried beneath the debris, sprang to life. The leader reveled in his handiwork, knowing that few could wield the shattering spell to such an extent, even beginning to feel confident about his O.W.L.S. Just then, a yellow figure leapt from the wreckage, silently lunging for his throat. With a snap of its razor-sharp teeth, it tore away a large chunk of flesh from his neck, leaving the victim gasping in a pool of blood, unable to scream. Thankfully, Penelope's worst fears did not materialize. The creature seemed to have received a warning from Neil, targeting not the throat, but rather the man's groin. With a ripping sound, the beast clamped its jaws, pulling down all fabric from the boy's robes to his undergarments in one swift motion, causing him to scream and faint. The air around them now permeated with the scent of ammonia. Tom. Damn it. The boy who had not aimed his wand at Penelope reacted quickly, aiming at the straw dog and reciting the spell. However, the creature was swifter, Before the incantation was complete, his wand shattered into 3 pieces beneath its gnashing teeth. No. The wand was costly, and finding another that matched his would be no easy task. Sacrificing his beloved wand just to teach a first-year a lesson was an unwise trade indeed. Before he could recover from his grief, that elusive beast fixated ferociously on his hair. No. Stay away from him. Simultaneously, the unleashed creature lunged furiously at a second victim, viciously clenching his hair and dragging him along amidst his agonized screams, until every single strand was forcibly yanked from his scalp. Neil was not mistaken. This creature was remarkably tenacious, even refusing to release the strands that had been severed in the middle, gnawing them down to the scalp once more, until a barren patch was left atop the victim's head. The individual knocked down by Penelope gazed up at the approaching menace through tear-filled eyes, utterly bewildered as to how the situation had deteriorated to such chaos. Chapter 19. The merchant's pride. The turmoil instigated by the creature far exceeded expectations. Although the 3 instigating students were not particularly well regarded within the courtyard, it was still unacceptable to stand by and witness them being mauled to pieces by a diminutive beast fashioned from straw. Recognizing the gravity of the situation, which had escalated beyond the realm of mere amusement, the previously indifferent onlookers could no longer refrain from drawing their wands to intervene. The sole silver lining was the enchantment placed upon the creature, which, despite its ferocity, seemed to avoid critical areas in its onslaught, concentrating instead on shredding clothing and gnawing at hair. However, one could only wonder whether this little fiend would cease its assault after stripping its victims bare. In a moment of chaos, stunning and petrifying spells ricocheted throughout the common room, occasionally resulting in stray spells shattering glass or demolishing bookshelves, further amplifying the pandemonium. 2 timid girls began to scream, yet the 2 individuals sprawled on the floor, their robes torn to shreds, screamed even louder. For the infernal creature had taken to using them as shields. What madness was this? You Easterners, if you lack the means to ensure a creature's obedience, should refrain from endowing it with excessive intelligence. Surely this is a matter of simple logic. After nearly 10 seconds, a collective sigh of relief echoed through the room. The 2 ruffians, whose garments now resembled those of Aztec jaguar warriors, finally allowed their pent-up fears to escape, embracing one another in a torrent of tears. Meanwhile, Harry, concealed behind the doorway, contemplated whether he should return another day, uncertain of his feelings regarding the chaos that had unfolded. Such a widespread punishment had not occurred in nearly a decade, and upon news of the incident spreading, nearly everyone was taken aback, lamenting the implications for Ravenclaw's championship prospects this year. However, it wasn't long before the more astute individuals among them recognized the flaw in the system. Hogwarts' house point system did not operate on the premise of negative points. The new academic year had just commenced a week prior. Thus, even if hundreds or thousands of points were deducted, the actual loss would amount only to the points accumulated within that week. The postponement of the O.W.L.'s examination by a year is indeed a disheartening predicament. However, under such circumstances, it seems improbable to pursue one's studies with peace of mind. Thus, one might ponder whether it is reasonable for me to bear the brunt of this situation alone. The potions classroom, nestled underground, remains perpetually cold and eerie throughout the year. Glass jars lining the walls contain a collection of unsettling animal specimens, while the air is perpetually thick with dampness, the scent of earth, and the acrid aroma of failed concoctions. The instructor of this classroom is notoriously merciless, often assigning homework that few can manage to complete, which seems to be one of his rare sources of amusement. In this oppressive and malodorous environment, Neil's incessant murmuring has not been stifled. Perhaps I ought to temper my magical exertions or impose stricter constraints upon them. Nevertheless, I must assert that if no one were to undermine my endeavors, there would be no issues arising. Would you not concur? Hermione, who had been the target of Neil's relentless attempts to rally support, displayed visible annoyance. Listen, Neil, I concede that you have encountered a stroke of bad luck in this matter, but you must also acknowledge the repercussions. I believe Professor Flitwick has already considered this when deciding to be lenient with you. Oh, you are indeed lacking in compassion, Miss Granger, Neil replied, blinking innocently, though his expression was unmistakably theatrical. Hermione chuckled softly and playfully punched him, saying, "Stop being ridiculous. That is no easy feat. Speaking of which, where have Mr. Potter and Mr. Weasley wandered off to?" A hint of disdain flickered across Hermione's face. "It's nearly 15 minutes until class starts." "Indeed. Quite peculiar, is it not?" she retorted, her irritation palpable, as if she were exasperated by their inability to complete their assignments on time. "I mean, they can't simply abandon potions because they dislike Snape. can they? Moreover, submitting a subpar assignment would only provide him with further excuses to nitpick. Hermione selectively chose to disregard the potentially perilous plant name mentioned earlier. Don't be so pessimistic. Hagrid is quite amiable, and you will come to appreciate him. He is a particularly good friend of Harry's. Well, I suppose so. Perhaps we shall find common ground. Ah, here they come. Harry and Ron burst into the classroom through the back door, Ron's hands smeared with a considerable amount of ink, clearly having arrived in haste. Noticing that Snape had yet to enter, both boys visibly exhaled in relief and began scanning the room for their friends. Finding individuals in the dimly lit, crowded underground classroom proved challenging. Fortunately, luck seemed to favor them this time, as they quickly spotted Hermione, who was regarding them with a disapproving gaze. And also noticed Neil Van, who was unabashedly waving at them from among the Gryffindor students. Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley. It is a pleasure to see you both arriving just in time. Harry chuckled somewhat awkwardly, while Ron nodded with a carefree demeanor, displaying no hint of guilt. Hey, Neil, I heard you've landed yourself in quite a bit of trouble. Haven to you? Fred and George are nearly beside themselves with laughter at the news of someone having their trousers devoured. They asked me to inquire whether you sell those little creatures that feast on humans. I would be delighted to oblige, Mr. Weasley, Neil replied with a faint smile, refraining from correcting his misconception regarding the chomping cabbage. However, ever since that unfortunate incident, Professor Flitwick has prohibited me from crafting straw figures. Despite my repeated assurances that only those shaped like dogs can come to life, he remains unmoved. Yet, I have heard there are excellent vines to be gathered from the castle's outer walls. The venomous tentacula is also rather intriguing. I wonder if they would be interested. Chapter 20. In the face of wealth, all are equal, Mr. Potter, unlike justice. Nevertheless, G.I. Joe may remain blissfully unaware of the magnitude of its own accomplishments, as it delivers messages without grasping the weight of the lives it carries, merely pondering whether it might procure some fries from the recipient. Similarly, when Snape gloomily entered the classroom, he had no inkling of the significant impact his arrival would have on the peace of Hogwarts. His presence interrupted the discussion between Neil and Ron regarding the venomous tentacula. Silence, he intoned. This command was wholly unnecessary the instant he stepped into the room. Every student promptly ceased their chatter, sitting upright, even lowering their breathing rate, fearful of attracting the gaze of those cold eyes. The classroom was in perfect order, which displeased Snape immensely. 60 seconds had elapsed in the lesson, yet he had failed to find a single opportunity to deduct points from Gryffindor. An unforgivable oversight in his view. To mask this unspeakable fury, he casually picked up several essays submitted by students and began to peruse them. Very good. Your enemies always know you best. Upon seeing the smug expression on Snape's face, which seemed deliberately designed to provoke, Harry instantly guessed what was coming next. His fists tightening beneath the desk. Let us examine the masterpiece of Mr. Potter on the efficacy and effects of Moondew. Moondew is an exceedingly useful plant in potion making. What a profound summary. A stifled laugh escaped from the back row of Ravenclaw students. Such behavior was typically forbidden for those not of Slytherin and potions class. Yet today Snape appeared unusually lenient. To assuage the unease of the student who had laughed, he deliberately averted his gaze, avoiding unnecessary intimidation. The uses of Moondew in potion brewing are exceedingly diverse. Depending on the combinations employed, it can manifest various effects. You know, Mr. Potter, I have been at Hogwarts for a decade, yet I have never encountered a paper as filled with vacuous verbiage merely to meet length requirements. Perhaps the mindset of one whose brain has been scorched by the killing curse indeed diverges from the norm. With that, he feigned a glance at Ron's essay. Well, now there is a second one. Truly, like attracts like. Encouraged by Snape's subtle prompting, the laughter this time resonated even more robustly than before. Harry felt the creaking of his molars, and if his ears were functioning correctly, it seemed Ron was experiencing a similar sensation. He did not deny that the piece he had pinned under immense time pressure was rather clumsy, with substantial portions derived from mutual borrowing with Ron. Yet upon a cursory review, it was at least a coherent essay. This scoundrel had deliberately extracted only the content meant to pad the word count to read aloud, clearly seeking to provoke. However, this was merely the beginning of a plan, based on Harry's understanding of Severus Snape, given the opportunity. He would never confine his abuse of power to mere mockery. He awaited the moment when someone would be incensed by those taunts, disrupting the class and providing him with a suitable excuse to feast upon Gryffindor's precious house points. Ah, come now, Snape, let us see who possesses greater restraint. Observing the tension between the two, Neil quietly tapped on the desk beside Hermione. Is there a rift between Mr. Potter and Professor Snape, Miss Granger? Hermione shot him a disbelieving glance, as if he were an extraterrestrial. No one can maintain a good rapport with Snape, Neil, at least not outside of Slytherin. However, he does harbor a particular disdain for Harry. I cannot fathom why. What? After that, the class proceeded rather smoothly. Well, perhaps not entirely smoothly. While stirring the potion for cough syrup, Harry was challenged 5 times regarding his stirring technique, mocked twice for illiteracy. And there were 4 instances where the critique escalated to questioning his upbringing. Moreover, the final product, born of immense psychological strain, was likened to a mixture of rotten fruit, pond muck, and hippopotamus excrement. That treatment was truly unbearable. Nonetheless, Harry gritted his teeth and persevered until the very last moment, leaving Snape with no opportunity to deduct points, which resulted in Snape, who had unleashed a torrent of verbal abuse for over an hour, appearing even more dismal by the end. If one were to inquire about the secret to enduring such linguistic violence, it might lie in occasionally diverting one's attention to the musings of the neighbor. Ah, cough syrup. I'm not particularly familiar with native magical flora of England. I hope it does not contain ephedrine. The crucible. Indeed, the crucible seems rather pedestrian when one speaks of England. One ought to evoke the illustrious tradition of employing large cauldrons to brew potions. Of course, the tale of the Bane family is merely a fabricated narrative aimed at tarnishing the reputation of the Scots, or so one hopes. Truth be told, I relish the gradual simmering sensation, akin to preparing a soup, allowing the beneficial elements of the ingredients to seep forth, vibrant and poetic. The alchemical furnace is far too efficient in this regard, and consuming elixirs directly can lead to an overwhelming dryness. To genuinely grasp each of Neil's utterances demands considerable mental exertion, given the abundance and erratic nature of the content, interspersed with a plethora of unfamiliar foreign terms and entirely fabricated anecdotes. Yet, if one were to perceive it as background music, it could unexpectedly evoke a sense of tranquility. Perhaps this too qualifies as a form of white noise. Conversely, Hermione, unable to quell her curiosity and thirst for knowledge, found her attention heavily ensnared by unfamiliar terminology. Her potion's quality far from idealized expectations. Naturally, for a Gryffindor, even achieving a monumental creation in potions class would yield no reward. So from a purely utilitarian standpoint, no loss was incurred. Severus, entirely focused on how to ensnare Harry, hadn't even the leisure to mock her. What were you and Granger exchanging glances about? Perhaps still brooding over Harry's narrow escape, Severus's countenance was less than amiable as he stepped forward, blocking Neil's view of the classroom door. Business, Professor, Neil replied without so much as a flutter of his eyelids. Clearly, regardless of how artfully he concealed his demeanor, such a response would hardly reassure the naturally suspicious. I had no idea mudbloods would take an interest in your wares. There is much you are yet unaware of, Neil retorted, his words laced with a hint of provocation. Had it not been for his remarkably calm demeanor, one might have easily misconstrued his intentions, and a conflict could have been inevitable. Perhaps sensing the potential ambiguity in his statement, Neil sheepishly touched his nose and extracted a rectangular oil paper package from his seemingly bottomless sleeve, waving it before Severus. I've said too much, haven't I? Let us return to the matter at hand. This is the weakest supply. Severus silently accepted the package, peeling back a small portion of the wrapping to inhale its contents. The expression on his face indicated that, although he may not know the precise name of the items within, he was entirely aware of their properties and effects. Excellent, he murmured, as if reluctant for others to overhear his assessment. 25 galleons, Professor. Of course, should you be inclined to share your recipe book, we need never discuss money again. I hold your skills as a potion master in exceedingly high regard. Indeed, Professor. Chapter 21. The villains shake hands. Snape slowly set down the paper bag in his hand, his expression more displeased than usual. What do you wish to convey? He inquired. I wish to express that we ought not to continue testing each other like two fools here. Language is a magnificent invention, Professor, if we cannot employ it wisely. What purpose does our existence serve? The Tower of Babel is often referred to as the Tower of Rebellion, yet the true essence of Babel signifies the cacophony produced when people converse. Communication, sir, is the most formidable force that even the gods must tremble before. Salted and dried fish, he remarked, where only the 4 central tails of each fish are utilized, with no squid meat as a filler. This delicacy can remedy various bodily swellings, replenish proteins and salts, and is quite delectable. Considering its rarity and the intricate process of preparation, a price of 25 galleons is not exorbitant for us. However, to the customer, well, few are willing to accept such a price. Even the muggle's hydrochloride cetirizine is more affordable. He cleared his throat, seemingly stumbling over the last pharmaceutical term. I understand the type devoted exclusively to scholarly pursuits, indifferent to monetary matters, Professor Snape, and I can discern that you are not one of them. You are a realist. Realists do not squander their money. You require only the most potent and cost-effective potion. How commendable. You are the type who can think long-term. Still, Snape uttered not a word. Continuing to regard him with a frigid gaze, yet remained stationary, listening without voicing any rebuttal or turning away. In a sense, this taciturnity suggested a significant acquiescence. In class, you were constantly seeking fault with Mr. Potter. I do not intend to speak on his behalf. One must learn to find amusement in life. And whether such amusement is ethically sound is not for me to judge. However, I was sitting less than a foot away from him, rambling incessantly as I am now, yet you did not cast even a glance in my direction. He gestured towards his feet and then indicated the empty seat beside him, illustrating the approximate distance with his hands. Yes, I know Mr. Potter is your favorite quarry, that is evident, but a good hunter's vision is never so myopic. Consider. The unfortunate Mr. Longbottom merely made a slight noise while cutting the goosegrass and nearly fainted from fright, and he was 2 rows behind you at the time. This was a euphemistic distortion of the truth for the sake of the listener, for Neville had indeed fainted. Half due to accidentally stabbing his finger with a small knife while wrestling with a stubborn stem, and half due to Snape's expression, which seemed to anticipate his bloodshed with eager expectation. Most importantly, you have been utterly indiscreet in my presence. You leave the door ajar, turning your back to the outside world, and address Miss Granger with titles unbefitting a teacher, neglecting even the proper protocol for handling that parcel. Neil spread his hands, delivering his final verdict. First, you incited my greed, then indulged my arrogance with your feigned negligence, enticing me to berate you, and ultimately, you incited my anger by insulting my friend, determined to peel back the facade of my visage to reveal the truth beneath. This is exceedingly malicious, Professor, and remarkably cunning. He rose to his feet, fixating his gaze upon the other. Snape did not shy away from his stare, though the focus in his eyes momentarily flickered in that instant of confrontation. Let us speak candidly, Professor. It is evident that you do not share the same fondness for the headmaster as others do. To be honest, this brings me some relief. For a headmaster with a popularity rating of 100% is rather intimidating. Thus, you are also reluctant to trust his judgment, unwilling to witness a madman running amok without a leash, especially near the core components of your plans. Am I correct? Neil gestured around his neck to mimic a collar. And in that moment, Snape noticed a fleeting flash of irritation in his eyes. He chose not to continue, and Snape remained silent, both men ensnared in a tense silence. After a prolonged pause, Snape finally mustered the will to speak, his stubbornness against initiating conversation clashing with a sense of normalcy that deemed such behavior juvenile. Ultimately, the latter prevailed. So, what do you desire? Peace, Professor. Peace. Neil replied without hesitation. The word peace is simply beautiful. The meanings in English vocabulary often lack the poetic richness of Latin, yet peace embodies a harmonious atmosphere and an inner tranquility, seamlessly intertwined. Yes, that is precisely what I seek. After reveling in this thought with closed eyes, he furtively glanced at Snape, only to find the latter wearing an unprecedentedly gloomy expression, prompting him to awkwardly articulate his thoughts in more straightforward terms. My contractual partner is Headmaster Dumbledore. I swear by the honor of my order and my own life to respect his wishes within the bounds of my commission, obeying his commands. As Loyola advised, to obey one's pope and superiors like a headless corpse. I do not demand your trust, nor do I blame you for your previous ill intentions. But at the very least, we should not squander our energy on meaningless tests as we do now. Infighting is the second most foolish endeavor in this world, second only to submitting a resume to the FBI. Why can't we coexist peacefully without interference? Neil stepped closer, picking up the slightly odorous paper-wrapped parcel from the table, smoothing the opening with his thumb before firmly pressing it into Snape's hand. You see, I have openly expressed all my expectations, without even requesting you to share to the same extent. Should you have any further inquiries, you may directly consult Mr. Dumbledore, for he is entitled, according to our agreement, to disclose any information we have shared with him to those he trusts, provided he fulfills his obligation to inform beforehand. Now, I await your response. Will you comply or not? As he himself claims, he harbors no curiosity about other stories or thoughts. He merely wishes to avoid having a suspicious ally lurking behind him wherever he goes. The essence of doubt itself is inconsequential, as long as it does not impede him. He could very well remain at home, lost in his own thoughts. Yet, It is this indifferent attitude that delivered a fatal blow to Severus Snape. However, Neil's demeanor of inviting suspicion as long as it remains unobtrusive incensed him. For the sake of a more significant objective, Snape could readily forsake his reputation and dignity. Yet this does not imply that his self-respect has evaporated into thin air. This brash young man, not even a third of Snape's age, remains utterly ignorant of his past, the misfortunes he has endured, his struggles and anguish, and his heart-rending resolve. Yet dares to blatantly display contempt for all of it. With determination, he turned decisively and strode towards the door. He had no intention of further pursuing Dumbledore on this matter, for thus far. It was clear that the latter was unwilling to divulge the specifics of the dealings with Neil and the Eastern faction behind him, simultaneously. He resolved to maintain a distance from Neil for the time being. Should this young scoundrel indeed harbor ulterior motives, Snape would ensure he understands the cost of underestimating him. However, for this purpose, probing actions were no longer absolutely necessary, since the other party had already demonstrated enough wisdom and magnanimity to disregard such provocations. Persisting in the endeavor would only render himself superficial. Were Snape to have even a single friend, that individual would be utterly astonished by his current thoughts. For this was an unprecedented concession for Severus Snape. Unfortunately, the non-existent hold no value in discussion, and oblivious to how advantageous he was. Neil swiftly reached out to grasp Snape's shoulder. 25 galleons. It would be a hassle for the professor to send a package from Kunlun Mountain. The Ministry of Magic would revel in dismantling every parcel sent to me into its basic particles, meticulously checking for contraband. Returns are not accepted. Chapter 22. Instructions for the Forest Keeper. Nevertheless, his good spirits persisted until the evening when he was to face punishment in the Forbidden Forest. The term Forbidden Forest is quite intriguing. It is hard to imagine that in a school where children regularly launch their classmates and classrooms into the air, there remains anything in this world deemed taboo. Yet, compared to the deceptively named corridor of restrictions on the 4th floor of the castle, the Forbidden Forest can be considered a place of genuine substance. Even for graduates of Hogwarts, it is challenging to articulate precisely what resides within the Forbidden Forest. Apart from a few exceptional cases of punishment, students typically encounter the enigmatic creatures from the depths of the forest only during their higher-level care of magical creatures classes. Yet, as everyone knows, the impetuous young wizards are often unafraid of danger, or rather, blissfully ignorant of it. With many reckless youths attempting to sneak in for a bit of adventure over the years, the vast majority are promptly driven away before they can succeed. While a few unfortunate souls who manage to evade the guardians are later carried out, their bodies marred by various strange and frightful injuries, overwhelmed by the burden. Madame Pomfrey once swore in a fit of rage to erect a monument at the entrance of the Forbidden Forest, inscribing the names of those students who had been brought to the infirmary due to stings, bites, and arrows lodged in their posteriors, in the hope of imparting some caution to future generations. However, given the current circumstances, such a prospect seems bleak. She can only vent her frustrations on the hapless groundskeeper of Hogwarts, repeatedly chastising him for his negligence to alleviate her accumulated work stress. This unfortunate soul, reduced to a scapegoat, is none other than the well-known Rubeus Hagrid. Neil stood before the modest watchtower at the edge of the Forbidden Forest, scrutinizing it with a discerning gaze. Attached to the east wall was a makeshift doghouse, styled similarly to the main structure, housing a remarkably unattractive mongrel, or perhaps some unknown canine magical creature, for this pet was indeed quite hideous. At that moment, the creature had half of its body protruding from the dwelling, its hairless neck retracted as it cautiously assessed Neil. As a guardian dog, its duty would typically be to bark furiously and lunge at any unfamiliar face. Indeed, this dog, named Fong, had faithfully adhered to this role thus far. Hagrid, a man of gentle disposition, occasionally exhibited a rather simplistic mindset, instinctively assessing human resilience to bites based on his own experience. Mistakenly concluding that a few nips would pose no significant harm, even viewing such encounters as gestures of affection. By the time he recognized the absurdity of this notion, his beloved pet had transformed into an incorrigible beast. However, Fong today neither barked nor bit. Instinct warned it against provoking this individual unnecessarily. The pride of the watchdog compelled it to maintain a low growl as a warning, although its intuition kept the sound barely audible. Neil chuckled at the creature's response. Setting aside its appearance, he rather wished that the scruffy dog possessed the same adaptable thinking. Rather than being solely focused on wreaking havoc within the confines set by its master, a plan that ultimately ended in failure. Exacerbated by magical enhancements that had escalated the little creature's aggression to an excessively high and irrecoverable level, directly leading to the unfortunate outcomes of the present day. Hello? Is anyone there? A sudden scraping sound echoed through the small cabin, followed shortly by the thud of a heavy object hitting the ground. The dull and sharp sounds of shattering alternated, culminating in a low curse. It seemed as though someone, in a rush to open the door, had stumbled over a chair leg, causing the chair to topple. In a flurry of panic, as they attempted to right the chair, their elbow inadvertently knocked a plate from the table to the floor. In a fit of frustration, they kicked at the shards of broken porcelain, which then sent fragments flying, shattering yet another glass object. Just then, the door swung open, revealing Hagrid, looking utterly disheveled, with shards of pottery still clinging to the soles of his shoes. He glanced at Neil, who was dressed in student attire, and his expression shifted from initial alarm to one of wariness. "Who are you looking for? It's almost curfew." "You should. I am here to face my punishment, sir." He raised his large hand, resembling a fan, and gave himself a hearty slap on the forehead. "Look at my memory. Yes, Professor Flitwick mentioned you. Come in." The interior of the guardhouse matched its exterior in its starkness. The single-room cabin was largely dominated by a set of furniture that seemed almost oversized. The wooden table and chairs appeared to be a matching set at first glance. Yet upon closer inspection, slight discrepancies in their dimensions became evident, crafted by a self-taught carpenter, especially one who had chosen to forego blueprints in favor of immediate construction. The bed was equally meager. Unable to find appropriately sized sheets and blankets, this clumsy artisan had resorted to stitching together a patchwork quilt from countless scraps, barely sufficient to cover his ankles. The walls and ceiling were adorned with easy-to-preserve foods, such as strings of cured meats and garlic, alongside strange items like teeth, scales, and tufts of fur, all preserved in glass jars, perhaps collected during patrols in the Forbidden Forest. This discovery sparked a glimmer of excitement in Neil. It seemed that tonight might yield some unexpected treasures. In the corner, an open chest overflowed with tools for his work as a keeper, including scissors for trimming the claws of large beasts and an assortment of clamps. Although the contents were somewhat haphazard, the quantity was ample enough to handle most emergencies, perfectly reflecting the character of Rubeus Hagrid. "Make yourself comfortable." Hagrid bent down to right the chair he had knocked over upon entering, then sat down himself. He gestured towards several empty chairs leaning against the wall. "I completely forgot about this. I thought Madame Pomfrey had come to complain again." "Oh, where were we?" "Ah, yes, patrolling. We'll set out once it is completely dark. I don't know what transgression has led you here, but once we are in the Forbidden Forest, you must follow my lead. Understood?" Rubeus Hagrid was acutely aware of his own lack of authoritative presence. Thus, when attempting to intimidate his students, he resorted to capitalizing on his imposing physicality. Envision a towering figure, over 4 meters tall, with an unruly mane, casting a penetrating gaze that could unsettle the most stoic of souls. This was the sole strategy he employed in his attempts to discipline students. Regrettably, despite being enveloped in the weight of his earnest scrutiny, Neil remained as untroubled as a gentle spring breeze. "Completely understood, sir." From the mementos displayed by this gamekeeper, Neil discerned the immense value concealed within the Forbidden Forest, which invigorated his somewhat withered spirit, causing him to radiate vitality akin to a phoenix reborn. His sparkling eyes compelled even Hagrid to waver, for he was all too aware that he had once been the source of vexation for others. "I noticed among your collection a unicorn tail. In my hometown, there is no history of utilizing such material, that as far as I know. It is a highly sought-after and rather expensive resource in England. What is more remarkable is that, judging by the cross-section of the tail, it wasn't cut, but rather detached from a branch or similar object. According to the Ministry of Magic's regulations concerning endangered magical creatures, such materials procured in this manner are not considered illegal. You know, even though I have only just arrived, I feel as though I am beginning to develop an affinity for the Forbidden Forest." Chapter 23, Hagrid's Tale. Rubeus Hagrid was not a selfless saint devoid of desires. Yet his aspirations for material wealth diverged significantly from those of the average person. He harbored no interest in money or the pleasures it could procure. In his eyes, the most precious entities in this world were friends, family, and those enchanting creatures, at least, charming after passing through his personal lens. If he were to add another item to this list, it would be the consideration of how to repay Albus Dumbledore for saving his life 50 years ago. Were it not for the old headmaster's intervention regarding the exposure of a dangerous creature, a acromantula, kept in a cupboard, which led to accusations of murder against him, he would likely have long since perished in the depths of Azkaban. Nevertheless, that was one matter, and another was that having been granted refuge by Dumbledore and securing the position of gamekeeper at Hogwarts. Hagrid took advantage of his role to secretly raise the very giant spider that had nearly cost him his life. He watched over it with a parental affection, witnessing its growth to the size of a small tank, nurturing an entire progeny of offspring of similar stature deep within the Forbidden Forest. Astonishingly, he even managed to teach this enormous, furry, and utterly ungrateful beast how to speak English, a feat that astonished all of England. Heaven knows how he accomplished this. In 1982, a 27-year-old young man from Mexico shot at a cactus with a shotgun. When he struck a 26-foot-tall cactus, it toppled over and crushed him to death. Or perhaps impaled him. In 1994, a mere 3 years hence, he would posthumously be awarded the Darwin Award, a distinction established by Professor Wendy Northcutt of Stanford University, specifically conferred upon those who, through foolishness, have obliterated themselves, thus nobly erasing their existence from the human gene pool and ensuring the long-term propagation of humanity. This accolade also marks him as the oldest known recipient. His receipt of such an honor is entirely attributable to the fact that the tale of Rubeus Hagrid did not circulate within the Muggle world. Indeed, in comparison to Hagrid's actions, the exploits of past laureates pale in insignificance. The pinnacle of ordinary folly often culminates in individuals repeatedly stumbling into the same pit until they meet their demise. Whereas Hagrid is dramatically illustrating the concept of actively seeking a grave to entomb oneself. There is no doubt that Headmaster Dumbledore has discerned, if not tacitly approved, of Hagrid's endeavors. The reasons for this may remain forever elusive to us. Perhaps he considers it inconsequential that his employee is clandestinely cultivating an army of killer spiders within the school grounds. However, it is evident that the Ministry of Magic would not share such a perspective. The two individuals appear blissfully unaware of the potential calamity their actions could unleash upon the entire school. Perhaps only when a squad from the Department of Magical Law Enforcement arrives to incinerate the forest will they grasp the gravity of the situation, or perhaps they never will. All right. Let me search for that extra lantern. You might find it useful. No, not this one, nor that. Damn it. Where have I put it? Hagrid grumbled as he rummaged through a mountain of clutter. Unlike Flitch, he bore no interest in tormenting students, and ultimately, patrolling the Forbidden Forest is not a task that ought to be delegated to the uninitiated as a form of punishment. Beyond his beloved secret pets, many perilous creatures roam the Forbidden Forest. Even restricting activities to the periphery does not guarantee absolute safety. Not to mention, traversing the dense woods, devoid of paths, during the night is a daunting challenge for most students. Sending additional personnel to patrol would merely augment Hagrid's workload. Nonetheless, he could not refuse the professor's directive. Having been compelled to leave Hogwarts due to troubles of his own making in his third year, Hagrid harbored a nuanced, if not inferiority-laden, reverence for the educated wizards. A sentiment particularly palpable in the presence of the faculty. Although most professors, save for Snape, regarded him as an equal, Hagrid had never dared to expect such a relationship. He approached every interaction with caution, even lacking conviction when reprimanding students in their fourth year and beyond. Neil did not intrude upon him. Rather, he stood smiling, surveying the room with the eyes of a curious visitor. Following the appraisal of a unicorn tail valued at approximately 10 gallons, he discovered a multitude of seemingly precious artifacts, beastly fangs resembling jade, bundles of dried bark, and strands of silk ejected from some unknown source, suggesting that the creature responsible must have been at least the size of a small truck. He couldn't help but feel a deep admiration for Hogwarts, which dared to harbor such beings within its grounds. The Elder had always held a disdain for these foreign folk, considering them to be feckless dreamers lost in an era of peace, yet it appeared that the inhabitants here possessed a commendable martial spirit. In Neil's perspective, setting aside the teachers, most of the students seemed utterly defenseless when confronted with creatures of such caliber, piquing his curiosity about how the institution intended to address this threat. Would they utilize these encounters to teach students the virtues of wisdom, courage, and cooperation in overcoming adversaries stronger than themselves? Or would they simply adopt a survival of the fittest approach? He was uncertain, but it seemed to him that Headmaster Dumbledore was the sort of individual capable of making such decisions. The most vexing aspect of collaborating with rationalists lay in their tendency to yield the benevolent aspects of their nature to the whims of so-called optimal solutions, often resulting in the unintentional sacrifice of their collaborators. Speaking of this, he ought to exercise caution. Shaking his head, Neil dispelled the peculiar thoughts from his mind. Harboring malicious speculations about benefactors without evidence was morally reprehensible, even if only whispered in private. At last, as if orchestrated by a hidden hand, Hagrid extracted a rusted, antiquated lantern from a heap of debris. Like everything else in the room, it was crafted to his own towering stature, larger than the average bucket, with glass nearly blackened. The result of years of use or the dust accumulated during its seclusion. Here, take this. The Forbidden Forest is quite dark at night. Stay close behind me. And do not wonder or make any noise, understand? Many things in the woods are not fond of humans. Neil accepted the oversized lantern, gauging its weight in his hands. Though he was among the taller peers of his age, he still had to elevate his arms to lift the cumbersome object. Even worse, they often fabricated characters and cases to support their arguments, misleading readers who were blissfully unaware of the truth. This was a rogue act, he thought. And he hoped the gentleman would heed his words. Very well, Hagrid nodded. He didn't entirely believe Neil's claims of familiarity with the forest. Nor did he comprehend much of what followed his mention of writers. But at least the other man exhibited a semblance of compliance, which was, for Hagrid, a cause for gratitude. It was important to note that those students dispatched to assist with patrols were typically rebellious, requiring a good scare to ensure their obedience. Given Hagrid's imposing stature, this was not a challenging task. Nonetheless, it was always a relief to circumvent unnecessary trouble. Come, the sooner we set off, the sooner we can conclude this matter. Surely, you do not wish to spend an entire night in the woods, do you? In truth, there is a slight inclination towards that. Nothing at all, sir. Nothing at all. Chapter 24. A page from the Dragon Blood Legacy. However, this bears little relevance to the current situation. The crux lies in the fact that Hagrid would not believe that an 11-year-old child possesses the capability to keep pace with him during patrols. The later he realizes this, the more troubles he invites upon himself. Yet, it was not long before Hagrid discovered he had made a rather surprising miscalculation. I quite like this place, murmured Neil, trailing behind him. Perhaps considering the risks of disturbing the forest's inhabitants, his voice was barely above a whisper, almost drowned out by the crunch of the dry leaves underfoot. Most importantly, the soil is exceptionally fertile. I have never encountered such rich land in England. It's as if it has been well fed. Oh, well? I said nothing. I know nothing. Yet, he seemed to have fallen into a rather serious misunderstanding. Had Hagrid possessed a modicum of sensitivity, he would have noted this ominous sign and acted accordingly, lest the reputation of Hogwarts plummet irretrievably in the eyes of their international friends. However, his unwavering trust from the headmaster stemmed from his disinterest in such intricate matters. Nearly an hour had elapsed since they entered the Forbidden Forest. By this time, ordinary students would have been breathless, perhaps even stumbling at the edge of a pit or tripping over exposed roots, leaving them battered and in need of Hagrid's intervention to escort them to the infirmary. Yet this lad appeared remarkably energetic. Besides his astonishing stamina, his ability to navigate the jungle with ease was commendable. His steps were light and soft, reminiscent of languid big cats stalking their prey, gliding smoothly past various obstacles. Hagrid, filled with concern, occasionally glanced at the lantern in his hand, only to be astonished to find that the flame within showed almost no signs of flickering. You are indeed quite familiar with the forest. More precisely, the mountains. In comparison, the paths here are far easier to traverse. At least one does not have to worry about inadvertently stepping on loose stones and tumbling down a cliff. He shrugged nonchalantly, adding, "It would be a pity not to utilize this land for cultivation. Would you not agree, Professor?" "I am not a professor," Hagrid corrected him, somewhat flustered. "All the same." Neil interjected, noting that the term doctor in English can denote both a physician and a Ph.D. In Japan, educators, medical practitioners, and politicians are collectively addressed as sensei. In my hometown, many individuals, when uncertain about how to address a stranger, temporarily resort to the term teacher. This choice serves merely as a convenient means of standardizing titles in the absence of alternatives, so there is no need for you to take offense, Professor. Are the creatures in this forest under your care? Hagrid, who had been steadfastly restraining his warmth towards the students in punishment to ensure they remember their transgressions, found himself unable to resist the allure of his beloved creatures, albeit with a faint awareness of the stark differences in his definition of adorable compared to the common perception. He believed that, despite these objective disparities, they could be bridged through cultivating mutual interest. Hence he cherished the opportunity to engage others. Not entirely. Most animals in the Forbidden Forest are quite familiar with me, yet there are some who are decidedly averse to human intrusion in their territory. Ah, let us not speak of those brutes. Do you have a fondness for animals? Neil pondered carefully before nodding. Well, to be honest, the concept of liking animals is rather vague. Each individual possesses a unique affinity for different creatures, as well as distinct expressions of affection. Some of these inclinations might even be, shall we say, less than universally accepted by moral standards. However, for me, yes, in general, I do appreciate animals. Whether they are beautiful or valuable, I welcome both. The kind-hearted yet ignorant might be swayed by his pitiable demeanor, but those who understood the darker sentiments he harbored would likely wish to deliver a decisive blow. After all, giants possess formidable resistance to magic, and a fist may prove more effective than a wand. Nevertheless, contrary to their fearsome appearance, these creatures exhibited no aggression. The leader, barely alive, lifted its head and scanned the faces of the two with its dark crimson eyes. Whether recognizing Hagrid or simply lacking interest in humans remained uncertain. Regardless, under its guidance, the entire group silently circled past the two, vanishing into the depths of the shadowy forest. Hagrid, feeling somewhat anxious, stole a glance at Neil. These zombie-like horses were his cherished companions in the Forbidden Forest, second only to Aragog, being intelligent, strong, and unwaveringly loyal to their master. Yet, many regarded them as perilous creatures, associating them with ominous omens. He dreaded the thought of scaring off the rare opportunity to connect with a fellow enthusiast of magical beings. Momentarily forgetting the most defining trait of these creatures, they are not visible to everyone. However, when he turned to gauge Neil's response, he was taken aback to find Neil's face alight with rapture, illuminated under the glow, rendering it almost grotesque. "Can you see them?" Hagrid asked, astonished. Was there any doubt about it? Neil retorted in the same tone, "Forgive my impertinence, but I am quite unfamiliar with the wondrous creatures native to your region." "Well, indeed. They do possess a distinct characteristic," Hagrid stammered, seemingly hesitant to elaborate. "Only those who have witnessed death can catch a glimpse of them. Yet, I must tell you, some claim they are ill-omened, which is utterly preposterous. Of course, it is difficult to fathom that after mastering the use of supernatural powers, one could still entertain such frightful superstitions, much like poor Macbeth. Good heavens, what have I just uttered? What is there to pity about that fellow?" Neil nodded politely. His respectful demeanor appeared somewhat perfunctory, yet every word, save for the last, resonated with sincerity. "I cannot conceive what those who cannot see them, or those who might suddenly glimpse them, think of these creatures. However, in my personal view, they are undoubtedly beautiful beings, evoking a profound sense of nostalgia." "What are they called again? Night Riders?" "No, Nightmares. A peculiar name." Neil shrugged, though it was not unpleasant. "I sensed that among all creatures inheriting the mottled dragon bloodline, theirs must be the most humble lineage. No, I do not mean to insult, Professor. This is purely from an academic standpoint. Well, it does sound rather derogatory, but let us stick to the facts, shall we?" After saying this, perhaps feeling his explanation insufficient, he quickly cleared his throat and continued, "The dragon blood coursing through them is indeed the most complex composition I have ever encountered. Without a doubt, in terms of purity, it is even inferior to the goblins, which you refer to as kobolds. They were once the servants of powerful, long-dead Dark Lords, frantically burrowing near any spiritual veins they could find in search of magical stones. Now, who knows what they are thinking?" That rather jarring assessment initially dismayed Hagrid. But the ensuing revelations about magical creatures completely redeemed the negative impression, causing his eyes to gleam once more. "What do you mean? You claim they possess dragon blood?" "No one has ever definitively proven that, Professor. I simply cannot overlook that scent." Neil lazily interrupted him. However, as he spoke, his eyes suddenly sparkled, as if a flash of wisdom had illuminated them. "It is rather late for lengthy discourse today, but if you are interested in these topics, Professor, we could certainly find time to converse further." Chapter 25. The Charming Inhabitants of the Forest. "So, you are attempting to cultivate a new breed of magical creature?" The barriers in human relationships are often akin to a thin veil. Once pierced, everything becomes clear. Neil's enthusiasm for natural sciences, regardless of whether the magical elements derived from it can truly be classified as science, is not as fervent as his passion for the arts. However, his expertise is far from lacking. This proves advantageous, as it allows him to engage in discussions on the subject with the semblance of a coherent conversationalist rather than a mere recording device spouting random vocabulary. As for Hagrid, he is never particular about his conversation partners, as there are often few choices available. Once a common topic was established, their rapport swiftly deepened. "Completely understandable." Neil nodded in agreement, acknowledging Hagrid's concerns. "Not long after I first joined, I, along with some fellow apprentices, secretly cared for a large water beast. The kind with horns on its snout. We adored it dearly, but one day, for reasons unknown, it attempted to attack us while we slept. If it weren't for the proximity of Elder Six's potion chamber, Where she heard the commotion and came to investigate, we might have met our demise. He sighed deeply, gazing at the flickering stars amidst the tree shadows, seemingly lost in a reminiscence of bygone days. Later, Elder Six reprimanded us harshly, and that ungrateful creature, Amau, was transformed into a resurrection potion, yielding 2 vials of exceptional quality. Hagrid shrugged, unsure how to categorize this tragedy. No, don't overthink it. I merely intended to illustrate that caring for animals, especially those of a more monstrous nature, is never a trivial matter. I sincerely hope your journey as a keeper does not mirror my own tragic experience, Professor. I nearly shed tears while counting the money I received, truly. Wait. What money? Hagrid nearly leapt from his seat, yet Neil's equally astonished expression mirrored his surprise. The money from selling potions, of course. Oh, please. Are you suggesting I should keep it for myself? That would be no different than slaughtering Yaya for meat. That's utterly inhumane, Professor. I could never commit such cruelty. However, I must admit, upon learning that the quality of the potion crafted from Amau was superb, I felt a twinge of solace. As it at least proved we had raised it in good health, correct? Hagrid was momentarily flummoxed by this unexpected reprimand, feeling a disconcerting disconnect between the two matters but unable to pinpoint the issue. He fell silent, at a loss for words, and ultimately attributed it to his own lack of clarity, lightly tapping his pumpkin-sized fist against his forehead to dismiss the thought, given that they were still on patrol. Both kept their voices low. Nonetheless, their conversation resonated clearly in the otherwise tranquil Forbidden Forest, where the sounds of insects were notably sparse. Neil cleared his throat. So, what delightful creatures do you plan to raise? You are aware that the Ministry of Magic imposes stringent regulations on the import and export of magical creatures. However, when it comes to other matters, be it potions or feed, I possess reliable channels. As long as the price is right, please feel free to express your needs, Professor. Until just now, the exchange between the two parties had unfolded in an amiable and cordial atmosphere, yet this statement struck like a chill wind, dispersing all the aforementioned warmth. Those more acquainted with Neil Van would, at this moment, instinctively reach into their pockets to ascertain the balance of their coins, or, without hesitation, choose to flee. Yet Hagrid, the kindest and most unpretentious soul in all of Hogwarts, remained oblivious to the emotional shift in the other's voice. Feed. He furrowed his brow slightly. I generally avoid such processed items. These creatures have thrived on natural sustenance for millennia, and ought to continue to do so. However, you may have a point. If I wish for them to develop mutations, perhaps I should consider adjusting their diet. But this must be approached with utmost caution. I certainly do not wish to witness them fall ill. As a point of reference, may I inquire, Professor, what precisely do you intend to raise? Hagrid instantly brightened. This was the question he had longed for. Do you know about fire crabs? Their shells are stunning, adorned with hues reminiscent of vibrant jewels, yet they are nearly extinct. With their native habitat now found only in Fiji, I have been contemplating whether I could do something for these delightful little creatures. Regrettably, it seemed Neil had only heard one word. You mean, like jewels? He repeated in a near whisper, his voice even lower than before. They must be incredibly valuable. Splendid, Professor, you truly are a pillar of Great Britain. When the opportunity arises, do share more tales of magical creatures. I am exceedingly intrigued. The night had deepened, and Centaur Bane, bow in hand, cautiously patrolled the Forbidden Forest. Human wizards deemed this woodland as their territory, believing that other beings could reside here solely due to their benevolence, and they took great pride in this notion. However, the centaurs held a different view. Humans were merely ignorant and barbaric invaders, presumptuously convinced that everything in the world should bow to them and serve their purposes. Yet the centaurs proclaimed, no. They remained indifferent to how humans slaughtered one another outside, exposing their own vile natures, for the forest eternally belonged to the children of the forest, a timeless truth. Should humans dare to encroach upon centaur territory, the centaurs vowed to fight to the bitter end. Determined to eradicate all invaders and engrave the consequences of opposing them deeply into the minds of every foolish human. At least, this is how they proclaimed it internally. However, in reality, much like the majority of half-humans within the British Isles, the lives of the centaurs are fraught with difficulties. Their conflicts with wizards have escalated to an irreconcilable degree, and their population has dwindled due to strife and the loss of habitat. Their inflated sense of self-importance and excessive propensity for violence have played an indelible role in this decline, rivaling the folly and greed of humanity. What vexes him most is the wretched gamekeeper who brazenly patrols the centaur territory each night, lantern in hand. That scoundrel even dares to clandestinely nurture acromantula in the forest. Does he find this amusing? Or is he oblivious to the fact that those creatures feast on human flesh, gazing at the distant, hazy light? Bane could not help but grind his teeth in fury, were it not for the tribe's current state, which does not lend itself to a full-scale war with humans. He would have already loosed an arrow at that damned lunatic. Ordinarily, he would simply avoid the fringes of the forbidden forest, choosing not to see what he wished to ignore. But tonight, the creatures within the forest exhibit unusual activity. Even the typically reclusive thestrals seem restless, as if sensing an impending presence. Despite his reluctance to confront Hagrid and his grotesque visage, Bane felt compelled to ascertain the situation. As it turns out, his efforts were in vain. Everything appeared normal, with no signs of anything amiss. He spat on the ground, cursing Hagrid and his monstrous spiders to oblivion. Before turning and jogging back on the path, the sound of hooves gradually faded away, and Hagrid, who had remained vigilant, finally exhaled in relief. At last, they are gone. Those centaurs seldom venture to such peripheral areas. One wonders what prompted their presence tonight. Are you well, Neil? Of course, Professor. Neil nodded, indicating his well-being. Especially mentally. Centaurs harbor a deep disdain for humans, Hagrid continued. But as long as we do not tread upon their territory, or the areas they claim as their own, they are essentially harmless. I myself am not particularly fond of them. But Headmaster Dumbledore has permitted their settlement here, so our task is to exercise caution. What about you? Do you have centaurs in your vicinity, Neil? How do your people coexist with them? Let me put it this way, Professor. I appreciate all beings willing to engage in civil discourse. But if their first inclination upon seeing you is to shoot arrows, I would opine that such friendships are best avoided. I trust you understand my sentiment. Chapter 26. A new direction. Currently, the most sought-after commodity is the chi-enhancing pill, not the kind sold in the apothecaries of Chinatown, but a genuine treasure of the celestial realm. Its formula revealed through ancestral dreams. It is designed to nourish chi and blood, bolster cognitive function, and soothe the spirit, effectively treating headaches, fatigue, insomnia, and forgetfulness. This remedy has gained particular popularity among students who must burn the midnight oil in their preparations, as it allows users to recuperate energy during limited sleep hours. Even after merely 2 or 3 hours of slumber, one awakens rejuvenated and invigorated. Stimulant drugs have long circulated among students as illicit substances, capable of invigorating the mind and keeping users in a state of heightened alertness, thus significantly reducing sleep duration. It is said that some premium variants can enhance memory within a short span, albeit at a steep price. This may sound somewhat dubious, but it is indeed the case. The vast majority of stimulants are accompanied by varying degrees of side effects, including arrhythmia, diminished immunity, and cerebral atrophy, aside from lacking addictive properties. These substances are essentially a magical version of that which shall not be named. Although many of the ensuing ailments can be remedied for wizards, it remains unacceptable for most families to expose their children to such substances from a young age. Fortunately, due to the closure of legitimate purchasing channels, the trade of stimulants among students has persisted in a state governed by the dark forest principle. Some upperclassmen, often those who appear academically exceptional, or who have recently excelled in their O.W.L.S., exert considerable effort to promote dubious concoctions they have personally tested to desperate underclassmen. The primary ingredients typically consist of water drawn from a public restroom sink, remnants of fatty meat from lunch, and an assortment of weeds plucked from the garden, whose true nature remains a mystery. The potency of these makeshift remedies is generally far inferior to that of the authentic articles. In contrast, the miraculous Eastern pills are considerably more reliable. Ravenclaw students have grown accustomed to placing one of these invigorating tablets in their mouths before collapsing into bed after a grueling day of study. The slightly bitter taste aids them in donning their pajamas before they succumb to slumber and come the following morning, when awakened by the alarm clock. It feels as though all accumulated fatigue has been but a figment of the imagination. Their minds are astoundingly clear, not in a pathological frenzy induced by drugs, but rather akin to the blissful rejuvenation experienced after a restorative sleep in a natural oasis. The individually wrapped pills, sold at 6 sickles and 5 nuts each, approximately the price of a modest snack, are easily within the reach of most students, and bulk purchases even offer discounts. This burgeoning trend rapidly spread throughout the school, drawing students from other houses to Ravenclaw Tower, where the common room's entrance became a bustling hub of activity. In the face of immense potential profit, Ravenclaw students swiftly awakened the dormant mercantile talents that had lain in their family lineage since the 16th century, clandestinely peddling these pills to pupils from other houses. A mere search through the castle's shadowy corridors reveals pairs of students huddled together, whispering conspiratorially. Once a price is agreed upon, they discreetly use their robes to shield the exchange of coins and wax-wrapped pills, then nonchalantly disperse. Their actions as suspicious as those of spies in covert meetings. Initially, there was some skepticism regarding the safety of this so-called chi energy pill within the school. However, apart from one or two brawls that erupted due to failed transactions, this product had not instigated any significant safety concerns. Consequently, under Dumbledore's discreet guidance, the professors gradually ceased to monitor it closely. It is likely that only one individual, aside from Neil himself, was fully aware of its precise composition, Severus Snape. As the potions master, ensuring the safety of various potions entering the school was one of his responsibilities, although he never took the initiative to fulfill this duty. When Professor McGonagall approached him with a pill, inquiring about the presence of harmful ingredients, he felt compelled to act with a semblance of diligence. The presence of an annoying individual at such moments was particularly convenient. One need never worry about being disturbed in one's essential work due to concerns for one's well-being. Ron exhibited no interest in the commercial revolution sweeping through Hogwarts. Being a first-year student, he could not fathom the struggle of sacrificing sleep for the sake of study. Nor did he wish to approach his good friend for favors, especially knowing that the product sold out daily. Listen to me, Ron. I know he is your friend. And I'm not asking for it for free. I simply require a discount, one that is lower than the current wholesale price. How about 50 pills for 10 galleons? A galleon equals 17 sickles. This price is practically robbery. Such blatant demands left Ron feeling somewhat repulsed. Yet he could not dismiss the validity of the statement and merely shrugged, avoiding eye contact. Don't be so quick to judge, Mr. Weasley. If he truly considers you a friend, would he refuse such a modest request? Moreover, I recall your friend Granger mentioning that Neil Van gave you something peculiar to drink on the train, correct? Such matters deserve compensation. You might leverage this to negotiate with him. Additionally, Granger is a lovely girl, very studious. You should associate more with individuals like her. In that moment, Ron came to understand Fred and George's perspective on Neil. Had he not been his brother, Ron might have already struck him. Reluctantly, he approached Neil, who was seated on the grass by the lake, lost in contemplation. Although Ron's arrival interrupted his thoughts, Neil greeted him with his usual cordiality. This unexpected warmth caused Ron to lose his nerve for making any demands. Do not be hasty in your conclusions, Mr. Weasley, Neil said, squinting his eyes as if savoring the gentle breeze blowing off the lake. It is essential to remember that discord among brothers is one of the gravest transgressions. Shakespeare articulated this beautifully, from Charles II to Charles III and Henry VI to Henry VIII. He consistently emphasized this matter to the point where I find it almost obsessive. However, Mr. Weasley, the crux of the matter is to avoid easily spitting upon your brother. It is a dreadful act unless you are truly resolute in your decision. Ron was somewhat startled by the alarming warning, blinking in surprise for a moment before stammering. If you knew how he assessed you, you wouldn't say that. Ron sighed. Indeed, my mother is quite pleased. She remarked that the tomato seedlings in our yard have learned to roast the earth spirits on their own. Chapter 27. The distant Kunlun, the Weasley family's tomato farm, seemed to be boldly advancing on the path to becoming the last sanctuary of 20th century England. However, setting that aside, Neil displayed remarkable generosity regarding Ron's hesitant, awkward request. The insertion of the word, however, was intended to emphasize that there was no causal relationship between these two matters. The compatibility of the fertilizers posed no issues. Even if unforeseen circumstances were to arise, they would merely be the result of a housewife's folly. Influenced by the deceptive advertising of product efficacy, who unwittingly increased the dosage during application. Yet, well, the customer is always right, isn't it? Regardless, Ron departed with a mixture of gratitude, shame, and bewilderment regarding his promise of a friendship discount, forgetting to inquire about the purpose of someone sitting alone by the lake in a daze. In the end, he thus avoided a lengthy lecture about mermaids, mermen, Hans Christian Andersen's fairy tales, and a mad wizard who transformed catfish into beautiful maidens only to watch muggles fall for the ruse while he cackled in the shadows. This tale was one he had overheard from a drunken old man with a gray beard while passing through Burgundy, the price being 2 bottles of Petit Chablis. By the time Neil entered the inn that doubled as a tavern, he was nearly inebriated. To be honest, when Neil agreed to pay for the others' drinks, he had not anticipated hearing a genuinely interesting story. His willingness to play the fool stemmed from a whimsical impulse, as the old man's childlike appearance, albeit with an inexplicably lecherous aura, reminded him of his master far away in Kunlun Mountain. Thus, the cost of the wine naturally fell upon his master, recalling his mentor, who must still be toiling day and night in the alchemical furnace. A slight smile crept upon Neil's lips as he lay back on the grass, hands behind his head, murmuring to himself, "Oh, right, the debt I incurred from Elder Six for purchasing elixirs should also be counted against you. After all, a few more lice won't bite. You embezzled so much public property in those days. Do you really care about this trifling amount? You could just work a bit harder. Burn in that furnace for a few more years. After all, you are the illustrious sword immortal of the land. Even the sixth divine fire cannot consume you." I hope I've made myself clear. You never said you disagreed, did you? Just don't pretend to be unaware when the time comes. In the distant east, deep within Kunlun Mountain, beneath the blanket of snow and numerous arcane secrets, stood an ancient mountain gate. Crossing through the barrier at the entrance leads one into the last sect of immortality cultivation in this ancient eastern realm. The reverence that people once held for the enigmatic has waned with the passage of time. The once resplendent imperial Tao sect now survives in secrecy, relying on illusions to conceal its presence from the world. Yet, even in such dire straits, they have not forsaken their mission, guarding the entrance to the secret realm, repelling waves of monstrous beasts, ensuring that that which cannot withstand the light remains forever shrouded in darkness, even if it includes themselves. As the sect declines, many places have been left abandoned due to a shortage of manpower, and the old alchemy chamber is one such place. Once, it produced hundreds of elixirs daily for the disciples, but as the supply of herbs, alchemists, and users dwindled, the small chamber of the sixth elder sufficed for the sect's needs. Like many remnants of past glory, it now stands as a neglected shell. The gilded plaque inscribed with alchemy chamber has been removed, and the vermilion wall paint has flaked away, revealing the gray-black stone beneath, resembling a patient afflicted with a severe skin ailment. The arched doorway gapes open, as if waiting to be fed or medicated, yet sadly, others are too preoccupied with their own concerns at this moment. However, compared to other forsaken places, the alchemy chamber still exudes a faint vestige of warmth. In the pale dawn of the east, two disciples of the Bingy sect, armed with pitchforks, dozed off one after another, listlessly guarding the entrance. Their martial skills were still lacking. Having stood watch all night, they were already quite fatigued. This duty, dubbed as guarding, was merely a trivial task. What influence did the occupant within possess? Whether someone sought to harm him or he simply wished to emerge from his confinement, it was beyond the capabilities of these two inexperienced young disciples to prevent, let alone intervening. It would be a miracle if they could avoid being reduced to ashes in an instant. How could one muster the enthusiasm for such a task? Moreover, from the moment these two disciples were assigned to guard, it was clear that the elders had no expectations whatsoever. With this thought, they instinctively exchanged glances, tightening their grips on their pitchforks. Just then, a figure approached, and they discerned that it was an elderly Taoist. Adorned with a golden crown and draped in a white robe, his complexion waxen and his features delicate and elongated. They immediately felt a sense of relief and clasped their fists in greeting. "Greetings, second elder. Greetings, second elder." The old Taoist, lost in thought, nodded absently and waved his hand, instructing, "You may withdraw for now. I have matters to discuss with third junior brother." The two disciples, harboring no doubts, complied and retreated. The second elder stood beneath the doorway, watching them depart before dusting off his sleeves and stepping into the dilapidated alchemy chamber. The room had long been cleared of its contents, save for the octagonal bronze cauldron at its center, where a fire still flickered, casting a ghostly blue light upon the walls. The second elder surveyed the surroundings, shaking his head slightly. The sixth divine fire consumes both gods and demons alike. He reflects deeply, questioning himself. Not only would the outer disciples struggle to endure, but even he, if cast into this furnace, would likely falter within a year and a half. Yet this individual inside has remained in the 8 trigrams furnace for 3 years without uttering a single plea for mercy. If one were unaware of the reason for his initial entrapment, it would be hard not to commend him as a fine man. The second elder cleared his throat and called out to the furnace, "Junior brother, it has been quite some time since we last met. How have you been lately?" A bubbling sound resonated from within, akin to water boiling. After a while, a voice emerged, "Second senior brother, what brings you here today? I have heard that since the eldest brother ceased his oversight, you have been managing the affairs of our sect. You must be exceedingly busy. Why are you not in your study attending to business? Are you seeking to shirk your duties? Mind the demon-slaying hammer of our junior sister." Though the voice sounded aged, it was laced with playful mockery, reminiscent of a mischievous child. At the mention of the demon-slaying hammer, the The second elder instinctively recoiled, steadying himself. He forced a smile and replied, "What nonsense. These are merely trivial matters. Could they possibly outweigh the bond we share as brothers? It has been 3 years since we last met, and you greet me with such sarcasm, clearly harboring grievances against me for being a cold-hearted senior brother." Silence fell within the copper furnace. After a long pause, a deep sigh was heard. "So, you truly intend to take action?" The second elder's beard quivered slightly. Yet his expression remained unchanged as he retorted, "What do you mean? Old Fourth is just and upright. Old Fifth is prudent and composed. Our junior sister is as cold as ice. I had thought that as long as I remained hidden in this 8 trigrams furnace, no one in Kunlun would conspire with you. Without allies, you would surely lack the ambition to usurp power. It appears I have underestimated the situation." Seeing the Faade shatter, the second elder no longer feigned ignorance. With his hands clasped behind his back, he sneered, "I knew it. The illustrious sword immortal of the land, a once-in-2,000 years genius of our Kunlun lineage, would never covet sect assets for the sake of indulgence. So, you had this plan all along?" "No, I truly resorted to thievery out of financial desperation. It was only after that I thought to turn the tables and thus." "Second senior brother, why must you act this way? Our sect comprises so few members at such a time. What purpose does it serve to vie for power and profit? Moreover, the eldest brother has already promised to relinquish authority. And now the affairs of the sect are dictated by you. What do you hope to gain by rebelling against him?" The second elder nearly choked on the words, "I truly have no money," before finally calming down. Upon hearing the mention of the eldest brother, he could not help but scoff. Relinquishing authority? Huh, how convenient that sounds. Although the eldest brother has stepped back from these matters, the position of sect leader remains firmly in his grasp. Regardless of my actions, I will always be subject to his control, unless I seize the seal from his hands. How can I realize my ambitions? Old Third, do you truly resign yourself to guarding the secret realm for generations, like mere mortals? The blue flames beneath the 8 trigrams furnace flicker uncertainly. In this era, destiny ultimately rests upon the heads of the common folk. We either linger in a state of survival or vanish into obscurity, all is dictated by fate. Second brother, you are being unreasonable. A glint of menace flashed in the eyes of the second elder, his expression turning fearsome. Fate? Huh, whether it be fate or not, I fear it is beyond your control. Old Third, do you know where your little disciple has gone? Chapter 28, War and Peace Naturally. One cannot expect them to construct a logistics network centered around modern transportation like Muggles, even if the primitive method of sending parcels via owls has demonstrated its absolute inferiority. Owls cannot fly over the Pamir Plateau while burdened, let alone traverse the additional expanse of the Eurasian continent. Since neither traditional nor modern methods of transport can be relied upon, Neil's shop must seek alternative means to replenish its supplies. The goblins of Gringotts are not particularly keen on having their minted galleons sent overseas, though the current amounts are insufficient for them to take the matter seriously. Unlike ordinary owls, griffins are prohibited from delivering messages to the school's Great Hall and must fly directly to the Ollery in the tower, where they await Neil's retrieval. This rule comes at the strong insistence of the doorkeeper, Argus Filch. Regardless of the numerous criticisms surrounding Argus Filch, his actions in this instance are indeed justified. Imagine, if you will, such a fearsome creature with a wingspan exceeding 5 meters, burdened by half a ton of luggage, crashing through the window grills and shrieking towards the breakfast table. Since the conclusion of World War II, Britain has yet to endure such a terrifying air raid. However, while Filch may prevent it from entering the Great Hall, he cannot stop its unruly behavior in the Ollery. Each time he cleans the room, he finds this creature monopolizing an entire perch, stretching its neck to steal food from the other owls' troughs, forcing the other birds to huddle in corners, trembling with fear. He has attempted to drive it away, but such a task proves daunting for someone as ineffectual as he, facing an adversary of this magnitude. Wielding only a broom as a weapon is clearly insufficient. All Filch can do is vent his frustration towards its owner, seizing every chance to exchange harsh words in the corridors, threatening that if no solution is found, he will pluck that wretched bird bare and toss it into the furnace. Neil harbors no concern that such threats will materialize. This black griffin is the cherished pet of the Grand Elder. Holding a status within the sect akin to that of the ancient phoenix he once glimpsed in the headmaster's office, an entity far beyond the reach of an ordinary person who cannot even wield magic. In contrast, the grievances of the owl owners troubled him even more. This scruffy creature had been excessively domineering within the confines of the common room, compelling numerous students, unable to bear the sight of their beloved pet suffering, to gather at the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room in protest. Even Harry had subtly expressed his concern for Hedwig, his snowy owl, which forced Neil to request in his report to the elders that action be taken against this troublesome creature. Fortunately, aside from Filch, there was only one individual remaining in the entire school who was diligently contemplating how to create mischief for him, genuinely treating this as a vocation. The closest attempt at success occurred during Charms class, when Malfoy devised a plan to feign an accident while everyone was practicing the levitation charm, aiming to let his ink bottle float and crash onto Neil's head. To ensure absolute certainty, he even strategically placed Crabbe and Goyle on either side of Neil, effectively cornering him and eliminating any chance of escape. Unsurprisingly, calamity ensued. The issue lay with the 40-inch wand. Despite Neil's fervent assurances that anything an ordinary wand could accomplish, that wooden sword could achieve as well, there was one insurmountable challenge, regardless of its exceptional performance: its length. The wooden sword, nearly 4 times the length of a standard wand, naturally boasted a physical attack range that was also quadrupled, rendering it impossible for Crabbe, who had deliberately seated himself close to Neil to hold him down when the ink bottle fell, to evade such an extensive reach. The moment the fiery glue mingled with the ink made contact with the skin, it emitted a sizzling sound akin to that of frying meat, though it was promptly overshadowed by Crabbe's own scream, leaving few to hear it. However, the fiery glue contained within the ink bottle was not so easily dismissed as an inadvertent mishap. This was clearly a premeditated and disgraceful act of malice. Malfoy, who had brazenly attempted to harm a fellow student during class, was penalized with a deduction of 20 points, and even Crabbe lost 10 points, albeit due to the fact that his failed scheme had backfired. It remains uncertain which piece of news he would find more difficult to accept upon waking up in the infirmary, this penalty or the fact that he was now sharing a room with Neville. Yet, their troubles had merely begun. After enduring several unsuccessful malicious pranks, Neil finally resolved to have an earnest conversation with the 3 of them. Chapter 29. How to foster close and friendly relationships among classmates if there exists a setting more emblematic of clear divisions than the seating arrangement in class. It would arguably be the dining table. While there may be a few free-spirited individuals during lessons who whimsically choose to sit beside friends from other houses at mealtime, everyone dutifully occupies their designated seats at the long table of their respective houses. One ought to be grateful that Hogwarts uniform robes do not reflect the house colors entirely in black. Otherwise, the headmaster would be confronted daily at breakfast with a vast tapestry of students adorned in red, blue, yellow, and green uniforms, resembling a colossal Mauritian flag, a sight that would hardly be conducive to one's digestion. Draco Malfoy sat at the Slytherin table, adorned with green banners overhead, his expression dark and brooding as he sliced into the steak on his plate. He found little appetite, with the mere sensation of the knife penetrating the meat serving as a fleeting balm for his troubled emotions. The unfortunate piece of beef had been reduced to a state reminiscent of minced meat, yet not a morsel found its way to his mouth. Beside him, Crabbe listlessly poked at his mashed potatoes, despite Madame Pomfrey's remarkable healing abilities, which had swiftly mended his burn from the fire whiskey. He remained convinced that his face still tingled with discomfort. The slightest effort to chew rendered his jaw numb, compelling him to subsist on liquid sustenance for the time being. In contrast to his companions, Goyle's appetite had not suffered significantly. However, the somber mood shared by his 2 friends, regardless of whether Malfoy truly regarded him as a friend, made indulging in a hearty meal seem rather inappropriate. He hesitated for a lengthy moment, contemplating the mountain of pastries on his plate, ultimately refraining from reaching for any and instead opting to sip on a cup of pumpkin juice. Regrettably, once one becomes aware of a series of misfortunes, it becomes evident that moments of contentment are mere illusions, fleeting and temporary. Just as Malfoy was fixated on the dish of minced meat before him, resolutely deciding to take a bite under Goyle's eager gaze, a heavy hand thudded against his back, causing his fork to clatter onto the plate. "Oh, there you are. Splendid." It's quite a challenge to locate a target amidst a sea of similarly attired individuals, akin to the quest for Waldo. You are familiar with Where's Waldo, are you not? It's a Muggle children's book by Martin Handford, your fellow countryman, which involves finding a character named Waldo in a multitude of crowded illustrations. Speaking of this, I couldn't help but notice he bears a resemblance to Mr. Potter. Perhaps we could indulge in a game of Find Potter at the castle next weekend? I've heard that Americans are planning to produce a film starring him, along with accompanying animated series and video games. Bah! If the citizens of Britain possessed any sense of national pride, they would vehemently denounce such an appropriation. Just imagine, they even refer to Waldo as Waldo. a name that sounds as if one were slurring their words after a drunken revelry. It is utterly disgraceful. Malfoy listened to his ramblings with one ear and out the other, primarily due to the utter incomprehensibility of his discourse. Moreover, it was common wisdom that the most effective way to deal with such incessantly loquacious individuals was to ignore them. Once they realized no one was inclined to engage, boredom would inevitably drive them away. He had made a catastrophic error. Where's Willie? Failed to resonate among the children of the wizarding family, which did not come as a surprise to Neil. The wizard's disdain and disregard for Muggle culture is a long-standing heritage issue, rendering them each other's ignorant savages in their eyes. Neil merely seized every opportunity to provoke with habitual ease, harboring no expectations. He glanced past Malfoy, who seemed resolutely silent, towards Crabbe, the latter shielding his face with his hands as if he could merge with the dining table. "Ah, Mr. Crabbe, it has been quite a while." Neil cheerfully extended his hand, drawing Crabbe's shoulder into an embrace. This gesture was executed swiftly and naturally, transforming Malfoy, seated between them, into the lettuce of a sandwich before he had the chance to react. "It is truly delightful to see you in good health. I have heard. I witnessed the unfortunate incident in the charms class, and it was indeed dreadful. I am relieved to see you unharmed." Goyle appeared utterly bewildered, casting a helpless glance towards Malfoy for assistance. However, before that gaze could reach him, Neil stretched his arm and pulled Goyle into the fold. Goyle. What a splendid name. I have noticed that the British tend to name those foolish, boorish brutes, such as giants and trolls, with names beginning with G, like Grub or Gollum, as it resembles the roar of a monster. Yet Goyle, this name is particularly unique. It resonates more like a battle cry, quite invigorating. Clearing his throat, he continued. "For instance, like this, ahem, Gololol. Apologies, my imitation may not be quite accurate." It was rather convincing. Nearly half the auditorium was startled by this sudden outburst, and Malfoy, compelled to endure the assault at close range, wore a look of utter despair. He wished to cover his ears, but Crabbe and Neil had him firmly sandwiched in between, leaving his arms immobile. At this juncture, he finally comprehended the reality that Harry and the others had discerned a week prior. This fellow simply wished to converse, utterly indifferent to whether anyone was listening. "What precisely do you intend to achieve?" he rasped. "Do you call this flattery?" "That is precisely the issue," Neil nodded in agreement. "I did notice your demeanor appeared somewhat displeased, yet I do not fathom why. In fact, this is not the first instance in my memory, is it? On the day of the opening, by the lakeside, I sincerely invited you to consider my modest enterprise, yet not once have you graced it with your presence. I am genuinely curious about the underlying issue, Mr. Malfoy. Please, do enlighten me." The fierce roar imitating the charge of the Beast Battle Group indeed startled everyone present. However, upon realizing that the incident unfolded at the Slytherin table, at least half of the Gryffindor students, led by their peers, swiftly adjusted their mindsets, preparing to revel in the spectacle. "How splendid. Did you witness the expression on the young master's face?" Fred whistled and exchanged celebratory high-fives with George, as if they had played a part in the unfolding drama. "I've always asserted that not having that fellow sorted into Gryffindor is the greatest loss we have endured this century. Come now, let us not speak in such terms. When everyone unites under the magnificent banner of vanquishing all those Slytherin scoundrels, what do the divisions between our houses truly matter?" "I dare say Neil will not join you in uniting under that grand banner," came Hermione's cold voice, dousing the two with a bucket of icy water. "He would not even wish to offend Snape. Perhaps it is merely a matter of not wanting to harm our house's standing? That would be commendable. Perhaps you could learn a sense of collective honor before setting off fireworks in the classroom next time," she retorted without yielding an inch. "Enough, Hermione. You are being particularly harsh on Neil," Ron pointed out sharply, having drained his cup. "It's simply because he gifted a brass bookmark tied with a red string to Penelope, whom Percy is pursuing, and not to you. You are merely envious." Hermione picked up the comprehensive guide to charms beside her and gave him a light smack. Chapter 30. Exceptional Commercial Promotion Strategies. It remains uncertain how many inequitable agreements Draco Malfoy negotiated that day. When Neil pirouetted away while stepping to the rhythm of the flamenco, his expression was as dark as the color of his robes. Yet, a day later, many observed him standing alone before the entrance of the Ravenclaw common room, glaring at the eagle-shaped brass knocker with the intensity reserved for a sworn enemy. Commercial endeavors in Slytherin were not flourishing, as most students believed that venturing into the common rooms of other houses to purchase goods was a degrading act. As members of high society, they felt it more appropriate to remain at home, sipping coffee while elegantly perusing the latest Burberry collections for inspiration. and subsequently summoning designers and tailors to craft their desired styles in person, rather than clamoring like commoners in a muddy open market for bundles of small carrots. To break this impasse, Neil sought to find a broker who could penetrate the rival house's inner circle, and Draco appeared to be a suitable candidate. Although one could not harbor any expectations regarding his communication skills or business acumen, the old adage rings true. There is a purpose for every type of individual. Are you suggesting that you want Malfoy to assist you in selling goods? Hermione asked in a hushed tone, her face betraying her disdain. She bit her lip and cautiously leaned to glance toward the librarian's desk. Conversing in the Hogwarts library is a perilous endeavor. The librarian, Madame Irma Pants, a stern matron engrossed in rebinding old tomes, administers the space with the iron-fisted authority reminiscent of a totalitarian regime. Any acts of contamination, damage to books, or loud disturbances are met with severe punishment, second only to the crime of murder against the headmaster. However, before her stood an individual brazenly feigning ignorance, prompting her to unleash her frustrations. "Stop spouting nonsense, Neil," Hermione hissed through clenched teeth, pushing away his face, which had inched too close while he whispered. "You know how insufferable he is and how much he despises you, especially after you cost them 30 points and embarrassed them in Charms class. There's no way he would willingly do anything to please you." At her fierce glare, Neil raised his hands in a gesture of surrender, though his overly nonchalant demeanor rendered his sincerity questionable. "I'm not being absurd, Miss Granger," he replied with a conspiratorial smile, leaning closer to her ear once more, this time unrebuffed, though she shot him another eye roll. "I haven't coerced Mr. Malfoy into anything. I merely wish to convey a new lifestyle to the Slytherins through him. And how do you intend to achieve that?" "I gifted him something quite lavish and ostentatious, having escaped Neil's little shop, or rather, having been liberated from it." Malfoy traversed the corridor towards the common room, his pace slightly hurried. Yet, in an effort to mask his inner turmoil, he deliberately maintained an upright posture, tilting his head back with an air of arrogance until his jawline was parallel to the ground. To avoid embarrassment before the Ravenclaw table, he had intentionally dismissed his two cronies, a decision that now seemed ill-advised. The presence of two imposing followers would have undoubtedly provided him with a measure of comfort at this moment. The source of his discomfort lay in the silver chain languidly draped over his shoulder, exuding a languorous charm, although he would never voice it. The moment he beheld Neil produce it from the velvet box, he nearly succumbed to the avarice that flickered in his eyes, for this ornament was nothing short of exquisite. The chain, slenderer than a pinky finger, was composed of countless delicate silver rings, reminiscent of a serpent's scales. The end of the chain culminated in the shape of a finely crafted serpent's head, its artistry so intricate that the lines appeared to flow in the sunlight. Two minuscule yet remarkably clear emeralds were embedded where the eyes should be, exuding an elegance and coolness akin to that of a true cold-blooded predator. As the academic heir of Slytherin, it was impossible for any student of the house, even the one rumored to be afflicted by misfortune, to remain indifferent to such a symbol, an embodiment of Slytherin itself and the profound meanings it harbors. Thus, when Neil proposed this as a gift, Malfoy, despite his suspicions, found himself unable to refuse outright. Moreover, it is hardly conceivable that such peril could genuinely exist. It is solely through Dumbledore's benevolence that a rustic from the countryside could attend a prestigious institution like Hogwarts. How could one possibly dare to transgress a taboo that could lead to expulsion? However, it was only when Malfoy, under the extravagant flattery of Neil, unwittingly adorned his robe with the object that he finally grasped the gravity of the situation. This item was not merely lifelike, it was indeed alive. Malfoy now refrained from any extraneous movements. Despite the silver serpent languidly draped over his shoulder, hissing softly as if friendly, the instant he exhibited any desire to remove it from around his neck, it would violently thrash its tail as a warning. Indeed, the creature's prototype was a rattlesnake, its chain ending in an intricately carved silver sphere containing small bells. He could only hope that in the process of restoration, its venom had not been replicated as well. The notion of seeking assistance from professors or peers had never crossed his mind. Setting aside the fact that he was already bitten on the artery, Malfoy believed that the reputation of the Malfoy family was not so easily tarnished by the mere fear of a serpent-shaped pendant causing a tumult. Convinced he had been duped, Malfoy could only curse inwardly while cautiously carrying this dangerous item, placing his only hope for survival in Neil's utterly unconvincing assurance that it would not bite. Conversely, the same incident, when recounted by Neil in the library, took on an entirely different tone. His assertion that the serpent would not bite was delivered with such sincerity that he remained entirely oblivious to any frightening aspects of the object, rendering the entire act of gifting selfless and noble. I occasionally contemplate whether to create some high-end brand, and I hope Mr. Malfoy will become a pioneer of this trend in Slytherin, he explained. This piece has been crafted by a master artisan from our sect and includes 4 variations: a serpent-shaped silver chain, a lion-headed gold pendant box, a sapphire-encrusted eagle brooch, and a badgerskin shoulder cape. I specifically consulted our friend Miss Penelope Clearwater regarding this matter. She is well versed in the customs of Hogwarts. After listening to my description, she solemnly advised me never to sell the last item, lest I find myself bound to a cross and roasted by irate Hufflepuff students. He paused before adding, "To be candid, Miss Granger, I am rather curious about that scenario. It might be more pleasant than the sensation of being scorched by magical fire. I have heard that in the 15th century, British wizards, particularly witches, often deliberately revealed their identities before muggles, only to be captured and sent to the stake, all to relish the slow roasting of their bodies. Well, one's peculiarities should be free, should they not? It seems they are not. As a descendant of that group of fervent wizards from years past, albeit without any blood relation, Hermione awkwardly averted her gaze, lowering her head to murmur something quietly, her lips suggesting that not everyone behaves in such a manner. However, in an instant, she abruptly lifted her head, struck by another thought. Wait, is this the reason you presented her with a gift? For Penelope Clearwater? Because she provided you with an idea? A gift? Neil paused, then gently tapped his forehead. Oh, you mean that bookmark. Indeed, crafted from brass, with a tassel entwined with a strand of dragon whisker. It is not particularly precious, yet it possesses a modicum of protective charm. As Neil continued, his voice gradually diminished. Glancing at Hermione, and then at the copy of the Winter Constellation Guide in her hands, which had remained untouched for quite some time, his expression shifted to one of realization. Would you like one? I have plenty of brass bookmarks. They were originally intended to replace the sequins on the badgerskin shoulder cape. But, well, you know how it goes. However, I have run out of dragon whiskers, if you don't mind waiting an additional fortnight. The corpse flower I'm cultivating in collaboration with Professor Hagrid in the Forbidden Forest will soon bloom. Its fibers make excellent string, by the way. Interestingly, its original name is corpse flower, as it tends to consume those foolish enough to approach and recite melancholic verses upon seeing its blossoms. Quite charming, wouldn't you agree? EP. 31. Do not betray your friends. Instead, compel them to yield before matters escalate. What does it mean that Hagrid assured there would be no danger? Do you truly believe I would trust that foolish beast's ramblings? As Neil, brimming with excitement, hurried to Hagrid's hut after collecting his previous order from the ever-pleased Black Vulture reveling in the torment of the weak, he chanced upon Hagrid watering a flower bed with a metal canister larger than a beer barrel. Upon hearing footsteps, Hagrid glanced up, and upon recognizing Neil, his face broke into a joyful grin as he waved. Hello, Neil. Good day, Professor. What had once been a haphazardly planted, or rather, carelessly left patch of hardy weeds, had now undergone a remarkable transformation. The soil had been entirely replaced, each handful sourced from the most fertile earth of Hogwarts, enriched by the nutrients of the Forbidden Forest, exuding a rich, dark hue that was pleasing to the eye. The verdant saplings, aided by specially formulated fertilizer, had grown to nearly 2 feet in height, thriving remarkably. Hagrid, with his clumsy hands, had even attempted to encircle them with a small fence. One cannot expect a man whose fingers are thicker than the slats of the fence to exhibit much finesse, yet at least in terms of sturdiness, he had exerted considerable effort in its construction. Look at this place, what was that saying? Flourishing. Hagrid remarked somewhat bashfully, rubbing his nose. I am truly not well versed in these flowers and plants. If you wish to cultivate anything, it would be better to visit the greenhouse. Professor Sprout is the expert in that regard. Indeed, I mean, not that you lack expertise, but rather Professor Sprout's never mind. Don't take offense. Just as Neil was about to elaborate on the ambiguous nature of his statement, he reconsidered and relinquished the thought. While Professor Sprout was undoubtedly knowledgeable, he questioned whether she would permit him to cultivate such specimens in Hogwarts' greenhouse. Speaking of which, did you transplant the last batch of seedlings into the Forbidden Forest as I suggested, Professor? Yes, as you instructed. I found several large trees and planted them in the shade. Hagrid nodded, pointing with the spout of his watering can to an oversized iron shovel leaning against the wall, still smeared with fresh soil. Those flowers have remarkably sturdy stems. I initially worried that I might inadvertently snap them when pulling them from the ground, but later realized there was no need for such caution. He gestured with his hands, mimicking a vigorous pulling motion, then shrugged. This would be excellent for binding splints. Could you spare me some? Not too much, as the forest has been rather unsettled lately, and the number of injured animals has risen significantly compared to previous years. I am running low on bandages in my hut. Of course, Professor. I must say your insight is quite commendable. The fibers of the St. Paulia are not only flexible, but also possess a delicate fragrance. Their components are beneficial for accelerating wound healing. This particular plant exhibits a remarkable resilience to its growing conditions. However, it possesses a ferocity that is unparalleled. Unlike animals, it cannot distinguish its caretaker, indiscriminately consuming anything that ventures within its predatory reach. To be candid, I truly appreciate your willingness to assist in its care. Hagrid blinked, his expression suggesting that he was hearing of such a phenomenon for the very first time. It remains ambiguous whether he was referring to the plant's medicinal properties or its inherent dangers. In approximately half a month's time, you should witness the flowering of those specimens planted in the Forbidden Forest. The blossoms are large and white, their petals adorned with serrated edges, concealing poisonous stingers within their pale yellow course. If I were in your position, I would advise keeping a safe distance from them when the time comes. Hagrid glanced at the flower bed before casting a bewildered look towards the forest, scratching his head in confusion. I will, thank you. Excellent. Now, let us discuss matters of importance, Neil said, feigning ignorance to Hagrid's perplexity as he clapped his hands and pointed to the small pouch he had brought along. Guess what? I have procured the item you desired. Truth be told, the process was far from straightforward, and the officials at the Ministry of Magic will not be pleased to see me smuggling this in. Hagrid's eyes brightened, and with an almost desperate urgency, he snatched the pouch, eagerly untying the knot securing it. As soon as the knot was undone, a pungent odor assaulted his senses, yet, rather than recoil, he gleefully plunged his hand inside, retrieving a handful of dark red-black ash, which he brought to his face, intoxicated by its scent. He even extended his tongue to taste it, his expression brimming with delight. This is magnificent. Exactly what I needed. The fire crabs must immerse themselves in scalding volcanic ash to maintain their vitality, which explains why their remaining natural habitats are solely in Fiji. Only the active nature of the Tonga volcano satisfies their yearning for warmth. Even muggles understand how to use incubators to maintain the temperature of eggs. For wizards, this task is even simpler. With spells and magical items at their disposal, creating a suitable environment for them is effortless. However, Hagrid was reluctant to resort to such a cheap substitute. For the unique breed he envisioned, he aspired to provide a more natural and powerful heat source. Hagrid remained silent, his face alight with joy as he enthusiastically patted Neil's shoulder. Had it been anyone else, their shoulder blades would likely have shattered by now. Even Neil could distinctly feel his humerus slipping slightly from its socket. Clearly, Hagrid preferred this uncomplicated method of sharing his joy over verbal expressions and had completely forgotten the concerns regarding dangerous plants. A promising inclination. Just you wait. With this, I shall cultivate the finest fire crab, a breed unlike any that has ever been seen. I must strive to grow them to 15 feet in length. By all means, give it a try, Professor, but do be cautious not to overdo it, all right? The energy of this object is likely beyond your imagination. I certainly do not wish to lose an important customer, partner, and, of course, a friend over such a trivial matter. Hagrid paused momentarily, then mechanically nodded. Clearly his mind had not yet caught up with the pace of his actions, and it was uncertain how much he truly comprehended. However, given Hagrid's temperament, if he were to tinker with this object at home, the worst outcome would merely be the burning down of his own house, which hardly constitutes a grave concern. Now, let us discuss compensation. I fully grasp the meager salary of the gamekeeper, and I do not wish to pursue you for debts like a relentless miser. Therefore, why do we not explore a means of settlement that is less mercenary and vulgar, one that transcends mere monetary concerns? He lowered his voice, narrowing his eyes into a slit, intently observing the still bewildered Hagrid, as if he intended to miss not a single subtle shift in his expression. EP. 32 tight-lipped, what did you say? Yet, even so, when he feigned nonchalance and spoke again, a hint of nervousness lingered in his tone. The stench of beasts, Professor. What have you been harboring in there? I do not comprehend what you are referring to. He cleared his throat, avoiding Neil's gaze, as time was running short. Perhaps you should. Neil had been intently scrutinizing him, determined not to miss any suspicious signs, but it now seemed utterly futile. Rubeus Hagrid had perfected the art of fabrication, inheriting this talent from his maternal lineage. Giants are not adept at deceit. When confronted with accusations, provided a member of their kind possesses sufficient intelligence to level such claims, their typical response is to wield a club and smash their adversary's skull. Unfortunately, such a mode of defense is ill-suited for Hogwarts or any land draped in the fabric of human civilization, save for that distant realm ruled by criminals, slave masters, fanatics devoid of humanity, and self-serving fools. Why so anxious, Professor? Neil said softly, I am not Mephistopheles, eager to drag your soul into hell over a mere phrase. We are simply engaging in casual conversation, are we not? His gentle demeanor offered Hagrid a modicum of calm. The title of professor served as a reminder that he possessed a natural advantage in this interrogation. Listen, do you know why the Forbidden Forest is called so? Because students are prohibited from entering. He adopted a stern expression, striving to appear furious. Why do you not cease fretting over these conspiracies of your own imagination and attend to matters more befitting a student? Neil raised his hands and stepped back, making a concerted effort to appear compliant. Take it easy, Professor, do not become overly agitated. What was it Pythagoras said? Anger begins with folly and ends in regret. As I mentioned earlier, this is merely a chat. I do not intend to pry too deeply into this matter. If you dislike it, shall we discuss something else? Do you like dogs, Professor? Well, they are tolerable. I suppose, not particularly detestable, but if you catch my drift. Neil nodded politely, refraining from directly stating the objectively incomprehensible fact. I do not personally harbor disdain for dogs. There are numerous fascinating breeds native to Britain, such as the Yorkshire Terrier, Welsh Corgi, Old English Sheepdog, and Beagle. Yet I find the designation of the Scottish Deerhound as the most perfect creature created by God rather shameless. They are indeed excellent hunting companions and fine pets. But they hardly merit such a lofty reputation. Where did they place the pandas? At this point, he shifted the conversation. Of course, this pertains only to ordinary dogs. The canine monstrosities are far beyond what civilized language can adequately describe. Those hybrids are both cruel and cunning, consuming with insatiable greed. Upon reflection, I noticed that the regulations at Hogwarts do not permit students to keep dogs as pets. Yet they allow students with pet rats and cats to coexist in the same dormitory. Is that not perplexing? I can imagine. Neil chuckled with restraint, acknowledging that. From a historical and cultural perspective, dogs frequently align with the opposing forces against wizards. But what of magical creatures? Have you ever kept a canine magical being? I once had a tail-wagging dog about this size, which, aside from its forked tail, bore no distinction from an ordinary dog, rather charming, indeed. As the topic of magical creatures arose, Hagrid's demeanor lightened considerably when he gestured to indicate its size. The warmth in his gaze suggested that a small dog truly existed between his hands. Some individuals even keep them as pets. If you are interested, I could send one to you during the summer break. Do not worry, it is not an endangered species, as long as it is not kept in a muggle area. No one will mind. Neil shook his head, declining the offer. No, thank you. I have my doubts about their survival in the climate of my hometown at such an altitude. Is there not a stronger, sturdier creature, formidable enough to tear apart malevolent beings? What is the most fearsome canine magical creature in Europe? Despite the two strict conditions that accompany its name, the very notion of such a fantastical creature ignited immense curiosity in Neil. It sounds rather ethereal, does it not? Have you ever seen one with your own eyes? Hagrid puffed out his chest with a touch of pride. Me? Indeed, I once acquired one from a dubious Greek individual when it was but a mere pup. Alas, it is no longer in the Forbidden Forest. Otherwise, I could take you to see it. Dumbledore. His demeanor was not overtly aggressive, yet to Hagrid, it felt as if an immense chasm was slowly closing in on him. All right, Professor, take it easy. Look at how sweaty you are. Neil raised a hand to halt his futile self-torment. You are quite right. This is not a matter for students to worry about. I merely wish to ascertain whether that creature in the restricted area is indeed under control, and you can assure me it will not escape on its own, correct? Hagrid's breath quickened, as if clinging to a lifeline. He stammered in a desperate defense. Really? I mean, it is certainly safe. The creature is not. It is rather fierce, but not dangerous. It would never stray from its designated area. What I mean is, it is well behaved. It would not harm anyone, unless someone were to trespass behind it. Ahem. Moreover, the headmaster insists on chaining it. I have expressed that such measures are entirely unnecessary. Amidst this lengthy discourse, the only reassuring note came from his final statement. suggesting that despite any flaws in Dumbledore's secretive and Machiavellian tendencies, he retained at least a semblance of rationality. Very well, then. Neil snapped his fingers, and on that note, if you could spare a little more time to brush its teeth, I would have no complaints. The trifling matter of halitosis is no laughing matter, Professor. Have some consideration for your olfactorily sensitive students, would you? Hagrid furrowed his brow. Having learned from past missteps, he was now somewhat skeptical of the other's intentions, and thus refrained from uttering a word, fearing that any careless slip could inadvertently reveal sensitive information. You see, the bonds of trust between individuals are exceedingly fragile. How much effort have we expended to cultivate a mutually beneficial relationship, only for it to feel as though we must begin anew due to a mere trivial test? Is this reasonable? Certainly not. Neil exaggeratedly squinted, attempting to feign an appearance of sorrow. Really? Hagrid raised an eyebrow, skeptical. Once something is set in motion, Professor, it is exceedingly difficult to reverse. Neil nodded emphatically. For an institution of Hogwarts' magnitude and history, possessing one or two secrets is entirely commonplace. Even if the headmaster were indeed safeguarding some treasure in the Forbidden Forest or sealing away a perilous artifact, what concern is that of mine? Just because it exists. Must I delve into it? Ravenclaws are indeed known for their insatiable curiosity, Professor, but as for myself, I shall not take that unprofitable risk. Who knows if that wretched hat placed me in Ravenclaw out of spite? EP 33. Behind the scenes of the Black Mouse, Neil's assurances to Hagrid were not entirely fabrications. According to the contract, aside from his commercial endeavors, his primary responsibilities revolved around Harry. As for the trivial matters beyond that, he had no desire to involve himself. Even the incident when Dumbledore secretly extracted a portion of Grindelwald's tissue with the intention of clandestinely cultivating an army of replicas at Hogwarts was of no concern to Neil, unless the former planned to unleash this army upon the mountains of Bayenhar. Should the headmaster believe that it was imperative to keep secrets from himself by bringing class of dangerous creatures into the school through Hagrid's channels, this was crucial. He was quite content to remain uninvolved, provided that the three-headed, drooling beast did not suddenly block his path during his nocturnal escapades. If one were to consider all potential risks, one could only pray that Mr. Potter and his merry companions would not venture into the Forbidden Forest for trivial reasons, only to meet their demise at the jaws of the hound. Mr. Potter, do you have an affinity for dogs? What? For a fleeting moment, Harry thought he had misheard, but Neil's expression was earnest. It must be noted that ordinarily, one would not traverse to another house's common room merely to pose an inconsequential question. Dogs, Mr. Potter. Four-legged creatures that bark. I can tell from your expression what you are contemplating. You may interpret Professor Snape's aggressive remarks as mere barking, and that is entirely acceptable. He brought it upon himself. However, do not allow prejudice to distort your perception of his species. This is a serious matter. Harry was momentarily taken aback by the entirely fabricated inference. His defense that he had never entertained such thoughts drowned out by the raucous laughter of others. Ron, clutching his stomach, slid off the sofa. Wriggling on the carpet like a worm, Fred, while coughing from laughter, curled his hands into paw-like shapes, mimicking Snape's scowling glare. George pounded the armrest of the sofa as if he could not control his emotions without the aid of pain. Hermione did not laugh. Yet her gaze lacked the usual severity she displayed when listening to their nonsensical chatter. Snape was indeed unpopular among Gryffindor students. Feeling embarrassed to be the focal point of their mockery, Harry sheepishly scratched his nose. Did you come here solely for this? To use me as a decoy to speak ill of Snape? I am not so trivial, Mr. Potter. The blind rogue in the tale of the wise blind man would not be so idle as to stoop to that level. Neil made a face at him. Now, let us not dwell on that. Tell me, do you like them, or not? A flicker of annoyance crossed Harry's eyes, though it was not directed at Neil's probing. Many families in Little Whinging owned dogs, and those dogs, much like their owners who believed the rumors spread by the Dursleys, had never been particularly kind to Harry. The whispers and murmurs of the crowd, coupled with the insidious barking of the dog, made it difficult to ascertain which was more irksome. It would be inaccurate to claim dogs are humanity's best friend. At best, they are merely the best companions to their owners. You dislike dogs? Splendid, Mr. Potter. Do remember this sentiment in the future. Oftentimes, or rather most of the time, it is quite challenging to decipher the thoughts of Neil. I rather like dogs, Ron shrugged. But unfortunately, we have never had the means or space to keep one. Look, Fred, behold our ungrateful little brother. Truly, I dare say. Fawn would be heartbroken to hear you say that. Hey, Ron protested. However, his two troublemaking brothers paid no heed to his feelings, continuing their merriment unabated. "Who is Fawn?" Neil inquired softly. "How delightful," Neil remarked, his expression clearly indicating that befriending a creature capable of pilfering food, spreading illness, and damaging furniture, not to mention one whose name could also serve as an insult, was hardly the act of a rational being. "I prefer cats over dogs," Hermione stated nonchalantly. Casting a meaningful glance at Neil, "Perhaps I shall attempt to keep one next year. Before bringing it to school, let us ensure it maintains a respectful distance from Fawn. Shall we?" Speaking of which, Neil clapped his hands. "I happen to possess a rather fitting little gadget for pets, freshly arrived this morning. Would you like to take a look?" One must admit, curiosity is not solely a trait of Ravenclaw students. Upon hearing of a novel item, everyone gathered around. Even Hermione, who had been feigning interest in her book, could not resist edging closer. He reached into his seemingly bottomless sleeve and produced two cherry-sized copper bells, delicately suspended from fine strings, exuding an air of antiquity. "What is this?" "A calming bell." He shook the bell in his hand, producing a crisp sound. "The two bells form a pair, one for you to hold and the other to attach to your pet, allowing you to soothe its emotions when you ring it. The one in my hand is a simplified version. It was originally intended for larger animals, such as your war horses, war bulls, war donkeys, or any other beast, to help them remain calm amidst the chaos of battle, preventing them from throwing you off in fright at the sounds of explosions." Ron poked the small bell skeptically. "It's so tiny. Does it really work?" "Of course, Mr. Weasley. Attach one to your little mouse Fawn. And when Miss Granger's cat pins it under its paw, preparing to dismember it, you can ring the bell." "And then what?" "There is no and then, Mr. Weasley. But at least you can ensure it departs this world in peace. However, should Miss Granger also procure one for her beloved cat, perhaps it might persuade it to cease its violent tendencies. Although the purpose of this item may seem rather subtle, the allure of purchasing 8 for the price of 2, with the second pair at half price, is undeniable." Embracing a spirit of experimentation, Harry decided to buy a pair for Hedwig. Ron, seizing the opportunity of the discounted price, was somewhat swayed by the notion that it might bring a sense of tranquility to the aging Scabbers. Surprisingly, Fred and George, who did not own any pets, purchased a considerable quantity. According to their claims, they intended to test the effects on Mrs. Norris, the beloved cat of Argus Filch, that very evening. If successful, it would bring them one step closer to their grand scheme of driving that old abuser to madness. "Oh, and I almost forgot." Neil rummaged through his sleeve and, quite inexplicably, produced a large paper package that seemed impossible to have fit inside, handing it to Ron. "This is the order that Mr. Weasley entrusted you to deliver to me. I had hoped to present it to him in person, but fortune has not favored me with the opportunity these past few days. Please convey my regards to the future Minister of Magic, will you, once he rises to prominence? Do not forget to grant a poor soul like me a bit more space to earn a living." Ron nodded as he accepted the package. Even now, he felt a twinge of embarrassment at Percy's actions. Yet, seeing the mischievous expressions on Fred and George's faces, he realized that this was hardly the moment for concern over others' opinions. EP 34 Companion. In contrast to the friends of Gryffindor, Malfoy's recent circumstances have been far from satisfactory. And the reasons for this are quite apparent. To be fair, even having personally experienced its myriad troubles, that serpentine silver chain remains the most exquisite ornament he has ever encountered. The contours of the serpent's head can only be described as lifelike. One can even discern a pair of hidden fangs within its mouth, poised to spring forth at a mere touch of a specific spot, reminiscent of a switchblade. The tips of these fangs feature small orifices through which the venom of a snake is injected into its prey, leaving one to ponder the intentions behind this particular detail in its craftsmanship. The silver rings comprising the body are adorned with intricately carved textures mimicking scales, each groove meticulously calculated to ensure that it reflects an enchanting shimmer while slithering across the wearer's arm and shoulder. As one gently glides their fingers over the serpent-esque form, the delightful sensation, straddling the line between rough and supple, evokes the feeling of caressing a genuine venomous snake. Even Salazar Slytherin himself could not have possessed such a magnificent treasure. What is even more remarkable is its intelligence. Describing a silver chain as clever might seem peculiar, yet it undeniably merits this distinction. Unlike the house elves that would become a sensation over a decade later, it does not merely repeat a series of pre-programmed actions. From the very first day Malfoy donned it, he discovered that this entity not only observed his every move but also comprehended the significance of those actions. At the breakfast table, upon noticing Malfoy slicing toast, it promptly nudged the dish of jam towards him with its tail. When lunchtime arrived, It would substitute with a platter of meat stew and a bottle of black pepper sauce, its selections invariably aligning with his culinary preferences for the day, so accurately that it left him too astonished to contemplate further. Should he forget to stir the bakelite beans he poured into the cauldron? A stirring stick clenched in the serpent's mouth would dart towards his nostrils as a reminder, if he intended to daydream during history of magic class. The serpent's tail would gently tap incessantly against his left cheek, if high-ranking miscreants, disapproving of his ostentatious demeanor, approached him. It would rattle its jingling tail and display its fangs to intimidate them. Conversely, should Malfoy consider offering some clever and sophisticated commentary about a Gryffindor fool or a Hufflepuff commoner, the gleaming fangs would find their way against his own neck. It was as if he were not merely adorned with jewelry, but rather accompanied by a licensed animagus, ever ready to correct his words and actions in the most radical of manners. Malfoy pondered seriously whether such high intelligence was truly requisite for an ornament. After enduring the indignity of a silver chain tapping against his backside to remind him of unwashed areas during his bath, he finally mustered the courage to confront the purveyor of this troublesome item. A nanny? Oh, you refer to the wet nurse. Indeed, I have observed a certain lack of precision in the terminology employed by the English in this regard. The term wet nurse translates directly to diaper-changing servant in English, and nearly all female attendants who come into contact with infants essentially fulfill this role. However, when it comes to wet nursing, it appears that medieval Europeans regarded breastfeeding as a rather ignoble act. Mr. Malfoy, I wonder if you have studied this. I must concede that, in this respect, Eastern societies, even the Japanese, exhibit a far greater degree of enlightenment. It was not until the 14th century that Europe began to cultivate the practice of hiring wet nurses for breastfeeding, and even then, it was under the condition of treating them as less than human. Charles Robert Darwin, despite his indelible contributions to biology, audaciously suggested that humans possess as a form of atavism, and he brazenly inscribed this notion in On the Origin of Species. What a fool! Moreover, Carl von Linné, the founder of modern biology and particularly of botanical classification, the very inventor of terms like Homo sapiens and mammals, was also the one who, in his seminal work Systema Naturae, introduced the theory of racial discrimination, further asserting that women's secretion of milk was an indecent act. I am quite curious about what sustenance they were raised on. Rubber, perhaps? Botticelli was well aware of how to paint with 2 dots. Ah. These occurrences in the history of Muggles must seem exceedingly foreign to you, Mr. Malfoy, do they not? I find great solace in your deeply principled reaction, truly. There is no need for such righteous indignation. I am confident that such matters would not transpire within the wizarding world, for the marvel of magic lies in. Oh, my apologies, I seem to have misjudged, have I not? Your flushed countenance is not a result of anger, is it? Calm yourself, sir, indeed. I did utter in milk, but those are hardly indecorous terms. Hey, truly, do cease this manner. I can comprehend the peculiar stirrings of youthful exuberance that have arrived a tad prematurely in your heart, yet you are nearly rendering me embarrassed as well. Wait a moment. I believe I have suddenly stumbled upon a splendid business opportunity. No, I cannot sell that at Hogwarts. Just a moment, Mr. Malfoy. I have just realized that I have never seen what wizarding yellow publications look like. Have you ever discovered anything beneath your father's bed? No. Well, that is understandable. Lucius Malfoy is a meticulous individual, and he would certainly not conceal his personal belongings, so. Never mind. Shall we discuss something else? I apologize, Mr. Malfoy, but may I boldly inquire what topic we were originally discussing? I find myself utterly unable to recall. And what of you? Perhaps it was merely a dream after all? On the other hand, the mere sight of a silver serpent resting upon one's shoulder appeared quite dashing. Entirely oblivious to the burgeoning envy and admiration among the diligent students surrounding him. The night before, just before lights out, the head boy, Tim Byrne, cornered him on the staircase leading to the dormitories. With a Slytherin's characteristic tact, he delivered a speech embodying the essence of noble treasures belong to the deserving. A phrase Neil had initially used when advising him to accept the silver chain. Though somewhat convoluted, it inexplicably exuded a sense of coolness. The disparity in physical prowess and magical ability between the first-year and sixth-year students was stark, and Malfoy lacked the convenient tools that Crabbe and Goyle possessed. Fortunately, in an attempt to showcase his gentlemanly demeanor, Byrne refrained from immediately drawing his wand after demanding the chain, allowing his loyal companions, Crabbe and Goyle, to approach from behind, capsize a wastebasket over Byrne's head, and ultimately engage in a playful assault with a candelabrum, striking him on either side of the neck. Nevertheless, Most Slytherin students managed to separate their pride from the theory of survival of the fittest. Over the following days, more than 30% of the student body visited Ravenclaw Tower under pretenses that would damage their dignity, shattering previous records. Many others lay in wait along Neil's commuting path, ambushing him like brigands and dragging him into vacant classrooms to negotiate prices. Truly an unprecedented spectacle. It was almost unbelievable. Can you fathom the revenue generated over the past fortnight? A few days later, during dinner, Neil once again uninvitedly appeared at the Slytherin table. Perhaps due to the initial success of their business collaboration, the unfriendly glares from other students were considerably diminished. Goyle, now accustomed to such occurrences, even poured him a cup of tea. Crabbe's phobia of Neil had yet to subside. Madame Pomfrey had prohibited him from overly relying on potions to manage his mental afflictions, insisting he strengthened his willpower through exercise to overcome his challenges. Malfoy, with malicious intent, turned away, disdainful of indulging in such frivolity. However, the silver chain that typically hung obediently from his buttonhole now bared its teeth fiercely, compelling its owner to adopt a more amiable demeanor towards his friend. "I don't know," he muttered irritably. 1,000 galleons? Neil smiled enigmatically. "That's a trade secret. I cannot disclose it, Mr. Malfoy." Malfoy sighed deeply, striving to convince himself to remain calm. "Then why inquire? I wish to share in your joy, without revealing specific figures." Finally, with his emotionless emerald eyes carved from stone, he glanced at Malfoy, then at Neil, raising his tail to mime a beheading gesture, implying that he should hasten to prod Neil for the answer. EP 35, a small stone on the smooth path. For both parties, despite the fact that most Slytherin students still did not regard Neil as an equal peer. Viewing him merely as a peddler who once wandered among the affluent, they considered him a transient figure, someone who could be treated with disdain and bullied at will. However, for Neil himself, as long as they presented him with gleaming gold coins, their inner thoughts held no significance whatsoever, regardless of the sentiment behind the money. It did not diminish its inherent value. Under Malfoy's unwitting provocation, the sales of the animated snake chains reached a rather alarming figure in just half a month. Nevertheless, the subsequent products were somewhat compromised in quality, omitting the rattlesnake's tail that could potentially cause its wearer to be expelled from the library for making noise. Furthermore, the intelligence of the snakes was adjusted, rendering them akin to ordinary serpents, lazily coiling about and occasionally baring their fangs to intimidate those who dared to stroke them. Naturally, safety remained paramount, ensuring no harm would come to their owners. Upon first hearing of this matter, Malfoy displayed a look suggesting he had something to express. But the silver snake coiled atop his head swiftly swung its tail, delivering a gentle slap, thus denying him the chance to speak. At Hogwarts, no one harbored greater animosity towards Slytherin than the Gryffindor students. Therefore, when a new trend emerged in Slytherin that could serve as a source of boastful pride, the little lions were invariably the first to react. But fret not, my dearest esteemed guests, for your most loyal friend, old Neil, was well prepared for this eventuality. Behold, dear friends, this exquisitely crafted lion pendant. Feel its splendid mane. Each hair is intricately woven with golden threads, offering a delightful tactile experience akin to caressing a silken fabric. In honor of our mutual friend, Mr. Potter, today it is yours for a mere 49 galleons. What do you say? No, sir. We do not support installment payments and advise against incurring debt for such a purchase. 49 galleons is not a trifling sum for students. Yet, even after Neil's clever incitement and his final appeal for rational spending, many still advanced their future Christmas gift budgets to acquire it. The primary catalyst for fostering extravagance has always been mutual comparison, particularly in a rivalry steeped in spite. Gryffindor students could not bear the thought of being inferior to Slytherin in any regard. If possible, they might even compete over who could sit longer on the toilet. Such notions are easily exploited. Of course, as an honest merchant, the products themselves are undoubtedly worth their price. While the lion pendant may not seem as animated as Slytherin's serpentine silver chain, it is by no means inferior in craftsmanship. The golden lion's head typically bears an expression of haughty disdain, gazing down upon the masses, but with a gentle scratch beneath its chin. Its demeanor transforms into one of delight, purring contentedly like a domestic cat as it nuzzles your fingers, emitting a non-existent, rumbling sound from its throat. However, do not underestimate it, compared to the subsequent removal of the intriguing structure known as the silver serpent's venomous fangs in later products. The security pendant that has sacrificed certain features for mass production still retains its sharp teeth and remarkable biting force, originally designed for opening bottle caps and walnut shells. It is endearing when it plays coy, yet do not be misled into thinking it is a submissive pet to all, otherwise. When you attempt to reach out to touch it without permission, it will adeptly utilize its aforementioned abilities to impart a lesson. Additionally, the eyes of the lion emit a flashlight-like glow in the darkness, providing a more convenient lighting option for those too lazy to read the flickering fluorescence, a function that pales in comparison. By the way, the unique prototype pendant corresponding to the silver chain held by Malfoy is temporarily sealed at the bottom of a box, with no plans for sale at present. Its most remarkable feature is its capacity to emit a deafening roar from its mouth, which shattered all the windows in the common room during a live demonstration for enthusiastic students. Such an item cannot be carelessly disseminated within Hogwarts. Imagine the Weasley twins launching a surprise attack on Snape's office, which houses hundreds of glass bottles containing dangerous potions and ingredients. Severus Snape, being a wizard of high vigilance, who trusts no one, would not forget to magically lock the door before departing. Yet the door's quality may not be as reliable as he is. It is indeed a pity that the original owner of that skin was no ordinary wild beast, but rather a beast that attempted an assassination against the Grand Elder about 50 years ago. Possessing the rare ability of invisibility and the high intelligence to capture the leader before the thieves, it was unfortunately decapitated by the Grand Elder with a mere chopstick. The skin still harbors its former owner's dark power, capable of serving as an invisibility cloak, proving more effective than ordinary incantations, even within the sect. There is no other item comparable to it. As for the Ravenclaw Eagle Brooch, that is an entirely different tale. Like the Slytherin Silver Serpent, it also prefers not to remain docile on its wearer's person. However, as a winged creature, its range of movement is much broader than that of a snake. Yet, Neil overlooked one detail. With his arrival, Hogwarts guys gained a semi-permanent bully upon seeing the little eagle, crafted with the utmost care by master artisans. It lay in the O'Leary's feeding trough, tattered and nearly resembling a failed piece of metal waste, while a proud six-winged black griffin perched triumphantly atop its perch. Nonetheless, the students of these two houses have always maintained a relatively gentle attitude towards Neil and his little shop. Even without particularly eye-catching special merchandise, it consistently provides stable revenue. It seems that every individual in the school is gradually being drawn into Neil's commercial network at their own pace. The curious Professor Flitwick, with a scholarly disposition, acquired a horn comb to tend to his thinning hair. That very afternoon, he was spotted traversing the corridor, his face obscured, sporting a peculiar hairdo reminiscent of a cow's patchy coat, black and white in alternating splotches. However, this incident was but a minor interlude. After several days of experimentation, he seemed quite pleased with his new grooming tool. Severus Snape, after enduring a series of unsuccessful ventures, found himself burdened with an additional and substantial weekly expenditure of 25 galleons. Indeed, the venture trading dried fish had become a fixed arrangement, as his pride forbade him from approaching that rascally youth to request an end to their dealings. The immediate consequence of this predicament was that every time the two exchanged their wares post-potions class, they would find Madame Loris lurking by the wall in the corridor, her gaze fixed menacingly upon the paper-wrapped parcel in Snape's hand. Per Filch, the caretaker, could scarcely afford such extravagant pet food on his meager salary. The income of the gamekeeper was not much better. However, under the duplicitous influence of Neil, he unwittingly became an accomplice, enjoying what he believed to be a friendly discount. Recently, Harry had noticed charred marks on Hagrid, as if he had been dealing with some fire-breathing creature. Professor Sprout was compelled to partition her greenhouse, for the plants that had been lavishly treated with special fertilizers were becoming rather unsuitable for student interaction. Rumors circulated that Professor Dumbledore's phoenix had been frequently seen soaring above the greenhouse, ready to incinerate anything that showed signs of escape, leaving no trace of evidence. Speaking of Dumbledore, he adhered to the reclusive demeanor characteristic of a headmaster, seemingly disassociated from this burgeoning trend. Yet, we all recognize that his contractual agreement was, in fact, the most consequential and financially staggering of them all. If there were truly one individual entirely detached from this phenomenon, it would undoubtedly be the defense against the dark arts teacher, Quirinus Quirrell. EP 36 The Riddle of Professor Quirrell. Upon hearing the name Quirrell, Hagrid, who was squatting by the fireplace tending to the wood with a poker, furrowed his brow. He glanced up at the copper kettle perched on the stove, only to find no signs of the water boiling. It seemed that any hope of evading the topic by brewing tea was futile. With a sigh, Hagrid resigned himself to the conversation. He truly disliked gossiping about his colleagues, yet pretending to be oblivious was equally a laborious and distressing task. especially in the presence of Harry and his friends. Well, what has become of Professor Quirrell? Neil, who was polishing a unicorn horn, raised an exaggerated eyebrow. This afternoon, during his routine delivery, he had coincidentally encountered Hagrid entertaining guests, those few among all of Hogwarts willing to share a cup of tea in his little hut. Now gathered together. I'm not avoiding him, Mr. Weasley, Neil replied softly, his speech deliberate as if inviting the others to echo his words. However, from what I gather, that professor may not require my services. Hey, I recall you mentioning that a good merchant must cater to every customer's needs. This sharp retort did not embarrass Neil. Rather, it provoked an uncontrollable laugh from him, rare, and devoid of the theatricality typical of an opera stage, revealing a more genuine emotion beneath. Ah, quite so. I did say that on the train, didn't I? It astounds me that you still remember. I would be compelled to raise a toast to you if I had a goblet in hand. But for now, let us make do with this. He held up the polished unicorn horn like a chalice, waving it before Ron. However, I must correct you on 2 points. First, the needs of customers also encompass not wanting to be ensnared by a verbose, fussy, oily-tongued, and slightly violent foreigner. Wow. Listing that out makes me realize just how much of a rogue I can be. And second, I am still in the process of learning while managing. Far from being a true good merchant. Such a fallacy. Hermione muttered under her breath, yet her amusement was no longer concealed. Nonetheless, Ron appeared unconvinced. I think you would certainly appreciate your peculiar talismans. I have yet to meet another who, like him, stuffs his hat with garlic daily to ward off vampires. Nearly 2 decades ago, Americans had taken a significant number of magical creature samples under the guise of research, secretly stored in the Commonwealth of Puerto Rico. Consequently, last year, one of those creatures, still alive, escaped from the laboratory, took advantage of the night to invade a nearby farm, and drain the blood from over 20 cows, prompting the unfortunate souls of the Department of Mysteries to hastily concoct a being known as Chupacabra to obscure the truth. How do I know this so well? Let us just say, Mr. Potter, it is one of my few personal interests. The emergence of the vampire creature as a narrative element stirred excitement among Harry, Ron, and Hagrid, who was rummaging through the cupboard for tea sets, particularly for Hagrid, who found himself involuntarily contemplating the prospect of capturing one, whether he should nourish it with livestock's blood or offer a portion of his own blood as a gesture of affinity. However, recklessly approaching danger merely to satisfy curiosity was not in Hermione's nature. She was far more intrigued by the land itself than by the monster that resided there. Have you been to Romania? If flying over counts, then yes. But if you seek information about local delicacies or tourist attractions, I fear I cannot provide more detailed answers than a travel brochure. The one thing I do know, which it could never comprehend, is what it feels like for perceptive passengers when the airplane flies directly over the Rift of Secrets. Really? Tell me more. Imagine the sensation of becoming a piece of toilet paper tossed into a flushing toilet. I must clarify, Miss Granger, that this sentiment bears no embellishment. At that moment, the kettle, boiling with water, finally whistled, effectively interrupting Neil's eerie tale about Romania. Hagrid rose to pour tea for everyone, visibly relieved to have an excuse to leave the conversation. He thought to himself that if he remained engaged in the discussion, his urge to nurture a chupacabra would inevitably triumph over reason. Well, I don't know what negative opinions you hold about Professor Quirrell, but he wasn't always like this. He sighed regretfully, placing a platter of his homemade rock cakes in the center of the table. Having already experienced his culinary skills, Harry, Ron, and Hermione dared not even glance at the concoction. Neil noticed their reactions and skeptically picked up a piece, pinching it between 2 fingers. His expression swiftly transforming from casual to that of a man who had just unearthed a tragic prophecy. Honestly, I truly believe this is your moment to shine, Neil. Isn't there some remedy that could revive his spirits after consuming that? Neil lifted the oversized teacup prepared by Hagrid, taking a sip while his expression appeared somewhat troubled. It's not that straightforward, Mr. Potter. Emotions and thoughts are separated by a mere thread, and one must tread very carefully in handling them. I certainly do not wish to be accused by the Ministry of Magic of selling bottled soul-sucking curses and end up in Azkaban. I dare say many of my acquaintances at the Ministry are eagerly awaiting such a day. Quirinus. What? The other 4 in the cottage exchanged puzzled glances, unable to discern the connection between this statement and the preceding discussion. It was rumored that he was swept into the sky by a storm and never returned, and his admirers believed this was evidence of divine summons, thus bestowing upon him the moniker Quirinus, elevating him to the ranks of the gods, second only to his father and grandfather, Mars and Jupiter, that is. He took another sip of tea, his movements somewhat slower than before. However, I believe that Romulus was more likely assassinated by the Senate due to the power struggles he instigated, much like his renowned successor, Julius Caesar. Shakespeare devoted considerable narrative to the events leading up to the assassination, yet the actual depiction of the act itself was rather cursory, leaving the actors to ponder how best to portray his violent demise. This was a mere anecdote. Ron imagined that scene, stifling his laughter as he inquired, "What was the first grievance?" Harry and Ron erupted in laughter. Even Hagrid shook his head in bemusement, while Hermione expressed her indignation. "What does this mean? Is this how they treat you? Believing such nonsense and then beating you?" "Of course not, Miss Granger." No one believed his excuse. "I was beaten because I was upset about the matter, which led me to stuff a sock into my master's soup that very evening." "So what grievance do you have?" He insisted that hiding a stinky sock in my master's meal was an act of betrayal, but upon my honor, it was a clean sock I placed in there. Neil replied calmly. However, I could not present evidence at the time, as that item had already settled in his stomach by the time the truth came to light, resulting in a punishment far exceeding the offense. "You see, Miss Granger, life is seldom as one wishes, is it not?" That night, as Harry lay in his dormitory bed, listening to Ron's snores, he suddenly realized that Neil had glossed over all the crucial issues regarding Professor Quirrell with trivialities. EP 37 The Ideal Partner at Hogwarts. Quirinus Quirrell is not a detestable figure. This is not due to his exceptional qualities, nor his amiable and empathetic nature. Rather, it is simply that, in the eyes of most, he does not possess the attributes requisite for being loathed. He is indeed a diligent scholar, and his proficiency in magic is commendable. Hagrid did not mislead in this regard. However, to be an outstanding educator necessitates more than mere academic prowess and magical skill. It demands a further elevation to the status of a revered and successful teacher, a threshold Quirrell fails to cross. As time unfolds, his introverted, timid demeanor, accompanied by a profound lack of self-assurance, gradually becomes apparent, rendering his position within the school increasingly precarious. Following his appointment as the Defense Against the Dark Arts instructor, matters deteriorate considerably. It is a difficult reality to fathom, for among the Hogwarts faculty, his authority is eclipsed only by that of the house elves laboring in the kitchens. Even Filch's cat garners more respect among the students, albeit predominantly derived from fear. Typically, one would assume that transitioning from the podium to teach a more captivating and popular subject, one that allows for the display of genuine talent, would enhance one's image in the eyes of students, or so one would think. Yet, Quirrell stands as the exceptional counterexample. From the moment he received his appointment from Dumbledore, he appeared invigorated, as if the ridicule and scorn he had endured until that point finally afforded him a chance for redemption. With a fervent spirit akin to that of a crusader, he embarked on his journey, eager to confront the so-called dark arts and demonstrate to all the fragility of those malevolent forces in the face of his abilities. Before he transformed into a more pitiful, cowardly creature akin to a wretched sewer rat, he maintained a semblance of confidence in his magical prowess. His former colleagues believed that a few swamp-dwelling trolls or a yet-to-be-civilized vampire would suffice to send Quirrell into a state of sheer terror. Throughout the first month of school, he remained in a dazed state, his face perpetually marked by fear, trembling at the slightest rustle, curling into himself. Regarding these matters, Hagrid remained tight-lipped until the very end, revealing nothing to Harry and his companions. Acutely aware of the potential harm that disdain from students could inflict upon a teacher, he was, therefore, reluctant to allow gossip about Quirrell to spread far and wide. Yet he overlooked the fact that Hogwarts harbors sources of information far more astute and indiscreet than himself, such as the portraits lining the corridors, the wandering ghosts, and I believed we had reached an accord regarding matters of non-interference. To harm an individual, one must strike at that which they hold dear. At least in Snape's view, within the realm of his authority, no such target could be discerned. You implored me to remain an observer, to turn a blind eye to your dubious actions, and I acquiesced. He paused momentarily, allowing the sarcasm to seep fully into his voice. And now, you wish for me to furnish you with information? He rose and circled the desk, looming over Neil, a favored posture of Severus Snape when engaging in dialogue. If one cannot completely overshadow their interlocutor, what significance remains in human communication? I am quite curious, Mr. Wan. What compels you to repeatedly test my limits? Do you perceive me as someone easily manipulated? Neil bowed deeply, his demeanor exuding trepidation, nearly pressing his abdomen against his thighs. No, Professor, I have never harbored such crass thoughts. You are my mentor, my elder, and a distinguished guest. I have always held you in the highest regard." A merchant of shallow understanding might often blurt out the phrase big spender, only to realize mid-sentence the impropriety of their words, yet Neil displayed no such lapse. His expression remaining unperturbed. With a childlike innocence, he blinked. "Do our minor disagreements truly eclipse your contrition?" The sardonic smile vanished from Snape's countenance, replaced by an expression of profound menace. At this juncture, only this singular remark could shatter his composure. Yet it was also this very phrase that compelled him to restrain himself from launching at Neil and tearing him to shreds. When he next spoke, his demeanor was markedly calmer. However, the notion of making Neil suffer in due course had not dissipated. It merely transitioned into a more refined and feasible scheme as his temper began to settle. What bearing does this have on Quirinus Quirrell? The reasons for his profound respect towards Quirrell were, to be honest, somewhat elusive even to Neil himself. For one who seizes any opportunity to immerse himself in the pedestrian thoroughfare, distinguishing it from the vehicular path, one can only view the facade of a house from the sidewalk, while the rear remains obscured. Such trivialities are easily corroborated from the road. This aversion seemed innate, fostering an instinctual desire to keep his distance. The ancient blood within him screamed, "Professor, it appears exceedingly reluctant to let me approach Quirinus Quirrell, and I have thus far adhered to its guidance for survival. I am eager to understand what transpired to evoke such a profound sensation." At this point, he pondered and added, "Of course, if Headmaster Dumbledore were to inform me once more that this is yet another of his prearranged traps, I might truly be unable to restrain myself from breaching the rules to inflict something dreadful upon the client. He certainly relishes the sight of all dancing in the palm of his hand, does he not?" Snape struggled to suppress the impulse to nod in agreement. EP 38 Neil's best partner heeded the friendly advice imparted by Professor Quirrell, which ultimately distills into a mere 4 words. This notion is rather humiliating, especially considering that Neil was compelled to maintain a polite smile while enduring nearly 2 hours of derision and invective. However, some statements, due to their brevity, warrant deeper contemplation. Amidst the deluge of vulgarities, it is remarkable that this particular phrase was devoid of any derogatory embellishments. Perhaps it is a stretch to interpret it this way, but having been raised in an environment where a mere 3 taps on the shoulder implied a call to seek him out at the witching hour, Neil firmly believes this is a subtle hint. Snape is conveying an insinuation through 2 starkly contrasting modes of communication. The phrase originally belonged to another, and he merely echoes it. As for the identity of that individual, the conclusion is all too evident. This at least elucidates one issue. Regardless of the secrets Quirrell may harbor, he is not one of their own. Neil's primary concern had been precisely this, fearing that it might be yet another manifestation of Dumbledore's troubling tendencies, akin to summoning individuals of dubious backgrounds like a sorcerer conjuring a curse, only to obscure the truth and watch them grow suspicious of one another until they descend into mutual annihilation. Compared to his own 3 elders, who slander a 6-year-old apprentice to absolve themselves, Dumbledore's actions, while morally questionable, remain above the baseline of human depravity. Yet, as a foreigner utterly in the dark about Hogwarts, Neil sincerely hopes his employer would adopt a more judicious approach towards utilizing human resources, even if such resources are indeed rather inexpensive. It is noteworthy that the risk of eavesdropping on their conversation is virtually non-existent. The sole reason Snape deliberately resorts to such an obscure manner of communication is to intentionally vex Neil regarding his probing question about what truly matters to him. This inquiry does graze the core of Severus Snape's character, yet the outcome merely exacerbates his bitterness due to wounded pride. Well, at least now I know that the strategy of keeping my distance is the right one. Perhaps I should even be grateful to the headmaster for deeming me unworthy of involvement in this debacle, as I once again received no prior notice. Standing in the desolate corridor, cradling a paper-wrapped bundle, Neil could not suppress a long sigh. As part of the conditions for persuading Snape to divulge information, he was coerced into terminating the weekly transaction of herring. Snape ordered him to remove all stored goods, but did not demand a refund, clearly seizing the opportunity to retaliate for the earlier incident where he had been caught in the act of pushing merchandise. Yet, in the long run, the loss of a steady income of 25 galleons per transaction remains a painful blow for Neil. Speaking of cats, Neil glanced at the gray object he had caught sight of from the corner of his eye. "I knew I heard something. Hey, lady, care for a bit?" As usual, Mrs. Norris lingered suspiciously at the threshold of Snape's office, peering out from behind the decorative armor without stepping forward. The cunning and malevolent gray cat matched her wicked master, Filch, in every aspect. He regarded the capture of rule-breaking students as a sacred duty, while Mrs. Norris viewed aiding and abetting his cruelty as her lifelong pursuit. Neil had often slipped past this duo while stealthily roaming at night, cloaked in invisibility. Perhaps it was this shared history that stirred a flicker of compassion within him upon witnessing the cat's eager demeanor. He resolved to treat her to a Michelin-starred meal of cat food. After all, these were expenses already covered by Professor Snape. It was wise to squander ill-gotten gains swiftly, a lesson imparted by the elders over the years. However, the alluring scent of dried fish caused Mrs. Norris, who initially intended to turn away, to hesitate. She prowled nearby daily, longing for a morsel of delicacy from someone who would never entertain the notion of feeding a cat. Could a mere first-year student truly be more fearsome than the potion professor, whose gaze resembled that of a great vulture? With this thought, Mrs. Norris twitched her nose and cautiously approached, her gait resembling a stilted march, intermittently emitting menacing hissing sounds to deter any untoward intentions. "There's no need to be so anxious, madam. I harbor no ill will towards you," Neil remarked, immediately chastising himself for sounding like a brigand. He chuckled at his own folly, tossing a morsel of fish onto the ground and retreating a couple of steps while maintaining his crouched position, granting the cat ample space. This action earned him a modicum of trust from Mrs. Norris, who approached the fish, initially sniffing it with a certain elegance before eagerly devouring it. "Feast, my lady, feast," Neil encouraged, witnessing her gradually lower her guard. Suddenly, he recalled a musical he had surreptitiously watched from the window of the New London Theatre. A smile creeping onto his face. Why was summer delayed? When did time slip away so swiftly? And how Andrew Lloyd Webber's legacy would endure eternally. He mused that the Queen ought to bestow upon him a title of Baron and a castle to accompany it. What a delightful thought. Bon appetit, madam. Aside from humans and brown bears, there are few creatures as indifferent as cats. After indulging in Neil's generosity, Mrs. Norris swiftly reverted to her true nature, showing no lingering gratitude for the repast as she turned to leave, casting a venomous glare back at him, a warning that he should not presume she would show leniency should he falter in adherence to school rules in the future. This inclination was rather disconcerting. Perhaps I should consider following the example of others and acquire a pet. Are you considering getting a pet? Hagrid's enthusiastic expression made Neil instantly realize he might have chosen the wrong confidant for this discussion. "Yes, Professor. But let us clarify. I desire a creature that is not explicitly forbidden by law and will not incinerate, consume, or corrode anything, if you please. The burden rests upon me." Hagrid boldly patted his chest. "Fear not, Neil. Thanks to your assistance, the cultivation of the new species of fire crabs has progressed remarkably well. Regardless of the type of pet you prefer, I shall procure the finest one for you. Look at me. How foolish I am. Why not simply take one of these newly hatched little creatures? Just look at how adorable they are." "Splendid. You didn't hear a word I just said, did you?" Neil cast a glance at the square box filled with volcanic ash that Hagrid had brought over, where a few gray creatures, resembling battered jellyfish, were sluggishly wriggling. "You know, perhaps I should honestly write to the Owl Emporium, requesting them to airlift a barn owl or something of that sort." "Please, don't even think about that." Sensing Neil's wavering resolve, Hagrid hastily elevated his voice, stepping closer to seize Neil's arm with such force that Neil's feet nearly left the ground. "Oh, my apologies. But listen to me, there is truly no need to resort to such measures. Rest assured, soon I shall acquire the most magnificent pet for you. Trust me. Will you?" EP 39 The naivety of Neil Van Hagrid is undoubtedly a venerable friend, a person of integrity, kindness, and gentleness. However, when it comes to matters concerning magical creatures, his promises may prove to be even less reliable than those of the FBI. In 1967, the latter covertly advocated for a revision of the Federal Magical Creatures Protection Act, empowering the United States Navy to forcibly seize endangered animals from abroad under the guise of protection. This would permit the use of lethal weaponry and spells to eliminate any hindrances posed by local terrorist organizations and insurgent forces, aimed at inciting the president to deploy additional troops to the Vietnam battlefield. The sole flaw in this grand scheme was the significant underestimation of the dangers posed by endangered species, with the office-bound individuals naively believing that armed American soldiers could handle any trouble. The outcome was catastrophic. Merely 15 days later, the USS Forrestal of the 7th Fleet encountered fierce resistance while attempting to secure a 60-foot-long serpent-like creature. The deck was severely torn apart, 2 armories exploded, and over 130 soldiers alongside more than 20 aircraft met their demise in the sea. Notably, this represented the most severe loss for the United States Navy throughout the Vietnam War, even setting a record for naval casualties not seen since World War II. In numerous locales in Vietnam, the serpent-like creature is revered as a river deity, and this reverence is not without justification. Upon learning of the incident, Mike Roberts, the then director of the Office of Mysterious Affairs, called Gerald Ford 7 times in one day, vehemently demanding that professional matters be entrusted to professionals. The revision of the Federal Magical Creatures Protection Act was subsequently halted due to violations of the International Secrecy Act, and the FBI refrained from meddling in supernatural affairs for the next 2 decades. Moreover, the American Magical Congress, MACUSA, which claims to be the primary governing body of the American Magical Society, failed to take any measures throughout the ordeal. Since the enactment of the Lethifold Law, they have completely severed ties with the Muggle government, now primarily concerned with efficiently eliminating dissenters while showing little interest in other trivial matters. Neil's current trepidation stems mainly from his previous meticulous examination of the Dangerous Creatures Control Act issued by the British Ministry of Magic in search of loopholes. He discovered that their approach to compiling a list of regulated creatures through exhaustive enumeration was simply beyond the realm of profane description. Although officials tend to exercise situational judgment during operations, the nation's laws still exhibit a troubling reliance on the integrity of individuals in many respects. As has long been known, whenever magical creatures are involved, Hagrid's moral compass tends to veer considerably off course. Neil could almost envision himself being enthusiastically waved at by a fire-breathing creature from Etruria. To him, this was far more terrifying than Quirinus Quirrell, at least with the latter. One could choose to ignore him. However, Hagrid's enthusiastic offerings were akin to a moral obligation that sought him out. Neil could fervently swear by every renowned deity that even if his mind were 1,000 times more muddled, he would never voluntarily approach Hagrid with a request to adopt a pet. It was merely in casual conversation that he had mentioned his hesitation about acquiring a creature, which had set that large friend into an uncontrollable excitement. Life offers no remedy for regret, Mr. Malfoy. As Neil sat at the Slytherin table today, appearing entirely at ease while engaging in conversation as if they were old acquaintances, Malfoy's face twisted in disgust. Yet, Ulysses, who was currently using his tail to assist in slicing the roast pork, emitted a reproachful hiss. Indeed, when one names a silver chain Ulysses, meaning one who harbors resentment, one ought to anticipate a less than gentle treatment in return. Very well, he gritted his teeth, casting a fierce glare at Crabbe, who was shielding his face with his hand in a pretentious act of ignorance. Pray tell, what folly have you committed this time? The word again was truly masterful, Mr. Malfoy. Originally resting his head on the table to amplify his dejection, Neil immediately sprang up at this remark. You cannot fathom the magnitude of my foolishness. What is that saying? A single slip can lead to eternal regret. Oh, perhaps I should simply brand the letters ST on my forehead. By the way, I am uncertain whether that folktale and Nathaniel Hawthorne as the scarlet letter borrowed from each other, but since Hawthorne is American, let us assume it is his fault. Shall we? Malfoy feigned ignorance to the last comment. What does ST mean? Goyle asked, looking bewildered. Oh, sheep thief, Neil shrugged, but in my case, it should stand for stupid. Reflecting on it now, I must have lost my senses from the smell of dried fish, or perhaps wait a moment. Maybe Professor Snape added something surreptitiously before returning it to me? Professor Snape had once again not graced the Great Hall with his presence today, thus missing the opportunity to defend himself against this shameless slander, assuming he still cared about his reputation. What happened to Professor Snape? A burly Slytherin boy happened to pass by and, upon hearing this, approached while reaching over Malfoy's head to snatch a sandwich from the table, chewing it rudely. Marcus. Malfoy nodded stiffly in acknowledgement. In contrast, Neil remained his usual self, unreserved with everyone. Ah, Captain Flint. What an honor. His overly enthusiastic demeanor caused Flint to retreat slightly. He awkwardly tugged at the silver chain draped over his shoulder, perhaps having inadvertently pulled too hard, causing the silver serpent to quiver violently, prompting him to hastily release his grip. Captain, the term sounded peculiar to him. I mean, I am indeed the captain of the Quidditch team, but it is seldom that anyone addresses me as such. Could it be due to a lack of authority within the team? A momentary, spiteful thought flickered through Malfoy's mind, eliciting an instinctive smirk of derision. Fortunately, Flint's attention was fully absorbed by Neil, who continued to babble his usual nonsense, thus oblivious to Malfoy's expression. Even amidst the cacophony of Neil's off-key improvisations, this particular performance was the most discordant, nearly rendering the Mandrix insignificant by comparison. The sole consolation, albeit futile, was that he had kept his volume low in an attempt to mimic that grizzled sailor's voice. Flint shrugged, And like most Slytherin students, while he indulged in the offerings brought by others, he did not regard Neil as an equal, speaking without a hint of restraint. You know, many people say you're mad, and I find their assertions quite reasonable. He had initially intended to inquire further upon hearing Snape's name, but now he had completely lost interest. What could be gained from probing the ramblings of a madman? Well, I must take my leave, Flint said, reaching for a sandwich to shove into his mouth. And before departing, he patted Malfoy's shoulder with his crumb-laden hand. The first-year flying lessons are about to commence, right? Keep at it, Draco. Perhaps you could join the team next year. Thank you for your kind words, Captain Flint. I wasn't speaking to you. Indeed. But that does not preclude my hope that every guest's wishes come true. Marcus Flint shook his head, muttering softly, indeed mad. Before vanishing through the exit of the Great Hall, Malfoy watched Flint's retreating figure, confirming that no further words would reach his ears, before cursing vehemently, that brutish pig. I can't fathom how someone like him could be chosen for Slytherin. A pertinent question, Mr. Malfoy. So why is that? Neil feigned innocence, blinking his eyes. Because the Flint family is. What use is it to tell you? You know nothing of wizarding bloodlines. This interjection felt so natural that an enraged Malfoy nearly blurted out an answer, but he quickly regained his composure, shutting his mouth and swatting at Neil as one might shoo away a fly. Enough. Stop bothering me. I don't know what trouble you've stirred up, nor do I care. If you wish to lament, go seek solace among those Gryffindor fools. Oh my, a Slytherin gentleman suggesting I turn to Gryffindor for help? What a shift in the tides. No, do not be angry, Mr. Malfoy, merely jesting. But you know my views on the rivalry between our houses. It is not. All right. If you prefer not to discuss it, that is fine. May I ask one more question? Just one. You may then continue your meal in an undisturbed state. Look. Ulysses is watching you. How disappointed it would be if you were to decline here. Malfoy's expression resembled that of his father upon hearing the downfall of the Dark Lord. After a brief pause, he managed to squeeze out 2 words through clenched teeth. Ask quickly. Neil complied willingly. Very well. I mean no offense, Mr. Malfoy. But do you not find it uncomfortable when flying on broomsticks? EP, 40 Brooms and Quidditch. The flying broomstick is a masterpiece of wizarding craftsmanship. Frustrated to the point of asphyxiation, Malfoy managed to utter but a single complete sentence that day. However, by the following day, during the joint flying lesson of Slytherin and Gryffindor, his demeanor had taken on an unusual quality. His legs fidgeted restlessly. His gaze flickered anxiously towards the broomsticks on the ground, and he appeared thoroughly unsettled. Certain matters remain unnoticed unless brought to one's attention, yet once the veil is lifted, feigning ignorance becomes a formidable challenge. Due to D'Artagnan's fear of being struck in the face by a tennis ball, the Cardinal's guard, Bernoulli, lost his life. And several paving stones were lost at the entrance of Monsieur de Latreille's estate, costing Louis XIII a considerable sum of 40 pistoles. Malfoy's indecision regarding whether to mount the broomstick culminated in unfortunate consequences for Neville, specifically concerning the memory ball he had recently received from his grandmother. He held a genuine fear of his grandmother. This was not Malfoy's first attempt to mischievously interfere with Neville's belongings, but on a previous occasion, Ulysses had bitten him sharply with his razor-like teeth, effectively halting his unethical behavior. Regrettably, due to the flying lesson, Malfoy had uncharacteristically removed his silver chain. Or perhaps Ulysses had unusually permitted him to do so. As with other subjects at Hogwarts, the flying lesson was uniquely overseen by Professor Rolanda Hooch. Considering this course was exclusively available to first-year students, her task might seem among the lightest of all the faculty. However, anyone who has experienced a flying lesson firsthand would quickly learn otherwise. In any case, as the enraged Malfoy snatched the memory ball from Neville's grasp and, spurred by anger, resolved to disregard his earlier apprehensions about comfort, he mounted the broom and soared into the air, taunting Neville from above. Meanwhile, Mrs. Hooch was preoccupied with a brawl between students, instigated by one broomstick's head inadvertently piercing another student's nostril, rendering her unable to intervene. Emboldened by the absence of supervision, the irate Gryffindor students seized the opportunity, mounting their still cool broomsticks, prepared to engage in a fierce confrontation. I cannot say. It sounds like utter chaos. Later that day, Neil, having seamlessly blended into the cohort of students exiting class, found himself in the Gryffindor common room, listening to Ron's embellished recounting of the events, laughing uproariously as if to encourage the performance. That is hardly amusing, Hermione protested, delivering a light punch to his knee. They nearly sustained serious injuries. Indeed, she spoke the truth. In a fit of youthful bravado, The majority of first-year Gryffindors had never before encountered flying broomsticks, lacking even the most rudimentary skills and safety knowledge. After launching into the air in a densely packed formation, they were almost immediately ensnared in a disastrous series of aerial collisions. Bernice, Pin lost control of her broom, soaring across half the courtyard amidst screams before crashing through a window and into an empty classroom on the second floor. In a moment of wisdom, Maurice Cobert chose to leap off the broom just before takeoff, but unfortunately, one of his robe's sleeves became ensnared, resulting in him being dragged approximately 10 feet along the ground, plowing a deep furrow into the grass. Eloise Midgen, who had initially not partaken in the boys' reckless antics, neglected to keep watch above, and two foolish individuals collided midair, falling directly onto her head. One of them, upon experiencing the impact of the fall, seemed to hear a sharp crack. This significant calamity, which could even contend for the annual best disaster at Hogwarts, concluded with all participants being confined. And Gryffindor suffered a loss of 40 points, an amount surpassing the penalties inflicted by Malfoy upon Slytherin. However, considering the number of participants, Madame Hooch's judgment appeared justifiable. Notably, amidst the chaos, one individual benefited significantly. Really? That's quite remarkable, Neil remarked casually, stretching his neck to survey the common room. Speaking of which, I seem to have not seen Mr. Potter. Was he also sent to the confinement room? No. Professor McGonagall took him away after class. I thought he would face punishment. But Ron's eyes sparkled with barely contained excitement as he shook his head. Can you imagine? The professor took him to see Wood. They intend to invite him to join the Gryffindor team. Oh, that is indeed worthy of congratulations, Neil nodded, not concealing his indifference towards broom flying, yet maintaining a sincere demeanor in extending his felicitations. If I recall correctly, Captain Flint mentioned to me yesterday that it is rare for a first-year student to receive such an honor. By the way, who is Wood? Our dear captain of the Quidditch team. If you get too close to Marcus Flint, he might seize the opportunity to abduct you and bury you alive in the second-floor lavatory. But fret not, the reverse is likely true as well. They simply cannot stand each other, much like all Gryffindors and Slytherins. Just then, Fred entered the dormitory and affectionately patted Neil on the shoulder. Hey, mate. How have you been these past few days? No sooner had he spoken than several others, carrying brooms, squeezed through the doorway, including the two central figures of the conversation, the towering Captain Oliver Wood and the rather pitiful-looking Harry standing beside him. Judging by their expressions, Harry's recruitment seemed to be progressing quite smoothly. Ron gazed at them with envy. Blimey, I can't believe he actually did it. I wish I could fly too. What about you, Neil? Have you ever ridden a broom? Distracted, Ron paid no heed to the term ergot, but its mention caused Hermione's eyebrows to nearly knit together. Really? You don't have flying brooms there? What do you usually do when you need to fly? Oh, there are many methods. Neil shrugged. One can ride the sword, traverse the clouds, or harness the power of spiritual beasts. However, flying in the snow-capped mountains can be quite perilous, as it is both frigid and visibility is poor, and a figure suspended in midair is an easy target. Moreover, I must add that I am currently unable to employ any of the aforementioned three methods. It seems I must start from scratch. What a pity. Fred said with a grin. The Ravenclaw flying lesson is tomorrow? George and I had actually planned to skip history of magic class to fully appreciate your grace. You flatter me, Mr. Weasley, he replied, inclining his head slightly, showing no sign of confusion despite conversing with two Weasley gentlemen simultaneously. Both riding a flying broom and engaging in sports atop one is rather extravagant for me. However, should you desire a splendid horn to adorn your vehicle, I would be more than happy to assist. EP 41 flight lesson. It is said that wizards initially chose broomsticks as their means of aerial transport to evade the curious gazes of Muggle neighbors, who would suspect that an unremarkable broom might conceal profound secrets. However, in virtually every Muggle fairy tale available today, the elements of wizards and brooms appear as inseparable companions, which serves as a testament to the glaring flaws in their so-called secrecy measures. As Kenworth Wisp notes in The Marvelous Quidditch Ball, we are often far more careless than we perceive. Confusion charms, disillusionment spells, and memory charms prove futile. In truth, wizards may have long since resigned themselves to this reality, as evidenced by the old broom Neil received from Mrs. Horkle, which astonishingly featured two footrests, a design concept that clearly contradicts the intention of discretion. Do not complain, Neil. When you mount the broom and soar into the sky, you shall discover just how exhilarating it is. Michael Connor patted him on the back. Though his primary aim was not to defend the broom designer's reputations, but rather to showcase his newly acquired Nimbus 2000. The company habitually numbered its products in a sequential order, and Neil privately believed this tendency would serve as a significant barrier to their ambition of becoming a century-old institution. Many might shy away from befriending the vain. Yet Neil found particular admiration in this facet of Michael's character. After all, greed is a merchant's ally. Moreover, Mr. Connor's vanity was not unbearable, merely a tad uncontrollable. Neil had no doubt that if he ever had a girlfriend, the first thing he would do would be to parade her publicly, ensuring the entire world was informed. He decided to play along, feigning ignorance of these little inclinations while offering a few flattering remarks. Well, I simply cannot accustom myself to entrusting my safety to a stick bound with pig bristles. By the way, Mr. Connor, is that broom of yours newly purchased? Michael instantly beamed with pride. Absolutely. My mother thinks it a bit extravagant. But my father insists that a boy should have his own broom by the time he enters Hogwarts. I had thought a second-hand Comet 260 would suffice, but he pretended to be bashful, rubbing a finger under his nose, as if to convey the tender affection of a doting father. I believe my father purchased this broom with hopes that I might join the Ravenclaw Quidditch team, but we are only in our first year. I mean, it seems rather premature to consider such things, does it not? Not necessarily. I heard yesterday that Mr. Potter excelled in flying lessons and was immediately selected for the Gryffindor team. Who is to say you cannot be the next? This statement struck a chord with Michael, who dramatically cleared his throat. Oh, please, do not say such things, Neil. Such feats are not within everyone's reach. I believe it would be prudent for me to defer my plans until next year's player selection. Frankly, I am not particularly intrigued by the title of the youngest player. The decision lies with you, Mr. Connor. Neil shrugged. Flattery must be tempered. Excessive praise only reveals obsequiousness. If you are inclined to hone your skills off stage for another year, that would indeed be splendid. Becoming an extraordinary newcomer is far more rewarding than languishing on the bench for a year, wouldn't you agree? The last remark was deliberately delivered with a hint of indifference. And at that moment, a slightly calmer Michael discerned the underlying message, offering an awkward smile and falling silent. Until I grant my permission. No one, absolutely no one, is allowed to touch the broomsticks before you. If you wish to learn to fly, the first lesson is to adhere to the rules of flight. For those who cannot manage this, I shall allow them no further entry into my classroom. The apocalyptic scene from the previous day seemed to have profoundly affected Madame Hooch. She cast aside the feudal rhetoric surrounding the long-standing history and glorious traditions of flying, opting instead to instill a sense of urgency with her stern words to these oblivious youths. The sight of students falling like raindrops evoked a disheartening thought. Perhaps today's children require discipline that is more stringent than mere point deductions to learn obedience. Thankfully, while harboring these pessimistic reflections, she did not forsake her straightforward nature, avoiding the crooked path favored by Professor Filch. Once she noticed that there were no troublesome students like Malfoy today, her demeanor gradually softened. Out of caution, after an unusually extended theoretical session, the students were finally permitted to attempt summoning their broomsticks. Traditionally, riding them was forbidden during the first lesson, let alone actual flying. Due to the varying levels of the students' foundational skills and innate talents, the pace of the course had always been inconsistent. Coupled with Hogwarts' principle of allowing students to try it for themselves, this rule had been enforced with a blind eye. However, after the recent incident, Madame Hooch resolved to ensure that no student who had not mastered the etiquette of flying would leave the ground. Merely shouting is insufficient. You must endeavor to connect with it, to command it. The elderly lady strode among the lined-up students like a tiger surveying its territory, occasionally offering stern yet constructive feedback. As she passed Neil, her pace slowed slightly, seemingly concerned about whether someone from a place entirely ignorant of broomsticks could keep up with the lesson. Remember, patience is paramount. This is merely the first lesson. It is entirely normal if you cannot achieve it. Do not rush. Amidst the clamor urging them to rise, her resonant voice remained distinctly audible. Stand up. Not standing? Very well. It appears you have resolved to ignore me. Yes? Stand up. Though everything unfolded as expected. Neil felt a twinge of disappointment as he gazed at the broom lying motionless on the grass before him. Beside him, Michael Corner had already achieved half of his goal. Just as he opened his mouth to exclaim in triumph, the upper half of his broom responded to the summons, soaring into the air like a projectile from a catapult, and struck him squarely in the mouth. Scanning the surroundings, Neil observed that the results of his peers mirrored his own. Many, like Michael, had been unexpectedly struck in the mouth or nose. Within a mere 10 minutes of the practical lesson, the courtyard echoed with lamentations. stealing a glance at Madame Hooch, who was instructing other students. Neil recalled her earlier assertion that flying was no mere pastime, and an inexplicable sense of mischief suddenly took root in his heart. Here comes the sword. EP. 42, an unusual broom, as the third elder heard the question. A fleeting expression reminiscent of a pot's bottom flickered across his face before Neil's eyes. He chuckled softly, silently revisiting the incantations he had not practiced for quite some time. In the realm of wizardry, the gestures of wielding a wand are deemed as vital as the spells themselves. However, the sword summoning technique does not adhere to such stringent physical requirements. Its success hinges entirely on the potency of one's vocalization, specifically the infusion of formidable willpower within one's voice. He positioned his hand at a comfortable height, envisioning the process of trees sprouting branches and leaves, gradually extending his willpower outward until it ultimately infused the broom beneath his feet. There was no urgency in the air. Haste was unnecessary. Remember, this is not akin to training horses or dogs. In a moment of reverie, a nostalgic voice seemed to resonate in his ears. Your task is not to win its trust or befriend it, but rather to compel it to submit through sheer force. And I do not mean to incite you to curse. Moreover, when you do so, do not point your finger at me. Understood? Let us begin again. What had initially been a somewhat stagnant stream of thought, hindered by his lack of practice, suddenly crystallized. The technique was not complex. One simply needed to envelop coldness, authority, and an air of unassailable arrogance within gentle whispers, then gently project it forth with the tip of one's tongue. Come forth, sword. With that command, the old broom sprang from the ground as if endowed with springs, leaping into his grasp. Michael Connor, rubbing his reddened nose, stared wide-eyed in astonishment, unable to fathom how a person could achieve such remarkable progress in a mere 30 seconds. How did you manage that? Just a little trick, Mr. Connor. I believe you will soon catch up. Neil replied with a dismissive smile. However, he was not in the mood for jest. The broomstick in his hand was vibrating oddly, and he had to grip it with all his might to quell its restless energy, lest he expose himself to misunderstandings. This was not an issue with the summoning technique. Rather, the broom itself was responding to an external stimulus. Unlike the magical plants in the greenhouse, which thrive with minimal nourishment, the cleaning tools at Hogwarts exhibited a lesser tolerance for external pressures. In contrast, Mr. Connor's minor troubles seemed trivial. Nevertheless, it became evident that Neil was not speaking in vain. His success appeared to invigorate Michael significantly. After being struck by the suddenly rebounding broom head twice, he gradually mastered the technique, and by the end of the lesson, he could deftly summon the broom to his hand. Yet, one could only wonder if old Mr. Connor would still feel genuinely pleased knowing that the gift he had presented to his son for enrollment had been soaked in the latter's blood, primarily from his nose, before its inaugural use. In comparison, Neil had clutched the broom tightly since his first successful attempt, unwilling to let go. The worn broomstick, adorned with faded meteor inscriptions, trembled for approximately half an hour before finally settling down. Its display of timidity, alongside the wisdom requisite for such timidity to manifest, is, in theory, not characteristic of a typical flying broomstick, save for the exception of Quirinus Quirrell. This was the second anomaly he discovered at Hogwarts. However, unlike Quirrell, an old broom does not necessitate such cautiousness during inquiries. As soon as the class bell rang, he seized the opportunity amidst the dispersing crowd to approach Madame Hooch, who was busy collecting other borrowed brooms. This broom, she exclaimed, taking it from Neil's hands and leaning in to verify the number inscribed on it. Yes, I remember it. This batch of brooms has been stored in the Hogwarts warehouse for at least 30 years. She nostalgically caressed the uneven wooden knots on the broom. To be honest, the meteor's quality leaves much to be desired. Over time, its speed and ascent capabilities noticeably diminish. Nevertheless, it is sufficiently inexpensive, and as a practice broom, its shortcomings serve to prevent students from sustaining serious injuries, as happened the previous day. And what is the matter with it? Madame Hooch remained silent, merely casting the broom onto the grass, then raised her arm to attempt to reclaim it. The entire process was executed smoothly, with no signs of the alleged anomalies. She mounted the broom once more, allowing it to lift her slightly off the ground for a test, and everything appeared normal. However, a broomstick that has served for 30 or 40 years cannot be deemed unexpected in the face of any malfunction. Its current lack of peculiarities does not imply it was functioning well moments ago. Moreover, Neil had no reason to deceive himself. If he had carelessly damaged the broom and sought to shirk responsibility, that could be fathomable, yet the broom was entirely unblemished. Well, perhaps it's about time this old girl retired. She shrugged, Thank you for informing me of this, Mr. Neal. Should it malfunction while a student is riding it, the consequences could be dire. I shall award Ravenclaw 5 points in appreciation of your diligence and commend you for your exemplary performance in class today. A flicker of disappointment coursed through Neal. It seemed the school had not discerned anything unusual about the broom. Madame Rolanda Hooch, an expert on flying broomsticks, had managed this particular broom for over 30 years, and if she could not identify any anomalies, only 2 possibilities remained. The reason for stating 2 is that Neal had come to fully comprehend that, regardless of the peculiarities encountered within Hogwarts, one must always consider the likelihood that they are part of some long-term scheme orchestrated by Professor Dumbledore, laid out decades in advance. In the blink of an eye, Neal devised a plan, feigning nonchalance as he cast a glance at the tattered broom lying amidst the weeds. Perhaps it was merely an illusion, but it seemed to tremble slightly. He gestured toward it, addressing Mrs. Hawk. If you intend to dispose of this broom, might you consider selling it to me? I assure you, I have no desire to ride it. I simply believe it could serve as a charming local artifact, perfectly suited for display beneath a glass dome in our sect's treasure chamber. In the delicate dance of strategy against potential adversaries, the ability to fly would undoubtedly confer a significant advantage. Yet, as he had previously confessed, he found himself devoid of any reliance on spirit beasts, magical tools, or Taoist techniques. In anticipation of unforeseen circumstances, perhaps enduring the unsettling notion of entrusting his safety to a mere broomstick while practicing its flight could be a prudent choice. If that were the case, a broom imbued with age-old vitality would surely surpass an ordinary one. As if attuned to his thoughts, the dilapidated broom rolled twice upon the ground, concealing itself further within the denser grass. Mrs. Hawk, attributing the movement to the recent gust of wind, dismissed it without concern. She glanced at the battered broom and then at Neal's eyes, brimming with hopeful anticipation, before hesitantly nodding in agreement. EP 43 The Art of Investigation, The Meteor, a flagship product of the Cosmic Broom Company, was launched in 1955, renowned for its alarmingly low price. Its performance was exceedingly mediocre, and its appearance left much to be desired. However, when one could purchase a car for the price of a pair of roller skates, most individuals tended to selectively overlook quality issues. This pricing strategy of you get what you pay for led to the Meteor's widespread popularity, becoming the only affordable mode of transportation for many families during an era marked by post-war economic hardship, compelling both wizards and muggles to tighten their belts. The image of disheveled, weary middle-aged wizards perched upon such a dilapidated broom, gently descending at dusk to their doorsteps, fumbling for keys while dragging their exhausted bodies up the steps, was a common sight in wizarding communities of that time. Unfortunately, this golden age was short-lived. As time passed, the compromises made by the Meteor in order to cut costs became increasingly apparent, with a surge in malfunctions and accidents. The subsequent improvement in living standards led many to lose interest in this cheap contraption, which offered little beyond its low price. Consequently, the Cosmic Broom Company suffered substantial losses and ultimately declared bankruptcy in 1978. The batch of meteors acquired by Hogwarts was procured around the 1960s to address the dire shortage of flying brooms for students. Under the strain of technically inept and reckless students, these brooms aged nearly twice as fast as the average. Yet, like a dying ember clinging desperately to life, they refused to perish. Over the course of 30 years, only 5 brooms were retired, 4 of which were discarded due to irreparable physical damage. This was all the information Neal could uncover about the broom. At Hogwarts, Quidditch stood as the most popular sport, and consequently, any literature related to flying brooms was highly sought after. Were it not for Professor Snape's generous assistance, borrowing books of interest might have proven quite challenging. Nevertheless, it must be acknowledged that this predicament was more akin to an unforeseen disaster than a result of negligence. Until Miss Granger stormed up to him with righteous fury, Neal had never suspected that she would direct her wrath toward him. I borrowed that, she asserted. Excuse me, what did you say? Neal, who had been examining the price fluctuations of second-hand brooms over the past 2 decades, lifted his gaze from the clippings, astonished by her sudden accusation. Though he maintained a relatively calm demeanor, it was evident that he was genuinely perplexed at this unexpected confrontation. I said, that book is mine. His face, devoid of any pretense, only served to calm Hermione further. She slightly eased her breath and pointed to an old book with the title The Marvelous Quidditch Ball emblazoned on its spine. By the standards of the Hogwarts library, it appeared excessively tattered, clearly having passed through the hands of many. She explained that Harry still struggled to recall the rules of Quidditch, let alone the intricate techniques involved. I think it would be beneficial for him to read this. Neil nodded as if relieved. Oh, quite so. I nearly forgot that, Mr. Potter was raised in a Muggle household. He has never been exposed to Quidditch, has he? No, of course not. What was I thinking? There is no such thing as UF. To become a formal member of the Quidditch team in one's first year is a rare honor in the annals of the school's history. Even more remarkable is that this achievement is entirely due to Harry's own courage and talent, coupled with a touch of luck, rather than his identity as the boy who lived. It is easy to imagine that not only Harry but also his friends would exert every effort to ensure the success of this endeavor. How splendid it is! Since the tale of Peases and Damon, who else has exhibited such genuine friendship? To my knowledge, the founders of Hogwarts set a poor precedent in terms of interpersonal relationships, and I am delighted to witness you all breaking free from their negative influence. After a simple compliment, he abruptly shifted the topic, carefully choosing his words while observing Hermione's reaction. Neil thoughtfully stroked his chin and after a moment shook his head. No, I believe the essence of these two matters is not entirely the same. Essentially, they may share similar origins, but based on my observations, Professor Snape evidently devotes more attention to Mr. Potter than the average student. It seems there exists a causal relationship between the two. We have digressed. Haven Tiwi? Nevertheless, it has become clear to me that Professor Snape has exerted relentless effort to persecute Mr. Potter. But may I ask how this relates to your venting frustrations at me? Hermione's face flushed. I saw you with that book and assumed you were in cahoots with him. But upon seeing your utterly clueless expression, I realized I was mistaken. Truly. Moved? Hermione hoarsely repeated. You? Moved? Snape? Initially doubtful that Snape could genuinely possess such benevolence, Hermione was suddenly at a loss for words. For someone who detests noise and prefers solitude, being in the same room with Neil felt akin to a modern form of torture, designed to execute the victim with the least carbon footprint. She was reluctant to consider any issues from Snape's perspective, yet upon imagining Neil passionately discussing the history of brooms as substitutes for horses while diligently copying notes, she found herself contemplating that perhaps Snape was not as culpable as she had thought. I trust that Professor Snape's artistic conscience would not permit him to employ the same ruse twice, much like only a shameless scoundrel would resort to playing a deceitful game in Go. Regardless, your concerns are likely unfounded. Neil shrugged nonchalantly. Yet if you insist, it is certainly no trouble. Thank you. Neil inquired casually, what is your purpose in borrowing so many books related to broomsticks? And why are you perusing the price list for premium brooms? I wish to calculate the extent to which I can inflate their prices, Miss Granger. Come now. Do not regard me so. One day, when you too must toil for a living, you will understand the burdens of this endeavor. This reasoning is not outlandish, and Neil's eccentricities in business are well known. As for the morality of such actions, it is difficult for an outsider to pass judgment. Hermione harbored no doubts about his words. After nodding, she took her leave. The despicable tricks of Snape had vexed her throughout the day, to the extent that upon seeing the coveted book in Neil's possession, she felt an uncontrollable urge to confront him. Fortunately, her chosen target was Neil Wan. Aside from the three-winged bully in the Ollery, Hermione had never heard of him genuinely angering anyone. Thus, she did not take to heart the harsh words she had uttered in a moment of exasperation. However, this can only be deemed a stroke of luck. Had she found herself in such a state while arguing with others, she introspectively acknowledged that it would have been difficult to end the dispute without lingering animosity. To guard against such eventualities, Hermione resolved to seclude herself in her dormitory until she had regained her composure, refraining from uttering any unnecessary words to others. A formal expression of gratitude and apology to Neil could wait until that moment. EP 44 Subservience and Flattery in a Personal Interview with the Prophet. The renowned journalist and author Rita Skeeter remarked upon the current state of Hogwarts. She suggested that the esteemed institution has transformed into a private military stronghold for Albus Dumbledore, implying that this wizard, who played a pivotal role in the battle against Grindelwald, is engaging in a cult of personality to manipulate and indoctrinate the students, gradually treading a path all too familiar to the discerning observer. This report was published approximately 5 or 6 years ago, during a time when several Ministry of Magic officials, led by Undersecretary Dolores Umbridge, were advocating for a draft that would impose stricter regulations on the activities of half-breeds. Dumbledore's refusal to expel centaurs and merpeople from the grounds led to a deterioration in relations between the Ministry and Hogwarts. Naturally, a propaganda campaign ensued. However, this dispute did not endure for long, as it was swiftly overshadowed by the Salzburg slime creature uprising, which captured the attention of many across Europe. diverting focus to how to magically secure household drainage systems against potential intrusions. While most believe that Dumbledore's alleged recruitment of soldiers at Hogwarts was merely a fabrication by the Ministry to tarnish his reputation, Neil held a contrary view, easily explained by the fact that he observed a counterexample each morning in the mirror while preparing for the day. Nonetheless, Neil did not disapprove of Dumbledore's actions. Given Dumbledore's unwavering belief in the return of the so-called Dark Lord, he reasoned that preparation was preferable to placing one's fate in the hands of others, particularly when those others appeared to be rather unreliable. However, Neil harbored doubts regarding the Ministry's claim that Dumbledore was omniscient within Hogwarts. After all, it was clear that the headmaster could not possibly know what he was currently engaged in. Even during daylight hours, the sky above the Forbidden Forest remained narrow and dim. Although the morning mist had dissipated, the air was still tinged with a sticky odor. And the ground beneath was a repository of generations of decayed leaves and other unsavory remnants. Each step sank slightly into the soft, putrid matter that enveloped his shoes, a sensation both nauseating and repulsive. The daytime in the Forbidden Forest was reputed to be more perilous than at night, as Hagrid had asserted. He justified this by noting that most nocturnal creatures would only attack humans out of hunger, while the centaurs, roaming aggressively in broad daylight, were perpetually aggressive. Well, let us try once more. The tattered meteor was situated merely 2 or 3 paces away on a half-buried stump, appearing to blend seamlessly with the surrounding desolation, as if it belonged here more than in the broom shed at Hogwarts. Now, I know you can comprehend my words. Let us engage in an honest conversation. If you agree, simply turn around in place. How does that sound? Despite his belief that he had demonstrated utmost sincerity, even more so than many patrons who spent lavishly in their quaint establishments, the broom remained obstinately still. He felt as though he had transformed into a recluse, conversing with succulents. You intend to feign ignorance, do you? Generally, only objects that have existed for over a century can transform into malevolent spirits. I am at a loss as to how you have accomplished this, but do not presume you can deceive me. He paused, scrutinizing the broom for any sign of reaction. In my homeland, once an object has attained sentience, it must be immediately destroyed. You ought to be grateful this is England, based on your demeanor. We can address this issue with a more flexible approach. The broom remained unresponsive. If he had not previously detected its flaws, Neil might have truly believed it to be an ordinary flying broom. Alas, such hypothetical scenarios were non-existent. Observing that both coercion and temptation seemed futile, he let out a long sigh and drew a wooden sword from his sleeve. Very well, this is of your own making. I would prefer to resolve this matter in a more gentlemanly fashion. Essence of the sun, pure yang, defying frost and mocking snow, fear turns to courage. In an instant. The motion from drawing the sword to striking was remarkably swift. A piece of yellow paper was deftly pierced by the sword's tip. By decree, the 2-finger-wide yellow paper was reduced to ashes in the blink of an eye, and a fireball subsequently descended from above, hurtling through the gaps in the treetops towards the broom positioned on the tree stump. Initially, the broom held its ground, but as the searing fireball approached, the rope binding the bristles began to sizzle, ultimately succumbing to the instinct for survival as it leapt away with a graceful flip. The unfortunate tree stump, however, was not so fortunate. The intense heat rendered it to charcoal before it could ignite, exploding into fragments amid thick smoke and a pungent odor. The blast sent the broom rolling across the ground until it finally came to rest at Neil's feet. He contemplated bending down to retrieve it, but paused, extending a hand instead, beckoning gently as one would summon a dog. The broom, slightly charred on the surface, immediately understood and floated up, settling into the palm of his hand. What did I say? One does not refuse a toast but must face the consequences. Neil smiled with a sense of triumph as he weighed it in his hand. The tremor he had felt during the flying lesson re-emerged, evidently startled by his earlier aggressive approach. However, this time, it appeared decidedly more compliant. Now, I trust one cannot stumble twice in the same pit, let alone a broom. May I assume you are now willing to cooperate? The broom head moved slightly back and forth, seemingly nodding. The term for exorcism was uttered in Mandarin. Yet for some inexplicable reason, the battered broom seemed to fully comprehend the meaning of these words, its trembling intensifying further. Theoretically, the method of blood oath should be the simplest. However, my circumstances are somewhat complicated. Setting aside the strength of the spirit, I am quite apprehensive whether your feeble constitution can withstand such a blessing. What is that? A sudden chill from behind jolted Neil from his deep contemplation, prompting him to take a step back to evade the arrow aimed at his toes. Following the sound of the bowstring, He noticed a deep gray centaur concealed behind a large tree, bow drawn, regarding him with a mixture of alertness, anger, and hatred. Neil could see clearly that the arrow was expertly aimed. Had he been a moment slower to react, the arrowhead would have pierced through the tip of his shoe, leaving a gaping hole akin to the plight of Charles Chaplin in the Gold Rush, rendering him comically disheveled yet unharmed. The wizard's descriptions of centaurs led him to subconsciously associate these beings with the half-human, half-beast creatures encountered in the snowy mountains, who arrogantly claimed to be mountain deities, often seizing a hilltop and coercing the surrounding populace into tribute. They are among the few beastly entities capable of communication, yet, in most instances, extermination proves to be the more straightforward approach. However, judging by the non-lethal intent demonstrated by this arrow, perhaps centaurs possess a greater capacity for dialogue than he initially presumed? Clearing his throat, Neil gently calmed the trembling broom with 2 fingers and bowed slightly towards the creature. "Greetings, esteemed sir. How may I be of service to you? How dare you, you shameless wretch, utter such words? You not only trespass upon our territory, but also intend to set fire here. Were it not for your youth as a mere colt, that arrow would have already pierced your skull. I believe there may be some misunderstanding." Neil's expression remained unchanged as he calmly raised his hands, displaying the wooden sword and broom in his possession. "As I mentioned, this is a misunderstanding. Sir, do you see a wand in my hands? Without a wand, magic cannot be wielded, correct?" The gray centaur hesitated. It was easy to feign insight into human deceit, but the undeniable truth remained that human wizards required wands to perform magic, even if some highly skilled sorcerers could cast spells without them. This had no relevance to a child of 10. If this individual were truly innocent, he would need to identify the real foe attempting to disrupt centaur territory and ensure the safety of his kin. With this thought, he drew an arrow from the quiver, knocking it to the bow, and aimed it at Neil. "Follow me, human. We shall hear your testimony." Episode 45, on the transfer of contradictions. Bias is a noble centaur warrior, embodying integrity and courage. He adheres to tradition, reveres his ancestors, upholds honor, refrains from consuming dew-laden food, and is willing to sacrifice his life to safeguard the freedom and dignity of his centaur kin. Simultaneously, he harbors an unrelenting hatred for humanity, elves, giants, shapeshifters, vampires, and the 8-eyed giant spider. In essence, he is an exceedingly ordinary centaur, so commonplace that it is almost banal. However, today, fortune appears to have graced Bias, offering him an opportunity to ascend beyond his peers in certain respects. He is poised to become the most loathed centaur among humans in the world. Ah, Chiron. I once mispronounced his name as Chiron, only to later discover my error. Interestingly, there exists a character in Greek mythology named Charon, differing by a mere letter. My point is, in the realm of creativity, why can't names be crafted to ensure clearer distinction? Bias fixed an almost venomous gaze upon Neil, hastening his pace deliberately along the rugged paths, intending to make the youth recognize the inferiority of humanity compared to centaurs through sheer exhaustion, while simultaneously silencing his incessant chatter. Yet, thus far, neither objective had been accomplished. Neil, trailing behind with nimble steps, exhibited no signs of fatigue, traversing the littered ground of dry branches and moss-covered rocks with ease. The broom slung over his shoulder, however, continually scraped against the trees beside him, appearing rather worn. Speaking of which, it seems that Westerners often disregard the uniqueness of names. Have you heard the tale of Lucky Hugh Williams? Over 280 years, there were 4 shipwrecks with 5 survivors, all bearing the name Hugh Williams. Many sailors believe it to be a name that brings good fortune, but I suspect the reality is that countless Mr. and Mrs. Williams had already perished before such a miracle occurred. "Oh, do not remain silent, Mr. Bias. Might you share your thoughts as well?" Bias' resolute lips were pressed tightly together. Had this human been a few years older, or had he not required the fellow's testimony to seek the lurking enemy in the forbidden forest, he would have already lodged an arrow into this scoundrel's heart. Even in an era of all-out conflict with sorcerers, none dared to jest with a noble centaur. He had attempted to ignore Neil's existence in hopes of making him retreat, but his steadfastness had only emboldened the wretched human further. Another source of his torment was that, despite feigning deafness to Neil's words, Bias was not truly deaf. Those incendiary remarks, from a centaur's perspective, wormed their way into his ears, provoking involuntary contemplation and imagination. Bias harbored a disdain for the character known as Chiron, for he was undeniably a creation of human imagination, an embodiment of a centaur. Neil remarked that in mythology, he was portrayed as an unparalleled sage, sought after by countless heroes who needed but a mere fraction of his wisdom to fulfill their own destinies. Bayezid had to concede that this concept was indeed well-founded, as it objectively illustrated the hierarchical relationship between humans and centaurs. However, what vexed him was the fact that Chiron had actually imparted his skills to humanity. If such an event had indeed transpired, it would be a disgrace forever etched in the annals of centaur history. Only the most despicable of donkeys and mules would lend their strength to humans. The role of a centaur should be to teach humans humility through their very existence, helping them comprehend how foolish, backward, and detrimental they truly are on this planet. After careful deliberation, Bayezid resolved to utter a few words to prevent this human from continuing in his deluded sense of superiority. "I'm not fond of the tale you recounted." To ensure that the other party did not misinterpret the situation as improving, he chose his words with caution, articulating slowly, "Humans are excessively greedy." No embellishment of language can alter the fact that you seek to pilfer knowledge from centaurs. As for Chiron, a centaur used by humans will meet an unfortunate fate. Neil, with admiration evident on his face, clapped his hands, nearly causing his broom to tumble into the chasm below. "You are quite astute. Regarding Chiron's demise, I have heard 3 accounts. One suggests that he was accidentally killed by one of his disciples. Another posits that he pleaded with the gods on behalf of a human who had stolen divine fire, willingly becoming a scapegoat." Humph. Bayezid frowned. He found himself in a quandary. On one hand, he felt a secret pride in his keen judgment of people and events, yet on the other, the news of his compatriot's tragic end, even in a narrative, infuriated him. "And what is the 3rd account?" he inquired through clenched teeth. "Oh, the 3rd is my favorite," Neil replied, his face lighting up with a wicked smile characteristic of those who revel in the misfortunes of others. "The 3rd tale claims he was struck by a poisoned arrow shot by a disciple, yet did not perish immediately. Instead, he languished on his sickbed, wailing day and night in a half-dead state, evoking pity even among the gods, who ultimately could only grant him release under the pretense of atoning for another's sins." "You." Bayezid's face flushed crimson, his eyes nearly ablaze with indignation. "Humans, so arrogant and disrespectful. Are you mocking the honor of centaurs?" "Absolutely not," Neil replied with unwavering conviction. "The reason I favor this version, Mr. Bayezid, is precisely because it exemplifies the fact that the gods are nothing but heartless scoundrels. From a literary and artistic perspective, I admire mythology, but humans must remember not to become slaves to fictional creations. As if there were not enough monstrous entities in reality seeking to enslave us, they ought to witness how many self-proclaimed demon emperors our sect can vanquish in a year." A few centaurs stationed on the periphery noticed their presence. Clearly, the appearance of humans rendered them quite vigilant. However, the presence of Bayezid appeared to somewhat alleviate this tension, as the sentinels did not draw their bows tightly but instead encircled with a measured distance. 4 or 5 pairs of unfriendly eyes swiftly fixated upon Neil. Was it his doing? Bane inquired while reaching for the small knife hanging from his belt, but Bayezid interceded. "I do not believe so." The dark gray centaur shook his head, his expression suggesting that, if possible, he too would prefer it to be so. "I have checked. He bears no wand. He is too small. Human foals do not possess wands and cannot wield such potent magic. That does not preclude him from being an accomplice." Bane retorted irritably, with 2 centaurs behind him nodding in agreement. "The mere act of humans stepping into our forest is a grave sin. We ought to interrogate him. Compel him to reveal his associates." "Have you lost your mind, Bane? He is merely a foal." Bayezid could not help but emphasize this point. And several sentinels who had previously remained silent now displayed reluctance to proceed in such a manner. Nevertheless, Bane's resolve remained steadfast. One centaur who had previously sided with Bayezid shook his head and murmured, "Dumbledore would not wish to see." "Dumbledore? When did we start to heed the whims of human wizards?" Bane exploded in fury, yet it was evident that the name had unsettled him. His expression, while raging, betrayed a hint of uncertainty. Moreover, if Dumbledore had honored the agreement, no one should be trespassing in our forest. "Excuse me?" Neil lazily raised a hand to request the floor, and as he spoke, 3 or 4 centaurs, including Bane, immediately drew their bows, aiming their gleaming arrows at him. However, the soft bows weighing less than 2 stones and the crude obsidian-tipped arrows failed to instill any sense of alarm within him. "Yes, I understand that interjecting is quite rude. But surely you must allow the accused to defend themselves?" Bane instinctively aimed to shoot an arrow at his ear to impress upon the boy his place. But glancing around, he noticed that the other centaurs seemed to consider such a request reasonable. Even those who had previously drawn their bows relaxed their strings. Isolated and without support, Bane reluctantly nodded. "Very well, let me hear what you have to say. Tell us everything you witnessed, and if you dare to lie." "I saw nothing, gentlemen." Neil raised a hand, signaling the agitated centaurs to remain calm. Mr. Baez arrived at the scene immediately after the incident, yet found nothing. On what grounds do you believe I could perform better than he? This statement may sound somewhat arrogant, yet from the perspective of the centaurs, it possesses a certain persuasive power that left several of them momentarily speechless, standing there in a daze, unable to comprehend. In truth, as long as one can relinquish their pride during conversations with these four-legged beings, they are rather easy to manipulate. Both Baez and Bane exchanged knowing glances, their expressions shifting simultaneously. After a prolonged silence, the dark gray centaur, despite the silent opposition from his kin, slowly began to speak. Unicorns. We have taken note that someone is attacking the unicorns here. EP 46. The nature of friendship when an individual becomes renowned for their kindness or integrity. Others instinctively develop a sense of admiration towards them, often embellishing their words and actions, even interpreting eccentric behaviors in a benevolent light. For instance, if one were to recruit subordinates under the pretense of needing trustworthy individuals while deliberately withholding crucial information, or if they were to set up exceedingly confusing passwords for the statue guardians at the office entrance, such actions might still be met with understanding. No, this is not a veiled reference to anyone in particular. Similarly, if someone has been ruthlessly slaying unicorns in the Forbidden Forest, leaving their necks in a state of gruesome disarray, it would seem entirely plausible for them to next set fire to the forest without reason. The Centaur village has descended into chaos. For a long time, Dumbledore has restrained the students' movements, forbidding them from entering the disputed territories with the centaurs. While he does not oppose the centaurs exercising autonomy in their self-designated lands, as the headmaster, regardless of how lenient his stance may be regarding magical creatures, he cannot overtly cede school property to them. Nevertheless, the treatment he affords these non-human residents has been somewhat exceptional. The merfolk residing in the Great Lake have not voiced any objections. They seem content to exist in a subordinate position, tolerating the occasional incidents of students tossing fireworks into the lake, fully aware that they could not find better living conditions elsewhere. In a sense, they even secretly anticipate the arrival of an oblivious human who might cause a disaster in the Forbidden Forest, providing them with a pretext to openly pressure Hogwarts. And now, a splendid opportunity to exacerbate the conflict is at hand, a significant event that poses a grave challenge to the relationship between wizards and centaurs. At this juncture, no one cares about the fact that Baez disclosed information to humans, including Bane, whose commendable integrity has earned him the dubious title of the Filch among centaurs. As he has long been seeking to accuse Neil of offending the centaurs, the Sentinels are in disarray. Such a severe conflict has not occurred in a long time. In fact, it is the first since their migration to the Forbidden Forest. The reckless fool, Rubeus Hagrid, merely kept his dangerous pet hidden in the woods, which only necessitated more vigilance during their patrols to avoid overlapping territories. However, this time is different. It is a blatant and unprovoked attack on centaur territory, compounded by the recent spate of unicorn slayings. It is evident that a loathsome entity has infiltrated their sacred forest. The young centaurs demand retaliation, the humans threaten their land, and thus it is only natural that the humans should bear the consequences. The notion of individual actions does not enter their considerations. Meanwhile, the older centaurs advocate for a more prudent resolution, urging that no conclusions be hastily drawn until the true identity of the perpetrator is uncovered. They were reluctant to witness their proud kin being perceived as marauders by others, even if such thoughts came a tad late. Nonetheless, whether from the moderates or the radicals, one perspective was unanimously acknowledged: the issues concerning the centaurs should be resolved by the centaurs themselves, without human intervention. Yet, out of a final flicker of conscience, they refrained from casting the individual into the heart of the Forbidden Forest and abandoning him. Instead, they symbolically dispatched someone to escort Neil to the outskirts. The young ones, untouched by the ravages of war, were on the verge of losing control in their fervor. Everywhere, centaurs could be seen running amok, brandishing bows and short spears, letting out battle cries. It was challenging to ensure they wouldn't impulsively shoot an arrow at any shadow flitting through the woods due to their heightened excitement. One can only imagine the extent of his discontent. You might as well engage me in conversation about the ruffians. Unlike merfolk, who revel in song, centaurs possess their own artistic expressions. To be fair, Baez did not find their singing particularly unpleasant. However, inexplicably, whenever emotion surged and they began to belt high notes, a profound chill would race down his spine, as if he were not hearing music but rather a miraculous roar that fortuitously possessed rhythm. This distinction is difficult to articulate, But one thing was certain, he abhorred that sound. When he pointed this out, Neil's smile dimmed somewhat. Beiser offered no comment. He felt utterly unfamiliar with French, Italian, soprano singers, and whatever that mire was. And he had no desire to risk tightening the noose around his own neck by inquiring about these terms. His sole hope now was to hasten the delivery of this individual to the edge of the forbidden forest, even resorting to prayers to the ancestors. Wishing that the infernal gamekeeper might fortuitously pass this way during his patrol. Despite Hagrid's myriad flaws, he possessed an irreplaceable advantage. His presence effectively diminished the frequency with which centaurs were compelled to demean themselves by dealing with humans. Regrettably, luck was not on his side this time, until the trees began to thin. That infuriatingly large oaf, who typically appeared when Beiser wished to avoid him, remained elusive. Very well, that shall suffice. Unlike the depths of the forbidden forest, a dry and refreshing breeze caressed his face, signaling that the exit was near. This revelation finally allowed Beiser to exhale in relief. He halted, feigning calmness as he pointed ahead, indicating, "You shall traverse the remainder of the path alone. Remember, do not trespass into the centaur's territory again. We bear no ill will towards the foals, yet our patience is not boundless." With that, Beiser turned and fled. EP 47. The secret collaborator Neil was not entirely certain how the ecosystem of the Forbidden Forest functioned, however. He reasoned that if Hagrid could brazenly nurture lethal creatures within its depths, then it must surely be a lawless expanse within the Hogwarts territory. At least one tacitly permitted by Dumbledore. It was precisely for this reason that he felt emboldened to cultivate perilous flora here. Regarding Hagrid's earlier mention of a recent surge in injured animals, he was not overly concerned, as it was highly probable that those furry octopod companions had finally succumbed to their appetites, disregarding Hagrid's admonitions and indulging themselves in secret feasts. Yet, the centaur's reaction unsettled Neil. As a race that constantly espoused their profound enmity towards humanity, they had accepted his hastily concocted suspect almost without hesitation, which was decidedly unusual. The only plausible explanation was that this newly arrived serial unicorn killer truly existed and had already captured the centaur's attention. Their self-righteous nature simply rendered them reluctant to become embroiled in the matter. This was indeed a significant discovery. Observing the hasty retreat of Bias, Neil murmured to himself. The centaurs possessed remarkable intelligence, yet they harbored deep grudges and often allowed their impulses to overshadow their rationality. Once they commenced action, the Forbidden Forest would likely become even more tumultuous than it currently was. Nevertheless, this did not provide him with a reason to abandon his pursuit of the enigmatic assailant. The stakes were considerably higher than merely concealing dangerous artifacts within the school, even to the extent of having Hagrid arrange for the supervision of perilous creatures. While Neil was acutely aware that he had yet to fully grasp the nature of Albus Dumbledore, he did not believe the man would orchestrate such a brutal scheme from behind the scenes. In other words, it was time to get to work. The assignment he received from the headmaster served as a final safeguard, the essence of which was to avoid being utilized for the aforementioned purpose. This may seem paradoxical, yet both parties were exceedingly content with this succinct yet comprehensive summary. Well then, let me ponder where to begin. Watching his four-legged companions vanish into the distance, Neil stretched, resting the broom on his shoulder as he leisurely turned towards the exit. However, as he tread upon the soft, humus-covered ground, he left no trace of footprints. The centaurs were currently exceptionally sensitive. Perhaps it would be wise to refrain from delving deeper into the Forbidden Forest for the time being. Perhaps I should meander through the castle. A person who has not descended to a certain level of depravity or insanity would not resort to drinking unicorn blood. And both types of individuals are prone to revealing their true nature. What do you think, mate? Oh, before that, I ought to give you a name. Do you have a gender? How about calling you Horsey? No, that one T do. The bristles on the broom instantly drooped disconsolately. Carzebert Binns is the longest-serving teacher on staff. In truth, even without the preceding qualifier, his teaching experience can be traced back to the very year Hogwarts was founded. Salazar Slytherin himself personally extended an invitation to him to teach at his school, where he has remained for several centuries. Neil was uncertain whether this was a side effect of having transformed into a ghost, or if he had always possessed such an indifferent demeanor prior to his demise. However, for students wishing to skip class, his obliviousness proved remarkably convenient. As for Professor Binns, it remains unclear whether he was aware of his surroundings. Yet it was evident that he was utterly indifferent, just as he seemed unconcerned about students chatting, dozing off, or dueling in the back of the classroom. To reprimand such behavior would only consume precious time from his recitation of the lecture notes, thereby hindering the pace of his teaching. Classroom decorum? What significance does that hold? Amidst this lethargic atmosphere, Neil successfully slipped to the back row, finding an empty seat with an ease that felt as if he were traversing an unoccupied realm. Save for the moment when his neighbor, Pollock Foggier, momentarily displayed a look of distaste upon noticing his presence. "Where have you been?" he murmured, simultaneously conveying through his gaze that he was hardly interested in the answer. "Michael has been searching for you." "Mr. Connor?" Neil paused, inquiring with a similar hushed tone. "Where is he?" "Asleep," Pollock replied, his expression revealing a complete lack of desire to share, yet Neil preempted his verbalization by extending his hand. "Come now. Let me see how your collection of coins has fared." Pollock's lips twitched slightly, reluctantly probing his pocket and retrieving a brass clasp upon which 5 ancient coins of various hues were strung together with red thread, their material reminiscent of a certain jade. The yellow, red, blue, and white coins retained their translucent brilliance, yet the 5th coin at the end, dark in hue, had begun to lose its luster. "Wow, this is somewhat unexpected," Neil remarked cautiously, taking the coins into his possession and scrutinizing them closely. Nearly 1/5 of their magical essence had dissipated within just a month. "Forgive my intrusion, Mr. Foggier, but how exceedingly unfortunate have you been?" At the mention of the term constitution, Pollock's expression contorted in pain, yet once more, he managed to restrain his simmering fury with his gaunt frame. "I would pay any price for a life of normalcy, one where not every leaf of lettuce gets caught between my teeth, where no new garment has threads snagging on my nails, where no quill tears the paper, and where I do not stub my toes on the bedpost every morning. I care not whether you are a devil." Neil offered a charming smile, one that could indeed be enchanting if he were an Irish leprechaun. "Of course, Mr. Foggier. Although I take slight issue with your metaphor. Before its magical essence is entirely spent, I shall prepare suitable alternatives. For now, I suggest you focus on the obligations you are to fulfill in our agreement." "Very well," Pollock replied coldly. "What do you require of me?" EP 48. The sowing of beans. Neil discerned the unusual constitution of Pollock while confessing his misstep in the transformation class. Consequently, after receiving a punch from him, the blow resulted in the fracturing of 4 metacarpal bones of the assailant. This was rather peculiar, for at the moment he observed Pollock's furious wind-up, he had already discreetly leaned backward. Furthermore, it was nearly implausible for Mr. Fogel, with hands and feet as slender as a reed, to deliver a strike powerful enough to fracture bone. The initial failure to perceive the vast commercial potential hidden behind him, specifically, the opportunity to extract profit, was, Neil candidly acknowledged, indicative of his insufficient acumen as a businessman. However, it is never too late to mend, and as long as one remains within the bounds of rectification, such minor lapses are inconsequential. Pollock Fogel's seemingly refined appearance was merely an illusion. The reality of his temperament was far more volatile than it appeared. Nevertheless, this did not detract from his intellect, which warranted admission into Ravenclaw. A pure heart is often more susceptible to persuasion. Following a cordial discussion surrounding his little-known secret, Neil encountered minimal resistance in recruiting an excellent collaborator, one who was content to labor diligently without prying into matters. His character, talent, and various commendable qualities rendered him exceptionally suited for the tedious, intricate, and exceedingly time-consuming task of copywriting. However, it would be unwise to convey such praise directly to him, as excessive flattery may lead to pride, wouldn't it? Michael remained oblivious to the nefarious schemes his roommate was concocting. He was roused from his slumber by the ringing of the bell. As a ghost with boundless time to squander, Professor Binns never prolonged his lectures. He always closed his textbook promptly after the bell rang and drifted away, of course. He exited the classroom by way of the blackboard, allowing students to yawn and stretch without concern for offending the professor's sentiments, should he possess any to be offended. With his face marked by red imprints, Michael neglected to tidy himself. The first thing he did upon waking was to spring to his feet, straining to locate Neil through his bleary eyes. This was not a daunting task, for Neil was currently smiling and waving at him. "Mr. Connor, I apologize for being delayed due to some matters today. Please use this handkerchief, Mr. Connor. Before discussing serious matters, do wipe the corners of your eyes. It seems you did not rest well last night. If you require, I can prescribe some medication for you." "No, thank you. I think I shall wait until after 5th year to partake in such dreadful substances," Michael replied, his face flushed with embarrassment as he snatched the white handkerchief from Neil and vigorously wiped his face. "Damn it, where have you been? I have been searching for you." "Oh, a little of this, a little of that," Neil replied vaguely, shrugging his shoulders. "Why should I burden you with my trifling concerns?" Michael's expression evidently reflected his disdain for such a perfunctory attitude, yet he ultimately yielded. He rolled his eyes and retrieved a palm-sized wooden box from the pocket of his robe, bound with a string. The phrasing was notably humble. While the biting sarcasm tinged with fury in his tone was unmistakable, prompting Neil to chuckle and shake his head. He accepted the wooden box from Michael, weighing it in his hands, instantly understanding its contents, though he refrained from divulging them aloud. Splendid, Mr. Connor. If this continues, you might just become an unparalleled satirical humorist like Yaroslav Hayek. Many deem The Good Soldier Veg as mere lowbrow literature, but I beg to differ. When that band of Romani extremists attempted to summon demons in Brno to overthrow the government in 1975, they ought to have resurrected him to conclude that tale. Do you know what Romani means? It refers to what you British call gypsies. By Merlin, here we go again. Michael Connor's fists clenched and unclenched several times. Yet he could not deny his astonishment at learning of such a dreadful event occurring shortly before his birth, when all of Britain was shrouded in the terror of the mystics, utterly oblivious to the peculiarities abroad. Were one to pay heed in magic history class, they might uncover numerous similar tales, yet the price of satisfying one's curiosity seemed rather steep. Enough of this nonsense. Tell me what is inside that box. All right. No need to rush, Mr. Connor. Neil chuckled awkwardly, gently scratching the knot with his nail, brushing aside the severed string, and unveiling the box's lid. Do you remember that sapphire-encrusted eagle brooch? The one that was snatched by a foolish bird during the test flight and left in tatters? It appears the replacement has finally been completed. Michael leaned in curiously, and there, nestled upon deep crimson velvet, lay a fledgling eagle intricately carved from blue glass. Its eye squinted as it rested its head upon one wing. A closer inspection revealed its body gently undulating, seemingly in slumber, undisturbed even by such a barbaric means of delivery. Did you not consider the risk of my head becoming a gaping hole during your tantrum? I was even discreet enough to keep this from Professor Flivy. Such a noble gesture. Allow me to express my gratitude, Mr. Connor. I assure you I will remedy the broken window before anyone notices. Neil bowed respectfully, though he simultaneously closed the box, shielding the glass eagle from Michael's knowing gaze. Fear not. I shall not forget your kindness today. The little scheme was laid bare. Michael, feeling a bit embarrassed after being caught off guard, scratched his face awkwardly. However, before he could decide whether to confess his minor greed or to deflect with humor, Neil, sensing the awkward atmosphere, swiftly changed the subject. By the way, have you ever named your flying broom? That very evening, Neil quietly replaced the broken window in their dormitory, and no one knew exactly when he did it. Nor did anyone witness him carrying anything resembling glass in or out of the common room. Michael was only aware that by the time he went to bed that night, the shattered pane had been replaced with a finely crafted piece adorned with hydrangea patterns. Though its style seemed somewhat out of place, it added a touch of whimsical charm. In stark contrast, Quirinus Quirrell's night was far from tranquil. Naturally, Hogwarts security measures applied solely to students. As a teacher, he could roam the castle at will without concern for others' opinions. Nevertheless, Quirrell moved with caution, keen to avoid being caught in idle chatter with the likes of Filch, who would drone on about why he couldn't be granted permission to punish students. Truth be told, Argus Filch's cruel and twisted nature suited him well for such a role. Alas, Quirrell's master had no interest in associating with such a loathsome sycophant. Yes, a sycophant. Did he think he was well hidden? How pitiful. A sudden chill coursed through Quirrell, an ache in his head igniting his anxiety, prompting him to banish any extraneous thoughts. His master was waiting. Now was not the time to indulge in vanity. The castle corridors were desolate in the dead of night, and Quirrell adeptly navigated several turns, silently making his way outside, clearly well acquainted with the path. He gently pushed open a door that was almost never locked, crossed the lawn and the great lake, and soon the forbidden forest loomed ahead. Through the window of the gamekeeper's hut, he could see the light within. It appeared that the lumbering oaf, who was even less competent than a troll, had completed his patrol for the night. This was good news for Quirrell. The throbbing pain at the back of his head intensified, causing him to lower his pale face. Yes, I understand. Please wait a moment. I do not mean that. Forgive me. His master was growing impatient. He had to quicken his pace. Without hesitation, he drew his wand and strode deeper into the forbidden forest. The forest was enveloped in an inky darkness, and while he could combat the gloom with a night vision charm, there was no way to traverse the uneven ground swiftly. Quirrell stumbled forward, praying to find tonight's quarry soon. The number of unicorns in the forest had begun to dwindle, yet his master's demands were increasing, which left him feeling frantic. No, I did not. Forgive me, master. Forgive me. Just as Chilo busied himself with pleading for forgiveness over yet another gaffe. A sudden clamor of galloping hooves echoed from afar. He immediately held his breath, retreating into the shadows behind a tree. It was a well-known fact that centaurs roamed the forbidden forest. Chilo had encountered their patrols on several occasions. The centaurs showed little concern for the fate of unicorns or any other creatures. As long as they were not directly confronted, trouble could be avoided. However, today, the atmosphere felt distinctly amiss. The sound of hooves multiplied around him, clearly surpassing the expected size of a mere patrol. Before Chilo, whose complexion turned ashen, could comprehend the unfolding situation, a resounding roar erupted behind him. I see him, he is over there. The instant the words escaped, an arrow crafted from obsidian whizzed past, prompting Chilo to instinctively lower his head. The projectile narrowly grazed his scalp, pinning his substantial turban against the tree behind him, followed by a volley of arrows. He let out a shriek, neglecting to cast a spell, and hastily covered his head with his hands, rolling and scrambling away in a frantic escape. EP 49 Exploring Evil. Although the figure remained obscured in the depths of darkness, the centaurs discovered a foul-smelling scarf, reminiscent of decay and garlic, pierced by an arrow and affixed to a nearby tree. If presented to Headmaster Dumbledore or another trustworthy individual at the castle for identification, the perpetrator's identity would undoubtedly be unveiled. However, the peculiar notion of conveying such crucial information to humans never crossed their minds. Lizer rightfully claimed this trophy as a badge of honor, securing it atop his shelter crafted from birch branches, wisteria, and willow. Yet, within a mere day, it exhibited unmistakable signs of rot. Undoubtedly, this decay was a consequence of the malevolent magic emanating from that enigmatic figure, further solidifying the centaur's resolve to eradicate the threat completely. Behold, they dare to cultivate such perilous flora upon centaur lands. How barbaric humans are. The subsequent day, during the defense against the dark arts class, students observed the fallen and savage human, Quirinus Quirrell, donning a larger, filthier scarf, its odor even more pungent than before, accentuating the pallor of his increasingly gaunt visage. Throughout the remainder of that day, Quirrell appeared utterly disoriented, trembling incessantly, beads of cold sweat adorning his brow, his tongue stumbling over itself with every utterance. On several occasions, he tripped over nothingness, collapsing to the ground. For any ordinary individual, such symptoms would necessitate an urgent visit to the infirmary. Yet, all were aware of his harrowing encounter with vampires in the Black Forest of Albania during summer break, wherein he had been left in a state of utter disarray, now relying on a garlic-stuffed scarf for protection. Thus, his peculiar demeanor was merely perceived as a deepening nightmare. As the sole remaining student possessing conscience, courage, and keen observation, Hermione kindly inquired after class whether she should fetch Madame Pomfrey for him. However, her offer was met with abject terror, leaving her both worried and saddened. Oh, so this is why I see you at the Ravenclaw table. I understand now. It seems this matter has truly troubled you. Observing Hermione resolutely pull a chair beside him, Neil offered a wry smile and shook his head. To be honest, I did not expect you would risk breaching school regulations to join me. I am quite taken aback. Although there were no explicit punitive measures in the rules against dining at another house's table, many might view such an act as disruptive to unity, rendering the individual's position among peers rather awkward. Yet, as someone who roams between houses like a vagabond, he found it difficult to offer words of caution. I simply seek a quiet place to have lunch, Hermione stated succinctly, her expression fierce as she plunged her fork into the potatoes on her plate with the intensity of a blade. This statement holds truth at a distance. The Gryffindor table is currently abuzz with excitement, as everyone revels in the delightful news that Marcus Flint, the captain of the Slytherin Quidditch team, was ambushed by an unknown assailant while traversing a corridor on the 6th floor, resulting in his front teeth growing to an astonishing 4 feet in length. Many perceive this as an excellent omen for the impending House Cup. For those already beset by anxiety, this atmosphere is undeniably lacking. In contrast, the Ravenclaw table appears considerably more subdued. Despite Flint's notorious unpopularity within the school, the students of Ravenclaw generally prefer a more understated expression of their sentiments. Well, in truth, I believe this silence has little to do with reticence, Miss Granger. Neil hesitated momentarily, but ultimately voiced the opinion of several classmates seated nearby. After all, no one wishes to raise their voice in the presence of a lady capable of skewering a whole boiled potato with a single fork. This is not merely a trait of Ravenclaw, but rather a testament to our wisdom. You see, The individuals at either end of the long table are engaged in normal conversation. It is only our section. Very well. I shall refrain from further comment. This matter requires your insight, Miss Granger. You are the true expert in scholarly pursuits. Oh, do stop. Hermione nudged him with her elbow. I consulted Professor McGonagall, and she assured me that Professor Quirrell can take care of himself, and that I need not worry. But she then added that if the situation worsens, she would find a way to compel him to see a doctor. Do you not think she is somewhat indecisive regarding this matter? Neil shrugged. Ever since Snape reluctantly relayed Dumbledore's warning to him, he had ceased to concern himself with the man's mental health. Based on his initial assessment, Quirrell, reeking of potent garlic, likely resembled a creature caught between human and zombie. Whether he had been infected by a vampire or some other foul being remained unclear, which perhaps explains why he ventured into the forbidden forest at the witching hour to clandestinely drink unicorn blood, attempting to prolong his false existence through such means. However, this deduction contradicted his observations from the previous night. Indeed, Neil had once again embarked on a nocturnal escapade under the cover of the invisibility charm after everyone had succumbed to slumber, only to serendipitously encounter the furtive Quirrell. Initially intending to continue his search for secrets within the castle, he swiftly altered his course and trailed behind the man, watching him enter the forbidden forest. Before long, Quirrell, draped in his robes, stumbled out in disarray, pursued by the jubilant howls of centaurs. Evidently, Neil's plan had borne fruit. Regrettably, he could only observe from afar throughout the ordeal. Quirrell appeared oblivious to his pursuit, yet an overwhelming sense of foreboding halted Neil's advance. He felt an unsettling illusion that with just one more step, he would be engulfed by a suffocating miasma of death. This matter is rather peculiar, for such phenomena typically manifest only in individuals possessed by formidable malevolent entities. Yet, he discerned no spectral shadows typical of such afflictions behind Quirrell. Damn it! If Dumbledore had exhibited even a modicum of humanity while directing others, he could have articulated his intentions plainly, sparing him from meandering through this convoluted path. Neil? Did you hear what I said, Neil? Yes, Miss Granger? What is it? He showed no reluctance in admitting his distraction during conversations, which elicited both exasperation and amusement from Hermione. I was inquiring if you possess any remedies suitable for this situation. If we wait until Professor McGonagall mentions that it continues to deteriorate, certain matters may become irretrievable. I would be more than willing to assist, Miss Granger. He suppressed the genuine sentiment that he had nothing to offer that wretched, foul zombie, feigning distress as he sighed. However, one cannot administer medication indiscriminately in the face of ambiguous symptoms. A significant vice among British healers is their tendency to chant heal as before in response to any injury, often resulting in the regrowth of leg hair that had just been removed that morning. This is unacceptable, Miss Granger. It is indeed quite troubling. Medicine ought to be approached with greater rigor. Hermione nodded thoughtfully, though her expression remained troubled. Neil, attempting to appear nonchalant, patted her shoulder and encouraged, "Cheer up, Miss Granger. I am certain Professor Quirrell would be greatly comforted to know that you are concerned about his condition, regardless of whether his ailment can be cured. He would be pleased to have a student like you." "Oh no, that's not what I meant, all right? Take it easy. Perhaps he will be in good health by tomorrow morning. Won't he?" He was not entirely mistaken. The following morning, Quirrell appeared at the staff table, looking completely restored to his usual vigor. The significant news of an intruder breaking into Snape's private storage and stealing all the unicorn blood products would follow a few hours later. EP. 50 Snape's deduction wake up. "Harry, wake up." In a dream-induced haze, Harry sensed someone gently shaking his shoulder. However, the exhaustive lessons and Quidditch practice from the previous day rendered him utterly fatigued. Half awake, he turned over in bed, struggling to formulate a coherent plea that might persuade his assailant to allow him a few more moments of slumber. Yet, what escaped his lips was nothing more than a jumble of incoherent mumblings. A sorrowful reality was that it was not until last month, upon moving into the Hogwarts dormitory, that Harry first encountered the existence of a soft bed, as tangible as magic itself. From the earliest moments of his memory, he had never experienced an opportunity to sleep outside of a cupboard. Evidently, the individual attempting to rouse him had little regard for his plight. Rather, they intensified their shaking. "Hurry up, Harry, something serious has happened." This time, the call was marked by a sense of urgency far greater than before. Yet, curled up in his cocoon of blankets, Harry remained resolutely closed-eyed, wriggling to free himself from the grasp of the persistent hand, only to pull the covers over his head. "Oh dear, wake up, Harry. Snape is in trouble." The utterance of Snape's name acted like a potent dose of nitroglycerin, shattering the fog that enveloped Harry's mind in an instant. He kicked away the covers and sprang from the bed like a coiled spring, his mind racing to comprehend that it was Ron who had been shaking him. "What did you say? What happened to Snape?" Ron was visibly startled by Harry's sudden eruption, seemingly unprepared for the invigorating effect of the news. It was then that Harry noticed he was still clad in his pajamas, clearly having been jolted from sleep as well. "I can't say for sure," Ron shrugged. "They said someone just broke into Snape's private storeroom and smashed everything to bits. Now everyone has to gather in the common room to check if anyone is missing from the dormitory." Harry fumbled for his glasses on the bedside table, gently massaging his temples as he glanced out the window. The night was shrouded in darkness, devoid of even the moonlight, indicating that it was indeed late. "What does that have to do with us?" Ron rolled his eyes. "He claims it must be the work of a Gryffindor student." Instinctively, Harry felt an urge to contest such discrimination, but the words caught in his throat and he swallowed them back. "Yes," Ron replied, observing Harry's expression with a wry smile. "While Snape is undoubtedly a wretched person, one must admit that his suspicions are, in this instance, somewhat justified, wouldn't you agree? My only hope now is that the culprits aren't Fred and George. If Mum finds out they did something like this, she would surely go mad. Now, hurry up and get dressed. If there's any chance to pin the blame on you, I am certain Snape would not hesitate." Although most students were similarly awakened from their slumber, the common room was abuzz with a festive atmosphere, highlighting just how astute Snape was in selecting his suspects. Amidst the throng of students, Harry spotted Hermione among the girls, her demeanor starkly contrasting with the cheerful expressions of her peers. She wore a tense look, but upon noticing that Harry and Ron were dutifully remaining in their dormitory, she appeared considerably more at ease. While the students reveled in their joy, one individual was in particularly high spirits, Filch, the caretaker, who stood at the front of the line, meticulously checking off names from his list. Perhaps the remnants of chaos still needed tending to, or perhaps he simply wished to conceal his current expression from the exuberant Gryffindors. In any case, Snape was conspicuously absent, replaced by the jubilant figure of the caretaker. In the face of such a grave incident, one that would likely not conclude without punishment for the instigators, Filch privately reveled in the prospect. He even volunteered to search the Gryffindor dormitory for suspects, vowing that should he discover anyone missing, he would promptly interrogate their roommates regarding their whereabouts. Ultimately, the means of inquiry mattered little. Many students were witnessing his unusually cheerful demeanor for the first time, yet as they observed him relentlessly harass those who descended late, attempting to assign blame and inflict punishment, nearly all wished he would forever remain in a state of discontent. The uproar from the intrusion into the storeroom was indeed monumental, quite literally so, as the intruder had eschewed the unlocking charm in favor of barbarically smashing the door to smithereens. Filch, patrolling the basement level, immediately rushed towards the sound, though his limping gait severely impeded his speed. Even with Mrs. Norris meowing encouragement, by the time he arrived, all that remained was a scene of utter disarray. As fate would have it, Snape had been in the greenhouse searching for ingredients for his potions at the time, thus perfectly missing the opportunity to apprehend the little thief himself. Nevertheless, he declined the assistance of the other professors whom Filch had summoned, stating he would handle the matter alone. His notorious unpopularity came into play once more, despite the collective outrage over the incident. The prospect of collaborating with Snape to restore order and dispense justice significantly dampened their enthusiasm. Aside from Professor McGonagall, who expressed a strong yet insufficiently resolute discontent regarding the individual checks on Gryffindor students, nearly everyone else opted to withdraw at the earliest opportunity. Filch, eager to secure a favorable assignment for himself, hurriedly departed, moving with a lighter step than when he first arrived, heading directly towards the Gryffindor dormitory, leaving Snape alone to deal with the aftermath. It seemed rather serious. After silently waiting for the last individual to leave, Neil, who had been standing beside Snape, shook off the dust from his invisibility cloak, revealing himself. He approached the door, which was now nearly reduced to a frame, and examined it from top to bottom, like a photographer framing a shot. This door appeared to have been breached from above by some force. He raised a hand and gestured as if swinging a heavy object downward. The protective charm on the door activated normally, but it seemed to last barely a second. Neil pointed to the splintered edges of the door frame. "Look, the patterns created by the wood's fracture show hardly any sign of interruption, indicating that the entire motion was fluid and seamless. Whatever force breached this door, he must have done so as effortlessly as slicing through cream. I am not well acquainted with European magic. Professor, can you think of any method capable of achieving this?" As Neil spoke, he seemed momentarily taken aback, as if he had not fully grasped the implication of the inquiry. 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds passed before he suddenly burst into laughter. As if the realization struck him. Oh, come on, are you serious? You want my alibi? Snape, however, did not share in the mirth, continuing to regard him with a cold, penetrating gaze. What were you doing when the incident occurred? He reiterated, word for word. Observing the intensity of Snape's demeanor, Neil's smile faded. I was standing at the door of Professor Quirrell's office, sir. For the first time, Snape's expression shifted. He had never considered that Neil would resort to such a crude method to plunder his storeroom. Just as he had never entertained the notion that a Gryffindor student could unravel the enchantments he had placed upon the door, merely to embarrass him with such a statement. The true culprit, in his view, required little speculation. There was only one individual at Hogwarts who fit the suspicious criteria. It should have been this way, he mused. You mean? Neil, maintaining a stoic expression, nodded slightly. Yes, Professor. Professor Quirrell did not leave his office all night, due to my position. There are certain inquiries I am unable to make, but I suggest you take the time to meet with the headmaster and demand answers regarding what other monstrosities this school harbors. EP 51 Futility. This is utterly nonsensical. Neil picked up a broken flask from the ground, brought it close to his nose to inhale the remnants of the potion, and then carelessly tossed it aside. The flask shattered upon hitting the overturned display cabinet, producing a crisp sound as it disintegrated, merging seamlessly with the shards of glass strewn across the floor. Snape stood nearby, silently observing the chaos that Neil was wreaking in his ravaged storeroom. Despite the utter devastation left by the previous intruder, it remained astonishing that someone of his stature would allow another to treat his possessions with such reckless abandon. Neil glanced at him, perceiving his lack of intent to respond, and felt a wave of frustration. How could he leave no trace whatsoever? I mean, yes, there are indeed traces everywhere. He gestured towards the storeroom, which appeared as though a stampede of cattle had recently surged through it. The once neatly arranged display cabinets along the walls had been reduced to mere splinters, while the floor was littered with broken, torn, or trampled potion ingredients, as well as various potions in their intermediates, now transformed into vibrant streams cascading across the floor. Yet, there was nothing to trace. No hairs, no footprints, no scrapes from colliding with objects, not even a forgotten glove. Do you know what is most infuriating? That fellow took a potion bath in this place, worse than a cesspool, and left without a trace of odor. Snape let out a cold huff, neither confirming nor denying Neil's harsh metaphor regarding the stench. Indeed, the reckless amalgamation of numerous potions would result in such a catastrophe more often than not. The consequences would be even graver. However, Snape approached hazardous substances with utmost caution. Although the recent invasion had caught him off guard, considering his reputation at the school, it was not surprising that an irate student, especially from Gryffindor, might resort to magic to break in for a prank. To avert the disastrous outcome of accidentally causing a student's demise in his storeroom, Snape had always exercised great prudence, starkly contrasting the miraculous luck of Hagrid, who, to this day, had yet to harm anyone. Of course, the option of ameliorating his attitude towards students to prevent such future incidents was not within his contemplation. He was nearly certain that the intruder had employed magic, or something of similar nature, to obscure their tracks. Yet, the fact that Snape had not used this as an opportunity to mock him mercilessly indicated that such concealment was not easily accomplished. Snape tacitly acknowledged the latter remark. Professor, he said expressionlessly, the era of witch hunts has long since passed. You may reserve such persecutory nonsense for Mr. Filch, who would surely relish it. Now, let us discuss matters of importance. His extensive knowledge and interest in potions served a higher ambition, yet that did not equate to his indifference toward this significant loss. The materials stored here are of considerable value, some even unattainable by wealth alone, let alone the meticulously concocted potions crafted from them. Even if it does not pertain to the safety of Hogwarts or the Wizarding Society at large, he is prepared to dismantle the opponent without hesitation. You informed me that Quirrell is suspected of murdering the unicorn in the Forbidden Forest to procure its blood. And you also mentioned that he did not leave his office last night. May I infer that, under normal circumstances, a person who speaks the truth would not make such contradictory statements? Indeed, this is the case. Neil chuckled nonchalantly. Life would be exceedingly dull without those fortuitous coincidences. Well then, do indulge me, Professor. As you are aware, I have been deprived of sleep for 2 consecutive nights. Forcing others to cooperate with your malevolent words in such a state of mind is hardly the conduct of a gentleman. Why not pay a visit to the headmaster and inquire whether he intends to wait until a plague decimates half the school before divulging more information to us? It is too late. A flicker of hatred crossed Snape's face. The headmaster had not been at Hogwarts since yesterday morning, claiming he was visiting an old friend. Upon hearing this, Neil slowly closed his eyes and dryly clapped his hands. Splendid. Everything unfolds as calculated. Does it not? The intruder who trespassed into Snape's storeroom was apprehended at dawn. He was a first-year student from Ravenclaw, Pollock Fogel. Testimonies revealed that he had borrowed a plethora of tomes on potions and magical creatures, which evidently lay outside the realm of academic necessity, from the library in recent days. When Snape, guided by a witness, captured him in his dormitory, Pollock was still lost in slumber. Initially, he exhibited utmost surprise and indignation at the accusations against him. But upon learning the witness's name, all surprise was swiftly eclipsed by rage. Although 80% of his statements comprised meaningless threats like "I will kill him" and "I must strangle that bastard," in the end, Pollock begrudgingly confessed to his guilt. He asserted that his curiosity, piqued by a description of a unicorn blood potion in a book, led him to impulsively sneak into the potion's professor's private collection, where, in a moment of recklessness, he accidentally shattered a bottle of a hallucinogenic potion, resulting in uncontrollable chaos as he brandished his wand and wreaked havoc. This motive is quintessentially Ravenclaw, and the door was breached using a small piece of dactylite stolen from a classmate. Everything appeared to be logical, and coupled with his forthright admission, there was little doubt cast upon his guilt. Professor Flitwick was utterly astounded by the emergence of such students in his academy, and simultaneously consumed by indignation. However, Snape, in a most uncharacteristic manner, remarked that the incident was merely a slight misstep, fundamentally akin to the daily pranks that transpired without distinction. He further asserted that leaving the potion of illusions in the storage room was a lapse on his part and should not be solely attributed to the students. Rather than the merit of his argument, it was the sheer audacity of him defending the students that left everyone in a state of shock. As he desired, Pollock's punishment was remarkably lenient. Aside from point deductions, he faced detention and the task of writing sentences. Yet, as Professor Snape believed that mere copying would not suffice to reflect genuine contrition, the written assignment was modified to a rigorously demanding essay on unicorn blood. If it were not necessary to find a scapegoat to murky the waters and lure the opposition into revealing their flaws, Neil would not have entertained such a morally questionable notion. When Mr. Foggart was led away, his curses were undoubtedly sincere. To soothe his agitation, Neil resolved to prepare something pleasing before his release. The most elated individual in this entire affair was undoubtedly Filch, who, prior to the capture of the true culprit, successfully unmasked 7 nocturnal escapists in Gryffindor's common room, including Fred and George, seasoned veterans of their cat-and-mouse games, intimately acquainted with every nook and cranny of the castle, and unlikely to be easily apprehended. Yet, the empty beds in the dormitory were a telling sign. These 7 would be escorted to the management office, where they would face reprimand before reflecting on their misdeeds through the menial task of mopping the corridor floors. The only regret Filch harbored was that he could not, like the slave traders of old, bind the 7 with iron chains and lead them in a line. If a second-place recognition were to be awarded, it would likely go to Quirrell. Having remained at his office throughout the night, he seemed entirely unrelated to the incident. Rarely, he appeared at the breakfast table the following morning, looking remarkably well, perhaps slightly below the average. Yet by Quirrell's standards, he appeared positively radiant. A handful of kind-hearted and observant students sighed in relief upon witnessing his recovery from the previous day's near demise. And even the dim-witted and conscience-less students could not help but chuckle at Snape's expression during that moment. Thus, in terms of outcome, Quirrell's presence infused the entire hall with an air of joyous exuberance. Only one individual and another absent party remained exceptions to this sentiment. EP 52 Neil's prophecy. The improvement in Chilo's complexion did nothing to alter his character. As usual, he greeted everyone with the utmost humility, or perhaps one might say, with an abject demeanor, before hurriedly fleeing the hall, as if fearing that his rosy cheeks would incite the appetite of lurking vampires. Regardless of his disdain for the principal's penchant for secrecy, he could only choose to comply, if Dumbledore deemed it necessary to conduct all matters in obscurity. Then so be it. To be candid, Miss Crivet, I genuinely believe that those who indulge in clever schemes in reality are nothing more than fragile beings, consumed by self-importance, paranoid delusions, and the traits of high-functioning antisocial personalities. Humanity invented language to facilitate clear communication. Had Father Lawrence's words been as potent as his poison, No Montague fool would have met a futile demise by ignoring the wisdom of others. Penelope, pouring orange juice into her cup, paused momentarily. What did you say? What scheme? Neil sighed, resembling a pitiful stand-up comedian forced to repeat his punchline due to a failure to connect with his audience. Have you read the £1,000,000 banknote? Well, I know it's a work in which Americans crudely imposed their culture upon the British, but Mark Twain, a gentleman who boldly declared in newspapers that certain members of Congress are the offspring of dogs, deserves our respect. We ought not to be overly harsh on him. In his view, it seems that all who have insulted or wish to insult the American government are potential allies. This reflects an organic amalgamation of the racist ideologies that flourished at the end of the 19th century and the early 20th century, alongside the utopian visions of a harmonious society from Chinese tradition. You see, this is the advantage of conversing with intelligent individuals. Upon realizing that his intended message had finally been conveyed, Neil let out a sigh of relief. If it were Mr. Kona, one would first have to explain what a pound is, right? No, I am not speaking to you, Mr. Kona. You must have misheard me. Where was I? Miss Crivet? Ah, the clever scheme. Yes, the clever scheme. I truly do not comprehend to what extent one must be self-absorbed to revel in the sensation of manipulating others. Perhaps one should seek more worthwhile interests? Breeding a colony of Flaubert caterpillars sounds quite fitting for you. His indignant reaction elicited a fit of giggles from Penelope. Oh dear. Someone seems rather vexed. What has transpired? That being said, how to capture the attention of students remains a challenge, especially when one can easily glance up to see several mandrakes, each as tall as a human, gathered together to play bridge. These creatures, whose size exceeds the norm by tenfold, could effortlessly render one lifeless with their piercing screams. However, since evolving from mere tubers into wondrous beings, these once simple plants seem to have developed a semblance of intelligence, learning to keep their mouths shut when unnecessary, thus sparing their caretakers from demise upon surfacing. Professor Sprout is cautiously evaluating their danger level, should all proceed smoothly. It is anticipated that the Department for the Regulation and Control of Magical Creatures at the Ministry of Magic will soon receive her correspondence, requesting recognition of a new breed of magical creature with intelligence akin to that of humans. The centaurs were nearly driven to fury upon receiving such an assessment. Yet the mandrakes are unlikely to be concerned with such matters, even if they have demonstrated their superior wit through their card-playing skills. Speaking of which, despite the myriad of mysteries surrounding these sentient beings that can walk unaided and use their forked roots as hands, what perplexes Professor Sprout the most is their method of learning new skills. She has yet to ascertain who taught this motley crew of tea-brown root vegetables how to play cards, utilizing the leaves atop their heads as betting chips. Or, to delve deeper, from whence did they procure their playing cards? It appears she has not yet noticed the set of Eastern gambling tools, named mahjong, secretly hidden beneath the flower pot. Otherwise, the answer would be glaringly obvious. However, today, what occupies Harry's mind is not those adorable giants engaging in a boisterous game just a wall away, having apparently discovered someone using the mud clinging to them to conceal cards. Rather, it is the recent plundering of Snape's storeroom that has left him elated yet sleepless, compounded by the anxiety he feels regarding the imminent House Cup. Oliver Wood, the captain of the Gryffindor team, is typically a cheerful and enthusiastic individual, but his demeanor transforms drastically when Quidditch comes into play. According to Fred and George's somewhat exaggerated accounts, he possesses no humanity on the training pitch. Last year, Gryffindor faced a dismal defeat due to the lack of a competent seeker, which is why Harry finds himself thrust into this role. Wood has high expectations of him, but also imposes strict demands, both of which consistently elevate his mental strain. Lost in thought, Harry inadvertently cut too deeply with the gardening shears, causing the faux sunflower in the pot to convulse violently before retaliating by thrusting its flower head against his abdomen. You seem troubled, Mr. Potter. Well, the match is approaching, and I might be a bit anxious, but it's nothing to worry about. Everyone feels this way before their first game. Harry forced a smile, though it appeared somewhat strained. Oh, and by the way, Hermione mentioned to me that you helped her borrow that book, The Wonderful World of Quidditch. Thank you. It has been quite helpful. You're welcome, Mr. Porter, Neil remarked, furrowing his brow as he cracked open a sunflower seed. However, it would be prudent for you to exercise caution during the match. Calculating odds has never been my forte, and it appears to me that you bear an ominous countenance. Such a sign is decidedly inauspicious, very much so. EP 53A Serpent schemed queer, and his Quirrell hurried through the corridor of the 8th floor. It was class time, and few students lingered nearby, yet he remained exceedingly cautious. Quirrell had always been a reclusive individual, his arrogance regarding his talents and the societal treatment he received instilling a deep disdain for those he deemed blind to merit, rendering him reluctant to engage in trivial social interactions. Upon being appointed as the Professor of Defense against the Dark Arts by Dumbledore, he was profoundly moved and briefly contemplated altering his disposition. To this end, he even ventured alone into the dark forest of Albania, attempting to cultivate his courage, eloquence, and experience in confronting perilous magic. The outcome, however, was rather unfortunate. The phrase counterproductive aptly describes his endeavor. Upon his return, Quirrell became even more reclusive, substituting obsequious flattery for genuine communication and fleeing from every encounter with an almost desperate fervor, as if uttering a simple good morning might spell his doom. Colleagues and students gradually grew accustomed to this behavior, often concluding brief exchanges in the corridors with the most minimal salutations to spare both parties from discomfort. However, he was not eluding pleasantries at present. The 8th floor was a considerable distance from his classroom and office, clearly exceeding his usual realm of activity. Quirrell was unwilling to be seen here, lest he attract the excessive curiosity that characterized Hogwarts students. The minor commotion from the previous night had culminated in the innocent suffering of a Ravenclaw student, which surprised Quirrell. He initially assumed it was a strategy to lull him into complacency, but it appeared otherwise. As for what he had done before and after those events, there was no need to reveal it to others. Though Quirrell was not an expert in mental occlusion, the protection afforded by his master was sufficient to shield him from prying eyes. His master held Severus Snape in high regard, despite Snape being a petty individual who, after the fall from grace of the previous master, no, forgive me, that was not my intention. I meant to say, after encountering a temporary setback. He swiftly turned to Dumbledore in supplication. Nonetheless, Snape was astute, keenly perceptive, and altogether a rather formidable character. However, no matter how suspicious he might be, he would never suspect the source of Quirrell's additional assistance. Carefully evading the potential presence of students, he finally arrived at his destination. Before him hung an ancient tapestry riddled with moth holes, depicting a male ballet dancer being besieged by trolls. This tapestry, colloquially known among students as the troll's bludgeoning of the foolish ballerino, had once garnered a concerning assessment of its creator's mental state from Neil Van. Nevertheless, Quirrell felt a peculiar affinity for it, as training trolls was one of his few recognized specialties. Shortly after the commencement of the new academic term, Dumbledore unexpectedly convened a number of professors, including himself, revealing that he had secured a significant object in the forbidden section of the 4th floor. He invited each of them to devise a protective mechanism for it. Among the contributions from Quirrell was a troll he had trained to guard this colossal creature, which stood over 3 meters tall, both foolish and brutal, yet remarkably strong and easy to maintain, capable of consuming anything from kitchen scraps to its handler. With proper training, it could perform rudimentary tasks associated with violence. Dumbledore never disclosed the nature of this so-called important object, but Quirrell could easily surmise its significance. He had recently risked an audacious foray into Dumbledore's private vault in Gringotts, only to come away empty-handed. The object must have been relocated here in advance, an ultimate embodiment of wizardly wisdom, a treasure that could liberate its possessor from their current state of languor, sparing them the indignity of feeding off the carcasses of beasts, or, more specifically, the necessity of rubbing his own head against the neck of a unicorn's corpse. Should he seize this opportunity to acquire it, Quirrell was certain he would earn the master's unparalleled favor. However, pilfering under Dumbledore's watchful gaze was no trifling matter. Unlike dealing with those tight-fisted goblins, success was contingent upon meticulous planning, particularly with the other professor's obstacles in the mix. Quirrell had witnessed the hulking gamekeeper stealthily escort a 3-headed dog into the forbidden section one night at the headmaster's behest. Compared to that ghastly creature, the troll seemed as innocent as a child in a nursery. Fortunately, Quirrell possessed his own advantages. Once a matter becomes the subject of rumor, it ceases to be a secret. Yet, Quirrell was entirely unconcerned about being exposed. The enchantment of the Room of Requirement lay in its uncanny ability to precisely reflect each individual's desires. Should a newcomer wish to uncover Quirrell's concealed secrets, they must first possess knowledge of what the secret entailed, thus creating a simple yet effective paradox. He strained to push the door ajar, and in an instant, a nauseating stench wafted forth from within. Nevertheless, Quirrell did not flinch. He swiftly squeezed through the opening and closed the door behind him. Dumbledore was aware of the troll's presence in the castle, yet seemed indifferent to the number brought in. In truth, Hogwarts had always been lax in its management in this regard. Aside from the dutiful Filch, hardly anyone cared about what students brought into the school. As for faculty members, even those caught with contraband could not be reprimanded severely enough to warrant a whipping, a fact Filch himself seemed to overlook. The outcome of such laxity was evident. The ground was strewn with straw, and in the cramped, stable-like room lay 7 or 8 trolls, huddled together, occasionally emitting belches and flatulence in their slumber. The air was thick with the stench of sweat, halitosis, and something far more odious, permeating the confined space. Quirrell cautiously stepped over puddles of refuse, making his way to the farthest corner of the stable. Amidst a pile of hay, which had turned black and rotten, lay an unusually large troll, slumbering amidst the foul odors that pervaded the air. A silver needle protruded from its forehead, with veins around the puncture site bulging and showing faint signs of decay. Around its neck hung a large string of coarse yellow paper, densely inscribed with red ink in Eastern characters. Its foul-smelling feet were adorned with silent copper bells, tied at each ankle. Even the staff leaning beside it was tightly wrapped in white cloth, covered in red markings resembling arcane symbols. All the support from the mysterious benefactor had been devoted to this monstrous figure. With the assistance of these enchanted items, navigating through intricate mechanisms would be significantly less challenging. However, before proceeding, Quirrell desired to gather as much intelligence as possible. After all, the master's orders must not falter. Furthermore, even if the task were to succeed, he needed to escape Hogwarts at the earliest opportunity. But first, there was an essential matter to address. Harry Potter, he murmured softly. Since the master desired his demise, it must be carried out. Delivering a killing curse to his unsuspecting back would be effortless. The challenge lay in orchestrating the event to appear as an accident. The master required time to regain his original strength and reassemble his followers, to once again reign with an unstoppable force. Until the first step of this intricate process was realized, Quirrell could not allow himself to become a prisoner. As darkness rose once more, he, Quirinius Quirrell, would become the master's most trusted subordinate, and his previously unrecognized talents would finally receive the acknowledgement they deserved. At this thought, a sinister glimmer flashed in his eyes. Yes, master. Rest assured, matters will be resolved swiftly. What? Oh yes. At your command, master. I shall promptly escort you away from this foul place. No, please don't. EP. 55. Beyond the arena on the day of the match, events spiraled uncontrollably. And to those indifferent to the sport, the scene resembled a chaotic frenzy engulfing the entire school. Neil was among the few who contemplated whether he had unwittingly wandered into an asylum. Almost every student had congregated at the stadium to witness the match, particularly the students of Gryffindor and Slytherin, who faced each other across the field, hurling insults as if they were two armies poised for battle. Students from Gryffindor, who had previously acquired lion-shaped pendants from him, spontaneously formed a cheerleading squad, under the guidance of their leader. They united in a deafening roar that reverberated through the ground beneath them. The sole consolation was that Fred and George, as members of the Gryffindor team, were absent from the stands. Otherwise, one could only imagine the pandemonium that would ensue. Indeed, I acknowledge that football hooliganism is a national tradition in Europe. Yet this was utterly terrifying. Amidst the tumultuous cheers, even a simple conversation with the person beside him necessitated shouting at the top of one's lungs, leaving Neil with an overwhelming sensation that he was merely amplifying the surrounding clamor, a sensation that could scarcely be deemed an illusion, plunging him into a mild self-loathing. Hermione, hands clasped over her ears, remained silent, her expression tinged with bitterness as she nodded, clearly struggling to keep pace with the fervent atmosphere. In stark contrast, Ron was exuberantly absorbed in the chaos. Glancing at his two despondent companions, he couldn't help but chuckle. Goodness, you two are such a downer. Despite her discomfort, Hermione shot him a pointed glare. Do you honestly think I would abandon Harry? Ron, feeling somewhat awkward, scratched his ear and redirected the conversation. What about you, Neil? You specifically came to the Gryffindor stance. Don't you want to relish the match? My apologies, Mr. Weasley, but I sought refuge here as Mr. Connor has been incessantly trying to extol the virtues of Quidditch, much like a cannibalistic native enticing tourists with the delights of human stew. He replied with a wry smile. Just then, he caught sight of Miss Granger's expression and thought, aha, here is a kindred spirit. Surely I can sit quietly until the match concludes. Yet I had utterly forgotten that today was Gryffindor versus Slytherin, with both sides of the audience behaving as if they had indulged in a potent elixir of madness. A calamity, indeed, Mr. Weasley. Old mare, you named your broomstick. Hermione croaked incredulously. Indeed. Well, I must confess, when you recount this matter, it does sound rather foolish. Neil chuckled somewhat sheepishly, yet he extended his hand to bring the broom closer to Hermione, introducing, "Allow me to present Matt. This is Miss Granger, the most brilliant and diligent first-year student of Hogwarts for the academic year of 1991. Miss Granger, this is Matt, to my knowledge, the only enchanted broom in all of England. Do greet her, Matt." To Hermione's astonishment, the broom actually bent low and offered her a bow. This 1961 Nimbus 2000 had undergone a complete transformation in Neil's hands. Even Madame Hooch would not recognize it as the same old broom she had deemed a scrap. The rough wooden handle had been meticulously resanded and polished with linseed oil, and even the bristles had been replaced. Finally, to distinguish it from other brooms, Neil had adorned it with a few strokes of black paint depicting swirling clouds, imparting a hint of Eastern elegance. "Cool," Ron whispered in admiration. "Hey, do you think my old broom could be treated similarly?" "I would strongly advise against it," Neil replied, shaking his head. A broom meant for aesthetic display and one intended for actual use have differing safety requirements. For safety's sake, I also suggest you promptly dispose of that piece of wood you fancy as a flying broom. I mean, no offense, Mr. Weasley, but I truly believe it miraculously survived the last time you showcased your flying skills without disintegrating in midair. At that moment, Matt slipped from Neil's grasp, twirled a few times in place, and then glided gracefully before Ron, bowing once more. "What? Well, it wishes to convey its respect to you, Mr. Weasley, in gratitude for your significant contributions to the exploitation of its brethren." Damn, I knew this contraption's conscience must be utterly corrupt. Before Ron could ascertain whether this was a jest, the surrounding audience erupted in cheers as the competitors entered the arena. Ron and Hermione immediately rose from their seats, standing on tiptoe in an effort to spot Harry among the lineup. It was not a challenging task, after all. There was only one first year among the dozen or so contestants. Neil remained seated, merely straightening his posture politely to glance below. He was not overly concerned about Harry's safety on the field, despite the likes of Marcus Flint, who would undoubtedly disregard any sense of sportsmanship. It was still a regulated competition. Surely, he could not brazenly wield a bat to strike another's skull in front of the referee, could he? As for the outcome of the match, that had never fallen within the realm of his concern from the outset. The students of Gryffindor may yearn for their hero to embody a flawless existence, a great leader capable of guiding them to an unblemished series of victories. However, Neil considers this desire somewhat excessive. Even Dumbledore would not harbor such distorted expectations of Harry. Narrowing his eyes, Neil scanned the crowd, suddenly intrigued by the presence of another professor cloaked in mysteries. Professor McGonagall stood beside the commentary booth, her lips pressed tighter than usual. Professor Sprout was absent, likely dealing with some turmoil in her greenhouse, yet a few anthropomorphic mandrakes comfortably settled at the edge of the scene. Professor Flitwick, too, was missing, perhaps lost amidst the sea of students due to his diminutive stature. Their good friend Hagrid cheerfully waved at Harry, indifferent to whether the latter could see him. Madame Pomfrey had already taken her position outside, and judging by her expression, she harbored little hope for the match to conclude without casualties. Ah, there. The moment Neil's gaze caught sight of Quirrell's comically oversized turban, he couldn't help but breathe a sigh of relief, only for his expression to stiffen immediately thereafter. Concealed within the fervent throng, the most vulnerable and amiable of Hogwarts professors, Quirinus Quirrell, today showed no attempt to mask the hatred glimmering in his eyes. EP. 56. Watching the game, Neil's throat subtly constricted, and his body instinctively leaned forward, akin to an angler who has spent an entire day by the water, suddenly witnessing his bobber plunge beneath the surface. However, reason ultimately triumphed over the pangs of humiliation. Despite Severus Snape's expression resembling that of someone who had just swallowed a lizard whole, he managed to compose himself after a brief moment of contemplation, casting Neil a stony gaze that commanded stillness. Neil sighed with regret, allowing his taut body to relax. Although it was unfortunate, his role did not encompass the eradication of perilous elements within the academy. These individuals served as bait, akin to the caretaker who tosses live prey into a lion's den to maintain the beast's wildness, devoid of any authority to bring them to justice until their utility had been fully exploited. Dumbledore navigated this process with remarkable confidence and finesse, hoping to illuminate his envisioned savior's sense of purpose in the most vivid manner possible. In this context, Neil Van merely represented a precautionary measure to avert the potential tragic fate of a lion cub being gored by antlers before reaching maturity. He was permitted to intervene only in instances of imminent or already occurred danger, and, at the headmaster's behest, it was preferable to do so discreetly. Poor Quirrell still believed he was well concealed, Admittedly, his feigned misdirection in Snape's storeroom was quite skillful, yet it ultimately bore little significance. For even if an opportunity to catch him red-handed arose, Neil could do little to address it. Even now, despite Quirrell's hostility being laid bare to an almost unrecognizable extent. As he brandished his wand intending to cast a killing curse to dislodge Harry from his broom, Neil was compelled to maintain restraint, should matters escalate to that juncture. He was prepared to hurl Matt like a javelin before the incantation could be completed, ensuring that scoundrel would find some fleeting amusement. In this regard, Severus Snape may have just executed his first act of benevolence during his tenure at Hogwarts, preserving the life of an innocent broomstick. By firmly indicating to Neil that he would handle the situation and urged him to vacate and cease being a nuisance, Neil obediently smiled, diverting his gaze to scan the surroundings casually. At that moment, accompanied by another round of cheers, the 14 players on the field ascended into the air. The goalkeepers swiftly positioned themselves before the three-ringed goal, while the chasers and beaters dispersed, engaging in a fierce offensive and defensive battle surrounding the elusive quaffle. Harry, following Wood's instruction, tilted the handle of his Nimbus 2000 upward, surveying the entire pitch from above the heads of the other players. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Slytherin seeker, Terrence Higgs, mirroring his actions, appearing equally fruitless in his endeavors. The sole duty of the seekers in the match was to seize the elusive golden snitch before their opponents, which would conclude the game and bestow an impressive 150 points upon their team, considering that the chasers can only score 10 points per goal. Unless your team has already been reduced to a quagmire, the team that captures the golden snitch usually secures victory in the match. The book The Wonderful Game of Quidditch describes the seeker as the soul of the team, and Harry now acutely felt that pressure. He observed Angelina Johnson weaving through the Slytherin defenders with the quaffle, while Captain Marcus Flint, with a fierce expression, lunged at her, only to be struck on the shoulder by a bludger, sent flying by George. The other two chasers, Alicia Spinnet and Katie Bell, surged in from the flanks, the three of them alternating passes as they advanced towards the goal. However, this was not the time for admiration. Harry ascended again, beginning to glide slowly around the pitch, when another unattended bludger targeted him. A disquieting reminder from Neil flashed through his mind, prompting him to instinctively duck, allowing the ball to whiz harmlessly overhead. Wow. Not bad for a debut, is it, Matt? Neil's gaze had unconsciously drifted from the field due to Quirrell's presence, yet he had noticed Harry's impressive evasion. He was no expert in Quidditch, but from a layman's perspective, that maneuver was indeed commendable. If he could maintain such agility when Quirrell decided to make a move against him, perhaps he would avoid considerable trouble today. In contrast, Matt, who had been galloping across the pitch for 30 years, was clearly more seasoned. He merely turned around in place, indifferent to the praise bestowed by his master upon Harry's deft actions. Oh, are you serious? Don't be so harsh, old man. You're clearly just jealous that his broomstick is superior to yours. That is utterly unreasonable. Just look at it. There's nothing worse than you among the things that can be called brooms. What did Othello say? Jealousy is a green-eyed monster that mocks the meat it feeds on. I should have drawn you with green eyes, you know? Matt turned his head and gave him a light tap with the broomstick. EP 57 Betrayal and Protection today. Johnson remarkably captured the elusive quaffle for the fourth time. The valiant young lady. The two Slytherin batters were relentlessly assaulting her. She narrowly evaded the first incoming projectile. Goodness. Amidst the howling wind, Lee Jordan's commentary resonated clearly in his ears. Harry was too fatigued to assess the situation of his teammates. But the collective sighs of disappointment erupting from the stands tightened his chest, suggesting a setback in their offense. The score stood at 50-10, and Gryffindor found themselves in a precarious position. Lee's voice sounded as though he was holding his breath as Marcus Flint charged forward, colliding forcefully with a defender. Wasn't he that a foul? The referee remained silent. Flint surged ahead unimpeded. Now it was up to Wood. This was a duel between the two captains, and if he failed to secure the ball, oh dear, he couldn't hold on. 60-10. In the face of the 150-point golden snitch, a 50-point deficit felt trivial. Yet the constant pressure Gryffindor faced on the field intensified Harry's anxiety. He needed to look to know that Higgs was tailing him. The fellow clearly had no intention of taking risks. As long as both seekers positioned themselves sufficiently close when the golden snitch appeared, Higgs was confident he could outmaneuver this inexperienced first year with his seasoned prowess. One had to concede, this straightforward yet effective strategy was rather infuriating. However, apart from that, Harry observed no overtly hostile actions from Higgs. Oliver would often describe the Slytherin team as a band of ruffians, scoundrels, and egomaniacs, akin to a reserve for Azkaban. Yet, at least for the moment, it seemed Terence Higgs had not descended to the depths of depravity he frequently criticized. Suddenly, a flash of gold darted across the edge of his vision, and Harry felt a jolt in his stomach. Higgs evidently noticed it too, and without uttering a word, both turned their brooms towards it with urgency. The Seekers appeared to have discovered something. Wait, was that the snitch? Harry could not afford to listen to Lee's commentary. He pressed his entire body against the broom, accelerating with fervor. The exceptional performance of his Nimbus 2000 was his greatest advantage at this moment. The broom's speed was entirely contingent on its inherent quality. Higgs had a closer starting position to the snitch, but as long as both maintained maximum velocity in a straight dash, Harry had a chance to overtake. Ah, yes. The golden snitch, I see it now. Higgs currently held a slight lead, but Potter was rapidly closing the gap. Higgs had consistently underestimated this novice throughout the match. Now he might have to pay the price. The chasers from both teams seemed momentarily stunned, if it weren't for the bludger's interference. Hey, what was wrong with Flint? Harry instinctively turned his head, only to catch sight of a dark figure hurtling toward him with alarming speed. Bang. The violent impact left him momentarily disoriented. This is not entirely a metaphor. Marcus Flint's malicious collision nearly caused him to topple from his broomstick. Harry had to grip the Nimbus 2000 tightly, striving to maintain control and prevent it from flipping over, lest he place his hopes on the miraculous healing capabilities of wizarding medicine to mend a shattered skull. Although Higgs appeared oblivious to this scene, Madame Hooch blew her whistle for a foul, interrupting the match. Flint, unabashed, reveled in the chorus of boos from the Gryffindor students, but after carelessly accepting Madame Hooch's reprimand, the Gryffindor team was awarded merely a free kick, a decision that incited an uproar in the stands. He should be sent off, shouted a first-year student. Neil remembered the boy's name was Dean Thomas, one of Harry and Ron's roommates. Red card. Quidditch has no such rule. Dean, Ron whispered. You can't send someone off. Besides, what is a red card? Are you joking? He nearly got knocked off his broom. This is a civilized sport, Mr. Thomas. Players are never deprived of their right to participate, regardless of the egregious acts they commit on the field, Neil smirked, maliciously instigating. But before he could utter the name of that country, Hermione gently stepped on his foot. Please, Neil, not now. Look at Harry. It was evident that amidst the commotion, the golden snitch had long vanished from sight. Harry ascended once more, and this time, Higgs seemed to have learned his lesson, no longer fixating on him. Yet, as he attempted to turn, his broom suddenly quivered alarmingly. Harry quickly clutched it tightly with his hands and knees, but to no avail. The broom's tremors intensified, as though it had transformed from a flying broomstick into a frenzied bull determined to throw off its rider. Slytherin gained possession, and Flint caught the quaffle, only to be struck squarely in the face by a bludger, as though hoping to break his nose for a laugh. Much to the delight of the Gryffindor spectators who cheered in triumph, it seemed no one noticed Harry's broom behaving erratically. It bucked wildly, twisting and spiraling, gradually elevating Harry further away from the pitch. What's wrong with Harry? Ron furrowed his brow. I really don't know what he intends to do, Hagrid muttered, peering through the large telescope hanging around his neck. He had squeezed through the back row during Flint's foul, drawing a barrage of jeers. If one could imagine a mammoth traversing a flea market, one could hardly fault the spectators' reactions. If I didn't know him so well, I would think he was unable to control his broom, but that cannot be. Could Flint's earlier foul have damaged his broom? Impossible, Hagrid asserted with unwavering conviction. Yet Neil detected a hint of uncertainty in his tone. The Nimbus 2000 was far sturdier than one might presume. It typically would not. Without a moment's hesitation, Neil turned his gaze toward Quirrell. He was using the cheering students as a shield, hiding behind them while silently mouthing something. His eyes filled with a mixture of hatred and a certain yearning, fixated intently on Harry. Oh, this doesn't bode well. It appears you've overstepped your bounds. Haven't you, Professor Quirrell? Neil squinted, his voice low enough to make Matt beside him shiver involuntarily. Out of the corner of his eye, he noticed Snape doing the same, albeit with a more dignified demeanor, standing upright and exhibiting no intent to conceal himself, unperturbed by the possibility of being mistaken for the mastermind behind the scenes. The two seemed to engage in a silent, distant duel, yet from Harry's predicament, it appeared Quirrell held the upper hand, at least for the moment. Well, I suppose Professor Snape wouldn't appreciate my intervention. He sighed, extracting a piece of yellow paper from his robe sleeve, but truth be told, being a mere spectator was quite unsettling. I suppose I should take action. By this time, An increasing number of onlookers had begun to notice Harry's distress. His broomstick was tumbling uncontrollably, and Harry could barely maintain his grip. Suddenly, the broom twisted violently once more, and this time he was unable to hold on. Suspended in midair by a single hand clutching the broomstick, there was definitely something amiss with that broom. Hagrid's voice trembled slightly, oblivious to the expressions on the faces of those around him, as if they were questioning the absurdity of the situation. How could this be? Aside from potent dark magic, nothing could disrupt a broomstick. It was inconceivable that a child could cast such a spell on a Nimbus 2000. Upon hearing this, Hermione snatched Hagrid's binoculars, not glancing at Harry but instead anxiously scanning the crowd. "What are you doing?" Ron asked, his face pale. "I suspected it all along," Hermione gasped. "It's Snape." Ron seized the binoculars, directing his gaze toward the direction she indicated. The concern Neil had harbored materialized. Snape stood in the center of the opposite stand, intently focused on Harry, muttering incantations under his breath. "He's sabotaging Harry's broom. We must stop him." Hermione's eyes seemed ablaze, but Neil hastily placed a hand on her shoulder. "Calm down, Miss Granger, it's merely a misunderstanding. I shall handle it shortly." With a flick of his idle hand, he gently crumpled the paper in his grasp, from which wisps of blue smoke began to emanate. "Yuan-ing, the innocent, bound to my heart, shatter the bones, and let no evil intrude." As the yellow paper gradually turned to ash, the broom's erratic movements began to subside, allowing Harry to regain his seat securely. 3/4 of the audience let out a collective sigh of relief, save for the Slytherin section, which was filled with expressions of dismay, interspersed with a few cries of anguish, and curses that seemed to include Malfoy's name. It appeared that Ulysses was not particularly pleased with their malicious delight, and decided to make an exception by administering a measure of punishment to those outside of the master. Snape raised an eyebrow, his face betraying no emotion, and silently turned away from the pitch. Neil craned his neck to look, only to find that Quirrell had also vanished without a trace. "May I step out for a moment?" Neil murmured. "What? But, do not fret. I believe Mr. Potter will be just fine now. But could someone attend to Mr. Longbottom? I fear he may be on the verge of suffocation." He winked at Hermione, hurriedly shook hands with an agitated and incoherent Ron, and finally gave Hagrid a gentle punch on the chest to reassure him. After stifling the trio's inquisitive intentions, he swiftly disappeared behind the exit. EP 58 suspicions the Quidditch pitch at Hogwarts was vast, evoking in Neil a sense reminiscent of the extravagant expanses of American golf courses. He had to take a wide detour to reach the exit where Snape had departed. Although Neil doubted that someone so frantic would take heed of the suits of armor lining the corridor, it was prudent to avoid unnecessary risks. As expected, the owner of the hurried footsteps scurried past him, seemingly in a state of panic, without casting a glance sideways. Emerging from the shadows behind the armor, Neil observed the gaudy purple turban receding into the distance and couldn't help but shake his head. Clearly, Professor Snape was in an exceptionally foul mood. He could only hope that this ire would not extend to him. That said, Neil was acutely aware of the slim chances of such a reprieve. He even began to hesitate about whether to confront the professor. Unfortunately, just as he was caught in this indecision, another figure emerged from the corner where Quirrell had just fled. For a fleeting moment, Neil nearly mistook him for a poorly developed, unwashed boggart, only to realize that it was the darkly scowling Severus Snape. "What are you doing here?" It was evident that cornering Quirrell and issuing threats had done nothing to alleviate the negative emotions Snape had accumulated on the pitch. His condescending tone was aggressive, almost as if he wished to implicate Neil as a criminal alongside Quirrell. In truth, that notion was likely superfluous. "Professor," Neil said, bowing with a demeanor more deferential than usual. "I believe I just saw Professor Quirrell run past. He seemed rather agitated." Snape scoffed. "How would I know? Perhaps he was frightened out of his wits by some illusion." His expression clearly communicated that Neil's concern was unwarranted, and perhaps feeling that mere facial expressions were insufficient, he reiterated his sentiments with words. "Very well, the tough guy act," Neil shrugged, offering a wry smile. "But I do hope you might express some gratitude towards me, Professor." "Gratitude?" The word seemed to strike a nerve, as Snape slowly repeated it, his countenance darkening ominously. "You mean to say that if you had not intervened, I would have been bested by that third-rate fool? Especially after I warned you not to meddle? And so what?" Neil retorted. "Should I care? Oh, believe me, you should. Individuals like Miss Granger, once they set their sights on a target, exhibit no restraint. Had I not stopped her, she would have elbowed her way through the crowd to sneak up behind you, and, while you were preoccupied with Quirrell, set your robes alight with her wand to distract you. Yes, trust me, she is more than capable of such antics. The overly specific descriptions instilled a sense of unease in Snape, prompting him to question whether the other party had secretly devised similar plans. Yet, before he could comprehend the significance of such actions, another wave of temptation surged forth. Snape remained silent, his gaze fixed on Neil for an extended period. Just as Neil believed Snape's expression might soften, a thunderous cheer erupted outside, as if timed to perfection, even through several walls. Lee Jordan's amplified voice resonated clearly in the ears of the two men. He had succeeded. He had done it. Potter had caught the golden snitch. Gryffindor had made a triumphant comeback, winning 170-60. The youngest seeker in the school had made history today. Let Slytherin go to the devil. Oh, pardon me, Professor. That was not my intention. Neil could swear he witnessed Snape's expression plummet at a visible pace. The entire transformation as seamless as a face-changing artist he had once seen back home. Well, what can I say? He carefully chose his words, after all. This was merely the first match, wasn't he? It seemed premature to comment on anything at this juncture, did it not? I couldn't care less about the standings in Quidditch. Well, I suppose all I previously stated was in vain. He sighed deeply, pondering why they always managed to entangle their relationships into such a mess. That evening, the Gryffindor common room was awash in a sea of jubilation. Having endured an epic defeat the previous year, they had made a promising start this time. The retaliation against Marcus Flint's despicable actions became a topic of endless conversation. Harry was treated like a hero, surrounded by a throng of admirers shaking hands, clinking glasses, and patting his shoulders. By the morning, he might find himself unable to lift his arms due to bruising. Neil, who had seamlessly blended into the Gryffindor students, appeared rather disinterested. Hey, what is wrong, Neil? Aren't you happy for Harry? Ron exclaimed, his face flushed with excitement as he sat down beside him, taking a sip of pumpkin juice. Of course, I am happy for him, Mr. Weasley, Neil replied coolly, but I cannot overlook the losses I've incurred in the process. Losses? Did you place a bet? Hermione shot them both an irritated glance. It's far too early to celebrate. She leaned closer and whispered, have you forgotten about Snape? I don't understand why he would go to such lengths to bring Harry to ruin, but we must stop him. Who knows what more dreadful deeds he might commit next? Neil's expression shifted to one of awkwardness. I suggest you approach this matter with calmness. There may be some misunderstanding at play. Misunderstanding? Hermione clenched her fist in anger. We all witnessed him casting a spell at Harry. Or did you intervene to stop him? Thank you, Neil. Had it not been for you, Harry would have been in grave danger today. A mere trifling matter, Miss Granger. Neil smiled at her, removing an imaginary hat and placing it over his heart in a slight bow. Regrettably, the expression on Hermione's face remained taut, evidently unwilling to relinquish her suspicions. Well, I understand this may be somewhat difficult to comprehend. He scratched his nose, acutely aware that being caught in this particular moment was Severus's most significant blunder, leaving him at a loss for a defense. However, one might consider an alternative perspective. Perhaps Professor Snape intended to protect him from the out-of-control broom? How can you articulate the same sentiments as Hagrid? Perhaps it is due to our coinciding conclusions. Pray tell. Miss Granger, if Professor Snape truly harbored intentions to harm Mr. Potter, what then would prevent him from tampering with the materials used in potions class? Orchestrating an incident due to a novice's mismanagement during potion making? Given Mr. Potter's average performance in this subject, I believe few would find this matter suspect. This acutely pointed yet not entirely unreasonable assertion left Hermione momentarily speechless, though she remained unconvinced. Perhaps he simply wishes to avoid suspicion himself. Thus, he resolves to cast a spell on Mr. Potter's broom in plain view of everyone? I find that illogical. Yet Severus's disdain for Harry is an understatement. His animosity is palpable, even to the point of loathing. This, you must concede. Certainly. Neil nodded calmly. I never claimed Professor Snape was a benevolent individual. He detests Mr. Potter, loathes me, you, and all students not of Slytherin lineage. In fact, I suspect he harbors animosity even towards Slytherin students. However, this does not necessarily imply action. Does it? To despise someone does not inherently necessitate a desire to eliminate them from this world, much like my master and I. Hey, honestly, you must cease drinking, Mr. Weasley. Can you still hear me? Good grief, how on earth is he managing this? This is pumpkin juice. EP. 59. The indelible suspicion. Neil smacked his forehead. Indeed. I recall that I have forgotten something. Matt relentlessly jabbed a broom towards his face, yet Neil, aware of his own fault, refrained from resisting, merely feigning to shield his face with his hand. Hey, don't do that, mate. I've already apologized. Yes, yes, you are right. Mere words of apology do not suffice to convey sincerity. What do you desire? Matt paused, contemplating seriously, before gesticulating in the air with the broom bristles like a colossal paintbrush. Do you want a broom like Mr. Potter's? Why would you? Oh heavens. That's revolting, old Matt. No, don't continue. Listen, I cannot afford such an extravagant item, let alone buy one for you to misuse. You must learn to wait. As long as it merely resembles one. Is that not acceptable? Are you suggesting a flying broom would suffice? Well, that could be considered. The following morning, as Michael Corna descended the stairs to the hall for breakfast, he spotted Neil sitting cross-legged behind his small stall, surrounded by a plethora of wood shavings and curls, holding a bundle of long hair from some unknown creature. Busy? Neil glanced up. Mr. Corna, I hadn't even noticed the time. Did you not sleep last night? No. He shrugged. I made a foolish mistake yesterday and had to sacrifice my sleep to remedy it. But fret not, I am professionally trained. Missing a night or two of sleep poses no issue. I was particularly worried, Michael mumbled, curiously surveying the disarray left in Neil's wake. So, what are you engaged in? Just some handiwork, Neil replied nonchalantly, as he casually lifted a mug from a nearby wooden barrel and gulped down the remnants of what had once been hot cocoa. Ah, dreadful, entirely cold. A house elf brought this to me in the dead of night. How considerate. Although their faces appear frightfully ghastly, and they incessantly regard the refuse around me with a morbid, ravenous gaze. Honestly, Mr. Corna, can you truly grow accustomed to harboring such creatures at home? Michael, rarely witnessing Neil exhibit fear, could not suppress a chuckle. That is the nature of house elves. In their eyes, performing household chores is akin to a sacred mission. Hey, speaking of which, why haven't they cleaned up this sawdust? Because I did not instruct them to do so. Neil set aside the broom head he had fashioned, brushed the sawdust from his hands, and stood up. These shavings are from sandalwood. Collecting and further grinding them, then pressing them into molds, can create simple incense. The quality may not be exceptional, but it is better than allowing them to go to waste. After a final inspection, he snapped his fingers to beckon Matt, who was leaning against the wall pretending to be an ordinary broom. Come on, Mr. Corna, I have taken up quite a bit of your time. Let us proceed to the auditorium. Old Ma, could you tidy up this place a bit? Once the varnish on that broomstick is completely dry, we can move on to the next stage of assembly. Old Ma reluctantly floated over, pushing a dustpan out from the tent, and began to sweep the wooden shavings into it, albeit in a lackadaisical manner. You see, Mr. Corna, this is what I mean by a domestic helper being more beneficial to one's physical and mental well-being than a house elf, Neil boasted with a hint of pride. Yet before his words could settle, he was met with a vehement rebuttal from Michael. I would prefer to have a house elf. Don't you think it resembles that sort of broom that sneaks into your dormitory at midnight to suffocate you if the chores remain unfinished? A rather astute association, Mr. Corna. However, I believe it is essential for one to maintain a slight sense of peril regarding personal safety. Otherwise, one may endlessly exploit others. Have you ever read a novel titled The Sleepwalker? No? Do not underestimate Muggle literature. Give it a try. Upon hearing this, Neil could not contain his laughter, much to the displeasure of Professor McGonagall, who had come to announce the dissolution of the gathering. It seems you cannot go a couple of days without causing a stir. Miss Granger, I have no such impression, replied Professor McGonagall. As soon as she departed, most students vanished without a trace. Even those inclined to study predominantly opted for more appropriate locales like the library or common room, especially considering that in the first year, students displaying such diligence were exceptionally rare. Most were merely focused on completing their daily homework. Among the exceptions was Hermione, who remained in the classroom, as did Harry and Ron. Neil could not help but develop a rather impolite notion, suspecting that a symbiotic relationship had evolved among the three, necessitating their companionship wherever they went. Perhaps due to the fact that Harry had been saved by them during the Quidditch match the previous day. Their demeanor appeared closer than usual. Mr. Potter, it is delightful to see you unscathed. I scarcely had the chance to congratulate you last night, did I? Harry replied somewhat shyly. Lucky me. Thanks, Neil. I also owe you my gratitude. Had it not been for you, I would have fallen from my broom. Just a mere trifling effort, Neil stretched lazily, suddenly recalling something, straightening up to scrutinize the trio once more, and audaciously inquired, have you three arranged to go somewhere together? Neil's expression resembled that of someone who had just tasted something sour. Are you still suspicious of Professor Snape? Since our discussion on the subject yesterday, I have at least devised 17 methods that would enable him to discreetly eliminate Mr. Potter. This includes poisoning the pumpkin juice that Mr. Weasley drinks excessively, causing him to go mad in the middle of the night and strangle Mr. Potter in the adjacent bed. So you see, if he intends to harm Mr. Potter, he certainly need not do so in plain sight. This is the most compelling explanation he could offer without violating the rules while revealing Chilo. However, Hermione remained obstinately resolute in her opinions. "We will await you at Hagrid's hut," Harry called out to her retreating figure. Ever since pumpkin juice was mentioned, Ron had been nervously clearing his throat, glancing between Harry and Neil, and finally feigning nonchalance with a shrug. Well, she always tends to overreact. Yet, whenever she does, she usually has noticed something significant. "We are heading to Hagrid's. Will you join us, Neil?" Neil's expression wavered dramatically. "Of course. I am honored to receive such trust." Neil forced a wry smile. "Ah, I believe Matt can manage on his own. He will be fine." "Indeed. Let's hope so. What a predicament I've found myself in." EP 60. The most unfortunate keeper of secrets had everyone known that it could converse, inscribe, and possessed its own unique desires and aesthetic sensibilities. Many might have altered their opinions. However, Matt was a meticulous and cautious broom. Having endured years of silent perseverance in the broom shed of Hogwarts, not to be disassembled into fragments by some self-proclaimed expert wizard under the guise of research. If given a choice, it would rather not serve in this capacity. Nevertheless, a portion of the turnover, ranging from 5 to 10%, would be converted into a more refined wood wax oil. On that account, it was not entirely unwilling to oblige. Of course, the sweetness of unearned rewards always lingered most delightfully, as Matt impatiently nudged a bowl filled with coppernuts forward, signaling the Hufflepuff student who had just purchased an entire bottle of energizing potion to find their own change. Its mind wandered irresponsibly to the inexplicable location of its own thoughts. "So, what have you all been up to lately?" Hagrid inquired with a smile, glancing at Harry and Ron, who were both pretending to hold rock cakes. "Nothing particularly special," Harry replied. "Sorry to borrow your home, Hagrid, but we truly couldn't think of anywhere else to keep this confidential." Hagrid waved his large hand dismissively. "Hey, don't worry about it. You're always welcome here." "But are you discussing something? Is Neil here too?" "No. I didn't mean that," Hagrid stammered, slightly embarrassed. "I just feel it's rare to see you three together. By the way, where's Hermione?" "Oh, she said she would stop by the library first. She should be at the entrance," Ron responded, momentarily taken aback, as if trying to comprehend why Neil had suddenly said that. Just then, a knock echoed from outside. He stood up on tiptoe to peer out the window, catching sight of Hermione's fluffy brown hair. "That's remarkable. How did you manage that?" he whispered to Neil as Hagrid moved to open the door. "Ah, I see. You can smell it, can't you? I remember Neville mentioning you could track by scent." Neil suppressed a laugh and shook his head. Goodness, how can a person with both a mother and a sister be so utterly lacking in consideration? "Listen, Mr. Weasley, please do not mention that in front of Miss Granger. Besides, I lack such abilities. I merely heard someone walking across the lawn." Harry's expression seemed to suggest that this skill was no less impressive than the previous one, but at that moment, Hagrid had already opened the door and welcomed Hermione inside. She was clutching several hefty books and appeared slightly out of breath, evidently having hurried over. Having dashed from the library, Hermione had no time to engage with his foolish remarks. She seized a cup and gulped down a couple of mouthfuls of the freshly poured tea, then sighed deeply as she collapsed into the chair behind her. "I went through all the books related to curses that I had previously read. Listen, Harry, I was right all along. Severus Snape is undoubtedly casting a spell on your broomstick." His actions at that moment were entirely consistent with the descriptions found in the book. "However, wait," Hagrid interrupted, frowning. "Are you still doubting that matter? I have already told you, Professor Snape would never do such a thing to a student. What benefit would it serve him?" "Yes, I have said as much." Yet they refused to listen. Neil quietly interjected, fully agreeing. Harry, Ron, and Hermione exchanged glances, uncertain how to convey their thoughts to him. Harry resolved to speak candidly. This statement had an effect on Harry that he had not anticipated. Neil suddenly froze, his expression overflowing with shock, as if he had just heard news that he should have been informed of long ago. He was eager to verify the authenticity of this information, but Hagrid's words came out more quickly. "Wait a moment, do you know about Fluffy?" The four individuals in the cabin simultaneously looked up at him, three astonished at Hagrid's prior knowledge of the situation, while the fourth simply could not believe he had let that slip. Noticing the latter's expression, Hagrid gradually covered his mouth, his eyes darting, unwilling to make eye contact. "Fluffy? Who is Fluffy?" "The three-headed dog you speak of. I acquired it from a Greek man, and Dumbledore instructed me to bring it into the castle for guarding." "Oh, for goodness sake. He smacked his forehead. Listen, I haven't said anything. Do not inquire further about matters that do not concern you regrettably, despite his immediate attempt to remedy the situation. His earlier slip had clearly reached the ears of the three. Guarding Harry slowly reiterated, a sudden spark of realization igniting in his mind. I know. It's that thing you retrieved from Gringotts Vault 713. I sent it? The very day you took me to Diagon Alley. The more Harry spoke, the more certain he became. And his provided clue sparked further contemplation among the others. No, no, Hagrid exclaimed, futilely waving his arms. Neil's expression indicated a desire to rush forward and silence him, to prevent any further secrets from slipping out, and for a moment, Hagrid almost thought that might not be such a bad idea. It is not at all what you imagine. Snape, in any case, he would never steal that thing. He is a teacher. I do not find that to be a compelling justification, Hermione sharply pointed out. If you are placing your hopes on Snape's professional ethics, no. No, no, no. Hagrid painfully closed his eyes, shaking his head vigorously like a dog trying to rid itself of water. You do not understand. Teachers, many others are involved in this matter. It is an agreement between Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel. Nicholas Flamel? Harry questioned. Who is he? Why is the item being kept at Hogwarts? Hagrid roared in despair. His giant compatriots, defeated in the struggle for the position of Go-Go, meaning leader, were left to perish in the frigid wilderness. Limbs severed by their rivals, yet even they would not emit such a wretched sound. Enough. Out. All of you. Out. It became evident that while violence is shameful, it can also prove effective. Hagrid, with a single hand, forcibly expelled the trio, who still bore expressions of inquiry, from the room. Shutting the door and securing it with a bolt, then bracing it with his full weight. After this series of evasive actions, he finally exhaled in relief. It was then that he suddenly noticed Neil still seated in the room, staring at him with hollow eyes. Let us speak plainly, Professor, he said, his face devoid of emotion. This is the first time since my arrival on English soil that I have felt such an intense desire to kill. Tell me, was this intentional? Did Headmaster Dumbledore instruct you to leak this information at the appropriate moment? Well, it is best to be so, for otherwise I would truly be unable to restrain the impulse to seize you by the collar and shake you violently. EP 61. The final known conditions. Hagrid sat uneasily, curled up in his armchair, which resembled a small mountain, as if this posture might somehow diminish his presence and render him inconspicuous. Neil, with trembling hands, sipped from his teacup, taking tiny, tentative sips. Judging by the meager salary of a gamekeeper, the tea was indeed of decent quality. However, the excessive quantity of leaves, the water temperature, and the brewing time had transformed it into a concoction resembling a boiled vegetable broth. He had long considered suggesting to Hagrid the method of brewing tea by grinding the leaves into a fine powder and boiling them, as this might at least ensure a correct procedure, thus allowing any unpalatable outcome to be attributed to the drinker's poor taste. I trust you implicitly, Neil murmured vacantly, his gaze distant, while Hagrid turned his face away, unable to meet his eyes. Neil gestured animatedly with his index finger, as if painting a vivid picture of a future laden with an unmistakable dystopian aura. You know, until this morning, I felt everything was under control. We were tightening the noose around that fellow's neck, maintaining just the right amount of pressure, instilling despair without plunging him into utter hopelessness, all while avoiding provoking a desperate response. Soon, we would have him completely in our grasp, and he would find himself utterly isolated, left with no choice but to submit as bait. You see, peace reigns. Hagrid was bewildered by this discourse, yet he refrained from questioning it, for even he, with his limited understanding, sensed that a statement was imminent that would negate all of the above. But, sure enough, Neil's voice rose, within a mere few hours. Everything has descended into chaos. I just learned that Mr. Potter and his companions had secretly ventured into the Forbidden Forest over a month ago. All right, I understand. The Gryffindors are notoriously reckless, and this development is still manageable. But a second revelation emerged, laden with a dissatisfaction that seemed even more potent than the first. Hagrid appeared genuinely startled, witnessing Neil's loss of composure as he unleashed a torrent of invective. Hey, don't be so hasty, he said cautiously, perhaps. Perhaps he merely wished to check if the mechanisms were functioning properly? A glimmer of hope that had flickered on Hagrid's face extinguished. Luwei, the treasure vault. Nico Lamay, are you aware of how much information you just divulged? Neil exclaimed, ticking off his fingers. Honestly, once or twice, I might overlook. But 3 times in 2 minutes? Are you certain this isn't intentional? Or have Mr. Potter and his friends cast a confundish charm on you? Don't mention it. It's all my fault. Hagrid lamented, patting his head in frustration, yet Neil persisted with his scrutiny. At this rate, it won't be long before the entire school learns of this so-called secret, and countless reckless youths will line up to scour the forbidden forest for treasure. Hagrid despondently envisioned the scene, throngs of students surging into the forbidden zone, only to collapse before the menacing fangs of the beast, their bloodied forms being carried out. Madame Pomfrey stood amid the overcrowded infirmary, resembling a makeshift field hospital, hopping in agitation and vowing to make the fool responsible for this calamity pay dearly. It was utterly terrifying. What was to be done now? Neil sighed heavily and reluctantly inquired, "Will you be honest with me? Is it truly as Mr. Potter described?" Hagrid's expression wavered, caught in a struggle, seemingly hesitating whether to reveal the truth. Yet, the recollection of his recent foolish actions lightened his mood. "Well, you will keep it confidential, won't you?" he asked. Harry was correct. The items stored there were retrieved from Gringotts at Dumbledore's behest. Vault 713. 713. 713. Neil furrowed his brow, repeatedly murmuring, "How peculiar. I am quite certain I have heard this number before." "Oh, perhaps it was in the newspapers," Hagrid suggested. "That vault was robbed. The Daily Prophet reported it shortly after my visit. Dumbledore must have anticipated such an event, which is why he transferred the items to Hogwarts for safekeeping and involved the professors in designing the security measures." Upon hearing this, Neil abruptly looked up. "Wait. Did I hear you correctly? All the professors are aware of this?" "Not all," Hagrid replied cautiously, "but most should be." "What about Quirrell?" "Professor Quirrell?" "Yes. I believe he was involved as well, though I cannot say what traps he devised, and even if I knew, I couldn't disclose it. You understand, don't you?" "What connects everything?" Hagrid asked, bewildered. "Everything." Neil's voice bore a weariness. "I have been curious as to why such an important task was entrusted to you, especially in the presence of Mr. Potter. This has all been orchestrated, Professor, meticulously planned." "Once again, you were quite right. Headmaster Dumbledore had foreseen this." Hagrid's expression clearly indicated he had yet to grasp the implications of Neil's words, but Neil had lost interest in the conversation. He rose and moved toward the door, nonchalantly slipping the roll of parchment into his robe sleeve. "Well, in any case, try to relax, Professor. I am certain your actions align perfectly with the headmaster's expectations, so there is no need for anxiety. As for Mr. Potter and his companions, let me see what I can do. By the way, what exactly is stored in the Forbidden Zone?" "I cannot say. True enough, I know I have nearly botched everything, but I still cannot divulge that information, I'm afraid," Hagrid replied solemnly. "The only thing I can tell you is that it is a remarkable invention of a great wizard, and its original owner was Nicholas Flamel." "Ah, Nicholas Flamel. I have hesitated to inquire about this matter." Neil instinctively cast a glance out the window, seemingly anxious that someone might overhear. "Forgive me, but the Nicholas Flamel we are discussing is indeed the one, I presume, the alchemist from France? If he were still alive, he would be over 600 years old. At the very least, through spells, potions, and various other means, wizards can attain a lifespan far exceeding that of muggles, yet there are limits, even so." Hagrid shook his head in ignorance. "I do not know, but I cannot imagine the headmaster would expend considerable effort to assist another obscure Nicholas Flamel with his troubles." "Speaking of troubles, you will persuade Harry and the others to cease their endeavors, won't you?" "I cannot guarantee that. However, should they resolutely choose to engage in foolishness, I shall endeavor to encourage them to select a more opportune moment." Neil scratched his head in frustration. "Ah, damn it. That greasy scoundrel must have known all along. I cannot believe he managed to deceive me for so long without batting an eye." EP 62 Christmas Eve. Harry had reason to believe that for someone like Hagrid, who could not keep a secret as long as he did not give up, he would eventually extract some information from him. However, thus far, this plan had yielded no substantial progress. Presently, the only clue lay in the name Nicholas Flamel. Uncharacteristically, Hermione was unable to recite the man's age, origin, life story, and major achievements upon hearing the name, which seemed to vex her greatly. For a full fortnight, aside from attending classes, she had immersed herself in the library, striving to uncover the mysteries surrounding the enigmatic Mr. Flamel. For reasons unknown, Harry felt he possessed a faint yet undeniable impression of the name Nicholas Flamel, yet he could not fathom how it had evaded Hermione's vast reservoir of knowledge. If the third elder were to witness this scene, he might stroke his beard and proclaim it to be the work of fate. To hell with fate. If such a concept truly existed, the first course of action would be to extricate him from the cauldron of gossip and cast him into the deepest recesses of the inferno. If anything could be more painful than loss, it would be the compulsion to continue engaging in unprofitable work right after experiencing a setback. Neil wearily glanced at the steps outlined on the blackboard, then resumed pouring the powdered spine of a lionfish into one side of the balance. The potions classroom, located in the basement, was among the coldest rooms in the entire castle, especially since Snape had forbidden all warming measures under the pretext of preserving the freshness of the ingredients, relishing the sight of his students shivering uncontrollably. Trembling hands frequently led to mistakes, providing Snape with ample excuses to deduct points. For him, this was the finest Christmas gift. The only person capable of affecting his mood at this delightful time was Neil Van. It was not that his heart had twisted to the point of being unable to bear even a single student performing adequately in the cold, no. Even a slight deduction would unsettle him. What truly discomforted him was the occasionally dark and disoriented gaze that Neil cast his way, bearing an air of reproach. Snape thought maliciously. To delay progress as much as possible, Neil devised the best strategy he could think of to deliberately spread false rumors about Professor Snape, diverting Harry and his friends' attention and attempting to shift their focus onto investigating Snape's dubious actions. This was the principle of reciprocity esteemed by Eastern cultures. The mere thought of Snape's expression upon discovering this ruse rendered past grievances trivial in comparison. Yet, to avoid prematurely revealing the plan, Neil still had to feign a sense of helplessness, with the recent abrupt drop in temperature serving as a backdrop for his melancholy facade. It posed little challenge to appear despondent. The slow exposure of crucial clues relieved Neil, but Snape's escape from a predicament was far from comforting. On the day of the holiday, as he sat at the sparsely populated breakfast table contemplating how to adjust his plans, his peripheral vision suddenly caught sight of Harry and Ron. The holiday had rendered the school considerably quieter, and during breakfast, the four tables in the dining hall appeared desolate. Even sitting at a table belonging to another house no longer posed any psychological burden. Neil nodded and gestured for the two to take a seat. Ron let out a laugh, seemingly mistaking his gesture for a jest. The two had grown accustomed to his dreamlike ramblings, and upon seeing him lost in his thoughts, they took it upon themselves to sit down and begin their meal. "I truly appreciate your invitation, but..." Neil instinctively intended to decline. Yet a brilliant idea suddenly seized him. "Wait, I would be delighted to join you. But before that, shall we take a stroll to aid our digestion? A robust digestive capability is indeed the backbone of England." Such nonsensical chatter held no real merit. In the meantime, the two of you could enlighten me on how the investigation is progressing. EP 63, the Devil's Signpost, of course. This also spared him from the dire consequence of expulsion due to causing serious injury, thus rendering it a rather fortunate circumstance. Ron harbored little interest in strolling, to him. Such a pastime was exceedingly tedious, more suited to elderly gentlemen adorned with spectacles and leaning upon canes, especially in such frigid weather. Regrettably, his sentiments held no sway over their impending activities, as an exuberant Neil clasped Harry with one arm and Ron with the other, nearly dragging both of them to the open corridor outside. "So, how have you been, Mr. Potter?" The cold outside the castle was biting. Harry wished to speak, but the moment he opened his mouth, a fierce gust of wind rushed in, akin to a frigid fist thrusting into his mouth, causing him to erupt into a fit of coughing. Cough, cough. Not good. He wiped away the tears from the corners of his eyes brought forth by his cough. "We have been searching for clues regarding Nicholas Flamel. Hermione has visited the library at least 20 times in the past fortnight, and we, lent a bit of assistance, but we have yet to uncover anything." As he uttered the phrase "lend a bit of assistance," his gaze, along with Ron's, wandered unsteadily, clearly tinged with guilt. From this, Neil could easily surmise the extent of the trio's contributions to the investigation. He could also ascertain that Miss Granger must have urged the two of them to continue perusing the library's collections during the holiday, yet, judging by the current situation, it was evident that the two had no intention of diligently executing her advice. What surprised him was that Miss Granger, having immersed herself in the library for half a month like a whirlwind, had failed to uncover any record of Nicholas Flamel. Logically, this was rather peculiar, for he was undoubtedly a renowned alchemist, frequently referenced in various related tomes, and had long been sought after by the Ministry of Magic due to his mastery of the alchemical techniques capable of dismantling the gold standard. Neil suspected that this might be attributed to a cognitive bias, upon learning that an individual had recently deposited significant items at Hogwarts. It was natural to presume he belonged to the contemporary era. However, if Neil's memory served him correctly, the name Nicholas Flamel, which literally connoted an immortal being, had not graced the public eye for several centuries. If one were to limit their search to notable figures of the past century, it was entirely plausible to encounter such an oversight. Incidentally, although Nicholas Flamel had long since faded from public consciousness, his likeness frequently adorned the backs of collectible wizard cards found within chocolate frog packaging, rivaling the rarity of Albus Dumbledore, thus rendering him a common find. Had Hermione not been so stringent with herself, refraining from squandering time and money on trivialities such as toys and snacks, she would have undoubtedly discerned this fact long ago. Nonetheless, for Neil, this was a delightful miscalculation. He instinctively shifted to shield the two shivering companions from a portion of the biting wind. This action immediately garnered considerable goodwill, causing Harry and Ron, nearly frozen to the point of incapacity, to momentarily forget who had suggested a stroll in such frigid weather. "Mr. Potter, Mr. Weasley, may I offer a modest suggestion?" he inquired softly. "Of course. You are entirely mistaken in your approach. Tell me, Mr. Potter, do you believe that in solving a theft, one should primarily investigate the victim or the thief? Are you suggesting?" Harry pondered, resting his chin thoughtfully in his hand. "Precisely," Neil nodded. "We shouldn't squander too much time on that. What was it, Morning May or Joyful May? Perhaps we should focus on more obvious suspects?" "You mean Snape?" Ron exclaimed instinctively, his voice reverberating and causing snow from the ceiling to cascade down, prompting him to hastily lower his tone. "You must be mad. We can't possibly do that." No, that's not what I meant, Mr. Weasley," Neil interrupted gently. "Come now, think a little harder. Is there anything wrong with my suggestion? You mean we should just keep an eye on the entrance to the Forbidden Forest? Now that sounds much simpler, doesn't it?" Neil said, blinking suggestively. "Of course. If you find yourselves with extra energy that needs an outlet, you might consider delving deeper into this matter. For instance, if someone has previously suffered a setback in front of, what was it called again? The Forbidden Forest. Yes, if they plan to return. What preparations might they undertake?" "Oh, I seem to have said too much." His exaggerated expressions, however intentional, inspired Harry to interpret his words in a benevolent light. "I truly don't know." Within the Gryffindor common room, adorned in hues of gold and red, an inexplicable warmth enveloped the space amidst the chilling weather. The vast room housed only a handful of students, while the fire in the hearth blazed luxuriously. Neil did not take a seat. Instead, he leaned against the stone fireplace, observing them with interest as they engaged in a game of wizard's chess. From his observations, this popular tabletop game was merely a wizardly version of chess, with the primary distinction lying not in the rules, but in the enchanted pieces that vociferously offered their tactical insights throughout the game. While it sounded rather intriguing, enduring the cacophony of myriad voices clamoring in one's mind with every move could indeed drive one to madness. Wizards exhibited a certain nonchalance in this regard. They simultaneously scorned Muggle history, culture, and technology, yet did not hesitate to plagiarize with abandon when it suited their needs. Wizard's chess being a quintessential example. "You're playing remarkably well, Mr. Weasley," he couldn't help but whisper in admiration. "I had no idea you possessed such skill." Ron, feeling somewhat bashful, rubbed his nose. "It's nothing extraordinary. Would you care for a game, Neil?" Initially, Neil intended to decline, but at that moment, Harry had already risen to offer him his seat. With a reluctant nod, he conceded, "Very well, just one game. I am utterly inexperienced, Mr. Weasley. Let us keep it casual, shall we? Why can your soldiers advance 10 steps at a time? Honestly, I am at a loss, Mr. Weasley. This contraption seems to operate entirely on its own. Are you certain it has never exhibited such peculiar behavior before? I have never heard of it. Hey, make them stop. For heaven's sake. Don't just stand there laughing, Harry. Come and help me prevent them from moving. These chess pieces are borrowed. If they get damaged, Seamus will have my skin." EP 64. The gift. The festivities of that day concluded rather unpleasantly. The chess pieces borrowed by Harry and Ron from their roommate, Seamus Finnegan, went completely haywire. Initially, they disregarded the rules and charged across the board haphazardly, eventually escalating to a chaotic scene where they swarmed and pummeled Ron's pieces mercilessly. The disorder was reminiscent of a genuine battlefield, with decorative weapons and helmets scattered across the board. Truth be told, witnessing a battalion of diminutive armored figures, no taller than a finger, engage in combat was somewhat amusing. However, Ron was neither in a position to compensate for the damaged pieces nor willing to endure the loss of his own. He attempted to separate the two factions with spells, but the results were far from satisfactory. To prevent any magical cheating during the game, the wizard chess pieces had been specially enchanted, rendering ordinary spells nearly ineffective. Frustrated, he felt a sudden thirst in his throat and impulsively grabbed the vibrant, neon-hued tea he would normally avoid. He tilted his head back and gulped it down. The effect was remarkable. Ron, who had been despondent moments before, instantly regained his spirits, perhaps a bit too much so. For the remainder of the day, he was in a peculiar state of exhilaration, eagerly seizing any opportunity to clasp Harry's shoulder and promise an array of unrealistic plans, such as diligently studying starting the next day, flushing Snape's head down the toilet, and even marrying his 10-year-old sister to Harry. Harry did not question his words. For Neville, in an attempt to clear his name, had also consumed the same drink. Yet perhaps due to his naturally eccentric demeanor, the symptoms appeared less pronounced. Furthermore, Harry recalled similar occurrences in the past. After being forced to drink a frightfully thick green concoction touted as a digestive aid on the train, Ron had briefly experienced dizziness, nausea, and confusion, but by the time the opening ceremony commenced, he had completely recovered. In fact, it was more than mere recovery. That evening, with a rosy complexion, Ron devoured the banquet's offerings with an appetite that belied his earlier indulgence on the train, earning him the notorious moniker of Chicken Leg King among a few classmates. With this precedent, Harry was not overly concerned that Ron would remain in such a state indefinitely. The Weasley family's financial struggles had long ceased to be a secret, or rather, something that could be concealed. Ron's textbooks, robes, and even his broomstick were all hand-me-downs from older family members, worn and tattered from years of use. Malfoy once cruelly remarked that the Weasley family possessed nothing but second-hand goods, save for their brains. In response to such a harsh statement, Ulysses, surprisingly, showed no reaction, merely retreating into the folds of his master's robe as if embarrassed. It seemed that, according to its standards, this was not a malicious attack, but rather an unvarnished observation of the truth. After Malfoy comprehended this, he erupted into laughter in the Slytherin common room for over half an hour, ultimately receiving his just desserts for disturbing the peace by getting a tail pulled. Among the myriad of Ron's assorted junk, the history of that wizard's chess set was particularly ancient, tracing back to his grandfather's generation. However, considering that this item was once a cheap and common trinket, even if its condition were 5 times better than it currently was, it would not be worth much. Unlike brooms, the performance of chess pieces does not easily diminish with age. On the contrary, due to the unique nature of wizard's chess, pieces that have been used for years tend to develop a stronger synergy with their players, effortlessly obeying their commands. Ron cherished this chess set, not out of deep affection, but because he was acutely aware that it would be the only source of entertainment his family could provide him in the next 3 to 5 years. If it were to break, his leisure time in the coming years would become exceedingly painful. And now it was broken. Clearly, the little mountain adorned with cardboard and ribbons had completely, at least temporarily, distracted him from the challenging repairs of his unfortunate wizard's chess set, which were typically costly. Fixing them might not be much cheaper than purchasing a new set. Of course, he could afford neither. "Hey, Merry Christmas," he called out as he saw Harry sitting up in bed, attempting to tear open a package with brute force. "Did your uncle and aunt never send you gifts?" "Strictly speaking, no. They do give me something, like a waterlogged diary and half a stick of chewing gum," Harry shrugged nonchalantly, mirroring Ron's position as he knelt before the pile of gifts, eager to see who might bestow gifts upon him. As he leaned down, he discovered a note, not a postcard, but an irregularly shaped scrap of paper torn from a cardboard, signed by Uncle Vernon. "Look, they really outdid themselves this year." The note read, "We received your letter. Here is your Christmas gift. From Uncle Vernon and Aunt Petunia," with a 50-pence coin attached to the back with transparent tape. "What an odd shape. Is this what muggles use for money?" Ron inquired curiously, as Harry detached the coin from the note and tossed it to him. "Yes, keep it," Harry replied, bursting into laughter at Ron's ecstatic reaction. Hagrid had sent him a crudely made object, resembling either a flute or a whistle, evidently handcrafted. Hermione's gift was a large box of horseshoe-shaped chocolates. Even Ron's mother, Mrs. Weasley, had prepared a gift for him, a vibrant green hand-knit sweater and a packet of handmade sweets. It was clear that someone had not forgotten to write home to arrange a Christmas gift for their dear friend, even while feeling despondent. Who are the rest from? Harry pondered aloud, eyeing the 2 unopened gifts remaining before him, a square wooden box and a very light paper package. He pondered for a moment, deciding to set the wrapped parcel aside and reach for the cord binding the wooden box. "Hey, do you have one too?" Ron exclaimed, rummaging through his own pile of gifts until he unearthed an unmarked wooden box, nearly identical to the one Harry was in the process of unwrapping. They exchanged playful glances and simultaneously began to unveil their treasures. How splendid! Inside was a complete set of chess pieces for wizard's chess, all exquisitely polished from crystal, radiating beauty. As the lid was lifted, all the pieces rose in unison, bowing gracefully in his direction. Nestled between the king piece and the edge of the box lay a small note, which Harry extracted, revealing an elegantly scripted message that read, "Wishing you a Merry Christmas. And may this grant Mr. Weasley my forgiveness." Stifling a laugh, Harry stole a glance at Ron, who was also perusing the note within his own box, a dazed smile adorning his face. How could I possibly stay mad at this fellow? Harry mused. Oh, look at this luster, simply marvelous. Observing Ron's exuberant delight, Harry couldn't help but shake his head in amusement. This was the most remarkable aspect of Neil. Whenever he found himself in a predicament, he invariably devised an ingenious solution to appease others, a feat even Snape seemed unable to counter. Yet, for those around him, this was often a fortuitous occurrence, as he was usually willing to offer exceedingly generous recompense. Much like the set of chess pieces that clearly held significant value, Harry could hardly wait to engage in a game with them. However, before that, one final gift remained to be unwrapped. It bore no signature, and as Harry tore away the wrapping, a silvery, liquid-like substance cascaded to the floor, coalescing into a shimmering pile. Ron, who had been admiring a crystal knight with a rather mischievous grin, gasped in astonishment. "I've heard of this," he whispered, his eyes fixated on the glimmering heap on the floor. "If I'm not mistaken, it's exceedingly rare and immensely valuable." "What is it?" Harry inquired, picking up the shimmering fabric from the ground. It felt peculiar in his hand, akin to something woven from water. "An invisibility cloak," Ron replied, all etched across his features. EP 65 Neil Van's Christmas delights. He constructed a diminutive broom shed nestled in the corner behind the door, where he tucked Matt and his freshly completed dream lover inside. The exterior was coated with a thick layer of deep gray matte paint, allowing it to blend seamlessly into the surrounding shadows, without a keen eye. Its presence could easily be overlooked. This was part of the employee benefits, a reward for the diligent, uncomplaining monthly model employee, Meteor Matt, who never spoke ill of the boss in front of guests. The arrangement of having Matt reside in a non-glossy, matte, broom shed was a delightful pun appreciated by all. Another significant alteration involved the window previously shattered by the ill-tempered postal griffin. Michael Connor believed that Neil's decision to replace it with a beautifully etched new pane of glass was purely out of guilt. What a charming gesture. The floral motif upon it was, in fact, a concealed door, just large enough for a hand to pass through, specifically designed for the cobalt blue glass fledgling. Like the pendants representing Slytherin's silver serpent and Gryffindor's lion, Neil refrained from selling the finest specimen, choosing instead to keep it until a worthy owner could be found. The little creature was quite well behaved, having now replaced the banished porg due to a previous incident, becoming the new mascot of the shop. Whenever it was seen perched atop the tent, preening its feathers, the diligent Ravenclaw students in the common room would share knowing smiles. Thus far, no one had raised the question of how one ought to preen glass items, affirming that Hogwarts remained a realm of romanticism and humanistic care. However, it was time to elevate its treatment. Neil drilled a small hole beside the concealed door on the window, inserting a perch crafted from turquoise, allowing the fledgling to leisurely admire the scenery outside while contemplating where to venture for a stroll that day. The birdhouse, assembled from stained glass panels, was hung behind the opaque curtain, appearing quite inconspicuous. Only with careful observation could it be discovered amidst the deep blue velvet drapes. Like many from the East, Neil cherished such elusive arrangements, echoing a poet's words that spoke of finding light beyond the willows. As for the tale of how the Elder Three had once taught him this verse while peering through a window at a widow bathing, it need not be elaborated upon. Speaking of Christmas gifts, in deference to local tradition, he had deliberately feigned sleep in bed before dawn, resulting in the delightful discovery of a small pile of presents at the foot of his bed this morning. The topmost, a crooked oil paper package, belonged to Hagrid, containing a necklace fashioned from the shells of some unknown creature. The sudden drop in temperature had devastated his new breed of fire crabs, with the first batch transitioning from the nourishing embers of blazing fire to ordinary ash, nearly all succumbing to the frost. Hagrid, burdened with a heavy heart, buried them, yet preserved their shed skins, crafting a portion into crude jewelry to present to the individual who had aided him most during the breeding process, as a token of his regret and reflection for his negligence. However, from Neil's perspective, those distorted shells appeared utterly grotesque, lacking the resplendent sheen characteristic of the original fire crabs. He harbored concerns about what peculiar creatures Hagrid had actually cultivated. Perhaps their demise in the bitter cold would not be entirely lamentable. Nevertheless, based on his understanding of Hagrid, this would likely amount to nothing more than a trivial setback. For the unfathomably bizarre beings that had already rendered him incredulous would one day undoubtedly make their appearance in this world. Pollock Fogel had not forgotten the Christmas gift, which comprised a meticulous report on the effects and side effects of unicorn blood and its derivatives, written on 15 sheets of parchment and accompanied by a card inscribed with the words "Go Die." Influenced by Ravenclaw's penchant for perfectionism, he spent significantly more time on it than Neil had anticipated, though fortunately it did not hinder any pressing matters. Neil intended to find a moment to read it thoroughly. Professor Sprout also sent a card, expressing her initial intention to gift him a pot of already awakened mandrake seedlings, which would no longer scream indiscriminately. However, she could not guarantee their safety at present, thus having to forego the gift, assuring him that she would be the first to share in the joy once they were successfully cultivated. As a fellow mad biologist operating under the guise of Hogwarts, Neil sincerely hoped that Hagrid might adopt her meticulous approach. Surprisingly, despite Ron's apparent lack of emotional intelligence, a gift had arrived from the Weasley family. Mrs. Molly Weasley sent him a large bag of sweets to express her gratitude for the fertilizer he had provided, which had greatly enhanced their family garden. Enclosed was a magical photograph featuring a plump woman smiling and waving at the camera, cradling a tomato the size of a human head. The caption on the back indicated that the photographer and the grower of the tomato were one and the same, a revelation Neil wisely chose not to ponder deeply. The final gift was unexpectedly from Headmaster Albus Dumbledore, also a book, though not a literary work, but rather a treatise entitled The Testament of Nicholas, with the full title reading interpretation of the incomprehensible symbols engraved on the arched wall of the fourth chamber of the St. Innocent Cemetery in Paris. There were no additional remarks, tacitly acknowledging the connection between Nicholas Flamel and the current turmoil at Hogwarts. It seemed that Professor Snape had indeed expressed his grievances regarding Dumbledore's penchant for half-truths. Neil stared at the broom shed for quite some time, feeling a mix of frustration and concern, before he sighed and turned to sit on his bed. He casually picked up Pollock's report and the Testament of Nicholas, preparing to read them in comparison, hoping to uncover the true intentions behind Quirrell's actions. Damn it, who said Dumbledore had remedied his troublesome habit of being cryptic? I am certain that explaining this to everyone wouldn't take even 30 seconds. The launch is upon us, and we are ready to commence. To be candid, I harbor a psychological aversion to rewards. Several years ago, while penning a book, I accrued a mountain of debt in a mere 48 hours that remains unpaid to this day. However, it would be rather inappropriate to debut a new book without any form of acknowledgement. For writers, mere verbal expressions of gratitude are insubstantial. True sincerity is manifested only through the act of writing. Furthermore, as the book is newly launched and readership is still scant, a modest gesture should not spiral out of control, I presume. Thus, to ensure a measure of prudence, let us adjust the threshold slightly, from September 1st to 7th. For every 5,000 coins, there shall be an additional chapter. If I sense a troubling trend, I shall impose a cap. Why 5,000, you may wonder. Well, tomorrow is Thursday, after all. Additionally, I have affixed the group number in the profile. I hope everyone can coexist harmoniously and exercise restraint in their interactions. The launch is upon us, and we are ready to commence. EP 66 The Insidious Nature of Justice, the Invisibility Cloak. Within the impoverished imagination of muggles regarding the wizarding world, the invisibility cloak stands as one of the most emblematic forms of magic, akin to flying broomsticks, transfiguration, and pointed hats. However, they may find themselves disappointed in this regard. While flying broomsticks are continually innovated, and the study of spells advances with each passing year, even the hats undergo constant updates to reflect contemporary styles. The craftsmanship of invisibility cloaks has remained stagnant for centuries. The principal material used in crafting these cloaks is the fur of the invisibility beast, a creature resembling a small monkey that primarily inhabits the Far East, characterized by its gentle disposition as a herbivore. Due to its ability to become invisible and its capacity to foresee impending danger to some extent, capturing this elusive beast proves exceedingly difficult, consequently driving the price of its fur to astronomical heights. In 1620, a smuggler named Phineas Fletch attempted to introduce an invisibility beast to North America, seeking to breed it for profit, but inadvertently allowed it to escape. This incident marks a notorious case of invasive species in magical history, as the escaping creature managed to breed with a ghoul that had also been smuggled to the region, and their descendants continue to thrive in the forests surrounding Massachusetts, giving rise to a new species known as the concealed creature, endowed with the abilities of invisibility and transformation. and a penchant for consuming humans. Considering that their primary food source consists of muggles, the American Wizarding Congress has yet to devise a plan for extermination. While the Office of Mysterious Affairs is actively contemplating the use of this creature for political assassinations. Weighing these factors, employing the disillusionment charm on oneself may prove to be a more economical choice. Nonetheless, it is said that occasionally, extraordinary objects defy rational understanding. Marvelous craftsmanship. Neil reluctantly returned the invisibility cloak to Harry, expressing genuine admiration. How intriguing. I am acquainted with numerous rare treasures. Although the golden diadem has long since been melted down, in the Netherlands, we have the Nibelungen invisibility cloak. In Greece, the crown of the invisible man. In Japan, the heavenly garb. In Iraq, the hat of the prophet Albi Lavi. But this, Mr. Potter, this is truly exceptional. If only someone well-versed in magical artifacts could assist in verifying the provenance of this cloak, it would certainly provide peace of mind. However, considering that alerting a professor might be perceived as overreacting, Neil appeared to be the optimal choice. Exceptional? Harry furrowed his brow at Neil's assessment. Are you suggesting it is not an ordinary invisibility cloak? Absolutely not, Neil asserted emphatically. Otherwise, I would be a blind, plucked turkey. The existence of this object wholly contradicts. Wait a moment. I recall you mentioned there was a note sent along with the package. Indeed, this is it. Neil took the small note. Momentarily taken aback by the slender, musical notation-like script, which he recognized from his previous encounters. Upon noticing Harry's bewildered gaze, he hastily cleared his throat and, feigning nonchalance, read aloud the text above. Your father left this item for me before he passed. It should now be returned to you for your proper use. I sincerely wish you a Merry Christmas. I knew it was this. What does that mean? Harry inquired, his expression one of confusion. What do you mean? Neil hesitated, contemplating how to explain the matter while minimizing the disclosure of sensitive information. I don't understand. It is quite understandable. This handwriting belongs to Professor Dumbledore. Really? Harry exclaimed, snatching the note and inspecting it closely against the light. Almost immediately, he realized there was a far greater mystery at hand. How do you know? Wait. Did you already know about this invisibility cloak? Do you know my father? No, but as I mentioned earlier, I have a modest understanding of magical artifacts from around the world. Neil maintained his composure, fabricating a response. You may not be aware, but the Potter family's heirloom invisibility cloak is renowned among connoisseurs. I had heard that during the inventory of James Potter's belongings, this treasure was notably absent. If it was not stolen, it was likely kept by someone else prior to his demise, and it now appears that individual was Professor Dumbledore. Were I a heartless scoundrel, akin to the miserly Gringotts goblin, I would be here to negotiate a price with you. Wait a moment, I'm a bit confused. Harry sat on the bed, mechanically caressing the cloak. Upon learning that it was indeed a possession of his father, the cloak's silky, cool texture seemed to warm in his grasp. However, the overwhelming influx of information left him somewhat dazed. Dumbledore sent me this cloak? Why? Who knows? Perhaps, as he said, it is a matter of returning what belongs to its rightful owner. Neil shrugged, feigning indifference. Honestly, I thought he had returned this to you 3 months ago. Even Professor Snape suspected you were involved in the earlier incident in his private storage. Never mind, Mr. Potter, nothing at all. Fortunately, Harry, lost in his own thoughts, did not catch the latter part of Neil's statement. His eyes suddenly sparkled with realization. Are you saying Dumbledore is aware of what we are doing, and he chose this moment to send it to me? He wants us to catch that thief, Snape? What? No. Neil's lips twitched, taken aback by Harry's interpretation of his well-meaning words. I mean, I hadn't thought that deeply. And Professor Snape may not be. Hey, Mr. Potter, where are you going? I haven't finished. I'm going to tell Ron. Wait, damn it. In that instant, a flash of insight illuminated Harry's mind. The answer had been concealed in plain sight all along. He sprang from the bed as if propelled by springs, rushing out of the dormitory with the invisibility cloak in hand, scarcely able to finish his words. Neil instinctively reached out to stop him, but, after a moment's thought, relinquished the notion. His expression grew grave as he glanced at the note that Harry had dropped on the floor. A sudden surge of anger welled up in his eyes. With a soft hissing sound, the note, lying about 2 meters away, was instantly reduced to ashes, leaving no trace behind. Goodness, the more I ponder this conjecture, the more it seems plausible. It's enough to send a shiver down my spine. Edie cautiously opened the broom cupboard door a crack. Peering out with a small segment of broom handle, ever astute, it would not choose this moment to make its presence known. If Headmaster Dumbledore truly orchestrated this scheme, deliberately sending the invisibility cloak at this juncture. Then this old man's humanity is truly despicable. He cast his gaze down at the open copy of Nicholas's will and the report from Fargal on the bedside table. Harry had exerted considerable effort to navigate the questioning doorknob outside the common room, and when he finally found Neil in the dormitory, Neil was engrossed in the contents of the report. There was no room for doubt. If Quirrell, or perhaps some malevolent force manipulating him, had sunk to the depths of relying on unicorn blood for sustenance, then he would stop at nothing to obtain from Nicholas Flamel what could only be the Philosopher's Stone. This was one of the greatest achievements in the realm of alchemy. The two ultimate pursuits of alchemy are eternal life and boundless wealth. And the Philosopher's Stone fulfills both desires simultaneously. The only known Philosopher's Stone was created by Nicholas Flamel, and with his disappearance, it had become lost to the world. It was evident that Nicholas Flamel must still be alive, at least until he conspired with Dumbledore to relocate the stone. Dumbledore, while promising to safeguard it, had cunningly used this as bait to lure the desperate Quirrell, turning him into a stepping stone in Harry's journey. What a nefarious plot indeed. Slowly, Neil settled down. Previously, he had suggested that Harry and the others use the entrance to the Forbidden Forest as a substitute for tracking the suspect, as the former was relatively safe and less prone to exposure. However, now, the emergence of the invisibility cloak rendered both options exceedingly simple. Heavens! I truly detest engaging in such endeavors. He lifted his mattress, extracting a flattened hide from beneath. The shape of the head resembled that of a bear or a badger, yet the ethereal essence flowing through the fur suggested that its former owner had transcended the mundane confines of wild creatures. With an expression of sincere reluctance, Neil grasped the corners of the hide with both hands and shook it vigorously. In an instant, the badger's head on the hide widened its eyes in shock and opened its parched mouth, exclaiming, "Abomination!" The deafening sound reverberated throughout the entire dormitory, causing the cobalt blue glass eagle to nearly tumble from its perch, flailing in a panic as it darted around the ceiling. The latch on the broom shed was shaken loose, and the wooden door swung open with a thud, spilling the brooms onto the floor in a chaotic clatter. Neil yearned to block his ears, yet with both hands occupied, he found it quite challenging. Instead, he endeavored to hold the leather slightly away from himself while attempting to soothe the agitated creature. Calm down, calm down. I understand that being trapped under a bed for 2 months is intolerable, but surely it pales in comparison to being flayed and turned into a magical artifact. Does it not? Abomination. The approach of comfort appeared to have misfired, as the badger's agitation intensified. The only redeeming quality was its melodious voice, which, even amidst the cacophony, resonated with a rich and magnetic timbre akin to a chief justice pronouncing a verdict in court. However, for the one on the receiving end of such vitriol, it only exacerbated their dissatisfaction. After all, no one relishes being scorned with such conviction as if condemned. Neil released one hand and delivered a sharp slap across the badger's face. You forget the taste of punishment, don't you? Enough. Behave yourself. Now quiet down. We have work to do. Abomination. The creature, driven by a primal instinct for survival, revealed its cowardly nature, cowering before strength. Although the badger continued to bellow in its deep baritone, its fervor had noticeably diminished. That's more like it, Neil scoffed. Shedding his robe and extracting a wooden sword from his sleeve, fastening it to his waist, before draping the still mumbling pelt over his shoulder. With a grimace, the badger muttered a few last words, then exhaled 2 puffs of white mist from its withered nostrils, enveloping itself entirely. Moments later, as the mist dissipated, Neil's presence had vanished, leaving behind only the mysteriously ajar dormitory door, hinting at his departure. EP 67 The vanguard of Potter. Despite Neil's unsettling behavior of blindfolding an 11-year-old child and deceiving him into relinquishing the springboard, fortunately, Harry did not heed his fears and rush impulsively to Snape's office upon acquiring the cloak of invisibility. The reasoning was simple. If Hermione were to discover that they had abandoned her to act independently, the repercussions would likely be far more dreadful than allowing Snape's schemes to unfold. Harry had no intention of entangling them in the underground struggle that besieged Hogwarts. A secret remains a secret only when confined to a select few. And opposing a ruthless and despicable man like Snape entailed risks that were all too easy to envision. This was not a matter to approach with a casual mindset and expect assistance from others. It was imperative that he, Ron, and Hermione relied solely on their collective strength to resolve the issue at hand. As for Neil, while he had provided considerable assistance, he appeared disinterested, and perhaps it was best not to compel him to participate. The seemingly disinterested individual was, however, preoccupied with his own endeavors, adhering to the principle of not meddling in matters that did not concern him. Neil had thus far maintained a cautious distance from the forbidden forest. At that time, he perceived it merely as a private indulgence orchestrated by Dumbledore for his own amusement, and he had neither the need nor the desire to inquire further. Yet the circumstances had now changed, the vast labyrinthine trap, a culmination of the efforts of the entire faculty, had finally revealed its true nature, a specialized training ground exclusively for Mr. Potter, with certain elements of the training exercises seemingly devised by someone who was likely contemplating how to eliminate him. The trials within the illusionary realm designed to train disciples were not unfamiliar to Neil. Several similar constructs existed on the sect Esbach Mountain, where, at times, to conserve the spirit stones required for activating the illusions, they would even send individuals directly into genuine secret realms for their training. The efficacy was undeniable, provided one could overlook the nearly one-third casualty rate. Regrettably, it was evident that Headmaster Dumbledore had not prepared a backup for Potter in case of unforeseen circumstances. Thus it was prudent to scout ahead to avert the worst possible outcome, which none wished to witness. The effects of the invisibility spell were not infallible. The marvel of magic lay in its unpredictability, as one could never foresee what might pierce through one's guise in the most unforeseen manner. When challenging the mechanisms that represented Hogwarts' pinnacle achievements across various fields, it was wise to be thoroughly prepared. Abominable beast. Silence. For instance, this pelt of a magical beast, which still bore remnants of sentience and extraordinary abilities from its former life, was an excellent choice. Draping it over his shoulders, Neil could confidently stand in the middle of the corridor and bicker with the desiccated badger head upon his neck, without fearing that anyone would hear him. The ghost that had just floated past him, humming jingle bells and leisurely wandering about, remained blissfully unaware of his presence. Vermin, vermin, I shall flay your skin, draw your sinews, and eviscerate you. I shall consume your heart and liver, and remove the horn from your head to brew it into wine, thus assuaging the deep-seated resentment within me. The only flaw lies in this fellow's rather irascible temperament. Yet, this can be somewhat excused. If you had spent centuries sequestered in a secret realm, striving to subvert the sect of human cultivators, only to emerge and be met with an elder's gaze, and before you could utter a single word, have your head severed by a chopstick still bearing remnants of rice, and posthumously have your skin flayed to craft a magical artifact, which then is dismantled for the ludicrous reason that it could not be sold, one would certainly feel an overwhelming fury. Everyone would feel the same. Neil gently flicked the badger's nose, not applying much force, yet it elicited a painful yelp, contorting its cadaverous face in distress. If I were you, I would learn to tread carefully with my words. The badger demon, now seemingly subdued by this admonition, had its glassy, gray eyes darting about, mumbling incessantly, yet failing to articulate a coherent thought, instinctively lowering its voice. Seeing it comply, Neil nodded in satisfaction, smoothing his disheveled hair. That is more like it. I realize this request is rather extravagant, but I sincerely hope you can learn from Matt. To be frank, all self-proclaimed intelligent entities across the globe ought to take a leaf out of his book and understand the proper demeanor that magical items should exhibit. Who among you has ever encountered such an exemplary servant? Compared to it, what do Tom, Bart, Egil, Acton, and Austin amount to? Even the best of the slave masters could not find a single servant to rival it. The old demon refrained from commenting, not because it had genuinely absorbed the lesson, but rather due to the bewildering nature of Neil's words. For a fleeting moment, it even doubted the clarity of its own consciousness, pondering whether it had lost the ability to comprehend human language. However, upon reflection, it seemed unlikely. Thus, like all historically recognized wise individuals, it resolved to refrain from commenting on that which it did not understand. Unbeknownst to it, Neil seldom indulged in such covert praise of others. He was inherently pragmatic, always seeking to ensure that compliments reached the ears of their subjects to prevent them from being squandered. Nevertheless, whether Matt would perceive this as flattery remained a matter open to interpretation. In the absence of interruption, Neil successfully approached the door said to be guarded by a three-headed dog. From Hagrid, he had gleaned that the space beyond had been artificially expanded through magic, sufficient to allow each professor to unleash their passion and intellect within. Having grown up among several elders, Neil was acutely aware of the terrifying potential that could be unleashed when those typically seen as stern and exemplary mentors were unbridled. Therefore, he approached the door with utmost caution. The door creaked open silently, and Neil slowly extended his head inside, peering into the depths beyond. This was his first glimpse into what lay behind the door, It was not, as he had previously imagined, a passage to an empty room, but rather led to a narrow corridor. Hagrid's beloved Cerberus, Fluffy, lay at the far end of the corridor, three heads nestled together, resting on its forepaws, deep in slumber. Its gaping maws, half open, revealed a disarray of yellowed teeth, and drool dripped onto the floor. However, the particularly foul stench emanating from it, especially from its mouth, was notably less pungent than the last time Neil had passed by the door, suggesting that Hagrid had taken his advice to heart and occasionally made time to brush its teeth. Despite Fluffy's slumber, Neil did not feel reassured. While he could not claim to be well acquainted with the creature's instincts, it was evident that a being with three heads possessed heightened visual, auditory, and olfactory senses. Just as he could detect the beast's scent wafting through the door, it could undoubtedly sense his proximity from afar without the protection of badger hide. Neil tiptoed, stretching his neck to peer beneath Fluffy's paws. He was no ancient Greek hero compelled to confront a slumbering monster with a blade. The half-covered trapdoor beneath the creature's feet was his true objective. Well then, he inhaled deeply. Let us see if we can muster the courage for this. Foolish rodent. Today you shall meet your demise at the jaws of beasts. Silence. EP 68. It is now evident how crucial a remarkable flying broomstick can be. The advantages of high-end stealth items are gradually becoming apparent. Neil strides confidently towards Rui, unencumbered by the need for stealth. The large dog, blissfully unaware of the intruder's presence, continues to slumber. It is understandable, given that being chained in such a desolate place devoid of even a sizable bone or a hard baseball must be exceedingly dull. If only he could circumvent it and proceed unimpeded, the situation would indeed be much simpler. However, the dilemma lies in how to remove its enormous, furry paws, each claw seemingly more formidable than a pirate's hook, from the hatch. Regardless of the spells or magical artifacts employed, the efficacy of invisibility has its limits. No matter how dull-witted the guard, it would be impossible for it to remain oblivious when someone attempts to forcibly push against it. Gazing at Rui's face, which droops comfortably in sleep, Neil suddenly regrets not bringing Matt along. According to his past experiences, using something furry to tickle its nostrils usually proves effective in such circumstances. The badger demon silently stares at him, its eyes betraying an unmasked fear for the first time. As the fluffiest object at Neil's disposal, it seems to instinctively sense a looming danger. Fortunately, Neil's extravagance does not extend to plucking fur from a rare treasure for such a trivial matter. Instead, he retrieves a small bundle of dried straw from his pocket, bound with thin twine, and begins to weave it together. Rui's warm, humid breath washes over him, akin to standing guard over a vast steamer. Neil's fingers fly deftly, though he suddenly recalls that he has yet to inquire whether this creature can breathe fire. He remembers tales of a multi-headed hound that could, but cannot recall whether it was a two-headed or three-headed beast. All done, in less than half a minute. A hastily crafted straw dog materializes in his hand. Under normal circumstances, the quality of such a product would leave the master who taught him this craft blushing in embarrassment. Yet this time is an exception. It is designed to be torn apart immediately, rendering its sturdiness unnecessary. Leaning against the wall, Neil releases the shoddily constructed miniature straw dog, which bounds away with reckless abandon, barking wildly as it races towards the corridor's entrance. The moment it escapes the protective veil of invisibility, Rui's three pairs of ears perk up, alert to the intruder. The large dog jolts awake, its eyes widening as it spots the bizarre creature with disproportionately long forelegs and hind legs, sprinting away in a most uncoordinated manner. Rui is taken aback, having never before encountered a four-legged being with such an odd structure, and struggles to comprehend how it can move with such swiftness despite its lack of harmony. Yet the diminutive stature of the creature rendered it seemingly devoid of any fear. The three-headed dog instinctively issued a warning growl, but upon realizing that the small entity remained unresponsive, it lunged forward without hesitation. Imagine presenting your cherished frisbee before a colossal beast such as a Caucasian shepherd, a St. Bernard, or a mastiff, while you yourself are but a humble green plastic toy soldier. Neil had no time to witness how the creature tore the bundle of straw to shreds and consumed it. For the moment the claws of Louis left the trapdoor, he immediately flung it open and leaped inside. As the trapdoor closed behind him, he fancied he heard a cry of pain intermingled with the barking of two heads, as if the soft flesh at the tip of a nose had been savagely bitten. The sensation of falling persisted longer than anticipated, and when Neil finally landed on his feet, a tingling numbness coursed through his soles. Despite having traversed through a layer of some unidentified wet substance that had somewhat mitigated his descent, squinting in the enveloping darkness, He gazed upward and beheld a vast expanse of writhing black tentacles covering the area he had just passed. If memory served him correctly, this was a magical plant known as the Devil's Snare, thriving in dark, damp environments, capable of strangling the unfortunate souls ensnared within its grasp and converting them into sustenance. Though his recollections were somewhat hazy, Professor Sprout had seemingly lectured on this very subject, making it pale in comparison to the predatory properties of the flesh-eating lichen. However, it appeared that due to its invisibility effect, the plant had failed to recognize Neil as prey, merely perceiving him as a fallen stone and allowing him to pass unscathed. Neil shook his head in wry amusement. This trap was evidently the work of the herbology professor, and he had initially harbored concerns that, after sampling the bounties from an ancient agricultural civilization, Professor Sprout might whimsically orchestrate a mandrake choir here. Yet, it seemed he had underestimated the integrity of Hogwarts faculty. Their average moral compass had merely been skewed by individuals like Snape and Filch. Regardless, after the fall, Neil found himself before a stone corridor, markedly different from the crude decor of Hogwarts Castle, suggesting that he had ventured beyond the school's confines. Straining to listen, he discerned faint sounds of flapping wings and metallic friction emanating from the corridor's end, evoking memories of a time when a master of the mechanisms at his former sect had vacated the place entirely to settle gambling debts, selling every item, even the roof tiles, on the black market. This place is ill-fated. Prolonged residence will invite disaster. Come now, do not cower. Let us proceed onward. Yet, much to Neil's disappointment, the space at the corridor's end bore no resemblance to the intricacies of the mechanism's chamber. It was merely an empty vaulted room. The source of the nostalgic sounds was not a flock of birds, but a multitude of winged geese congregating near the ceiling. He surveyed the ominous mass above, and then turned his gaze to the heavy wooden door at the far end of the room. The riddle was evident. Wizards typically prefer to employ spells and magical wards in place of traditional locks, rendering them largely unfamiliar with the agony of sifting through a myriad of keys to find the singular correct one. Only those who endure such torment would dare to jest about such a cruel matter. With a stroke of luck in mind, Neil approached the wooden door and tugged at the handle, only to discover that the lock was firmly secured. He remained oblivious to the professor's earnestness when designing this mechanism. Yet he was resolute in his desire not to disturb anything within the forbidden zone, be it an object or a spell. Thus, the row of flying brooms, ostentatiously displayed as if to taunt challengers, appeared to be his sole option. With a heavy sigh, Neil casually selected one and assessed its weight. His flying skills were abysmal. Even if those flying keys could not perceive his presence, attempting to catch a moving target in midair could prove to be a considerable waste of time. Once again, he regretted not bringing Matt along, as Matt could autonomously handle such troubles without requiring a rider. The thought of the numerous obstacles yet to come compelled him to seriously contemplate the viability of this approach. Wait a moment. Those keys flitting about were quite agile, yet perhaps due to their unawareness of an intruder, they moved with a leisurely grace. Notably, one key, larger than the others, stood out prominently among its peers. Perhaps it was unnecessary for them to foolishly chase after the rest. Do you not agree? EP 69. The end of the labyrinth. Standing at the threshold, Neil gazed into the abyss of the next chamber, which remained shrouded in darkness. However, for him, illumination was not a grave concern. Through the gloom, he discerned four colossal stone braziers positioned at each corner of the room, evidently a classic design that would ignite automatically upon the entrance of a person. The professors of Hogwarts seemed quite adept at keeping in vogue. Indeed, as soon as Neil set foot into the room, he was greeted by a resounding boom, as the braziers flared to life simultaneously, illuminating the chamber as brightly as day. Had a typical challenger ventured here, they would undoubtedly be startled to find themselves standing upon a vast wizard's chessboard. The towering shadows that could easily be mistaken for pillars were, in fact, chess pieces. The black pieces stood resolutely alongside him, while the white pieces awaited in a formidable stance across the board, suggesting that one must triumph over them in a game-to-game passage. Regrettably, Neil had already gleaned the situation from his vantage point at the door, rendering this scene akin to a mystery novel he had already spoiled for himself. Similarly, he had no intention of indulging these stony figures in a game of chess. The architect of this mechanism must have been exceedingly confident, for he had not even bothered to affix a lock to the door leading to the next room. Nor had he concealed the key within the head of the White King as in the tale of the sixth bust of Napoleon, entirely unconcerned that someone might disregard his meticulously crafted chess game in favor of making a beeline for the exit. A brief observation revealed to Neil that the enchantments bestowed upon these pieces were remarkably intricate, bordering on a wasteful extravagance for such a playful setting. Even among the professors at Hogwarts, it was likely that only wizards of the caliber of McGonagall or Flitwick could achieve such mastery. Yet, he surely did not anticipate that someone would shamelessly slip past the feet of the chess pieces by means of invisibility. Do not regard me with such disdain. What difference is there between your actions back at our mountain gate and my current endeavor? Neil remarked, giving a nudge to the badger sprite. Under the latter's influence, he traversed the chamber as if in a realm devoid of witnesses. Neither black nor white pieces sensed his presence, only the braziers igniting automatically. Likely bound to the door of the previous room, responding solely to the opening and closing of the door, indifferent to the passage of individuals. Ironically, this simple method, achievable by muggles, stood as the only effective means amidst a plethora of magic. Upon crossing the magnificent chessboard, Neil found himself in a subsequent room that was rather diminutive in comparison. A fully armed troll guard sat upon the ground, preoccupied with its own toes. Indeed, trolls are fearsome creatures. Against their astonishing strength, the human form is akin to a mere slice of bread, easily crushed with a gentle squeeze, causing a deep crimson liquid to erupt from both ends. Those who underestimate them due to their foolishness often meet a dire fate. However, after initially dealing with a larger and more ferocious three-headed dog, this creature before him, despite its overpowering stench, offered little in the way of novelty. Nonetheless, he privately contemplated that this beast might pose a formidable challenge to Mr. Potter and his companions, for unlike the previous cerebral trials, this one seemed to necessitate brute force to resolve the predicament. As he stepped through the next door, a surge of purple flames erupted behind him, completely sealing off his retreat. Simultaneously, the entrance ahead was engulfed by a sudden appearance of black flames, trapping him within. Very well, what do we have this time? Shall I perform a fire-jumping act? He murmured. Danger lies ahead, safety behind. We have two among us who can assist you. Choose wisely, unless you wish to be eternally delayed here. We also provide 4 hints to aid your decision. First, regardless of how cunningly the poison conceals itself, it resides to the left of the nettle wine. Second, the contents of the bottles at both ends are inconsistent. If you wish to advance, they are of no use to you. Third, you will find the bottles vary in size. Neither the giant nor the dwarf harbors the Grim Reaper. Fourth, the second bottle on the left and the second on the right, though differing in appearance, possess the same essence. Well, I had no idea you possessed the talent for composing doggerel, Professor Snape. Undoubtedly, the handwriting on the parchment and the potion-related riddles pinpointed the identity of the quizmaster as the same individual. Snape's challenges were not merely magical, but a test of logical reasoning, which, in Neil's perspective, reflected a profoundly twisted psyche. Unwilling to witness Harry decipher even a single potion-related query, not a trace would suffice. Neil refrained from pondering the correct answer to the riddle, for even if he unraveled it, he could not seize the potion reserved for Harry. After all, that vial was merely intended to help the user safely traverse the fire wall. Directly employing the fire avoidance spell would suffice just as well. He tore a small strip from the yellow paper he carried and impaled it on the tip of his sword, glanced at the swirling black flames ahead, and, after a moment's consideration, tore off another strip. Humph, mere mortals, unable to endure the faint glow of decaying grass. How I remember my days. Quiet. I must concentrate. West to drive away the monkey, east to vanquish the tiger, south to slay the winged serpent, north to assault the chambered boar. In the end, Neil could not discern the origin of the black flames, yet they were merely uncommon, lacking the potency of the myriad legendary fires. Lavishly employing 2 fire avoidance talismans, he easily deflected their influence. Upon parting the fire wall and entering the next chamber, he was surprised to find that there was no further door ahead. However, what awaited him here was neither the anticipated Philosopher's Stone nor any other treasure. Good evening, Mr. Ding. It has been a while since we last met. The most illustrious wizard in British history, Albus Percival Wulfric Brian Dumbledore, the current headmaster of Hogwarts School of Witchcraft and Wizardry, the chief wizard of Wisengamot, and the president of the International Confederation of Wizards, stood there with a benevolent smile, nodding gently in his direction. However, his kind gaze effortlessly pierced through the invisibility cloak of the boggart. I must say, your arrival is quite timely. I believe it is about time we had a conversation. EP 70 Dumbledore's plan. The head of the badger perched upon his shoulder trembled, its remaining teeth chattering in the cold. Whether it was due to fear of the powerful figure who had unveiled its concealment or a weakening of its abilities caused by terror, it mattered little. Continuing to masquerade as a Pictian clad in animal skins was now futile. Neil silently removed his cloak, folding it simply with the badger's head tucked inward, and casually placed it on the stone railing beside him. Good afternoon, or should I say good evening, headmaster? I apologize. Spending half the day underground has left my sense of time rather disoriented. Dumbledore shrugged. There are always various matters to attend to, but I simply cannot forego the joy of unwrapping gifts beneath the Christmas tree in my office once a year. I had hoped to receive a few pairs of woolen socks this year, but alas, they have disappointed me once again. Well, I suppose we shall leave the pleasantries here. Noticing Neil's expression, he made a playful face. You undoubtedly have a multitude of questions, do you not? Severus conveyed some of your opinions about me. I must confess, a portion of it did sting, but I suppose I cannot lay blame elsewhere, can I? I always prioritize the convenience of my employer, Neil replied with a steady demeanor. However, I would be most grateful if you would be willing to share information with me. Though I fail to comprehend why Professor Snape would fabricate such slander to sow discord between us. How curious. I was concerned that his demeanor might hinder his ability to make friends. Dumbledore muttered to himself. What did you say, headmaster? Nothing of consequence, Mr. Ding. You must have received my Christmas gift, which means we can dispense with some unnecessary explanations. Dumbledore gestured toward the empty platform on the stone steps. I have known Nicholas and Perenelle for many years. When they contacted me, expressing concern over the safety of the Philosopher's Stone, it was difficult for me to refuse their plea for assistance. Simultaneously, as you pointed out, or as Professor Severus Snape falsely claimed you pointed out, this aligned with my original intentions. So I agreed to allow Hagrid to retrieve the stone from Gringotts' vault and store it at Hogwarts. And what is your purpose? Neil inquired with a hint of sarcasm. For the first time, Dumbledore's smile faded. I hope Mr. Potter can witness with his own eyes the enemy he must face in the future. This answer caught Neil slightly off guard, prompting him to raise an eyebrow, though he ultimately failed, resulting in a rather comical expression. Yet Dumbledore remained solemn. I once believed Quirinus Quirrell to be merely a scheming pawn, akin to live chickens and ducks tossed into a lion's den. He spoke slowly. Dumbledore nodded gravely. Indeed, he is, though I do not entirely concur with such a disparaging metaphor. If I were to tell you that Quirrell has likely lost his free will and has become a pawn of some greater darkness, I wonder what you would think. Wait. I can indeed sense that he seems to be possessed by something, but surely that's not what you mean. Neil's voice was somewhat hoarse. He shrugged dismissively. The elders of the sect were all enigmatic figures of indeterminate age, one of whom, despite being several centuries old, still lived a life of leisure, daily at odds with poison. Whether immortality brings a sense of emptiness, in his view, entirely depends on personal perspective. Yet, he could understand Dumbledore's viewpoint. Fogel's report meticulously detailed the consequences of consuming unicorn blood to extend life. Such a price is beyond what an ordinary person would be willing to pay for immortality. At least in Quirrell's case, Neil did not sense such an intense obsession with eternal life. Indeed, he murmured, only the dead would yearn so desperately for life. The dead. Dumbledore corrected, a dead person powerful enough to control the living. Someone who was captivated by the allure of immortality even before their death. A dead person who has not entirely perished. Neil clenched his fist and struck his head forcefully. And you chose to place him in the school despite your prior suspicions. Well, in a sense. Keeping him under your watch is indeed safer than letting him roam freely outside. But I fail to understand why we do not seize this opportunity to eliminate him directly. He is now merely a feeble spirit, devoid of his physical form. Even if the final blow must be dealt by Mr. Potter, we could certainly lay the groundwork. That wouldn't be difficult, would it? It's not that simple. Dumbledore shook his head. What do you mean? Has he hidden some protective relics for himself? Dumbledore surprisingly chuckled at this remark. No, I don't think he has fallen to that extent. However, I suspect the reality is somewhat similar. More importantly, I am astonished that you possess such esoteric knowledge. One must find time to learn something while living. Neil sighed. All right, never mind. I see you have no intention of divulging more information and are resorting to evasive language. It appears you have indeed upheld our previous agreement, headmaster, to avoid lying. You simply choose to say nothing at all. Quite clever. I have never encountered such a master before. I previously thought that trading shares for payment was the lowest a human could stoop. Dumbledore blinked innocently, as if he did not comprehend his meaning. All right, headmaster. I do not wish to appear impolite, but please consider your age before making that gesture again. In any case, our plan remains unchanged. We draw both parties here and let Mr. Potter dispose of that fool. His internal journey throughout this process is of no concern to me. Everyone will be content, correct? Speaking of which, where is the Philosopher's Stone? I must remain ever vigilant, ready to relay information, ensuring that Mr. Potter and his companions do not suffer due to an imbalance of knowledge. It would indeed be unseemly to cast several 11 or 12-year-old children into the inferno. No wonder the affluent shy away from such deeds. Neil picked up the badger skin he had previously placed on the railing, shook it out, draped it over his shoulder, bowed, and turned to take his leave, but Dumbledore called out to him. Wait, Mr. Ding, there is one more task I hope you will undertake. Yes, Headmaster? In the section of the library, there resides a magical artifact. I wish for you to assist Mr. Potter in attaining a proper understanding of it. What do you mean? You shall comprehend once you see it, Mr. Ding. Dumbledore wore a mischievous smile, as if a prank had succeeded. I cannot elaborate in detail, for it would not be right to deceive you, would it? As a side note thus, the debts are settled, quite effortlessly. It ought to have been so, but alas, another obligation arose yesterday. EP. 71 Night Wanderings. In the stillness of the night, Harry Potter abruptly awoke from slumber. After a day filled with exuberance, he had anticipated succumbing to exhaustion and sleeping soundly until dawn. However, upon opening his eyes, he discovered that the world outside remained enveloped in darkness. He recalled a similar moment when he had been roused during the robbery of Snape's storeroom. Yet today's circumstances were different. No external force disturbed him. He simply found himself unable to sleep. After fumbling in the dark for a moment, Harry located his glasses on the bedside table. Ron lay sprawled across the edge of the bed, in a position he would never assume while awake, snoring peacefully. Hesitating for a moment, Harry chose not to disturb him. Instead, he quietly descended from the bed, tiptoeing to the window, where he parted the curtains to gaze upon the castle adorned with snowflakes. This enchanting scene suddenly reminded him of the invisibility cloak. With it, the entirety of Hogwarts was laid bare before him. Standing in the shadows in silence, Harry felt a surge of exhilaration. Cloaked in invisibility, he could venture anywhere. Filch would remain blissfully unaware. Dumbledore had entrusted him with the cloak not merely as a tool for amusement, however. Who could argue that exploring the castle at night was solely for the sake of fun? The castle was rife with secrets, most of which were inaccessible to students. Yet, with the aid of the invisibility cloak, Harry could alter this reality. The library. Hermione had tirelessly searched for the name of Nicholas Flamel for weeks without success. But now the situation had changed. With the cloak, he could freely enter the restricted section, where he was certain to uncover clues. If Hermione were present, she would undoubtedly point out that this was merely a pretext, a way to justify his curiosity and yearning for nocturnal escapades. Nonetheless, Harry's spirit soared. Even if someone were to confront him with this truth, it would hardly deter him. With a swift motion, he dove beneath the bed, retrieving the invisibility cloak concealed beneath a tattered garment, alongside a half-written notebook and a pair of worn socks. He could hardly contain his excitement as he draped the cloak over himself. Its cool, silky touch enveloped him, as if permeating his very being. Looking down, he observed that everything below his neck had seamlessly blended into the surroundings. Casting a final glance at Ron to confirm he showed no signs of waking and noting the absence of any imminent risk of falling from the bed, he crept on tiptoe out of the dormitory, descended the stairs, traversed the common room, and crawled through the portrait hole. Maupassant might have employed a metaphor laden with implications, such as a woman unsuspectingly splayed her legs, to describe Hogwarts in its current state, but Harry's age, experience, and literary prowess rendered his imagination far less vivid. This is his father's invisibility cloak. Perhaps his father once wandered alone through the twilight of Hogwarts, like a shadow, a specter, freely traversing every nook of the school without detection. The mere thought of such an image made Harry tremble with excitement. He hastily navigated the corridors, initially treading cautiously on tiptoe, but as time passed without encountering another soul, his confidence swelled and his pace quickened. Were it not for the concern that the echo of his footsteps on the marble floor might rouse the caretaker, he might have already broken into a joyous sprint, releasing the exhilaration that surged within him. Unbeknownst to him, the faint sounds he made while striding forward served as clues to a skilled tracker. He was similarly unaware that a figure, draped in animal hide and wielding a staff resembling a crude sword like a barbarian warrior, was stealthily following him in the same unseen manner. The library was darker than the Gryffindor dormitory. Harry had to feel his way through the shadows to find a lamp, which he lit, holding it aloft as he searched among the rows of ominous bookshelves. Admittedly, such an endeavor was perilous, for nothing is more conspicuous than a solitary flame flickering in the darkness. Yet regardless of what secrets lay hidden in the restricted section concerning Nicholas Flamel, He had to ensure that he could read the words on the pages. Fortunately, the midnight library was deserted. Madame Pance's love for books seemed insufficient to compel her to set up a sleeping bag for an overnight stay. The restricted section was located at the back of the library, separated from the general collection by a rope. Without hesitation, Harry slipped beneath it. The arrangement of the restricted section resembled that of the other areas, though the tomes appeared distinctly more aged. It seemed even the librarian was not permitted to handle these ancient texts casually, as some had evidently not been cared for in a long time. The gilded lettering on their spines flaked away, rendering them nearly illegible. One book bore a large dark stain, reminiscent of blood, raising questions of whether it harbored a dreadful curse or had been used as a bludgeon. As he delved deeper, the true essence of the restricted section began to manifest. Harry started to hear murmurs emanating from the shelves on either side, a cacophony of low laughter, weeping, and pleading wails that sent chills down his spine. He could not ascertain whether these sounds were figments of his imagination conjured by sheer terror, but he wished to linger no longer in this unsettling place. He understood he needed to discern a starting point. The sooner he uncovered something, the sooner he could justifiably escape this haunted locale. Placing the lantern on the ground, he crouched before the shelves, examining book after book, hoping to discover one that appeared suspicious, as if any of them could be deemed unremarkable. A particular old tome, with a silver and black cover, piqued his interest. The book was exceedingly heavy. Harry exerted considerable effort to extract it from the cramped confines of the bookshelf. He placed it upon his lap, brushed off the dust that clung to its surface, and cautiously opened its pages. Suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence. The accursed tome was wailing. In a flurry of panic, Harry hastily shut it, yet the cries persisted. In his frenzy, he inadvertently kicked over the lantern, extinguishing the flame and plunging the surroundings back into darkness. It was only then that Harry realized he still wore the invisibility cloak. He crouched low and darted past Filch, who was furiously cursing and vowing to make the little scoundrel experience every torture he knew, and he ran for his life. He paid no heed to his path, desperate to distance himself as much as possible. At that moment, a hand suddenly reached out from the side, precisely grasping Harry's right arm despite the cloak. Harry was taken aback, and just as he opened his mouth to scream, another hand covered his lips. The abruptness of the situation rendered him nearly speechless, but at that instant, a familiar voice whispered in his ear, "You are indeed bold, Mr. Potter." Harry paused. "Neil? Shoo. Keep your voice down. Do you want to get us all killed?" The seemingly conjured Neil released his grip and gestured towards a nearby wooden door. "Follow me. We can hide inside for a moment. But, oh, for heaven's sake, please, Mr. Potter, do not ask questions. Just come along and let me finish my last task of the day with some semblance of ease. You cannot fathom how my day has unfolded. I haven't even seen what a fawn's belly pudding looks like." EP 72. The magic mirror engaging in activities that defy rules is undeniably perilous yet exhilarating. However, until the moment of capture arrives, most individuals tend to selectively overlook the inherent dangers. The thrill that coursed through Harry upon donning his father's invisibility cloak gradually waned, and his heart began to race in a different sense. Words like detention, points deducted, Filch's office, and the ominous hooks and chains dangling from the ceiling invaded his thoughts incessantly, rendering him incapable of coherent reasoning. As he was dragged by Neil through a partially ajar door, beyond the threshold lay what appeared to be an abandoned classroom, with numerous desks and chairs haphazardly piled against the walls, casting dark, menacing shadows. As Harry entered, his foot inadvertently struck a wastebasket, but he swiftly crouched down to muffle the noise before it could escalate. "What is this place?" "Shoo. Keep your voice down, Mr. Potter." Before the words had fully left Neil's lips, Harry heard Filch's unmistakable, uneven footsteps approaching from just outside the door. As a seasoned caretaker, he evidently possessed knowledge of many secret passageways within the castle and was now awkwardly pursuing a lead nearby. Pressing himself against the wall, Harry dared not make a sound, fearing that Filch might decide to investigate the vacant room beside him. He silently prayed for the man to move along. However, contrary to his hopes, the footsteps came to a halt at the doorway. Through the door, he could even hear Filch's labored breathing, as if he had no fear of missing an opportunity to unleash his wrath upon students. "Professor, you mentioned that if anyone is wandering about at night, I should report to you immediately." A chill ran down Harry's spine. This was the first time he had heard Filch speak so obsequiously to another person. More troubling still was the fact that he had not detected any accompanying footsteps. When had Filch acquired a like-minded accomplice, he was reluctant to use the term partner. Who was this individual, and from whence had they appeared? There was someone in the library just now, Professor. I nearly caught him in the area. Area? He cannot have escaped far. We shall surely apprehend him. That voice belonged to Snape. Harry felt as if his feet had been rooted to the spot. Regardless of Neil's assertions, he steadfastly believed that Snape was the very villain lurking within Hogwarts, intent on stealing the treasures hidden in the forbidden area and, in the process, jeopardizing his own life. The dilemma was that, apart from Hermione, Ron, and Harry himself, no one had discerned Snape's true nature. If he had managed to win Filch over to his side, the situation would undoubtedly become more dire. Harry overheard Filch rambling on about how, once they captured the student, he would mercilessly jab at his backside with a spear designed for taming elephants, and then the two gradually moved away. It was only then that he realized he had forgotten to breathe. "Are we safe?" he whispered, removing the hood of his invisibility cloak. "You are now safe, Mr. Potter. If what just transpired can be considered dangerous in your eyes," Neil responded calmly. Harry felt this was a subtle jab at his overreaction, and he awkwardly scratched his face. "I apologize. You've helped me once again." "Not at all, Mr. Potter," Neil shrugged. "Moreover, although I am almost certain I will regret asking this, may I inquire what brings you here?" "I thought I might explore the area to see if I could uncover anything about Nicholas Flamel." As soon as the words left his mouth, Harry regretted them. For Neil had already crouched down, clutching his head. "You went to the area in search of clues about Nicholas Flamel?" "Yes." "After I advised you not to concern yourself with that individual?" "Yes." "Without consulting Miss Granger or Mr. Weasley first?" "Yes." "I presume you didn't even bother to inform them before darting out of the dormitory like a lovesick monkey, did you?" "Yes." "Of course. You have no comprehension of what the so-called entails, do you?" Harry felt his face grow warm. Each nod felt akin to a hot iron pressing against his heel, rendering him incapable of uttering even the simplest yes. He could only lower his head, feigning an interest in the worn floorboards. As the initial excitement waned, he realized just how reckless his actions had been today. If Snape had caught him moments ago. Harry nodded absently, preparing to don the hood of his invisibility cloak once more, but then a thought struck him. "Wait a moment. Neil, what are you doing here?" Before him stood a grand mirror, reaching up to the ceiling, its brass frame adorned with exquisite gold embellishments. At the top edge of the frame, faintly inscribed letters could be discerned, though the dim light obscured their meaning. "What is that?" "A rather concerning magical artifact," Neil replied evasively. "I stumbled upon this place while wandering during the day, but I have felt uneasy about it." "A magical artifact?" Harry stared at the mirror for a moment, but it showed no signs of aggression. "I don't see anything particularly special. Why is it deemed dangerous?" "If you are curious, you might wish to verify for yourself, Mr. Potter," Neil said, gesturing invitingly. After having just warned of a potentially perilous object, to immediately invite someone to experience it seemed rather provocative. Nonetheless, curiosity triumphed over caution, and Harry slowly approached the mirror, stretching his neck to peer inside, only to be startled by the reflection that met him. Had Neil not previously warned him of its strangeness, he would have surely cried out in shock. "Look closely, Mr. Potter." He gazed intently at the mirror, and the figures within began to materialize with increasing clarity. In the reflection, a woman stood behind him, smiling and waving. He reached back in search of her, yet only encountered the emptiness of air. She, along with the others, existed solely within the mirror's confines. She was an extraordinarily beautiful woman, with deep crimson hair and olive green eyes. Her eyes bore an uncanny resemblance to his own, Harry mused. He watched as the woman in the mirror shed tears, her smile unwavering even as the tears flowed freely down her cheeks. The tall, slender man with dark hair beside her leaned in, wrapping an arm around her shoulder and gently patting her. He wore glasses, his hair tousled, with a rebellious tuft at the back that stood defiantly, much like Harry's own. Now standing nearly nose to nose with his reflection, Harry was struck by a chilling realization. "Mother?" he whispered. "Father?" The mirrored couple offered no response, merely gazing back at him with affectionate smiles. As he began to scrutinize the other figures in the mirror, he noticed that each bore a striking resemblance to him, sharing similar noses and eyes. Doubt dissipated. He was beholding his family for the first time in his life. To mention the Dursleys in this moment would be a crude violation of the atmosphere, so he refrained. A profound ache surged within him, a bittersweet blend of joy and sorrow. The Potters in the mirror waved cheerfully, and he leaned closer, pressing his hands against the glass, yearning as if he could tear through the surface to embrace them. Harry was oblivious to how long he stood there, not caring in the slightest. It felt as though he could remain in that moment forever, lost in their gaze. The names Snape and Nicholas Flamel dwindled in significance within his mind. Why should he concern himself with matters that held no relevance to him? Suddenly, a hand pressed down on his shoulder from behind. Startled, Harry spun around like a rabbit caught off guard, facing the somewhat solemn Neil standing behind him. Now, do you understand my point? EP. 73. The secret of the mirror. Harry seemed to have lost the power of speech, staring blankly at Neil, his eyes unfocused. After a full minute of tension, he finally lifted a trembling hand and pointed at the mirror behind him. Do you see it? Harry stammered, repeatedly opening his mouth, as if his tongue had finally regained its function. Yet, even so, his voice emerged as if he had just crawled out of a grave. A flicker of sympathy crossed Neil's eyes. No, Mr. Potter, I see nothing at all. Look, can you see them? They are right here. My family. Lower your voice, Mr. Potter. Besides, I truly cannot see anything. Despite Harry's excited tugging at his sleeve, Neil remained remarkably aloof, almost excessively so, making it difficult to reconcile him with the usually obsequious Neil Van. This abnormality even caused Harry, who had been in a state of heightened excitement, to sense something amiss. And the smile on his face gradually faded. He glanced back and forth between Neil and the mirror, his exhilaration gradually giving way to confusion. I don't understand. Can you really not see them? I cannot see them, Mr. Potter, Neil reiterated for the third time, but perhaps due to Harry's apparent awakening. His tone softened considerably. Now you should comprehend what I just said. This mirror is quite dangerous, is it not? Harry slowly lowered his hand that pointed at the mirror and took another glance inside. The Potter family remained in place. However, astonishingly, this time he felt none of the overwhelming emotions that had surged within him before. What kind of mirror is this? Can it show the dead? He inquired. Harry imagined that scene and couldn't help but smile faintly, realizing it was a small jest to lift his spirits. His earlier expression must have been quite dreadful. The subtle difference between the deceased family and magical replicas indistinguishable from them left him feeling uneasy. Are you saying that what I see is not their souls? Neil shook his head. Clearly not. Read the words on the frame, Mr. Potter. The correct answer is inscribed there. Harry looked up and found the inscription he had failed to discern from afar. At this distance, he could finally make out the text. However, it was not a complete sentence, but rather a long string of cryptic, spell-like words. Harry squinted and carefully read it aloud, stumbling over the syllables. Eristra eru oit ube oit on osi. What does it mean? Is it a spell? Read it backward, Mr. Potter. Once again, Harry complied, albeit with confusion, but as he attempted to decipher the string of letters in reverse, a miracle suddenly occurred. I do not reflect your visage, but rather the desires nestled within your heart, he murmured. This is a mirror that reveals one's aspirations. This contraption is renowned even within Muggle culture. Is it not? Neil nodded. The mirror of Ariste reflects the innermost wishes of every individual. For instance, should Miss Granger stand before it, she might behold herself cradling an abundance of awards and certificates, whereas Mr. Weasley may envision himself as the president of the student council, triumphantly holding the Quidditch World Cup, residing in a grand mansion, or perhaps drowning in a sea of chicken legs. Yet, I need not elaborate further. You can surely deduce the fate of those who become ensnared by its allure. Why is it placed here? Neil shrugged. Well, I have heard that the mirror was once frequently utilized as a hiding place for contraband and confidential information, for its fragile nature inherently deters one from approaching it. However, I believe the true reason lies in the fact that no one wishes to confront the grimace of their own countenance while engaged in a search, which could weigh heavily on their conscience. Are you implying that someone has hidden something within? Harry instinctively leaned closer, curious if there was anything concealed behind the mirror, only to suddenly realize the folly of his action. No, I merely jest. There is no need to ponder it so earnestly, Mr. Potter. Have you noticed its claw-shaped legs? It is rare to find such a tastefully crafted piece in Britain. Only the Nordics favor this particular style, Neil remarked cheerfully. Thus, it is far more likely that Dumbledore, whoever the fool was that transported it here from such a distance, discovered upon arrival that it had no practical use, and simply discarded it in a convenient spot. You know, this brings to mind a fable from my homeland, concerning a donkey. Perhaps I could hear that story another time, Neil. Neil chuckled awkwardly. You are quite right, Mr. Potter. It is indeed too late for such tales today. We have tarried here for far too long. I do not mean to place blame upon you. If you can glean any wisdom from this experience, then this evening shall not have been in vain. What? No, that is not what I meant. Well, I suppose, in a sense, that is what I meant, but Neil appeared taken aback by Harry's forthrightness. Scratching the back of his head in irritation, muttering, "Blast it, if you persist in this self-deprecating discourse during normal conversation, you shall find no one willing to engage with you henceforth. Do you understand?" He cleared his throat, adopting a serious demeanor. "Listen, Mr. Potter. I am aware that your previous remarks were uttered in frustration, but you must exercise caution. Being overwhelmed by chicken legs is one thing, but being ensnared by death, that is quite another. The world ultimately belongs to the living. Those who forget this truth will find their existence exceedingly arduous." Harry nodded, somewhat comprehending the gravity of Neil's words. Harry, in a state of bewilderment, was gently nudged towards the door, taking 2 steps before abruptly halting and hesitantly turning his face. "Neil, may I pose a question to you? Considering the events of today, I would very much like to say no, but go ahead and ask." Harry, somewhat sheepish, rubbed his nose, yet his curiosity remained unabated. "I apologize, but I am truly eager to know what you see in the mirror." Neil appeared to have anticipated this inquiry long before, yet his expression was still laden with conflict. "Nothing, if you must know. Honestly, I see nothing at all." He offered a wry smile and shook his head. "Perhaps it thinks I am content enough at present, or perhaps it simply refuses to squander time on me. Truth be told, I have always felt that this wretched contraption looks down upon me. I intend to write a letter to the headmaster tomorrow, formally protesting the casual disposal of hazardous items. I hope he will arrange for its prompt removal, or better yet, just smash the damn thing." EP 74 Nico Lemay, cloaked once more in invisibility, stealthily departed. Neil recognized that he had not been entirely convinced. Rather, he was momentarily bewildered by his own pretentious demeanor. Nevertheless, this should suffice. Memories of profound impact do not fade easily, much like cockroaches, filch, and psychological trauma, which may unexpectedly resurface from the shadows of oblivion. Neil was uncertain of Dumbledore's true intentions, yet he was unwilling to witness anyone he knew stray from the right path. During the calamitous events at Kunlun Mountain, nearly 1/3 of his fellow disciples perished at the hands of transformed apparitions and mirages. Abandoning family was not a viable option on the path of cultivation. On the contrary, it was the very pursuit of immortality that remained their sole avenue for survival after losing their loved ones. This vulnerability was exploited by malevolent forces as many disciples, in the chaos of battle, suddenly beheld the specters of deceased parents, mentors, and siblings, leading to a momentary lapse in judgment that cost them their lives. Suddenly, Neil paused, a grim smile crossing his face as he shook his head, banishing the visages of his fallen brethren from his mind. Having just advised another to maintain distance from the dead, out of compassion and reason, such tragedies should not be repeated, especially amidst the strife of humanity. Indeed, I acknowledge that the individual whose name cannot be mentioned raises questions about whether he can still be classified as human. However, that is beside the point, is it not? He watched as the imagined silhouette of Harry, now invisible, gradually receded, feeling a sense of relief wash over him as he exhaled deeply. In the next moment, Severus Snape materialized from around the corner like a specter, his icy gaze hinting at a cruel satisfaction akin to that of a hunter witnessing its prey ensnared. Bloodied and gasping, futilely struggling for life. "What are you doing?" he inquired coldly, his demeanor reminiscent of a professor dutifully apprehending a student caught wandering at night. Yet Neil merely wiped his face in annoyance. "Enough, Professor, spare me the theatrics. I appreciate your assistance in diverting Mr. Filch after receiving my note slipped under the door. But I truly lack the energy for this today. Good night to you." With that, he turned to leave, only for Snape to seize him from behind. "I do not comprehend what you are saying, Neil. Perhaps you should visit the infirmary after your detention concludes." Snape's face, as rigid and cold as ice, trembled imperceptibly, as if on the verge of bursting with twisted ecstasy. It seemed he had resolutely decided to teach this insufferably ignorant brat a lesson, even if it meant feigning ignorance to the bitter end. "As for now, I must deduct 50 points from Ravenclaw. Thus, when I face Professor Flitwick's inquiries tomorrow, I must concoct a plausible explanation for the severe punishment I have received. Yet, for obvious reasons, I cannot tell the truth. So I must resort to fabricating a story." Neil dismissively brushed aside Snape's hand. "What do you think of my excuse that I inadvertently stumbled upon you to excuse Mr. Filch while discovering students wandering at night, only to then plot against his cat? Given your usual standing, I doubt anyone would come forth to defend you." Snape's expression darkened. The veins on the backs of his claw-like hands bulged, as if he were straining to suppress a violent urge to strangle Neil. "Oh. And let's not forget your fabrication of my negative remarks about the headmaster." "Fabrication?" The word momentarily caught Snape off guard before he erupted in fury, color flooding his waxen face, clearly pushed to the brink. How dare you? Instinctively, he took a step closer, but ultimately regained control. After standing still and breathing deeply for what felt like an eternity, he slowly opened his eyes and spat out through gritted teeth. Get out. Right away, Professor. Oh. And good night to you as well. Under the weight of his conscience, Harry eventually confided in Ron about his solitary adventures around the castle and the invisibility cloak, also mentioning the Mirror of Erist. Ron initially chastised him for his lack of trust in friends and his reckless actions without consideration. However, he then expressed understanding for Harry's feelings and subtly indicated his own desire to gaze into that mirror, to indulge in fantasies of being the president of the student council. The Quidditch World Cup, a grand house, and a feast of chicken legs. At first, Harry hesitated, but feeling guilty, he found it increasingly difficult to maintain a resolute refusal in front of Ron. After a day of relentless persuasion, by the next midday, he finally succumbed to Ron's various arguments and enticements, including allowing a redo in their next game of wizard chess, and agreed to take him to see the room that evening. Just one should be harmless, he thought. Regrettably, things did not unfold as hoped. When the two of them squeezed beneath the invisibility cloak and roamed around the library for over an hour, opening every door along the way, they ultimately discovered that the empty classroom where Harry had hidden that night no longer housed the fabled mirror. It appeared that Neil had acted on his word, promptly writing a letter of protest to the school after their conversation that night. The disappointment of not seeing the legendary mirror left Ron feeling quite dissatisfied. Though his bad mood did not linger for long, such a feeling was entirely understandable. You two didn't even think to send me a Christmas gift. Not even a card, she lamented, finally collapsing into the soft armchair of the common room, summing up her long-winded lecture with this feeble remark. Ron's expression was one of acute embarrassment. I didn't mean to, and I forgot to send Harry a gift, just as he forgot mine. If it makes you feel any better, you know this isn't personally aimed at you. Can we send letters from Hogwarts to the Muggle world? Harry suddenly inquired. I mean, isn't there some sort of confidentiality law? Oh, that's not a problem, Ron explained, then immediately realized he was digging his own grave. Sending items to Muggle families with wizarding members isn't against the rules, as long as what you send isn't on the list of prohibited magical items. The Ministry will also monitor the Owl's destinations, so there's nothing to worry about. Sorry, Hermione. I'll remember next year. Hermione sighed. What did Neil send you? Harry recalled the exquisite set of crystal chess pieces, curiosity peaking within him. However, it was evident that Hermione, having been let down by the two of them too many times today, was in no mood to enlighten him. Secret, she huffed, crossing her arms indignantly. Harry nodded sheepishly, reaching for a box from the mountainous pile of chocolate frogs on the table, tearing open the packaging and chopping off the frog's head, then flipping the box to examine the card inside. Hermione couldn't help but shake her head at such childish behavior, while Ron appeared thoroughly intrigued. Did you get Agrippa? However, Harry ignored him, his gaze fixated on the card as if entranced. Harry? Ron called out, bewildered. You didn't really get Agrippa, did you? That's fantastic. I'll trade you 10. No, 20 cards for it. This is brilliant. I just need one more to complete the set. And old Ron will never forget your kindness, all right? Dumbledore, Harry murmured. Ron waved his hand dismissively. Oh, I have plenty of that one. Stop interrupting, Ron. Hermione punched him playfully, noticing Harry's odd expression. Go on, Harry, what about Dumbledore? Harry looked up, silently observing them, his face somewhat vacant. Nicholas Flamel. What? He flipped the card over, pointing at the inscription, his voice nearly trembling with excitement. Albus Dumbledore, current headmaster of Hogwarts, widely regarded as the greatest wizard of modern times. Dumbledore's well-known contributions include defeating the dark wizard Grindelwald in 1945, discovering the 12 uses of dragon's blood, and his fruitful collaboration with Nicholas Flamel in alchemy. Professor Dumbledore enjoys chamber music and tin-pin bowling. You see, Nicholas Flamel, he's right here. EP 75. The truth of the Forbidden Zone. Harry believed he would never forget the expression on Hermione's face when she discovered that her relentless investigation over the past fortnight had culminated in nothing more than a chocolate frog trading card. She snatched the box from his hands, her gaze scanning the words as if they were a £1,000,000 check. Nicholas Flamel, I can hardly believe it. I am quite the greatest fool imaginable, she lamented in a voice tinged with despair. However, before Harry could muster any words of comfort, Hermione sprang to her feet as if propelled by springs, darting up the staircase and disappearing behind the door of the girls' dormitory. Harry had never witnessed her move with such alacrity, save for when checking her homework grades. Ron cast an odd glance at the door, bent down, and picked up the trading card that had inadvertently fallen to the floor during her hasty departure, idly toying with it in his palm. If she's a fool, then I am a garden gnome with a concussion, he said seriously, meeting Harry's teasing gaze with a nod. Yes, I mean it. I have at least 5 of Dumbledore's cards, but until you just read that name, I had not the slightest recollection of Nicholas Flamel. Sometimes I think that perhaps the brain isn't a necessary organ for me. I should ask Neil. Perhaps I could sell it for a good price. Whether fortunate or unfortunate, Hermione did not glance back at their expressions. She hurried to the table, pushing aside the pile of chocolate frogs, her benefactor, with the spine of an old book, then slammed the book down onto the surface. I never thought to look here, she exclaimed, her voice exuding a frantic urgency. I borrowed this weeks ago from the library, intending to read it for leisure even before our investigation began. Can you believe it? The correct answer has been lying in the same bed as me all along, and I never noticed. Leisure. Ron squinted at the weighty book, mechanically echoing her words. But Hermione paid him no mind, engrossed in flipping through the pages. At last, her fingers, which had been swiftly dancing over the lines of text, suddenly came to a halt. Found it. Here. Harry and Ron exchanged glances, each reflecting the joy mirrored in the other's eyes. And they hurried to peer over her shoulder, nearly bumping heads in their eagerness to glimpse the identity of the mysterious figure that had troubled them for over a fortnight. This is it, Hermione whispered, pointing to a line amidst the densely packed text. Her expression akin to that of someone who had uncovered a legal clause validating her rightful claim to Hogwarts Castle. Nicholas Flamel. He is the only known creator of the Philosopher's Stone. Could you translate that into English, please? Hermione shot him an exasperated look, but nevertheless held the book aloft. Reading aloud the subsequent passage, ancient alchemy involved the creation of the Philosopher's Stone, a wondrous substance with astonishing properties. The Philosopher's Stone possesses the extraordinary ability to transmute any metal into pure gold and can also create the elixir of immortality, granting eternal life to those who consume it. For centuries, numerous accounts of the Philosopher's Stone have surfaced, yet the only surviving stone belongs to the renowned alchemist and opera enthusiast, Mr. Nicholas Flamel. Last year, he celebrated his 665th birthday and now resides in seclusion in Devonshire with his wife, Perenelle, who is 658 years old. 665. No wonder I couldn't find him in studies on the development of modern witchcraft, Hermione exclaimed, shaking her head in disbelief. However, upon glancing up, she noticed Harry and Ron staring at her in astonishment. What? She inquired. So, the item stored in the forbidden area is this? The Philosopher's Stone? Harry stammered. Do you still doubt it? Dumbledore and Nicholas Flamel are friends. He must have asked Dumbledore to safeguard it, which is why Dumbledore permitted Hagrid to retrieve it from Gringotts. They are aware that someone has their eyes set on the Philosopher's Stone. Who wouldn't? Ron flopped back onto the sofa, a foolish grin spreading across his face, likely envisioning the possibilities should he acquire the stone. Just think about it, a stone that can produce limitless gold and grant you immortality. I mean, if someone doesn't want it, they must be out of their mind. But not everyone will act on it, Harry said solemnly. Indeed, Snape, Hermione nodded, succinctly summarizing the situation. What should we do now? Ron asked nervously, as he seemed to have developed some peculiar delusions while envisioning ways to profit from the Philosopher's Stone, mistakenly likening it to a roll of toilet paper that ordinary students like him could freely use. Thus, he grew particularly anxious about the risk of its theft. There's no need to panic. I believe we don't need to worry too much for the time being, Hermione reassured them, though her expression lacked conviction. After all, Snape likely hasn't discovered a way past that large dog, unless Hagrid has let something slip again, Harry groaned, covering his face in distress. The atmosphere grew somewhat somber, as each of them understood that such a dreadful scenario was indeed a strong possibility. Yet no one dared to be the first to mention it out of consideration for Hagrid. Shall we go to Hagrid's hut and inquire? He suggested quietly, to which the other two eagerly agreed, as if seizing a lifeline. Speaking of which, Ron said suddenly, watching Hermione dash up the stairs with the book in her arms. Do you think we should invite Neville? Harry hesitated. No, let's not. The fewer people who know, the better. Besides, we might run into him at Hagrid's hut. You know how frequently he visits there. As Harry intended to jest, he was taken aback when, as they traversed the verdant expanse toward Hagrid's hut, he actually beheld Neil standing beside the flower bed at the rear of the cottage, diligently watering the enormous white buds. The watering can, fashioned to accommodate Hagrid's stature, appeared to him as though he were cradling a gas canister. Greetings, you three, Neil smiled and waved upon noticing them, simultaneously tilting his neck as if he possessed eyes at the back of his head, evading the large flower that, upon turning away, revealed its menacing array of sharp teeth. How delightful it is to see Pompey, Caesar, and Crassus gathered together. Harry chuckled nervously, casting a furtive glance at the drooling flower behind Neil. Busy, are we? Merely seeking something to occupy my time, Neil replied, setting down the watering can and gesturing towards the flower bed. These little fellows are growing rapidly. In a few days, they will need to be transplanted to the Forbidden Forest. To be cautious, Mr. Weasley. We are still uncertain if St. Mungo's medical expertise can facilitate the regrowth of a new arm for you. Is Hagrid all right? To be candid, Mr. Potter, I am not entirely certain. He has been isolating himself within his hut these past few days, refusing to open the door to anyone. Is he unwell? Harry's heart sank momentarily. Not precisely. I exchanged a few words with him through the door, and he seemed physically fine. Neil shook his head, his expression tinged with concern. However, the state of his mind is another matter. Ahem. He mentioned that he is hatching something and requires the room to remain warm, necessitating that all doors and windows be sealed. Goodness, I dread to imagine what scene lies within. He has taken all my remaining ash, yet still needs to maintain the warmth of the room. May the three protect me from having to witness whatever it is he is nurturing. EP. 76 Hagrid's secret. Neil's words caused a moment of hesitation among the three. Yet the fate of the Philosopher's Stone and Hogwarts hung precariously in the balance. Harry gazed in awe at the row of white flowers in the flower bed, their long stamens drooping like tongues, trying hard not to ponder what terrifying creature could compel someone to cultivate such plants with fervent prayers. Before long, a muffled voice emerged from within, sounding somewhat somber. Who is it? Not in a position to open the door right now. If you have something to discuss. It's us, Hagrid, Harry called out towards the door. Harry? Hagrid inside seemed startled. Ever since he had inadvertently disclosed information regarding the Forbidden Forest, he had been evading Harry and his friends. How did you? No, I'm sorry. But I truly cannot open the door at the moment. This little one can't withstand the cold outside. If you have something to say, would you mind doing so? Taking a deep breath, Harry understood that whether they would see Hagrid today hinged on the next words he spoke. Hagrid. He pressed his face against the door, lowering his voice to a whisper through the crack. We know about the Philosopher's Stone. The impact of those words was staggering. No sooner had he spoken than a tremendous crash echoed from behind the door, akin to someone accidentally toppling a cluttered table, followed by a cacophony of sounds reminiscent of landslides, countless objects clattering to the floor, shattering or bouncing, and then scattering about, further compounding the chaos. Had Harry not heard Hagrid speaking moments earlier, he would have surely believed a thief was inside, engaged in a fierce struggle with Fong. Neil, who had been watching the scene unfold from the back, suddenly changed color, quickly darting forward to grab Harry by the collar, pulling him back just as the wooden door swished past Harry's nose, revealing Hagrid's anxious face behind it. How do you know? No, wait. Don't discuss this out here. Come inside, quickly. Without hesitation, Harry stepped inside, followed promptly by Ron and Hermione, while Neil lingered at the threshold. Along with Hagrid's figure emerging from the cottage, a pungent odor of burnt material and a faint whiff of sulfur wafted through the air, evoking a dreadful premonition in Neil, though he couldn't quite recall where he had encountered such a scent before. Neil, aren't you coming? Well, let's think positively. How much worse can it get? He mumbled softly, then waved at Hermione. Come on, Miss Granger. Inside Hagrid's hut, the air was stifling, akin to standing near the mouth of a volcano, with the atmosphere almost appearing red, making Harry and his companions, who had just emerged from the chill of winter, feel exceedingly uncomfortable. It seemed Hagrid's earlier mention of keeping the indoors warm was not merely an excuse. What are you doing, Hagrid? Harry couldn't help but inquire, despite the gravity of the situation regarding the Philosopher's Stone. Hagrid fidgeted nervously, rubbing his beard. The last newcomer, Neil, cast a significant glance at him, seemingly awakening his awareness of conscience and law, which had been subconsciously cast aside during his indulgence in secret schemes. It's nothing special. He deliberately raised his voice, yet his eyes dared not meet anyone else's. I merely wish to create the best hatching environment for the egg. Did I not mention it to you before? It's that new breed of fire crab that I have been cultivating. Relying on Hagrid to master the art of deception seemed an ever-elusive endeavor. And at this moment, Harry found no need to painstakingly unravel each of his lies. He had already spotted the culprit, a large, dark egg, ominously nestled among a heap of black ashes still radiating warmth, beside a flickering fire. Whether to hatch or to cook it remained uncertain. What is that? He pointed to the egg, and Ron's expression twisted in alarm as he followed Harry's gesture. Hagrid, where did you acquire this? This is illegal. Harry was momentarily taken aback. What do you mean? What kind of egg is this? A dragon, Ron exclaimed, rubbing his forehead. Listen, Hagrid, this is no laughing matter. The legislation banning the breeding of dragons was formally passed at the Wizarding Conference of 1709. Everyone knows that. If we were to raise a dragon in the backyard, it would be challenging to avoid attracting the Muggles' attention. Moreover, taming them is perilous. You ought to see the burns on Charlie. They're from wild dragons in Romania. Wait, are there still wild dragons? A horrific image flashed through Harry's mind of a Muggle airplane colliding with a flying dragon. Are there many? Wild dragons are everywhere, Mr. Potter, Neil interjected, looking inexplicably displeased, not merely regarding Hagrid's illegal hatching of a dragon egg. If those creatures that cannot even speak human language dare to call themselves dragons, the Jabberwock from Alice in Wonderland possesses more dragon-like qualities than they do. Not to mention the more intelligent beings from ancient myths, all of which are mere figments of Muggle imagination. If ancient dragons were to witness this scene today, they would surely be incensed enough to incinerate these disgraceful creatures. And it would cost you a fortune, Ron added sharply. Yet he spoke truthfully. Contraband items are typically exorbitantly priced, especially rare commodities like dragon eggs. Hagrid awkwardly wiped his face with the back of his hand, smudging it further with soot. He hesitated to admit that he had profited significantly from Neil's business over the past few months, despite his insistence on not accepting money from students. His business partner was more obstinate than he was. Business is business, Professor, take it. I've paid a hefty sum to Professor Sprout for her modified fertilizer formula. However, the egg's origin had nothing to do with money. I didn't spend anything, he explained with a touch of pride. I won it from a turban Greek while playing cards at the tavern. Upon finishing his words, he suddenly noticed that Neil was gazing at him with an almost sympathetic expression. What is the matter? Is something wrong? Hagrid inquired, bewildered. While Harry and the others looked at him with equal confusion, Hagrid's complexion changed. EP. 77 The giant uprising Hagrid, though somewhat naive and lacking in worldly wisdom, was not truly foolish. Rather, he was clumsy and easily deceived. Neil's remark stirred an unsettling anxiety within him. Harry swallowed hard. Hagrid, do you remember what the person you were playing cards with looked like? Hagrid, his face pale, shook his head. I don't know. Wouldn't he take off his cloak? Seeing the astonished expressions on the faces of the three, he hurriedly attempted to explain. No, you don't understand. At the Hogshead Inn, which is the one in Hogsmeade, there are many people dressed like that. I mean, throughout the year, there are always strange characters visiting. So I thought, then how can you be sure he wasn't a local? Hagrid, looking quite aggrieved, muttered something that appeared to be, he said so himself. Harry plopped down on an overturned wooden barrel. What did you talk about? Did you tell him what Neil mentioned? And then? Ron and Hermione urged in unison. Hey, don't rush me. I'm trying to remember. He asked me about the creatures I care for, and I told him. Then I mentioned that I've always wanted a dragon. After that, I can't quite recall. He kept buying me drinks. Let me think. Oh right, he said he had a dragon egg, and if I wanted it, we could gamble for it. But he needed to ascertain whether I could handle the dragon, as he didn't want it causing trouble afterward. So, I told him I could manage Fluffy just fine. A dragon would be a mere trifle. The small room fell into a heavy silence. Only Neil. In a fit of anger, scornfully remarked, what was that saying again? When the plot thickens, the dagger is revealed. There was little need for further conversation, yet Hagrid, clutching his head in distress, continued as if confessing his crimes in a courtroom. In truth, Harry privately thought that if wizards had courts, Hagrid would deserve to stand in the defendant's seat a dozen times over for this matter. He was very interested in Fluffy. I didn't think much of it at the time. After all, how often do you encounter a three-headed dog? So I told him Fluffy is quite easy to handle. You just need to know how to calm him down. Play some music for him, and he'll fall asleep immediately. Good heavens, I'm such a complete fool. Just in me now. Harry, despite his sympathy for Hagrid, knew that more pressing matters demanded their attention. There's no time left. Snape has already discovered how to bypass Fluffy. He will surely act swiftly. We must inform Dumbledore at once. There truly is no time, Neil interrupted dryly. Professor Dumbledore just left the school this morning. He is swamped with duties. What a commendable man. This news struck like a thunderbolt, leaving everyone momentarily speechless. Forgetting to inquire how he knew this, or questioning his sardonic tone. What do we do now? Ron asked nervously, after half a day's reflection. The irrational claim of ownership over the Philosopher's Stone had diminished significantly in his heart. Yet, in moments of desperation, the urge resurfaced. Shall we write a letter to Dumbledore? There is no time. Harry intended to inform Professor McGonagall, but Neil's previous words suddenly flashed through his mind. You were aware of the theft location even before the robbery occurred, weren't you? We should first check the Forbidden Forest. Snape could act at any moment. And we cannot afford to let him seize the opportunity. He asserted confidently, Hagrid, go inform Professor McGonagall and tell her. Well, you figure it out, all right? The indecisiveness in his final words disrupted the tension, but Harry couldn't bring himself to urge Hagrid to admit his own transgressions. Fortunately, Hagrid understood the gravity of the situation. Nodding as he rose from the half-collapsed chair. I understand, though I don't believe it was Professor Snape who got me drunk. I would never forgive myself if the Philosopher's Stone were stolen because of this. He nodded solemnly, preparing to depart. But his gaze inadvertently fell upon the dragon egg in the hearth, causing his previously resolute expression to falter. Would you mind if I waited until it hatches? For heaven's sake, let me take care of that damned egg. So hurry up. All right? All right. All right. By the way, should I change into something more appropriate? You know, to show some respect? Hagrid. Neil smiled and waved as he watched the four rush toward the castle. His smile gradually fading as they disappeared from sight. Well then, time to get to work. He swiftly produced a cloth emblazoned with an octagonal pattern and a thick stack of yellowed paper from his seemingly bottomless robe, while simultaneously grabbing the unconscious Yaya by the nape of its neck and tossing it out. Hagrid had initially left it outside, but as everyone knows, a dog's loyalty and foolishness can sometimes surpass its instinct for survival. It had stealthily slipped between Hagrid's legs when he opened the door for Harry and the others, and thus it was forgotten. After completing these preparations, Neil knelt before the fireplace, carefully moving the dark dragon egg from the pile of ash. He then scooped a ladle of warm water from a nearby bucket and poured it over the egg, plunging his bare hand into the still smoldering black ashes to smear some onto the shell. This was a makeshift solution. For a dragon egg to hatch healthily, it required very precise temperature conditions, but he could not remain in this makeshift hatching box until the egg hatched. Considering Hagrid's risk of arrest for the illegal possession of the dragon egg, perhaps cooking it for consumption would be the best choice. Yet, for the fragile life that had not yet even been swaddled, Neil felt a pang of compassion. After applying the final touches, Neil meticulously enveloped the dragon egg with yellow paper and placed a protective charm upon it, thus temporarily safeguarding it from the threats of impact and temperature loss. Although the egg's exterior was increasingly resembling a traditional Chinese delicacy, crafted by wrapping a whole chicken in lotus leaves and sealing it in clay, no one, not even Neil himself, dared to voice this observation. In a flurry, he wrapped the egg in a cloth, securing it with a knot and preparing to dash out the door. Yet, after merely 2 steps, he recognized his oversight, even on a non-philosophical level. One should not trip over the same stone twice. The lesson from his previous venture into the forbidden area still lingered vividly in his mind, prompting him to reflect on what he had learned from that experience. Awake? Excellent. Would you assist me? He inquired of a small bird, which readily agreed. Neil affectionately scratched its chin, and the fledgling let out a youthful cry before soaring away. Since acquiring a dedicated broom shed, Matt had been reveling within its confines, indulging in night after night of revelry, an audacious display of shamelessness. Nevertheless, Neil harbored confidence that this little creature could coax him out of his blissful retreat. His objective was to hasten toward the forbidden area. Upon hearing that Harry intended to inspect the corridor of the forbidden area, an unsettling premonition flickered through Neil's mind. Initially, he attributed it to the looming responsibility of caring for the egg, but he quickly dismissed such baseless worries. He secured the egg-laden cloth to his back and hurried toward the castle. Hagrid hesitated momentarily, contemplating whether to confess his transgressions directly to Professor McGonagall, but ultimately resolved to accompany Harry and the others to the forbidden area first. His mind was in turmoil, fraught with concerns. Would Rouet be in danger due to his careless remarks? Would Harry and the others behave recklessly upon arrival? Was he betraying Dumbledore's trust? Would he find himself expelled from Hogwarts? And what of his dear, yet-to-hatch little one? If the corridor remained unharmed, at least half of his anxiety would dissipate. Regrettably, fate took a turn for the worse. As the group ascended the staircase to the 4th floor, they were met with a cacophony of chaos. A throng of younger students from an unidentified house rushed down the stairs, screaming and fleeing without so much as a glance in their direction, as if a dreadful menace pursued them. The closer they approached the forbidden area, the more frantic students they encountered, and the expressions of the 4 grew increasingly grave. It was well known that the greater the number of witnesses, the more challenging it would become to resolve the situation. Hagrid, Harry panted as he ran. Do you have a way to calm it down immediately? Of course. Just play some music for it. And it will settle down quickly. Hagrid's strides were far longer than Harry's. Yet moving against the tide of fleeing students rendered him the most encumbered of all. But, Hagrid cleared his throat. What I mean is, this method has never failed before, but Lue has never broken free from the chains. If it escapes, it must be due to some dark magic employed by those nefarious beings. I am uncertain. The latter part of his statement caught in his throat as the group could now see the entrance to the forbidden corridor. Where a band of creatures brandishing heavy clubs to drive away students was clearly not the three-headed dog. What is that? Harry halted, gazing up at the grotesque humanoid figures with disbelief. They stood approximately 10 to 12 feet tall, their slate-gray skin dull and moss-covered like stones, grinning maniacally with oddly shaped heads. Their legs were thick and short, while their torsos bulged disproportionately, resembling a mound of rubble. These hideous, terrifying, and foul-smelling beings cackled menacingly as they swung their heavy wooden clubs, frightening the students who collapsed in terror and could not flee far, their cries filled with panic. Harry observed that they did not genuinely intend to attack, but rather reveled in the sight of students screaming, weeping, and soiling themselves. They deliberately swept their clubs over the students' heads, striking the walls and chipping away at the paint, allowing the ancient tapestries and murals to become ruins under their violent onslaught. They even tossed aside their clubs, shaking the wooden railings, and hurling the large fragments into the throng. Giants! Ron's jaw nearly dropped to the ground. In Hogwarts? How is that possible? Yet he was reminded of the presence beside him. A counterexample of someone who had successfully smuggled a three-headed dog and a dragon egg into the school. Perhaps Hogwarts security was not as formidable as he had imagined? Blast it! What on earth is going on? Hey, you lot. Run behind me. Hagrid's expression shifted rapidly. Briefly relieved to discover that Lue was not the culprit, but ultimately, a sense of responsibility overtook him. He bellowed at the remaining students who were still dazed and then strode purposefully toward the nearest giant, delivering a powerful punch to its jaw. Harry, go alert the other professors. I will hold them off. Harry felt his mind racing at an unprecedented speed. No, he whispered. What did you say? Hermione asked in terror. This must be Snape, or someone else. In any case, the one who provided Hagrid with the dragon egg has orchestrated this, to buy himself time. He must have already entered the forbidden corridor. We cannot simply stand by and allow him to seize the Philosopher's Stone. Harry's words grew increasingly rapid. He understood the madness of the plan, but had no intention of surrendering. But more giants poured forth from the entrance to the forbidden corridor. Fortunately, Hagrid's imposing stature and courageous demeanor were enough to capture the attention of these foolish creatures, who momentarily disregarded the three diminutive figures nearby. Wait, don't do anything reckless, Haig urged loudly. But at that moment, a colossal creature swung a club and struck his shoulder, forcing him to stagger back 2 steps. Damn it. Harry, listen to me. Do not go. EP 78. The Battle of the Giants. As Neil entered the castle, the most treacherous and swift-footed students had already disseminated the alarming news to various offices, while anxious teachers hurried from all directions towards the 4th floor. For those who had previously participated in crafting the traps within the Forbidden Zone, the disturbance that had erupted was all too clear. However, the bad news had merely begun. Reports of giants emerged like snowflakes from every corner of the castle. These colossal beings seemed to have sprung forth from beneath the carpet like rampant mold, appearing without warning and wreaking havoc upon everything in their sight. The Gryffindor dormitory on the 8th floor was under particularly fierce assault, with at least 3 fully armed giants making their presence known. The fat lady, who had hastily fled her portrait upon seeing them approach, recounted to Professor McGonagall her harrowing journey to alert the headmaster, having squeezed through countless frames while dragging her ample form. The drunken huntsman in the 6th floor, wearing a Robin Hood hat, nearly suffocated in his own portrait as a result. Such a diversionary tactic was glaringly obvious, but as professors, their foremost duty was to safeguard the students. In the headmaster's absence, no one could ascertain the true number of monsters rampaging about. They could only contend with the immediate threat while attempting to gather the scattered students and guide them to safety. Brave upperclassmen and impetuous younger students spontaneously banded together, wielding their wands in an effort to repel these creatures. Yet, their collective resolve, fueled by selfless courage, love for their school, and a sense of duty to protect their fellow classmates, soon revealed itself to be insufficient against the giants, who were not quite as they had learned in class. The ordinary giants, grotesque and foul-smelling, with their small heads cocked at odd angles and drooling, appeared deceptively simple to confront. Their thick, rock dust-laden hides provided some resistance to magic. But as the students unleashed a barrage of stunning spells without discernment, they quickly found themselves overwhelmed. The giant's stout legs hindered them from taking strides commensurate with their height, and their sluggish movements meant they would succumb swiftly under the onslaught of spells, granting the fleeing students precious moments to reach classrooms or dormitories, where they could fortify their defenses. However, those clad in armor akin to that of a knight, adorned with spikes and wearing Prussian-style helmets, wielding clubs embedded with wolf's teeth, were far more formidable. Their filthy, malodorous, and somewhat tattered armor, despite its shabby appearance, was entirely composed of enchanted materials imbued with powerful protective charms. The spells cast by the students barely had any effect upon striking the surface. Magic ricocheted chaotically down the narrow corridors, obliterating everything in its path except for the intended targets. What is even more irksome is that giants are not, in the strictest sense, social creatures. They possess neither the concept of tribes nor leaders. At most, they congregate in familial units, which gives rise to their singular trait that surpasses human civilization, the absence of class differentiation. Even these behemoths, larger and more robust than their kin, exuding a foul odor and adorned like the guards of a fantastical tale, wield no authority over other giants. They merely mingle among their kind, bellowing as they charge forward together. In other words, even if one were to expend immense effort to vanquish them, it would not diminish the collective onslaught. Professor McGonagall's lips were pressed tightly together as she ascended the stairs with a vigor that belied her age. Her 9.5-inch fur-wood wand glimmered with a fiery light akin to her piercing gaze. Even if Severus Snape were present, he would think twice before engaging her in a dispute in such a state. Dumbledore held a profound trust in her, differing from his sentiments towards Snape. He would not hesitate to reveal the entirety of the protective enchantments surrounding the Philosopher's Stone, something he had never disclosed to the latter. However, he refrained from informing her that a suspect, linked to Voldemort's resurrection, had infiltrated the school, casting a watchful eye on its headmaster. Dumbledore deemed this approach fitting for, in his view, not everyone he trusted was suited for tasks that might tarnish their hands. At least, Neil harbored such thoughts. Believing himself to be the most resilient tool in Dumbledore's arsenal, comparable to a toilet plunger indispensable in a Muggle household, McGonagall remained oblivious to the depths of her colleague's fall. Yet the presence of giants served as a stark reminder. Before his transformation into a furtive figure, Quirinus Quirrell often boasted of his ability to tame giants, deriving a sense of fulfillment from these dim-witted beings that humanity had failed to offer him. She hesitated to describe her colleague's character in such harsh terms, but perhaps it was then that his insecurities began to warp his humanity. Nevertheless, McGonagall could not have anticipated that the introverted, sycophantic, yet fiercely proud former professor of Muggle studies would descend into such madness. Perhaps the Philosopher's Stone had awakened a latent greed within him, or perhaps the world that failed to recognize his talents had driven him to madness. Yet, the reasons had become irrelevant. From the moment Quirrell seized students as hostages to buy time for his nefarious scheme, McGonagall had resolved that he would not depart unscathed. At that moment, a solitary giant appeared around the corner of the staircase, having just completed a significant act of destruction. Its spiked armor was splattered with a kaleidoscope of colorful fluids and debris. Fortunately, none of it was human. It now roamed contentedly, idly picking at its navel in search of the next target to demolish. Upon seeing an elderly lady approaching with determined ferocity, it revealed its yellowed teeth in a wide grin, emitting a joyful growl from deep within its throat. In the next instant, its perspective twisted a full 180 degrees, and before it could comprehend what had transpired, the scene before it began to plunge into darkness. The enormous body swayed a few times before crashing to the ground like a marionette with severed strings. A silent incantation twisted its neck in an instant, rendering the thick skin and armor utterly ineffective. Professor McGonagall, her face frosted with disapproval, kicked the lifeless corpse. The pointed helmet atop the giant's head rolled aside, revealing a yellowed note affixed to the lining, inscribed with cryptic symbols. Raising an eyebrow, she risked a pulmonary fungal infection by bending down to retrieve the helmet, carefully tearing out the note within before tossing it aside and pointing her wand at it. Shatter. The spell was deliberately restrained in power. Yet the helmet still exploded into fragments with a resounding bang. Without the note's aid, it appeared merely as a layer of ordinary, even inferior, tin. What on earth is this? Neil stood at the entrance, momentarily stunned by the chaotic scene before him. This disorder was not unfamiliar. The onslaught of magical beasts had been tenfold more chaotic than this. However, He could not fathom how these bumbling giants had managed to breach the defenses under Dumbledore's everything is under control demeanor. Yet, the situation demanded immediate attention as two hulking giants, brandishing clubs, discovered him while pummeling a wailing plaster statue. Their small, green eyes flicked back and forth between the strange white stone they had half destroyed and the newly appeared small creature, seemingly comparing which would yield a more satisfying impact. Marvelous. You've placed me on the same scale as a work of art. I hardly know whether to feel honored, Neil retorted with irritation. He had heard tales of a select few giants clever enough to acquire human language and even grasp rudimentary magic, but it was evident that these two did not belong to that category. Their gaze was devoid of anything but an insatiable thirst for violence and, absurdly, gluttony. Neil's expression darkened, his inclination for witty repartee evaporating instantly. Distinguishing between magical beasts and those defined by the Ministry of Magic had cost him considerable effort, for in his view, creatures such as the boggart, chimera, scorpion-tailed lion, and fire dragon, posed equal threats as any magical beast. Ultimately, he had reached a compromise. Any creature that maliciously killed humans without necessity would be classified as a magical beast. Based on this criterion, the centaurs precariously hovered on the blacklist, but that was a discussion for another time. Wordlessly, Neil drew a wooden sword from his sleeve, raising it slowly above his head, his left hand forming a stance before his chest as he spread his legs apart. In his eyes, these giants had ceased to resemble Hagrid's pets, which required careful handling to avoid fatal mishaps. The giants noticed his movements but exhibited no signs of caution. Instead, they erupted into hearty laughter, clutching their bellies. The little meat creatures do not wield clubs. Rather, they engage in combat with small wooden sticks capable of emitting feeble lightning. However, these diminutive beings pose no threat when isolated. The length of their wooden swords, thrice that of ordinary wands, seems negligible in their perspective. The ogre cackled as it lunged forward. Confined within the cramped and stifling quarters for several months, the atmosphere was suffocating, and the puff-headed meat creatures were prohibited from fighting, nearly driving them to the brink of madness. Ogres relish eating, they delight in slumber, but they also crave destruction. While the little meat creatures fled, one remained, crush him, flatten him. The sheer simplicity of their expressions caused Neil's lips to twitch involuntarily. Wind and clouds swirl, the dragon soars in its grace, the blade's edge cuts through. The vast sea bows in submission. The ogre, devoid of armor and merely adorned with a tattered cloth at its waist, moved slightly faster than its companions. It caught sight of Neil murmuring something softly, but the meat creature's language was long and reeked of nonsense. It merely needed to discern that the comical sounds were cries for mercy. A silvery glow enveloped the little meat creature's stick, yet what significance did that hold? The cavern was abundant with luminescent moss, indistinguishable in scent from the ordinary. Consuming the glowing moss resulted in luminescent excretions, which were quite amusing. Perhaps if the little meat creature and its glowing stick were consumed together, they too might produce something sparkly? Indeed. I often loathe my ability to predict the thoughts of such primitive beings. Yet, in a certain light, this was a blessing, for it allowed the creature to perish in a state of blissful ignorance. The fully armed second ogre seemed momentarily stunned. Its cumbersome armor hindered its movements, inadvertently saving its life. But had the little meat creature crushed the ogre, or was it cut? The ogre had no comprehension of what cut entailed. It had never encountered such a scenario before. The complexity of the situation exceeded the capacity of its pea-sized brain, leaving it to stand foolishly, clutching its spiked club, unsure of how to proceed. However, contemplation was unnecessary. Neil deftly leapt back on the tips of his toes, avoiding the splatter of ogre blood on his robe. Then sprang forward, vaulting over the dazed ogre's head, and with a single stroke, cleaved its helmeted skull in two. EP. 79 Snape encountered misfortune as Neil flicked the blood from his sword. The superior red cinnabar not only repels evil but also effectively protects wooden items from contamination. However, judging by the current circumstances, even this potent substance seems powerless against the acrid stench that pervades the air. Once this ordeal concludes, he would likely need to place the sword atop an incense burner for an extended period to dispel the lingering odors. Nevertheless, overall, the situation is not entirely dire. Thus far, the most formidable challenge he faces is how to avoid staining his voluminous student robes with difficult-to-clean substances until this farce reaches its conclusion. It seems unlikely that anyone would be available to cast cleaning charms for his benefit under such conditions. Neil strives to evade the embarrassment of scurrying about in robes that resemble those of someone just emerged from a sewer. From this strategy, Neil detected a subtle malice lurking beneath the surface. It appeared as though someone sought to corner the entire faculty into a position where they could not act freely to protect their students. Furthermore, the most unsettling aspect was the peculiar sensation he experienced when his wooden sword cleaved through the obviously shoddy iron helmet, as if an invisible force had pushed it back mid-strike. The result, of course, was futile. But it was evident that the helmet surpassed the capabilities of an ordinary piece of headgear. He prodded the split helmet with the tip of his sword, lifting one half into the air for a closer inspection. There, affixed to the inner side, was a torn piece of yellow paper that had been cleaved in two. Capturing his attention, having lost its efficacy when severed and subsequently soaked in the blood of the giant, it was nearly a mushy mass. Yet the ink markings remained faintly discernible. A nerve in the back of Neil's head twitched, and disregarding any thoughts of cleanliness, he decisively stepped into the fetid pool of blood, tearing aside the filthy soft armor of the giant to examine the lining. Indeed, the same talisman paper appeared there. Even if a thunderbolt were to suddenly pierce through 8 layers of ceiling and strike him from above, Neil's expression could not grow more grim than it was at that moment. He could never have imagined that a fellow practitioner would be embroiled in this affair. Someone as dim-witted as Quirinus Quirrell, who could not even articulate the concept of yin and yang, would never possess the skill to execute such a ruse. He pinched the paper between his fingers. It was thick and possessed a roughness that was just right for, indeed, such materials do not benefit from excessive smoothness. And most importantly, he could sense the flow of spiritual energy within it. This was not the sort of inferior product one could procure from a funeral supply store. Only paper pulp ground from genuine spiritual herbs would exhibit such characteristics. With such a master as a benchmark, Neil dared not claim to possess profound expertise in talisman drawing. But he at least could discern quality. The anonymous talisman maker had a steady hand, each line drawn with precision, however. It was apparent that he concluded his strokes prematurely and failed to account for the splattered ink. Clearly, he was highly skilled yet seemingly lacked dedication to his craft, even going so far as to deliberately lower the quality of his work. Neil quietly resolved that if Quirrell had acquired these items from a wandering practitioner, he would take great pleasure in mocking him before taking any action. A jest, albeit light-hearted, could not mask the unsettling truth that had just come to fruition, perfectly aligning with his prior ominous premonitions. He harbored doubts that Dumbledore had foreseen this minor detail. Thus it was likely that he could not rely on anyone to assist in rectifying the situation. Neil must navigate this predicament alone. In an effort to delay the professors, the dormitory quarters of each house were subjected to an intensified onslaught, particularly the Gryffindor Tower, where the possibility of harboring a Potter was particularly acute. However, Slytherin, Hufflepuff, and Ravenclaw were not to be underestimated either. While Minerva McGonagall may lean more towards severity than leniency, and Pomona Sprout might prioritize her greenhouse over her students, both professors were of impeccable character and held a profound pride in their vocation. In such circumstances, their foremost priority would always be the safety of their students. Yet, one maverick professor did not fall into this pattern. Severus Snape's suspicions regarding Quirrell had long since transcended mere doubt, evolving into unwavering conviction. However, due to Dumbledore's insistence, he was left with little recourse other than to seize Quirrell by the collar and thrust him against the wall whenever he found an opportune moment, delivering a few menacing words of intimidation. The insufferable scoundrel would likely have collapsed in laughter had he been privy to Snape's internal turmoil, yet Quirrell appeared blissfully oblivious, for each threat effectively rendered him a quivering wreck. However, it seemed that his memory, much like his ability to read the room, was equally dismal. Snape's office and the Slytherin dormitories occupied the same floor, allowing him to hasten his steps and arrive in no time. Nevertheless, upon hearing of the sudden rampage of trolls within the castle, Snape swiftly deduced the sequence of events, as though the narrative were inscribed in an open book before him. He was acutely aware that the students in the dormitory were now facing life-threatening peril and understood the motives behind such chaos. In this urgent dilemma, Snape exhibited remarkable decisiveness. Does it sound like a flimsy justification? Rest assured, if one were to add that Muggle-born students were fortunate in this regard. As they lacked families to demean with their base humor, most would forget what they were protesting about in the first place. Among the Gryffindor students, a long-standing phrase circulated, faster than Severus Snape fleeing from shampoo, tracing its origins back to his own days as a student at Hogwarts. Should any students remain near the staircase, they would have the rare opportunity to witness firsthand what Severus Snape's sprint looked like. Yet, even so, Neil managed to catch up with him on the 3rd floor. "Professor," The shout from behind nearly caused Snape to misstep. A malevolent expression instantly contorted his features. "You dare show your face here? I should have realized you were entangled in this matter." Well, it appeared he had already inspected the body. As the sole registered Eastern visitor at Hogwarts, Neil was not surprised by the suspicion and interrogation he faced. Yet, such inquiries could hardly originate from Snape, unless the latter had secretly allied himself with the elusive Voldemort, whom Neil had yet to encounter. It would appear that Snape intended to exploit this opportunity to frame him. However, Neil understood this was implausible, just as Snape, no matter how much he wished to deny it, recognized that he could not conspire with Quirrell to orchestrate these events. "Well then, before I bind you and present you to the headmaster, enlighten me about what you know regarding these trolls and Quirrell's scheme," Snape demanded, his dissatisfaction evident in both the question and Neil's distracted demeanor. "I have no time for jest," he lowered his voice, pressing with a threatening tone. "Reveal all that you know, you sneaky little traitor." Perhaps he did not foresee that this remark would serve as the final straw. "I am not jesting either. I am genuinely perplexed about what is transpiring. You despicable, malevolent, insidious, petty, self-serving, greasy-haired, potion-stench-laden, half-friendless creature who crawled out from the belly of some tortoise-like beast." Neil inhaled deeply, hastening to match Snape's pace. As the old adage goes, in for a penny, in for a pound. Before unburdening his heart, he resolved to abandon any semblance of humility. "In case you failed to notice, allow me to remind you, just 10 minutes ago, I risked expulsion from the Ministry of Magic, playing the part of a benevolent fool by hatching a dragon egg for free, only to find, without catching my breath, that our meticulously plotted scheme, orchestrated by Headmaster Dumbledore like puppets for months, had been utterly shattered once again. I have now observed that the troll's blood clinging to my shoe has begun to seep inside, and I am concerned that if I continue to run in this state for another 2 hours, I may lose the use of my feet altogether." He paused momentarily, relishing the sight of Snape's ashen face, his lips trembling, unable to utter a word. And he found satisfaction in Snape's unwavering pace even under such circumstances. "Thus, do me a favor, Professor, and refrain from being an utter scoundrel. Do not trample on the last vestiges of my patience, would you? I require that patience to help me maintain my composure." Allowing me to hear Quirrell divulge everything he knows, and to relish the mockery of his humiliation at the hands of unscrupulous merchants, before I inadvertently sever that scoundrel's head. EP 80. The battle for Slytherin's keep. The Slytherin dormitory is nestled within the castle's subterranean depths. The Gryffindor students often mock them, likening them to true serpents and rodents that shy away from the light, hiding in their burrows to concoct nefarious schemes. However, this metaphor inadvertently encompasses their fellow Hufflepuff students, who, considering the burrowing habits of badgers, find such jests rather unpalatable. Conversely, Slytherins take delight in deriding the Gryffindors, who inhabit the lofty towers, as cats that have climbed too high to descend. Neil later expanded upon this analogy, suggesting that given the presence of the lion's mane, it would be more fitting to refer to them as cats that have climbed too high and are suffering from hyperthyroidism. Yet, this quip failed to gain traction, as it was merely a private jest shared with Malfoy, who, with his malicious intent, sought to disseminate it among a larger audience, only to be deterred by Ulysses flashing his silver, fong-like incisors before him. Compared to other houses, Slytherin's most significant advantage in repelling attacks lies in the concealed entrance to their common room, cleverly hidden behind a stone wall, devoid of any ornaments that might pique the interest of a rampaging troll. For intellectually challenged creatures, merely locating the entrance requires considerable effort. It should have been thus. Merlin's trousers. Who is the fool that let them in? A close observation reveals that Goyle, whose pallor resembles that of a corpse, is shoeless. The missing shoe now lodged in the mouth of a troll, sporting large incisors reminiscent of Hermione Granger's. One can only speculate whether it is due to a lack of salt or simply a gluttonous desire akin to that of a giant baby, eager to consume anything in sight. Had this been a detective story, the Slytherins would surely incur deductions for overlooking such a crucial clue. Yet, at this moment, Malfoy secretly wished for everyone's intellect to be assimilated by the trolls pouring in through the entrance, as Crabbe and Goyle lagged behind, attempting to usher him inside due to his unfortunate ankle twist. You see, for a professor deemed exemplary, and one who serves as the head of their house, what reason could there be to doubt his willingness to rise and protect his students in times of peril? But his office is merely 2 steps away. It remains unclear who uttered this exclamation. 2 trolls, armed to the teeth, had forcefully breached the entrance's protective enchantments. Fortunately, despite the professor's absence. The resistance was progressing relatively smoothly. It was not that Slytherin students were inherently braver than those from other houses, on the contrary. The house tradition of self-preservation as a virtue compelled even the most capable upperclassmen to retreat further into the shadows in such dire circumstances. Yet, one cannot help but ponder whether Salazar Slytherin possessed such foresight, anticipating a day when circumstances would unfold in this manner, leading him to design the structure of the Slytherin common room to be exceedingly narrow from the very inception of the school. This architectural choice rendered it impossible for the two gargantuan trolls to advance side by side, consequently alleviating the necessity for students to divide their focus in restraining two targets simultaneously, thereby having the pressure they faced. Although the stunning spell proved ineffective in inflicting direct harm upon the trolls, the furniture, statues, and chandeliers suspended from the ceiling that were propelled by the misfired spells served as tangible obstructions. Whenever the troll at the forefront paused to swat away the debris and sparks clinging to its visage, the one trailing behind was compelled to halt as well. These clumsy creatures were not soldiers, but rather unruly brutes, utterly oblivious to the concept of patience. However, the students would soon come to realize that this was not entirely a fortuitous circumstance. Shatter them to pieces. Lucian Bull's shattering spell, predictably, veered off course, failing to strike the troll he aimed at, and instead obliterating the serpentine wall hanging above it. Even had he succeeded, the outcome would likely have mirrored the ineffectiveness encountered by others thus far. Nevertheless, his lack of aim drew the scorn of onlookers. "If your aim on the pitch were as poor as that," Bull remarked his fellow chaser on the Slytherin Quidditch team, Peregrine Derrick, "it is no wonder you cannot even hit the Weasley twins riding their twig." He deliberately raised his voice, not merely to attract a larger audience, but seemingly as a means to bolster his own courage amidst the advancing trolls, which continued to draw closer, regardless of how sluggish their pace was. "Shut up," Bull exclaimed, beads of sweat dotting his brow. "You haven't performed any better than I have. Not on the pitch, nor here. Oh, I am indeed superior. Both on the pitch and here," Derrick retorted, his voice cracking, with an air he presumed was graceful, albeit slightly unsteady due to trembling hands. He raised his wand and aimed it at the head of the leading troll. "Behold, this is how a true wizard aims. Shatter them to pieces." Derrick's words bore fruit, for his spell demonstrated astonishing accuracy, overlapping almost perfectly with Bull's shattering spell, leading to the already precarious serpentine sculpture finally succumbing to its burdens and shattering. Though it was but a fleeting moment before the remnants scattered, the semblance of an expression imbued with deep resentment seemed to linger on the intact portion of the serpent's head, as if questioning, "Do you truly despise me so?" Perhaps, in a stroke of divine intervention from the founders, the largest fragment of debris careened fortuitously towards the head of the troll, striking its helmet with a resounding thud, accomplishing what Bull and Derrick had strived for throughout their lives. The ill-fitting pointed helmet was knocked askew, pinching a tender bit of flesh on its ear, causing the troll to bellow in pain. The armor donned by these colossal creatures was custom-made at a souvenir shop in Hanover, operated by Muggles, primarily catering to history enthusiasts with an array of replica ancient military gear, and it also accepted bespoke orders. The exorbitant prices, touted as inherited from the ancient craftsmanship of the 14th century, served merely to embellish the humble workshop's reputation, a fact that Chilo was oblivious to. A peculiar Eastern man had once advised him that, to avoid conflicting with the effects of exorcism, those charms should not be affixed to items that had been enchanted during the crafting process. Thus, while journeying through Germany in search of more wild trolls, he casually commissioned a batch of equipment from the Muggle shop. Naturally, to avoid drawing attention, he subsequently obliterated the owner's memory and, quite understandably, did not render payment. This act might have been the sole good deed he had performed since embracing his new fate in the forests of Albania. However, it was patently unrealistic to expect the trolls to appreciate their master's good intentions. One troll, obstructed from wreaking havoc, observed its comrade hopping in pain and could not suppress its laughter, thumping its belly heartily. Before the Slytherin students behind their cover could comprehend that they shared a common level of unity with the trolls, the ridiculed creature, humiliated and enraged, bellowed in fury and committed an act that no rational being would dare undertake. It seized the helmet that had protected it from at least 20 spells, crushed it with brute force, and hurled it far away. At that moment, an errant stunning spell, aimed haphazardly, struck it squarely on the nose. With the protective charms of the helmet no longer shielding it, the spell dazed the creature, though its inherent magical resistance prevented it from losing consciousness, only serving to intensify its rage. Finally, disregarding the bothersome restraints, it charged like a frenzied bull towards the students cowering behind their obstacles. "Fall back!" someone shouted amidst the chaos, prompting those who were slightly more forward to retreat promptly. Malfoy turned to flee as well, but he had forgotten that his sprained ankle had yet to heal. After just a few steps, he slipped and fell, accompanied by a cry of distress. The troll, noticing this lagging little human, roared and swatted away the armchair he had previously used as cover, extending its massive hand towards him, clearly not for a handshake. Wizards have long regarded trolls as the lowest in intellect among known magical creatures, hence the lowest grade in wizarding examinations is labeled T for troll, which is often interpreted as terrible. However, many examiners, including a majority, preferred the former interpretation. They were mistaken. Even if intellect levels were comparable, students like Crabbe and Goyle, who consistently received T grades, might possess noble qualities that ordinary trolls could never aspire to: friendship, a sense of justice, and a spirit of noble sacrifice. Some may scoff at the notion of applying such traits to describe Slytherin students, yet these two individuals have effectively countered such skepticism through their actions. Malfoy. With a thunderous roar, the giant grasped the silver serpent, which was still attempting to constrict its neck, in an effort to dislodge it from its form. Malfoy lay on the ground, seemingly oblivious to the world around him, as he witnessed his accessory being tugged relentlessly by the giant's enormous hand until it finally succumbed to the strain, shattering into two pieces. The fragmented silver rings scattered across the ground like a pool of blood. No. Simultaneously, the venom that had been ejected through the serpent's fangs coursed through the giant's entire nervous system. As it prepared to crush the wretched serpent, the giant bewilderingly discovered that its legs had inexplicably lost sensation, followed by its arms, and ultimately its entire body. The tumulated form collapsed awkwardly to the ground, its head landing perilously close to Malfoy's feet. "Don't just stand there, finish it off." Marcus Flint's urgent shout echoed from behind. Crabbe and Goyle exchanged bewildered glances, realizing they seemed to have never learned, or perhaps never mastered, any spells capable of inflicting harm upon the giant, even one that was unconscious. While the giant lacked a strong sense of kinship, it nonetheless felt a semblance of loyalty towards its kind, letting out a low growl as it charged forward, wielding a club, intent on avenging its fallen comrade. At that moment, Malfoy broke free from Crabbe and Goyle's assistance and stood tall. The giant hesitated momentarily, having never encountered that wolfish glint in the eyes of a human, especially one so small. In that fleeting moment of hesitation, the little human raised a small stick. "Wingardium Leviosa!" With a fierce roar, Malphus shouted. At his command, the lifeless head of Ulysses, upon closer inspection, it appeared to still be moving, floated upwards, then shot straight towards the giantess' face. The levitation charm was a fundamental spell introduced in the first year of Charms class, yet even in a fit of rage, executing it was no simple feat. The giant instinctively raised an arm to shield itself, but was met with a jarring metallic screech, followed by a piercing pain radiating from its arm. Dazed, it lowered its head to remove the serpent's head that had been impaled on its arm, only to discover two minuscule holes appearing on the inner side of its forearm. "Die, you hideous beast!" Before its dull mind could comprehend the meaning behind this final taunt, consciousness swiftly fled from it. EP 81. The wrath of nature. Unbeknownst to Severus Snape, tumultuous events were unfolding within the Slytherin common room, and quite frankly, he cared little for it. He prided himself on his perceptive judgment of character, convinced that the gaggle of inexperienced youths were likely cowering in fear, scuttling away in panic. It would come as no surprise if there were casualties, but as long as they were not complete imbeciles who forgot how to flee, they should manage to evade the grasp of those ludicrously inept Gryffindors. I mean, the ludicrously foolish trolls. What? He retaliated with his wand before succumbing to unconsciousness from a profusion of blood? Splendid. Our child displays remarkable bravery. Do you believe we should reward him with a new broomstick? It is essential to clarify that our intent in these remarks is not to foster a misunderstanding, suggesting that wizarding parents are heartless lunatics indifferent to their children's lives. Rather, we hope to illuminate the terrifying dissonance of common sense. Neville Longbottom, beset by the tribulations of the wizarding world, was currently undergoing a test of his understanding. Prior to the incident, he had intended to return the borrowed A Practical Guide to Mushroom Cultivation to the library, as Professor Sprout advised that beginners interested in herbology should start with the relatively low difficulty and cost-effective cultivation of fungi, especially since the third-year elder nearly had his hand broken for stealthily pilfering a rasher from a young apprentice's garden to stew with chicken. Herbology was Neville's favorite subject at Hogwarts, or rather, his sole passion. He performed dismally in almost all practical courses, with Snape even going so far as to award him a lower grade than Harry in potions, which speaks volumes. At Slytherin's behest, many students whispered derisively behind his back, mocking him as ineffectual, and even his fellow Gryffindors found it challenging to defend him due to his frequent accidental mishaps with his wand. For a freshman who had not yet completed a year, falling behind in practical classes was not uncommon. However, Neville's difficulties extended beyond mere practicalities. He struggled with rote memorization, was inept at all sports, especially Quidditch, faltered in social interactions, and was unskilled in self-presentation. Even the fundamental bravery that Gryffindors cherished seemed a scarce resource in his case. Neil held the Sorting Hat's decision to place Neville in Gryffindor in high regard. In fact, it was the last remnant of his fondness for that tattered hat. Regrettably, the prevailing consensus among most was at odds with his sentiment, as Neville endured a challenging existence at Hogwarts. Apart from the rigid, almost intimidating demeanor of Hermione, who could not overlook discrimination and bullying, and the occasional moral awakenings of Harry and Ron wishing to extend their concern, few were inclined to converse with him. Only within the greenhouse, surrounded by a myriad of plants, could Neville's heart find a fleeting respite. He cherished plants, for they were both tranquil and beautiful, exuding delightful fragrances. Not all magical plants emit scents that can be inhaled, Mr. Longbottom. Mr. Longbottom, are you still conscious? More importantly, they do not utter hurtful words, nor do they raise their fists to strike, and they certainly do not sprout legs to walk away simply because they dislike you. Regrettably, he found himself cornered by a group of unruly Slytherin students on his way to the library, within the confines of the Serpent House. The number of students who took pleasure in bullying the quiet little Longbottom as a form of moral cultivation was on the rise. Although the instigator, Malfoy, soon ceased his torment due to the unbearable onslaught of retaliatory jabs, the new trend that emerged was not easily quelled. Fortunately, despite having Snape backing them, these miscreants maintained a modicum of respect for school rules, limiting their bullying to minor spells and harmless hexes that would not send Madame Pomfrey into a frenzy, or simply delivering a few kicks to his backside. Thus, when 4 upperclassmen with mischievous grins encircled him, Neville's heart felt as tranquil as still water, with fear and anger so subdued that they stirred not a ripple. He stood there with his head bowed, striving to project an air of non-resistance, while inwardly hoping they would not damage the book he intended to return. The unexpected turn of events left all 5 present momentarily stunned. Neville, frightened, plopped down on the ground, while the 4 surrounding him instinctively recoiled, mouths agape in astonishment at the colossal figure that had seemingly descended from the heavens. Petrificus totalis. The sudden shout startled the giant, which sluggishly turned its head to see a diminutive figure sprawled beside it, resembling a chunk of meat, while 4 others scurried away in fright. The scene was as bewildering to it as if the floor had opened up to swallow it whole. However, unlike inedible bricks and tiles, the giant did not forget its instinctual response when faced with meat. It groped about on the ground and found the wooden stick that had fallen alongside it, using it as a makeshift crutch to rise to its feet. As for the copious drool pooling in its belly, it was of no concern. The giant harbored no peculiar notions of decorum. Perhaps due to the caster's singular focus on escaping, the petrification spell hurled at the giant proved less effective than intended. As the giant rose, amidst the rumbling sound of its flatulence, Neville sensed his body gradually regaining sensation, if only his sense of smell would remain dulled. He could not afford to wait for his legs to regain their ability to walk. Instead, he crawled away on all 4s in a desperate bid for safety. He knew he must appear quite ridiculous in this state, but in the face of crisis, such concerns paled in significance. The giant, observing his comical predicament, let out a hearty chuckle. This rotund little creature, desperately attempting to crawl away while exposing half of its posterior, simultaneously aroused both the giant's gluttonous and sadistic urges. It puffed out its belly, hoisted the stick onto its shoulder, and ambled leisurely after him. Having just been released from the ample and accommodating pantry, he was not particularly hungry. To prevent his satiety from tarnishing the delectable flavor of the little meat person, he decided to engage in some playtime instead. Unbeknownst to Neville, he had transformed in the giant's eyes into a peculiar construct akin to a bicycle assembled from edible materials. His singular thought was to flee. The giant behind him obstructed the path to the main staircase, forcing him to retreat into unfamiliar territory. After a series of exhausting twists and turns, Neville despairingly realized that he had unintentionally escaped towards the side entrance of the greenhouses, a route he frequented more than any other in Hogwarts, aside from those leading to the Great Hall and dormitories. Thus, the mischievous deity had manifested its influence upon him for the second time that day. Pushing open the greenhouse doors, he, unaccustomed to such exertion, had already exhausted himself by the time he arrived, gasping for breath as if flames were scorching his lungs. Only sheer willpower propelled him forward, stumbling towards his destination. However, this was where his limits were reached. His weary legs finally succumbed to fatigue. Just a few steps into the greenhouse, his knees buckled, and he collapsed to the ground, unable to rise again. The impact of his fall nearly plunged the beleaguered Neville into darkness, yet he struggled to lift his head. Eager to discern the outcome of his gamble, whether there was someone amid the greenery who could rescue him from the clutches of the giant. To his dismay, he found a square table draped in green velvet at the center of the greenhouse, surrounded by 4 benches, each occupied by a 6-foot-tall mandrake, forming a circle. Behind them loomed nearly double their number, spectators to some game they appeared to be engaged in, with an array of half-white, half-green square wooden blocks sprawled across the fabric. But then the giant made its entrance. Gardening, much like other cerebral pursuits, lay beyond their realm of knowledge. Yet, as an omnivorous creature, the giant relished not only meat but also fruits and tubers. In dire circumstances, it might even gnaw on a tree trunk, despite what offering no nutritional value. It provided a deceptive sense of fullness, spurring the giant to continue its quest for prey. With a resounding crash, the giant shattered the glass wall and entered the greenhouse, its mood akin to that of a creature that had stumbled into a farmer's food store. Most ripe fruits, nurtured by specially formulated fertilizers, had burgeoned to sizes that would daunt an average person. However, the giant displayed no peculiar signs beyond licking its lips in eager anticipation. It knew nothing of dietary balance, but the prospect of indulging in succulent little meat persons followed by fruit as a delectable dessert was simply delightful. The giant had never envisioned being led to such culinary treasures, and it felt a newfound sense of pride that it could boast about to its kin. In gratitude for the little meat person's kindness, it resolved to begin its feast with him. Lying on the ground, Neville futilely wriggled a few times. He had no strength left to struggle further. Had he been an exceptional wizard, or perhaps even one who bore a semblance of competence, he would have drawn his wand and resisted to the utmost. Yet he did not. At the card table, the mandrake with a cross-shaped scar upon its visage glanced at its dismal hand, then surveyed the scene of carnage wrought by the troll. The gathered onlookers had grown increasingly discontented with the presence of this foul creature, yet they lingered, reluctant to depart for fear of missing the spectacle of imminent chaos. Its hollow eye sockets narrowed, as if contemplating a scheme. Meanwhile, the troll had seized Neville by the ankle, hoisting him upside down with 2 fingers, preparing to discard him into its gaping maw. The mandrake sensed that the moment was ripe. It rose, kicking over the card table, and with its root-like tendrils, grasped a chair and hurled it forcefully at the troll's head. The creature let out a wretched cry, hastily releasing Neville to cover its bleeding nose. The other mandrakes, particularly the one on the verge of winning, emitted shrill protests, condemning such underhanded tactics, the aftermath nearly sending the already precarious Neville to the netherworld. However, as an emerging species, they exhibited remarkable solidarity. At this juncture, any discourse would be postponed until the foul beast was vanquished. The 3 mandrakes at the card table each hefted a bench, while the others either tore a leg from the table to wield as a weapon or dashed to the tool rack to seize shovels and pitchforks, charging towards the troll like a band of rural rabble from the 17th century. EP 82. The corpse puppet Rubeus Hagrid is universally acknowledged as a good man among the Hogwarts staff, second only to the charming Severus Snape and Argus Filch. He is sincere, kind-hearted, and ever eager to assist, embodying an approachable demeanor. However, upon deeper reflection, this perception appears rather peculiar. After all, this benevolent soul carries the burden of a first-degree murder charge that has lingered for 50 years. He was accused of illegally harboring acromantula spiders on school grounds, which led to the brutal murder of a female student. In private, Neil believes that from the moment Hagrid clandestinely kept such a grotesque creature in his cupboard, he deserved whatever fate befell him. Yet, due to the Ministry of Magic's inability to explain how a giant spider could kill a person without inflicting any external wounds, Hagrid ultimately escaped imprisonment. He merely had his wand destroyed and was forcibly expelled from Hogwarts. With Dumbledore's covert assistance, he remained at the school as the keeper of keys and grounds. These are facts we are already familiar with. However, what you may not know is that this great benefactor can, when provoked, easily snap the neck of a troll. The despicable Tom Riddle, who once framed him as the opener of the Chamber of Secrets, did not dare to exaggerate to such an extent. As the troll struggled, attempting to gouge out Hagrid's eyes, its resistance gradually waned. Hagrid slowly released his grip around the creature's neck, allowing the foul-smelling corpse, reminiscent of months of sun-baked decay, to collapse onto the ground as he leaned against the nearby railing, gasping for breath. Upon seeing Harry and his friends rush into the forbidden forest, Hagrid's immediate instinct was to pursue them. However, even he found it impossible to confront 3 trolls unarmed. Fortunately, those brutish creatures were sufficiently dim-witted that a few laps around the area would cause them to scatter foolishly, allowing for individual confrontations. Of course, even in one-on-one encounters, bringing down a troll remains a perilous endeavor. Hagrid's forehead was bleeding, a result of an elbow strike during a struggle for the troll's club. The repeatedly torn wound stained half his face crimson, making one eye nearly impossible to open. Beneath his thick beard, a large bruise marred his chin, swollen and painful. It was a foregone conclusion that his body bore numerous injuries beneath his clothing, as long as a fractured rib did not puncture a lungs. Hagrid felt he ought to be grateful. Harry and his companions might often overlook this fact, but Rubeus Hagrid is, in fact, 63 years old, a considerable age for his line of work. Despite the influence of his half-giant heritage, which bestows upon him a robust physique capable of easily lifting a horse as a child would a plush toy, his vitality no longer mirrors that of youth. He is acutely aware that with each passing second he delays, Harry and his friends face an escalating peril. It was not reason that kept him from recklessly charging into the forbidden forest, but rather the oxygen deprivation resulting from his blood loss. Despite the other self within Hagrid's mind incessantly shouting, "What time is there for this now?" the flickering vision compelled him to slowly lower himself against the wall. Oh, what a predicament! The metallic taste of blood made him instinctively want to spit, yet a profound reverence for the institution restrained this unsightly impulse. If only I were 20 years younger. Calm down, Professor. It's me. If you were to succumb to this monstrous ordeal and bleed out, I assure you, Mr. Potter and his companions would never forgive me. Neil sighed, using the back of his hand to wipe away the still damp blood from Hagrid's face, so he could see himself clearly. By the way, you can't possibly be 20 years younger again, Professor, at least not within the bounds of legality. So remember that before you engage in any foolishness next time, all right? Neil? Hagrid squinted at him, muttering, "What are you doing here?" The egg mid-sentence, he suddenly noticed that, apart from Neil, who was kneeling beside him to assess his fractures, there was yet another figure present. Someone whose countenance was as dark as if they had just risen from the grave. Yes, rest assured, my good Professor, it's right here, well preserved. The figure unstrapped a bundle from their back and waved it in front of Hagrid. Could you lift your arm, please? I need to realign your bones. I know it would be a trivial matter to mend it with a spell, but we must ensure your survival beforehand. Wouldn't you agree? Of course. If the benevolent and kind Professor Snape were to lend a hand, it would be much simpler. However, well, life seldom aligns with our desires, does it? Snape's expression suggested he was on the verge of throttling Neil. He approached and brusquely shoved Neil aside, opting not to draw his wand, but instead retrieving a bottle of dark green potion from his satchel, tossing it onto Hagrid's lap as if dismissing a beggar. Drink this. Hagrid was not incensed by Snape's lofty demeanor. Rather, he was taken aback. The poor keeper of keys had never witnessed Professor Snape exhibit such a surprisingly amiable disposition towards him. Yes, however one may describe this manner elsewhere, in Snape's case, it was indeed amiable. With somewhat unsteady hands, he cautiously grasped the bottle, removing the cork. The burnt aroma wafting from it made him recoil momentarily. Yet the thought of Harry and the others trapped in the forbidden forest, their fates uncertain, steeled his resolve. He tilted his head back and gulped down the viscous liquid in one go. Cough. Cough. It was to be expected that such a reckless consumption would lead him to cough violently, nearly reopening the wound on his forehead that had only just begun to clot. Neil had to gently steady him to prevent Hagrid from shaking uncontrollably with each cough. Ah, I feel the pain beginning to subside. As the cough gradually subsided, Hagrid's face regained a hint of color. He gasped for breath and expressed his gratitude. Thank you, Professor Snape. This is indeed quite effective. He pondered for a considerable time before settling on an adjective that was imbued with both arrogance and prejudice. Hagrid shook his head. No, Professor, I must go. Harry still. Yes, we are all aware. Snape remained silent, yet Neil impatiently waved his hand. What I mean is, we are about to address this matter. He thrust the tightly wrapped dragon egg into Hagrid's arms, although Hagrid was not entirely convinced until the very end. The combination of Snape's silent intimidation and Neil's incessant persuasion rendered his isolated position exceedingly difficult, compelling him to ultimately acquiesce to their goodwill. However, to his astonishment, the corridor leading to the forbidden area was notably quiet. Hagrid had mentioned that the three-headed giant blocking the door had been dealt with, yet Neil did not anticipate that. After such a length of time, no other peculiarities had emerged from within. To be cautious, he steadied his sword and surveyed the surroundings meticulously. Discovering nothing out of the ordinary, Snape, standing with his back to him, muttered a few incomprehensible incantations, causing dark brown ripples to spread across the carpet from beneath their feet. Clearly, Snape had no intention of exchanging opinions. However, judging from his unchanged expression, it could be inferred that his conclusion aligned with Neil's. Neil's demeanor grew grave as he executed a backflip, simultaneously drawing a spiritual talisman from his pocket. This was not the usual blank paper for simple spells, but a genuine talisman that he cast forward. His wooden sword then lunged, spearing the talisman, which erupted in a burst of blue flames, as if the paper itself were bleeding. Break! With a fierce shout, the air before him shattered like glass, revealing a colossal figure that had previously been rendered invisible. It seemed unfazed by the revelation of its perfect disguise. Silently swinging the weapon it wielded, a massive club wrapped in blood-marked white silk, downward with great force. Neil attempted to parry with his sword, yet the force transmitted through the hilt exceeded his expectations, forcing him to relinquish his defense and retreat, ultimately positioning himself behind Snape. It is easy to imagine the potion's master's perspective on the matter. With a stern expression, he raised his wand and mercilessly unleashed a green beam of death toward the creature. In principle, casting a killing curse on non-human entities does not violate the law. Yet even within the Auror's office, amidst professionals who navigate the front lines of dark magic combat, few possess the audacity to wield the unforgivable curse without any sense of moral conflict. There is a reason why these curses bear such a name. The monstrous creature staggered backward a step, yet did not topple over. Only then did the two finally discern its full form. It was an extraordinarily massive giant, towering at least 15 feet high, nearly brushing against the ceiling. Its leaden-gray skin was adorned with an array of bizarre symbols painted in black and red, while its vital areas were shielded by a notably superior metal armor compared to other giants. Strangely, this behemoth did not exhibit the restlessness characteristic of ordinary giants. It neither roared nor displayed any inclination towards carnage or destruction, instead standing motionless in a rather awkward posture. Neil's face turned ashen as he tilted his head back, his gaze sweeping over the multitude of festering wounds and the silver needle, as thick as a knitting needle, embedded in its crown. His expression gradually contorted with horror. He recognized such grotesque alterations, having only seen them in the illustrations used for instruction within the sect, and even then, they merely depicted instances where living beings were utilized as raw materials. A giant? Surely, this must be a jest. It was utterly uncontrollable. What on earth is this? He could not restrain himself from shrieking, each word punctuated with disbelief. It was nearly impossible to encapsulate the cacophony of emotions: anger, fear, despair, exhaustion, weariness, and a bewildered awe at the bizarre world, into a single term. What? Snape furrowed his brow, taken aback by the sight of this peculiar creature, which remained unfazed even before the killing curse. He had intended to maintain a high-pressure demeanor to extract information from Neil, yet the sheer terror etched on Neil's face startled him. What exactly is this? Stop being enigmatic. Tell me what you know. Neil seemed to disregard Snape's inquiry, grinding his teeth as he shouted to himself. A corpse puppet? A corpse puppet? Are you serious? How many years ago was that forbidden technique? What ancient monstrosity are we dealing with that has crawled out of some ancient tomb? Does it not understand the current rules of the cultivation world, where one is to eliminate first and inquire later when faced with such aberrations? EP 83 Breaking Free from the Forbidden Zone, Part 1, for Neil. The revelation that an ancient curse, dormant for centuries, was experiencing a resurgence on the British Isles was almost as shocking as his first encounter with Dumbledore, who, fully aware of what lay on the back of Chilo's head, still allowed him to roam freely within the school. Damn it. I've never heard of using a troll as a corpse puppet. Do they even consider how to control it afterwards? He exclaimed, raising his sword to shield Snape from the advancing troll. You go first, Professor. Don't mind this creature. We don't have time to waste. Just run for the door. I'll cover you. Snape hesitated, having already discerned that magic was ineffective against this peculiar troll. However, the thought of turning his back on a foul, rotting corpse or leaving a child to fend for himself weighed heavily on his pride. Listen, Professor, I don't want to say this, but we truly have no time left. The corpse puppet is exceedingly resilient. At this rate, it could play with us until dawn. Just imagine the situation inside the Forbidden Zone. Snape's expression contorted sharply. Does it have no weaknesses? He asked through clenched teeth. Neil grimaced and shook his head. From the looks of it, you might as well assume it has none. Snape seemed momentarily swayed, yet he glanced at Neil's frail shoulders and remained rooted in place. After a prolonged silence, he finally forced out, "You cannot stay behind alone." This appeared to be the extent of his goodwill. Uttering even a single additional word would have made him wish to sever his own tongue. Furrowing his brow, Snape opened his mouth to speak when a shadow whizzed above his head, darting straight toward the troll's skull. The troll, in a silent response, raised its club to swipe at it, but missed entirely, staggering back as the shadow collided forcefully with its forehead. "Aha, Matt, my dear Matt. You arrived just in time." It was only upon hearing Neil's theatrical praise that Snape recognized the true identity of the shadow. Is there a more loyal and dependable companion in this world? Even Pegasus pales in comparison. Regrettably, it seemed that the broomstick was not swayed by his flattery. It circled the troll twice, evading its grasping hands, and then swiftly struck the troll's already dysfunctional nose, reducing it to a pulp. How could it? The realization that his own magic was less effective than a mere broomstick almost compelled Snape to leap up in frustration, but Neil interrupted him loudly before he could finish. "No, that's a lengthy story. If you're interested, we can set aside a day later to discuss it over tea, all right? I know you're reluctant. Don't give me that look. Now, hurry up, while its attention is on Matt." As Harry and his companions ventured into the forbidden corridor, the great dog Fluffy lay sprawled on the ground, sound asleep. The thunderous crash resulting from Hagrid's encounter with the giant outside seemed to disturb it not in the slightest. Before Fluffy rested a harp that, though untouched, continued to produce haunting melodies. Alongside a small heap of indistinguishable fragments that might have been either blades of grass or scraps of paper. The trapdoor stood ajar beside its colossal paws, indicating that, regardless of the identity of the intruder, they had undoubtedly passed this way. The trio approached stealthily, and as they neared the three enormous heads, they could feel the warm, foul breath of the sleeping beast. "I believe we can slip past," Ron suggested, cautiously eyeing the gentle rise and fall of Fluffy's back in slumber. "Hermione, ladies first. Would you care to descend first?" "Lady first. Very well then." Ron bit his lip, evidently taken aback by his own sentiment, and gingerly stepped over Fluffy's leg, stretching his neck to peer into the opening below. "What do you see?" "Nothing. It's pitch black and there's no ladder. We'll have to jump." Harry also climbed over Fluffy to gaze into the abyss below. Just as Ron had indicated, it appeared to be a bottomless void. "All right then," he declared, "I'll go first." He slowly slid down the opening, ultimately grasping the edge with his fingertips. Looking up at Ron, he said, "If anything goes awry, do not follow me. Just head straight to the Ollery and send Hedwig to Professor Dumbledore. Understood?" "All right," Ron replied, blinking slowly, struggling to muster his words. "See you, I hope." With a sense of trepidation, Harry released his grip. The chilly, damp air rushed past his ears as he plummeted downward, falling, until, splash. With a peculiar, muffled thud, he landed upon something soft. Sitting up, he began to feel around. His eyes had yet to adjust to the dim light, but he sensed he was perched atop some sort of plant, sticky and slippery, yet, it seemed, devoid of menace. At least it was not like the man-eating plants in the greenhouse that would reveal countless hidden mouths armed with tiny, jagged teeth, eager to rend flesh upon arrival. "All clear." He called back to the opening. "There is something cushioning the fall. You can jump." Ron followed suit, landing on all fours beside Harry. "What on earth is this?" he inquired immediately. "I don't know. It appears to be some type of plant. Perhaps it's laid here to soften the impact of our descent. Come on, Hermione." Hermione hesitated for a moment, but ultimately descended with a third muted thud, landing on Harry's other side. "We must be very far from the school," she remarked, surveying their surroundings. "Honestly, thank goodness for this patch of plants cushioning our landing," Ron added, kicking at the damp mass beneath his feet. "Thank goodness for what?" Hermione suddenly screamed, her eyes just beginning to adjust to the darkness. And the first sight she beheld was the legs of two boys ensnared by slender vines. "Look at you two." She sprang up, struggling toward a damp wall, attempting to free herself from the serpent-like tendrils that sought to wrap around her ankles, managing to escape just before the vines could ensnare her completely. The two boys, witnessing this, desperately tugged at their own bindings, but they were already too tightly ensnared. The more they struggled, the more the vines tightened their grip. "Don't move," Hermione shouted at them. "I know what this is. It's Devil's Snare." Then for heaven's sake, think fast. I'm running out of breath, Harry exclaimed, desperately pulling at the vine that was about to wrap around his chest. Devil's snare, devil's snare. Yet, Hermione seemed lost in her own world, oblivious to his cries for help. With her eyes closed, she softly recited the incantations learned in herbology class. What did Professor Sprout say? It thrives in darkness and dampness. Then ignite it. Harry nearly gasped for air. Yes, of course, but there's no firewood here, Hermione exclaimed, anxiously stamping her foot. Firewood? Are you mad? Ron shouted, his eyes nearly bulging. Are you even a witch? I am. Ron rolled his eyes, mimicking Hermione's earlier tone. Thank goodness Harry didn't panic like you did at a critical moment. But there's no firewood. What kind of nonsense is that? If Neil saw that scene, he'd laugh so hard, he'd jump out of the window on the 8th floor. If you dare tell him about this, you're dead. Hermione shot him a fierce glare, though she did not deny her earlier foolishness. This way. Harry, not laughing, pointed down the stone corridor that extended into the depths. It was the only path available. The three of them entered in single file, and for a while, no one spoke. The corridor sloped downward, reminiscent of Gringotts to Harry. His heart raced as he recalled the legendary dragons guarding the Wizarding Bank's vaults, followed immediately by thoughts of the dragon egg Hagrid had smuggled. Anxiety swiftly replacing his fear. He wondered how Hagrid intended to handle it in the end. Can you hear anything? Ron whispered. Harry strained to listen. There seemed to be a faint rustling and a tinkling sound ahead. I don't know. It sounds like wings flapping. He felt the sound was somewhat familiar, yet he couldn't quite place it. There's a light ahead. I see something moving. They reached the end of the corridor, where a brightly lit room awaited them, featuring a high vaulted ceiling. Countless small birds, dazzling like jewels, flitted about, their wings fluttering as they flew around the room. In an instant, Harry recalled the eagle-shaped brooches that Ravenclaw students had recently taken to wearing. These brooches would leap from their owner's shoulders as they penned essays, standing nearby to point out spelling and grammatical errors, and if anyone attempted to plagiarize, they would administer punishment with their sharp beaks and claws. Across the room stood a heavy wooden door. Ron gestured towards it and inquired, Do you think if we cross the room, they will launch an attack on us? It's possible, Harry replied, the so-called noble Gryffindor spirit of reckless bravery igniting fiercely within him. They don't seem particularly fierce, but if they all charge at once, it could be problematic. Oh well, there's no other way. I'll just run for it. Taking a deep breath, he shielded his face with his arm and dashed swiftly to the other side of the room, expecting to be torn apart at any moment by sharp beaks and claws. He instead found himself unharmed. Arriving at the door, he pulled the handle, only to discover it was locked. Ron and Hermione soon joined him, and together they tugged and pushed, but the door remained steadfast. Hermione attempted the Alohomora spell, yet to no avail. What do we do now? Ron asked. Those birds. They can't just be for decoration, Hermione remarked. The three of them watched the little creatures flit about overhead, glimmering. They're not birds at all, Harry exclaimed, smacking his forehead as the source of a similar sound dawned on him. On the Quidditch pitch, his daily practice consisted of chasing after a similar golden trinket. They are keys. Winged keys. Look closely. Ron and Hermione gazed up at the swarm of fluttering keys, while Harry surveyed every corner of the room, inspired by the image of the golden snitch. Sure enough, a row of flying broomsticks lined a shelf against the wall. I've got it. Look, brooms. We must go up and catch the key to that door. But there are hundreds of keys up there, Ron observed, scrutinizing the lock on the door. We're looking for a large key, one that is quite old. Hermione silently tugged at his sleeve. It might be silver. As for its shape, Hermione, I'm a bit preoccupied here. Doesn't see that one on the floor with the crack look similar? EP 84 Breaking Out of the Forbidden Zone, Part 2. The half-dead silver key appeared to perfectly align with Ron's assumptions regarding the key that corresponded to the lock. As Harry approached and attempted to grasp it, the key weakly flapped its wings in a futile attempt to escape, but to no avail. The last individual who had captured it must have been quite rough. A significant crack marred the key's handle, as if it had been struck with a blunt object. This was hardly surprising, considering one cannot expect a shameless thief to possess noble character. The unfortunate truth about villains is that there are circumstances beyond your control, yet you cannot step forward to vindicate yourself. Harry seized the key and dashed towards the door, inserting it into the keyhole and twisting it with force. With a satisfying click, the lock sprang open. Success. Ron cheered. Too bad you didn't get to see my broom riding skills. Harry released his grip, and the key weakly flapped its wings, attempting to flee from the keyhole, but it failed miserably. Its pitiful state stirred Harry's compassion, prompting him to lend a hand. He carefully grasped the key's handle and gently pulled it free, placing it on the floor beside him. The key still appeared weary, but perhaps it was merely an illusion. It seemed to be in slightly better spirits. "All right, are we ready?" Harry smiled at the key before turning to Ron and Hermione, his expression becoming serious as he inquired. Upon seeing his smile vanish, they ceased their banter and nodded solemnly, so he pushed the door open. What lay before them was a pitch-black room, devoid of visibility. However, Harry had begun to grasp the nature of these challenges. They were not mere obstacles to thwart thieves, but trials to test the capabilities of challengers in various aspects, rather than simply ambushing them with unexpected arrows. Thus, he hesitated not, and boldly stepped into the encroaching darkness. As they crossed the threshold, the room was suddenly illuminated, revealing a shocking scene. The trio found themselves standing beside a colossal chessboard, surrounded by towering chess pieces carved from an unknown stone. "What are we supposed to do here?" Harry whispered, feeling a chill at the sight of the faceless pieces. "Isn't it obvious?" Ron replied, his voice tinged with excitement. "We must play chess to get through." He gestured towards the opposing side, where a line of white pieces stood ready, behind which lay a door. "Very well." Hermione appeared somewhat anxious but feigned calmness as she asked, "Which of you is better at chess?" Without hesitation, Harry pointed to Ron, who feigned indifference, straightening his posture. "All right then," she shrugged, seemingly less concerned about this query than about riding a broom, perhaps because wizard chess was not a mandatory subject at Hogwarts. "So, how do you intend to proceed?" "In my opinion," he declared, "we must act as the pieces ourselves." He approached a black knight, extending his hand to pat the knight's steed. Instantly, the stone sprang to life. The horse began to paw at the non-existent earth, while the knight turned its helmeted head, gazing down at him with an imposing presence. This silent pressure caused Ron to waver slightly, yet he mustered his courage to exclaim, "Do we, have to accompany you to pass?" The Black Knight nodded in affirmation. Ron turned to glance at Harry and Hermione, his expression conveying a silent "What did I tell you?" "We need to think this through," he said. "I fear we must replace the 3 black pawns here." "Let me ponder." Harry and Hermione remained silent, acutely aware of their own limitations in chess. After approximately half a minute, Ron lifted his head, seemingly having devised a plan. "All right, Harry. You take the position of that bishop. Hermione, stand beside him. You are at the corner of the castle. No, wait, the opposite side of the board." Harry observed Hermione as she fumbled to find her place. "And what about you?" "Me?" Ron puffed out his chest. "I shall mount the horse and assume the role of a knight." Although he had reservations about the notion of Ron being the only one to command the black pieces from atop a towering steed while he himself scuttled between colossal chess pieces like a dwarf, Harry soon realized that in this match, he was indeed deserving of such treatment. "Move left for spaces, Harry," Ron shouted from the horse. Without time to contemplate, Harry dashed towards the designated spot. Much like most board games, Wizard's chess involved alternating turns. Yet, amidst the chaos of innumerable colossal pieces clashing, Harry felt an illusion that he was ensnared in the very center of a tumultuous battlefield, where a single misstep could lead to an arrow piercing his throat. The White Queen rampaged through their ranks, shattering black pieces one after another. Several times, Harry witnessed her advance aggressively to a position directly in front of him or Hermione, poised to wield her lethal chair and crush them into a pulp. However, whenever such peril arose, Ron adeptly maneuvered them to safety or directed other pieces to restrain the threat, deftly transforming danger into opportunity. Simultaneously, he had to ride the black horse amidst the white pieces, darting left and right, seizing the moment when the queen was momentarily overwhelmed to eliminate the remaining pieces, ensuring that the losses on both sides remained evenly matched. Gradually, the number of surviving pieces dwindled, and Harry finally breathed a sigh of relief, allowing himself to calmly assess the state of the board. As for Hermione, perhaps the shock of witnessing the other Black Knight being ruthlessly dismantled had left her in a stupor. She now appeared dazed, her eyes vacant, speaking not a word, merely following Ron's directions with a mechanical obedience. The White Queen stood resolute, having left a trail of black fragments in her wake, her faceless visage directed at Ron, her fingers impatiently tapping against the back of her chair. Ron had few pieces left at his disposal. While he defended himself, Harry and Hermione, as their chess pieces, maneuvered the board, forcing him to endure numerous additional losses. There were no longer sufficient pawns to lure the rampaging woman, wielding a chair to wreak havoc, into a trap. He stared at the White Queen for a moment, as if grappling with a difficult decision. "Very well," he murmured. "There's no other option. I shall be the bait." "What?" "No," Harry shouted, and the dazed Hermione regained her senses, echoing his protest. "This is chess," Ron declared fiercely, though his face was pale as a ghost. "Some sacrifices are always necessary. If I move forward, she will take me. And you will have the opportunity to checkmate the king, Harry. But do you really want to protect the Philosopher's Stone? Ron, hurry. If we don't act quickly, that thief will seize the Philosopher's Stone." Ron shouted hoarsely, his fear of losing the stone overshadowed by the terror of changing his mind. "Are you ready?" Ron called out, his face ashen yet resolute. "When I go, remember, after winning, don't worry about me. Just run straight to the door. We have no time to waste here. Ron, I'll see you later, hopefully." Ron forced a grim smile, mimicking Harry's tone as he jumped down from the trapdoor, attempting a poorly timed joke. He nudged the horse with his leg, and the stone horse advanced a step, seemingly in agreement. The White Queen immediately lunged, raising the chair and striking the horse's neck with a heavy blow. The horse shattered, sending Ron tumbling to the floor. Hermione gasped in horror but remained within her square. Ron lay motionless on the chessboard. He appeared uninjured, yet was completely unconscious. "Don't move, Hermione," Harry urged with a trembling voice, then stepped forward, moving 3 squares to the left, landing directly in front of the White King, occupying the same square. "You were checkmated," he cried out hoarsely. For a fleeting moment, he genuinely feared that the piece, towering 3 times his height, would cheat and simply kick him off the board. However, the enchanted chess pieces proved to have more integrity than Harry had anticipated, or perhaps their intelligence was less than he had imagined. The White King removed his crown and tossed it at Harry's feet, while the other white pieces bowed and retreated, clearing the path for them to advance to the door. They had won. "Well, he will be fine," Harry interrupted Hermione before she could finish, striving to convince himself of this truth. "What do you think will happen next?" Hermione sniffed, striving to temporarily cast aside the image of Ron's dire predicament. "We have navigated Professor Sprout's enchantments, and it was undoubtedly Professor Flitwick who bewitched those keys. Professor McGonagall transformed the chess pieces, bringing them to life. Now, we must confront Professor Quirrell's magic, as well as Snape's." As they spoke, they arrived at a door. "Are you all right?" Harry whispered. "Let us go in," Hermione replied, taking a deep breath. Harry nodded and pushed the door open. As the door creaked ajar, a nauseating stench assaulted their senses, forcing them to raise their garments to cover their mouths and noses. Yet even then, tears welled in their eyes from the overpowering odor. However, apart from the foul smell, the room was utterly devoid of anything else. Harry shook his head. "I don't know. Perhaps the last person to pass through here helped us with the enchantments. Let us move. He must be just ahead." He opened the next door, and for a moment, they hesitated to glimpse what awaited them. Yet, there was nothing terrifying in sight, only a table adorned with 7 bottles of various shapes. The door to the next chamber loomed not far ahead, guarded by a wall of black flames. As they stepped over the threshold, intending to approach for a closer look, the entrance behind them was abruptly sealed by a surge of purple flames. "Snape's magic," Harry muttered to himself, his disdain for Snape evident even in this precarious moment. "What should we do?" "Wait, I believe this must be a clue," Hermione said as she picked up a scroll of parchment resting beside the bottles. Harry leaned in to see, but the paper contained a nonsensical riddle that he could not decipher, seemingly unrelated to the bottles before them. Hermione exhaled deeply, and to Harry's astonishment, she broke into a smile, a feat he found impossible in their predicament. "This is brilliant," she exclaimed. "This is not magic. It is logical reasoning, a riddle. Even many of the greatest wizards lack logical thinking skills, leaving them forever trapped here." Harry feigned ignorance to her audacious remark that seemed to insult the entire wizarding community. "What about us? We can't escape either, can we? But how do we know which potion to drink?" Hermione pondered. "Give me a moment." She read the parchment several times, pacing before the row of bottles, murmuring to herself as she pointed to one or another. Finally, her eyes lit up, and she clapped her hands in delight. "I've got it," she declared. "This smallest bottle will allow us to pass through the black flames and obtain the Philosopher's Stone." Harry picked up the inconspicuous little bottle and shook it in the firelight. It felt incredibly light, and he could barely hear the sound of liquid sloshing within. "There's barely enough for one person to drink," he frowned, "not even a mouthful." They exchanged glances, and eventually, Harry spoke again. Hermione pointed to the round bottle on the far right. "This is too dangerous. You cannot face this alone." "Well, even Voldemort could not bring me down, remember?" Harry forced a smile, gesturing to the scar upon his forehead. "Do not fret. A mere thief certainly cannot harm me. Furthermore, if your concern is genuine, do hasten to find someone to assist, would you?" Had he known that he would be the subject of Neil's laughter for many years to come due to this boastful utterance, he might have chosen a different expression to convey his courage. EP 85. At a crucial moment, Matt executed a deft turn in midair, slipping beneath the giant's legs and maneuvering to its rear. The colossal creature clumsily shuffled in place, attempting to pivot like an overburdened truck trying to turn around in a narrow alley. It swung its club at the spot where Matt had just passed, yet failed to graze even a single hair. With the winds of change and the soaring dragon-esque grace, the sword's edge commands, and the vast sea bows in deference. Seizing the opportunity, Neil leapt onto its back, swinging his arm as he aimed to strike at the creature's nape. Technically speaking, the peachwood sword was not a true weapon, but rather a spell catalyst akin to a wand. However, once infused with the proper magical energy, it could become remarkably sharp, capable of slicing through the carapace, fur, and bones of lesser beasts as effortlessly as a hot knife through butter. Unsurprisingly, despite Neil's full weight bearing down, the blade encountered formidable resistance, merely grazing the thick, leaden skin and becoming stuck after leaving a shallow wound. Dark, viscous pus erupted from the injury, reminiscent of oil. This bleeding was an essential step in the process of handling a corpse, suggesting that this creature had likely been transformed into a corpse puppet while still alive, enduring a painful and protracted ordeal. This was quite unreasonable, as one would expect to put it out of its misery before engaging, to avoid a myriad of unforeseen complications. The individual responsible for such an act, unless driven by some sordid amusement, must surely be a novice utterly ignorant of the craft. Neil had ample reason to suspect that this ignorant novice was none other than Chilo himself. The enigmatic nefarious Taoist behind him was known to skimp even on talisman quality, making it hard to fathom that he would willingly undertake the more troublesome task of corpse puppet creation. In contrast, Neil was inclined to believe that Chilo had cobbled together this creature using the magical artifact provided by others. Judged by the standards of a beginner, the result was surprisingly commendable. Comparatively, the safety of Mr. Potter and the Philosopher's Stone took precedence. In extreme circumstances, had he not encountered Snape along the way, he might have even considered shaking off this creature to pursue the goal alone, indifferent to any unfortunate bystanders. Ironically, that might have proven easier. Thus Snape's appearance ultimately compounded his responsibilities. As Snape descended from the trapdoor, he could scarcely have imagined the unexpected burden that awaited him. All right. Stay calm and reflect. Where did I read about all this? Upon entering the room filled with a multitude of fluttering keys, Snape found Hermione Granger and Ron Weasley already present. Wesley lay motionless on the ground, resembling a heap of lifeless clay. Whether due to dizziness or death was unclear. Hermione was desperately trying to hoist him onto a flying broomstick, but her efforts were in vain, and it seemed she was on the verge of tears. McGonagall and Flitwick often praised this student for his diligence and academic excellence. Yet it appeared that first-year students were incapable of the feat of simultaneously riding a broom while using the levitation charm to transport another person. Unbeknownst to her, Hermione's primary challenge lay in simply keeping herself on the broom without falling, while the efficacy of the levitation charm was secondary. Observing the pair, Snape felt a surge of intense annoyance, a sentiment distinctly different from his usual disdain for all Gryffindor students. 3 individuals had ventured into the Forbidden Zone. Yet only 2 remained, one in a state of utter confusion and the other in a precarious condition. This situation left him with a profound sense of discomfort, which he would never admit, thus exacerbating his emotional turmoil. He slowed his pace, consciously suppressing his rapid breaths, and feigned a nonchalant demeanor as he coldly addressed Hermione, who had yet to notice him in the distance. "What are you doing?" "Essence Snape." "Professor?" Hermione turned stiffly, resembling a malfunctioning automaton. Upon seeing Snape's grave expression, her pupils dilated in surprise. "I mean you. Shouldn't you be?" The corner of Snape's eye twitched, yet Hermione seemed oblivious to her own words. She gazed up at Snape, then glanced at the door leading deeper into the shadows, her face a portrait of confusion. "But, if that isn't you, then who is the thief?" As Hermione passed through the returning violet flames, Harry inhaled deeply, uncorking the small vial in his hand and downing the scant remaining liquid. Uncertain of how long this minuscule sip would sustain him, he wasted not a moment and hurried towards the ominous black flames ahead. The inky flames licked at his body. Yet he felt no heat, only the blinding glare of countless dancing sparks. When his vision cleared, Harry found himself standing in the final chamber, and notably, he was not the first to arrive. Quirinus Quirrell, the perpetually timid and peculiar defense against the dark arts teacher, stood on the opposite platform, regarding him with an unsettling grin. "You?" Harry gasped, nearly breathless. Neil and Hagrid's insistence had briefly led him to entertain the faint possibility that Snape might not be the traitor. Yet he had never imagined that the person he sought would be Quirrell. Quirrell chuckled, his laughter unervingly at ease, unlike his usual demeanor. "It is I," he said lightly. "I was just contemplating whether I would encounter you here, Potter. But I thought Snape." "Snape?" Quirrell erupted into laughter, a sound that sent chills down Harry's spine. "Snape is merely a fool, incapable of discerning who his true master is." He spoke with a fierce tone, then abruptly shifted his narrative. "Yet, he is indeed useful. Is he not? He flits about like a colossal bat, heedless of the disdain he provokes in others. With such a nefarious figure in play, who would dare question the pitiable, stuttering Professor Quirrell?" With that, he erupted into laughter. Harry found himself struggling to comprehend the absurdity of the scene before him. "But Snape once sought to harm me." No, poor child. "It was I who wished you dead during that Quidditch match. It was my curse aimed at you. Had Snape not been there attempting to counter my spell, you would have surely perished. Snape wanted to save me, of course," Quirrell said coldly. "Speaking of which, I still cannot fathom why my spell suddenly faltered back then. What trickery did you employ?" It appeared he had yet to notice Neville. Harry bit his lip and stepped back. Quirrell regarded him with a sneer. "Never mind. Do you know? This entire exchange is a waste of time, for regardless of the circumstances, you shall meet your demise here today." With a sharp snap of his fingers, several ropes emerged from thin air, ensnaring Harry tightly. "Now, just sit quietly, Potter. My master will attend to you personally soon. For now, I must examine this intriguing mirror closely." Only then did Harry notice the object standing behind Quirrell. It was the mirror of Ariste. "This mirror is the key to finding the Philosopher's Stone," Quirrell murmured, tracing the ornate frame with his fingers. "Only Dumbledore could possess such a thing. I waited a long time to seize the opportunity when he was away from the school, but where is the stone hidden?" Quirrell circled the mirror entirely, ultimately fixating his gaze upon its surface, his expression growing increasingly avaricious. "Aha, I see the Philosopher's Stone. I am prepared to present it to my master. But how do I extract it?" Harry struggled desperately against the binding ropes, yet they constricted tighter. He was uncertain of the purpose of his efforts. But he had to divert Quirrell's attention from the mirror. "But I thought Snape despised me." "Oh, that is indeed true," Quirrell replied nonchalantly. "Good heavens, he certainly loathes you. You are unaware that he attended Hogwarts with your father, are you? They harbored mutual hatred, sworn enemies. Yet, he never wished for your demise. I suppose, you mentioned your master. Who is he?" Harry racked his brain for another topic. "I see no one else here." Quirrell's demeanor shifted. He glared at Harry with a fierce intensity. "Show some respect, Potter." A tremor of fear and rage flickered across Quirrell's face. "You speak of the greatest wizard of all time. Wherever I go, he accompanies me," he muttered to himself. "I encountered him while traveling the world. At that time, I was merely a foolish young lad, harboring a ludicrous perspective on good and evil. It was he, the Dark Lord, who illuminated my misconceptions. In this world, there exists no absolute good or evil, only those who wield power, and the incapable who are deprived of it. From that moment forth, I devoted myself unwaveringly to his service. Yet, I have often disappointed him, and he has always been exceedingly stern with me. He rarely forgives my transgressions. When I failed to procure the Philosopher's Stone from Gringotts, his displeasure was palpable. He punished me and resolved to monitor my actions more closely thereafter." "Did you infiltrate Gringotts?" "It was not I who acted directly," Quirrell scoffed, a sneer gracing his lips. "In truth, I should have undertaken the task myself. Those imbeciles are utterly incompetent. Their only redeeming quality is their unwavering loyalty. But fret not. I shall soon demonstrate who the most exemplary servant of the master truly is." He disregarded Harry entirely, raising his arms high towards the mirror. Harry heard a muffled voice speaking and was horrified to discover that it seemed to emanate from within Quirrell himself. He could not discern the exact words. Yet Quirrell clearly understood. Yes, utilize that boy. Of course, exploit that boy." He turned to Harry. "Come here, Potter. The master has spoken." Fortuitously. "I did not kill you last time, did I?" With a clap of his hands, the ropes binding Harry loosened automatically. Harry slowly stood up, rubbing his wrists, which were marked with red welts, while cautiously maintaining his distance from Quirrell. "Come here," Quirrell reiterated. "Gaze into the mirror and relay what you see to me. Should you dare to be cunning, I shall ensure you face dire consequences." He approached the mirror, hesitating before raising his gaze to its surface, which no longer reflected the images of his parents. Instead, the mirror revealed Harry holding a red stone, smiling as he waved it before slipping it into his pocket. Harry felt a disquieting sensation as something indeed rolled into his own pocket at that moment. Quirrell stood behind him, scrutinizing his every move. He hesitated to reach into his pocket to ascertain what it was, and it seemed he need not do so. Splendid, he numbly thought. You just handed me this trinket? What do you expect me to do now? Engage him in combat? Well? Quirrell appeared somewhat impatient, unable to restrain himself from nudging Harry from behind. What did you see? Harry stood on the precipice of an ultimate decision. EP 86 Awakening. As for the other half of the reason, well, this is a bit more personal, so let us speak of it in hushed tones here. He attempted to cheat, to break the enchantment that McGonagall had placed upon those pieces, but to no avail, which demonstrated that his adversary's mastery of transfiguration surpassed his own. I suppose, perhaps, this incident may have instilled a tinge of jealousy in him. I mean, you understand, individuals of their ilk often harbor a certain, arrogance. Please don't disclose that it was I who said this, all right? We are uncertain whether the puzzle was originally designed with brute force as a potential option among the so-called correct answers. Yet after Snape waved his wand and obliterated all the pieces indiscriminately into a myriad of shards, no peculiar entities emerged to hinder his progress. This vast chamber with the chessboard is the penultimate of all the mechanical puzzles. Beyond this lies only the area designed by Snape himself, positioned between him and Quirrell. What? Potter 2? If you say so, then so it is. It is a straightforward logical reasoning problem, the riddle transcribed from a Muggle children's primer. Albeit with some symbolic modifications to specific terms, his pride would not allow him to invest excessive effort in what Dumbledore had dubbed the Potter playground. Just as he believed he was but a step away from his destination, a sudden wave of intense dizziness assailed him, compelling him to kneel upon the ground. He felt a searing sensation in his left forearm, a discovery that sent chills racing down his spine. Cold sweat poured from Snape's brow as he rolled up his sleeve, dreading the sight of that skull with its hollow eyes fixated upon him, just as it had over a decade ago. Fortunately, the most dreadful scenario he had imagined did not materialize. The place where the dark mark had once seared his arm was now merely a blurred red imprint. In that fleeting moment, the dizziness and burning sensation gradually receded as swiftly as they had come, as if they had never existed at all. It was evident that the Dark Lord had not truly perished, yet neither had he fully resurrected. The mark's fleeting reaction likely signified that he had taken a considerable step towards the left side of the indistinct boundary between life and death. Curiously, that very moment, accompanied by the searing pain, brought forth a heart-wrenching howl of anguish into his mind. Whatever that individual intended to do, or was currently doing, was evidently fraught with difficulties. Snape, pale-faced, shook his head, striving to compose himself. He had a hypothesis that was perhaps strikingly close to the truth, though not particularly optimistic, and it required immediate verification. Fortunately, he was alone. His limping, desperate dash forward would not be witnessed by others. Just a moment longer. I will remember. I must remember. There must be a chance of recollection. Despite his own words gradually sowing seeds of doubt within him, Matt did not abandon his post. Instead, he continued to soar in circles around the troll, persistently drawing its attention to swing its club in his direction. It is not due to any profound trust or loyalty towards its master. Rather, it simply deems the preservation of its broom shed more paramount after weighing the two evils. However, Neil is not intentionally stalling for time. The creator of the corpse puppet has not made an appearance in many years, and including the sect's educational policies. Everyone believes that instead of wasting time learning how to counter a sorcery that one might never encounter in a lifetime, it is far more prudent to devote energy to honing more practical skills, even if it means chopping a few extra bundles of firewood in the process. Under such circumstances, Neil feels it is already commendable that he can recall the existence of a certain incantation. What was it again? Something like Jeyu. No. That S definitely incorrect. That is used to repel female ghosts. As his recollection progresses to this point, he can even vividly remember the peculiar grimaces his master made that day, trying to dislodge a chicken bone lodged between his teeth with his tongue. Yet he cannot grasp the critical part of the spell. Matt continues to maintain his hold, but the corridor is exceedingly narrow, lacking the alternating personnel required. The giant is gradually adapting to its flying speed. Yes, I understand what you wish to convey. It is indeed difficult to fathom that such a creature possesses the capacity to learn. Nevertheless, it is an invention designed for efficient killing. I could occupy an hour or two elucidating its mechanics, but I prefer not to, as I am reluctant to spend double the time later explaining to the esteemed Taoists why I am so well versed in a forbidden technique. The giant hoisted its club high above its head, summoning all its strength to swing it downwards at an angle. Matt abruptly halted midair to evade it. However, the momentum of the heavy club crashed into the wall, which, already riddled with cracks from previous impacts, finally succumbed to the strain and collapsed with a resounding crash. Having just come to a sudden stop, Matt could not accelerate in time and was buried beneath the cascade of bricks and debris. A torrent of flames erupted from the talisman he cast, engulfing the giant's massive form entirely. Its decaying skin rapidly began to carbonize, and the excessive subcutaneous fat crackled ominously under the searing heat, releasing an unimaginable, horrific stench. Even so, the creature did not perish. The flames had no effect on its movements as it slowly turned around, gripping the club with its bony hands and advancing menacingly towards Neil. The colossal figure appeared increasingly ferocious amidst the rolling black smoke. Splendid, Neil muttered irritably, bracing himself. Just give me another 2 minutes. Before he could finish his sentence, the advancing giant suddenly halted. The fire talisman had nearly reduced it to a charred corpse, but based on Neil's understanding of corpse puppets, that alone could not account for its cessation of movement. A tense silence lingered for a brief moment, then the already scorched club slipped silently from the giant's grasp, shattering upon impact with the ground. This acted as a signal, and in the next instant, the giant itself toppled to the ground, lifeless. Neil cautiously approached the fallen giant, gingerly prodding its head with his sword. However, such an inspection was utterly superfluous. The soul-binding needle sealing the giant's pressure points had turned completely black, devoid of any luster, indicating that the connection with the caster had been irrevocably severed. Unless unforeseen circumstances arose, Quirinus Quirrell should be dead, though it remained unclear whether it was Mr. Potter or Professor Snape who had enacted this noble deed. At that moment, the disheveled Matt emerged from beneath the rubble, his body marred with scratches, presenting a pitiful sight. "Are you all right, old man?" Matt twisted in the air in a mock display, as if inviting Neil to assess his condition. All right. I concede. This time it was my blunder." Neil feigned submission, shrugging his shoulders with a faint smile. "However, I have good news to share." Matt took a cautious step back. Yet his curiosity proved insurmountable, prompting him to lean in closer, eager to hear what Neil had to say. "Guess what? I've recalled how to articulate that incantation." The enchanted broomstick retaliated with a furious strike aimed at his head. Harry found himself ensnared in a nightmarish vision. He dreamt of the grotesque Quirrell clutching his throat, his desperate attempts to escape proving futile. Just then, Quirrell's head twisted a full 180 degrees, revealing a contorted human face on the back of his skull, which gaped wide and swallowed itself whole. Subsequently, Harry plunged into a void, plummeting endlessly. Suddenly, a shimmering golden object appeared above him. It was the golden snitch. Without a moment's hesitation, Harry reached out to grasp it, but the sensation felt awry. It was not the snitch, but rather, a pair of glasses. He blinked vigorously, and the pristine white ceiling of the hospital wing gradually came into focus. It was then that Harry realized he had awakened. Lying on a soft hospital bed, his right hand awkwardly clutching his glasses. Dazed, he donned his glasses and propped himself up, only to discover he was not alone in the room. Professor Dumbledore sat in a chair beside his bed, beaming at him. "Good afternoon, Harry." Initially, Harry stared blankly at him, then suddenly recollected. "Sir, the Philosopher's Stone. It was Quirrell. He obtained the stone." "Sir, quickly calm down, dear child. Your words are somewhat outdated." Dumbledore interjected. "Quirrell did not acquire the Philosopher's Stone." "Then who did?" "Sir, I recall placing it in my pocket in the mirror, attempting to deceive him, but failed." "Harry, I understand your memories are somewhat muddled, but please remain composed, or Madame Pomfrey will have me thrown out." "It was a gift from your friends and admirers," Dumbledore noted, observing Harry's puzzled expression, and continued with a smile. "Everything that transpired between you and Professor Quirrell in the dungeon is a complete secret, and secrets have a way of spreading. So naturally, the entire faculty and student body are now aware. At present, due to the issue with the giant, everyone is exceedingly busy, yet it appears that many still wish to express their admiration for you. Is that common knowledge? How long have I been here?" Harry abruptly lifted his head. Dumbledore's words resonated with him, for his mind was indeed a muddled mess. 3 days. "Mr. Ron Weasley and Miss Granger would undoubtedly feel relieved to know you have awakened. They have been quite anxious about you, Harry." The mere mention of Ron and Hermione sent a tremor through Harry's heart, grateful that they were safe. However, confusion still lingered. "But, sir, what exactly transpired?" "I only recall Quirrell discovering the items in my pocket, and then we grappled over the Philosopher's Stone. I hit my head on the steps, and then..." Dumbledore shrugged helplessly. It seems there is no way to divert your attention. Very well, let us be succinct. Professor Quirrell was unable to seize it from you. Professor Snape arrived just in time to thwart him. Nevertheless, I must commend you. You handled yourself quite well on your own. Snape? Professor Snape, Harry, Dumbledore gently corrected. You might consider being a tad more gracious towards your savior. Harry sat there, dazed on his bed, as fragmented memories began to coalesce. I saw beneath Quirrell's turban. Dumbledore's smile faded, and he solemnly nodded. Indeed, I owe you an explanation regarding that matter, do I not? He stroked his beard, his expression tinged with bitterness. Firstly, I must confess, I did not anticipate that events would escalate to such a degree, and for that, I owe you an apology. But believe me, I have already paid a significant price before arriving here. You have certainly made quite a few good friends, Harry. EP. 87. A wave unsettled. Where shall we begin our discourse? How much do you remember? You noticed a face on Quirrell's head, did you not? Harry nodded. Is he Voldemort? I trust Hagrid has informed you of how Voldemort murdered your family and attempted to take your life, only to ultimately fail. Your mother gave her life to protect you. The protective magic she bestowed upon you rebounded Voldemort's lethal curse back upon himself, severely wounding him, he explained. I still recall her vividly. Lily Potter, then known as Lily Evans, was an extraordinarily gifted witch. Yet, not a single soul, myself included, envisioned that she could achieve such a remarkable feat of vanquishing the most malevolent dark wizard in history. How did she accomplish such a feat? Love, Harry, Dumbledore replied kindly, gazing at him. Your mother lacked the terrifying powers of Voldemort, yet she possessed an unwavering love for you. Voldemort scorned such power, as he has never experienced such emotions. He remains oblivious to the formidable nature of love, courage, and the spirit of sacrifice. Afterward, nearly everyone believed he was dead, yet I have always harbored doubts. And the outcome, as you have witnessed, regrettably confirmed my suspicions. He has been attached to Quirrell? I do not believe it was always, Dumbledore stated. At least from my perspective. Until last year, Quirinus Quirrell was merely an ordinary instructor at this school. His suspicious behavior only began this academic year. We suspect something transpired during his travels last summer that transformed him into his current state, but it was only recently that I realized that something was Voldemort. Harry swallowed hard. For over a decade, Voldemort has been silent. It is inconceivable that this was by his own volition. He lost his corporeal form, and his soul is feeble. Quirrell may very well be the first individual he successfully ensnared. Prior to this, he likely had to survive by dwelling within small creatures. This desperate need for the power of the Philosopher's Stone stems from the allure of possessing a body that truly belongs to him. The narrative began to crystallize in Harry's mind. Yes, it seems I have heard him speak of such matters. But why does Voldemort covet my life so desperately? I believe it is due to his lingering resentment over his previous failure. Voldemort is exceedingly arrogant. Harry, I trust you have sensed this. He believes he ought to be powerful, perfect, and invincible, and your survival undermined that notion. Dumbledore remarked with gravitas, yet this once again reveals his short-sightedness. Your mother's magic continues to shield you, and it has once again aided you in thwarting Voldemort's schemes. When Quirrell attempted to choke me, his hand suddenly ignited. Harry murmured, Does this mean Voldemort is truly dead this time? Alas, I fear not. Dumbledore made a playful grimace. Voldemort treats his followers with the same ruthless coldness as his enemies. Upon realizing that Quirrell's body was nearing its end, he immediately abandoned him to flee. He is likely lurking in some shadowy corner, searching for another wretched soul willing to share a body with him, or perhaps devising a new resurrection scheme. Regardless, we have a long journey ahead of us, Harry. To Harry's astonishment, he found that upon receiving this news, he did not feel the fear he had anticipated. Perhaps a subtle force had already granted him an inkling of this outcome. Will he target the Philosopher's Stone again, Professor? Dumbledore chuckled. Oh, regarding that. We need not worry any longer. The stone has been destroyed. Destroyed? Dumbledore nodded and explained, during the days you were unconscious, I had an extensive discussion with Nicholas. And we ultimately concluded that it was best for it to be destroyed. But what about him and his wife? Harry could not help but raise his voice. They need the elixir of life to sustain themselves. They have some reserves left, sufficient to manage until they arrange everything properly. Then, yes, they will pass away. Seeing the look of shock on Harry's face, Dumbledore couldn't help but smile. I understand that for someone your age, this may seem inconceivable. However, for Nicholas and Perenelle, immortality has, in many ways, become a burden. Death, in reality, is akin to finally resting after a long day. He spoke with a light-hearted tone that belied the gravity of the subject. You see, The Philosopher's Stone is not as wondrous as one might believe. With it, one could attain any wealth or longevity desired, two of humanity's most fervent desires. Yet the irony lies in humanity's propensity to choose what is least beneficial for them. Harry lay there momentarily at a loss for words. Dumbledore recognized that he had not fully comprehended the matter, but chose not to elaborate further. Content to sit there humming a cheerful tune. There's one more thing. Feel free to ask. Quirrell mentioned that Snape, for the second time, it is Professor Snape. Harry. Yes, he said Professor Snape hates me because he hated my father back in the day. Is that true? Dumbledore shrugged. Indeed, there was animosity between them. I must say, both parties bear undeniable responsibility in this matter. However, your father did something that Professor Snape could never forgive. What was it? Your father saved his life. What? Yes, Dumbledore said thoughtfully, the workings of the human mind are quite remarkable, are they not? Professor Snape cannot abide the debt he owes your father. I believe this compels him to protect you, as a means of repaying that debt, so that he may then continue to harbor his resentment unencumbered. Ah, indeed, Professor. I have one final question. Just one more? How did I manage to extract the Philosopher's Stone from the mirror? Ah, I am delighted you finally inquired about this matter. It is but a simple trick of mine, yet I find it quite remarkable. You see, only one who seeks the stone with the hope of finding it, yet without the intention to exploit it, can truly obtain it. Others may merely gaze into the mirror, envisioning themselves amassing wealth or sipping from the elixir of life to prolong their existence. Am I the only one who fulfilled this criterion among those who gazed into the mirror? Harry asked incredulously. Then why did he not do so? I would rather not speculate on his mental state at that time, Dumbledore replied with a hint of reverence, but I know that his motivations, much like your own integrity and selflessness, are worthy of admiration. Now, we have conversed enough. I suggest you take some rest. Before I depart, would you mind if I took a jar of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans from that pile of gifts? I have not mustered the courage to try them since I accidentally consumed a bean that tasted of rotten socks as a child. Perhaps this is a splendid opportunity to confront my fears? Harry trembled with laughter, and when he raised his gaze again, Dumbledore had vanished. Dumbledore exited the infirmary, quietly closing the door behind him, nodding to Madame Pomfrey, who stood vigil at the entrance, before leaving the hospital wing. Neil awaited him in the corridor, leaning against a pillar, idly counting the tassels beneath the tapestry to pass the time. Good day, Professor. Upon seeing Dumbledore emerge, he leisurely inclined his head, his expression betraying no surprise. So Mr. Potter has awakened? How splendid. We would not wish for him to become a sleeping beauty, would we? By the way, is there a true case of that tale in the wizarding world? Dumbledore smiled faintly, seemingly unperturbed by his demeanor. Indeed, Harry has regained consciousness, however. I fear you cannot visit him just yet. Madame Pomfrey insists that the patient requires rest, and I had to exercise my authority as headmaster rather liberally to secure a brief glance at him. Oh, that is quite understandable. We all appreciate and respect Madame Pomfrey's diligence in her duties. If the medical advice dictates that Mr. Potter should decline visitors, then we must adhere to that, mustn't we? Neil paused, then abruptly shifted the topic. Of course, I also commend you for taking time out of your busy schedule to visit him. Mr. Potter and his friends must feel honored. Well, if only a fraction of such warmth could be shared with us poor souls, it would be utterly perfect. You make a valid point, Mr. Ding. I too am grateful for your contributions to Hogwarts. Yes, I take great pride in that. However, if you would permit me, Professor, I wish to express. Yes, even if you feel it necessary to speak well of me in front of Mr. Potter, the price we agreed upon cannot be diminished. After all, your actions this time have been rather unprincipled. Who can bear to watch him transport nearly 4 dozen giants into the castle without uttering a single word? Dumbledore feigned trepidation, retracting his neck slightly, an unexpected comicality emanating from the tall, white-bearded elder as he performed this gesture. He tucked a large jar of Bertie Bott's every flavor beans under his arm and rummaged through his pocket for a moment, extracting a red gemstone roughly the size of half a fingernail. Neil's expression transformed into one of reverence as he gingerly accepted it with both hands and secured it within a small silken pouch close to his person. I have indeed received this additional remuneration, Headmaster. On behalf of the elders, I express our gratitude for your generosity. Dumbledore inclined his head slightly. I have kept in mind the words you spoke to me that night in the headmaster's office. Since you have proven your trustworthiness through your actions, I shall not require further assurances. I believe you will put it to good use. He continued, but forgive my curiosity, how do you intend to handle it? Neil hesitated, contemplating whether to divulge the truth. Well, this matter does bear a semblance of family scandal. However, just as you have chosen to trust me. I too believe you can keep a secret. Indeed, this is one of your most admirable qualities, your discretion. He cleared his throat. In brief, the second elder has graciously promised me that this small gem can be used to offset approximately 150 years of imprisonment. Dumbledore could not help but chuckle. You truly are an exceptional student, Mr. Ding. I am certain your teacher would be immensely proud. I hope so, Headmaster. Neil bowed once more, this time with a deeper inclination. Now, if you would permit me to take my leave. One moment, Mr. Ding. I nearly forgot something. Neil shot him a quizzical glance, as if to say, not again? Regarding those giants equipped with Eastern magical artifacts. Particularly the one you referred to in your report as Acorp's puppet, the Ministry of Magic is rather displeased with their emergence. I hope you are prepared. They are likely to summon you soon. They are likely to. What? Dumbledore awkwardly touched his nose, clearly feeling that the Ministry's actions fell into the realm of family scandal. Isn't it amusing? They refuse to acknowledge that Voldemort is still alive and instead shift all blame onto the mysterious monk you mentioned, while you cannot reasonably expect them to apprehend that individual, can you? Neil was instantly incensed. Wait, are you saying that those shameless thugs and ruffians intend to lay the blame solely at my feet? This is outrageous. I shall cast the curse of gastric rupture upon each and every one of them. EP 88 visiting the sick the following day. Madame Pomfrey finally determined that Harry's condition was sufficiently stable to endure the exertion of receiving visitors, thus permitting his friends to come and see him. However, it was unfortunate that he encountered Ron and Hermione, who had rushed over upon hearing the news of the visitation, just as he was arriving with flowers. These two, without a shred of doubt, could not fathom that Neil would commit such a callous act as to abandon the flowers and flee. After all, we cannot allow this incident to tarnish the amiable persona we have painstakingly cultivated, can we? And then I kept telling myself, this is the only way, Ron. The only way. You must protect the Sorcerer's Stone, safeguard your friends, and defend Hogwarts. With that, he yanked on the reins of the horse and leaped forward, shouting at the top of his lungs. As Ron recounted his heroic exploits, his face flushed with excitement, gesticulating animatedly to everyone, particularly to Neil, who had yet to hear this tale of valor. He vividly described the solemn resolve he had felt at that moment. Now Neil could appreciate Madame Pomfrey's perspective. Indeed, receiving such visitors required considerable stamina. Liar, Hermione teased, stifling a laugh. I bet you weren't thinking such noble thoughts at the time. Come clean, Ron. What was your last thought? I wager it was, no, I don't want to die yet. I haven't had enough of my chicken legs. Harry laughed uncontrollably in his bed, while Ron's ears turned crimson. No more talk of chicken legs. I apologize. I was merely jesting, Hermione replied with a wink, genuinely contrite. But, Ron, you must understand. What matters is not what you were thinking then, but the action you took. You stood bravely in our hour of need, protecting us all. And we all hold that in high regard, Ron. That sounds more like it, Ron said, rubbing his nose, seemingly a bit embarrassed by the praise. To mask his discomfort, he turned away, pretending to rummage through Harry's pile of gifts for something to eat. Well, in times like these, a chocolate frog would be just the thing. Upon reflection, it appeared he was not merely pretending. He roughly tore open the packaging, squashing the still struggling frog into a ball and stuffing it into his mouth, all the while flipping over the box to examine the sticker on the back. Suddenly, his eyes widened with excitement. Aha! Agrippa! I knew good fortune would come to the virtuous. Hermione looked at him with disdain as he sprayed chocolate crumbs all over the hospital room. She walked over and turned him 90 degrees by the shoulder, making him face away from the bed. Not necessarily, Mr. Weasley, Neil chuckled, rising to adjust Harry's misaligned pillow. Consider poor Professor Snape. He has devoted himself tirelessly to protecting the students. Yet what has he received in return? Countless injustices. A jolt ran through Harry's heart. The others were still unaware of the history between Snape and his father. Fortunately, no one noticed his unease, and upon hearing Snape's name, Hermione's expression transformed into one of indignation. What sort of jest is this? Snape, a pitiable figure? She exclaimed in a shrill tone reminiscent of a distressed cat. Do you know what he said after seeing Ron and me in the Forbidden Zone? It's truly disappointing, Granger. If you two could learn from Potter's example and just get yourselves killed in there, it would save me so much trouble. She mimicked Snape's infuriatingly sarcastic tone with such precision that Harry and Ron trembled with suppressed laughter, striving to keep their mirth from overshadowing Hermione's voice. However, the mention of deducted points silenced the two Gryffindor boys. While Neil seemed to appreciate the art of kicking someone when they were down, Indeed, Hermione reluctantly conceded. The chaos caused by the troll had produced numerous heroes among the students, and in an effort to obscure Voldemort's presence, their contributions had been overshadowed, resulting in them being recognized as the great contributors who thwarted Quirrell. Each she and Ron received 50 points, while Harry garnered 60, merely compensating for the points Snape had deducted, leaving them feeling rather shortchanged. Yes, Ron lamented, we took such great risks, and in the end, the three of us together only earned 10 points. Can you believe it? Even Malfoy received 40 points. Not just him. Crabbe and Goyle each earned 20 points as well, Hermione coldly interjected. Dumbledore stated that they demonstrated what it means to exhibit loyalty and selfless great friendship, proving that such noble qualities are not contradictory to the ideals of a Slytherin. Neil chuckled at their disgruntled expressions. Oh, come now. You too. You know how I feel about the dreadful rivalry between the houses. Besides, it was indeed commendable, was it not? I heard they rescued Mr. Malfoy from beneath the troll's feet. How brave of them. Ron shrugged noncommittally. Speaking of which, Hermione furrowed her brow. I noticed Malfoy didn't seem particularly pleased during the awards ceremony. That's not like him. With 3 individuals earning 80 points, normally his ego would be soaring. Could there be something we don't know? She cast a questioning glance at Neil, the only one among them with any semblance of affinity with a Slytherin student. What happened to Neville? Harry inquired. He had been lying in the infirmary, oblivious to the happenings outside, instinctively fearing for Neville's safety. A few Slytherin students deliberately abandoned him as bait while fleeing from the troll, and to ensure he couldn't escape, they used the full body-bind curse on him. What a bunch of scoundrels. Ron exclaimed indignantly. Professor McGonagall was furious when she learned of it. You should have seen her expression. Even Snape didn't dare argue with her. Is Neville all right? Yes, fine, Ron replied, and to this, the previously irate Ron suddenly burst into laughter. That troll chased him all the way to the greenhouse, and you can guess what happened next. The ominous figures of the Mandrakes flashed before Harry's eyes. Professor Sprout is absolutely ecstatic about this, Neil added, seizing the moment. Not only Harry, but Hermione and Ron also turned to him. For this news had yet to circulate within the halls of Hogwarts. She believes that the Mandrakes' act of rescuing students from the clutches of the trolls highlights their benevolent nature, which will greatly assist in urging the Ministry of Magic to include them on the list of friendly species. He produced a rolled-up newspaper from his sleeve and handed it to Harry. Upon unfolding it, Harry discovered a large magical photograph on the front page, set against the backdrop of Hogwarts greenhouse, where Professors Sprout and Neville stood in the center, shaking hands. Neville appeared exceedingly nervous, his face drenched in sweat, his gaze darting aimlessly. Had it not been for the professor's firm grip, he likely would have wished to flee the frame entirely. In contrast, Professor Sprout beamed with delight, having exchanged her dirt-stained, putting splattered old robes for a fresh ensemble, clearly valuing this momentous photograph. However, the most striking feature was the row of enormous, carrot-like beings with human faces standing behind them. They seemed entirely unperturbed by the photo session, continuously flexing their roots in various poses, reminiscent of a display of muscle, presenting an odd yet amusing spectacle. This is tomorrow's Daily Prophet, Neil explained to the trio with a smile. Professor Sprout was eager to share her joy with me the moment she received the sample edition. She even awarded Mr. Longbottom an additional 30 points in appreciation of his efforts. Well, I must say, Mr. Longbottom's feelings about this are somewhat complicated. But ultimately, he took my advice and decided to graciously accept the goodwill of others. What about you, Neil? Did no one in Ravenclaw earn points? Regrettably, no. Professor Flitwick's office is also on the 8th floor, just around the corner by the window. Upon hearing the commotion, he rushed to Ravenclaw Tower. And the trolls lurking nearby did not even have the chance to break down the door to the common room before being subdued. Thus, there were no casualties, nor opportunities for anyone to shine. It's unfortunate. If I hadn't been preoccupied with that blasted egg, I might have seized the chance to make a mark. Harry slapped his forehead. I nearly forgot. How's Hagrid? Forgiveness? Neil nodded. Let us say that Headmaster Dumbledore was well aware that Hagrid would eventually land himself in trouble. This is one of the inherent risks of employing Rubeus Hagrid. And the headmaster believes his abilities justify the risk. Harry nodded, half comprehending, sensing that Neil's words were somewhat evasive, as if concealing something. Nevertheless, the most pressing concern was Hagrid's safety. Wait, what about the dragon egg? Isn't that illegal? Neil snorted disdainfully. In the forbidden forest of Hogwarts, Mr. Potter, you need not concern yourself with notions of legality, for no law enforcement can reach there, he said with a disdainful expression. Professor Hagrid has been nurturing a giant spider for 50 years. What does it matter if we add another dragon to the mix? However, fret not. We intend to send it away once it has grown sufficiently to endure a long journey. I have already spoken with the elders, and they are willing to adopt a new guardian beast. He paused briefly before adding another remark. EP 89 as the end of term approached. Harry relished a 2-day heroic respite in the hospital ward, only to discover that upon his discharge, he was thrust into a chaotic predicament. During his hospitalization, he had missed the Gryffindor versus Hufflepuff Quidditch match, resulting in a defeat for his team. Although Wood was quite understanding of Harry's physical condition and refrained from reprimanding him, Harry still sensed a palpable pressure from the atmosphere within the team. Consequently, for the subsequent fortnight, he participated in training with an almost reckless fervor. As there remained only one match in the House Cup, Gryffindor currently held 1 victory and 1 defeat, while their adversaries, Ravenclaw, boasted 2 wins. They not only needed to win but to secure a sufficiently large margin to have a chance at the ultimate championship. He was determined not to disappoint his comrades at this crucial juncture. Another piece of dire news was far more straightforward. The final exams were looming. Harry would gladly pay 10 galleons to witness Ron's expression upon hearing this announcement for the first time, though he surmised that Ron would likely feel the same. Clearly, they had devoted little of their time over the past year to their studies, requiring a concerted effort to catch up. Yet, human inertia is a curious phenomenon. The closer they drew to this moment, the more their desires to indulge in sloth, play wizard's chess, and meander aimlessly swelled uncontrollably. Hermione, whenever she found a spare moment, urged the two to study, but as finals approached, she herself succumbed to a form of neurotic anxiety, frequently darting to the library, sometimes remaining until the lights were nearly extinguished. She memorized incessantly, took notes, and conducted research, as if failing to achieve an outstanding in any exam would herald the end of the world. Harry and Ron, who had previously entertained faint hopes of survival, were now intimidated by her relentless dedication. Whenever she suggested group study sessions, Harry would suddenly recall his Quidditch team training, while Ron's various ailments would inexplicably resurface. I truly do not understand what they are thinking. Hermione fumed as she flipped through magical weeds, searching for the entry on honeysuckle, her frustration palpable. Just wait. I can hardly wait to see their expressions when they discover they have failed every single one of their final exams. Neil raised his eyes from the wisdom of potion brewing, turning stone to gold. As finals approached, the library buzzed with activity, the sounds of writing, page turning, and footsteps louder than usual, yet no one noticed the two conversing in a secluded corner. Calm down, Miss Granger. Not everyone is inclined to devote their vibrant, once-in-a-lifetime youthful campus experience solely to studying. You must learn to accept this, he said in a conciliatory tone. Moreover, at least from my perspective, Messrs. Potter and Weasley have not plummeted to such dire straits academically. I believe that with a last-minute effort, they can still pass the vast majority of their exams. The vast majority? Indeed. You see, after all, there is still potions class. I think it prudent not to speak too definitively. I have faith in Professor Snape's loyalty to the school and the headmaster, yet I cannot vouch for his character, Neil replied with a serious expression. I had thought you two shared a close relationship, came the response. I simply do not harbor the instinctive animosity towards him that most do, Neil clarified. Of course, I do not deny that such animosity is often self-inflicted. Hermione huffed softly, though her demeanor was not harsh. Speaking of which, Neil, are you prepared? He reclined languidly against the back of his chair, casually opening a book and beginning to read. Potions, herbology, astronomy, and the history of magic pose no challenge. As you know, I delight in reading and, well, in studying matters that can be transformed into wealth. However, charms and transfiguration are somewhat lacking. My spoken English is not quite refined. It may not be apparent in casual conversation, but when reciting spells, I suspect they look down upon country folk. Hermione smiled gently, dipping her quill into the ink pot, ready to transcribe her recent findings onto parchment. I almost forgot to mention. When I asked Ron if he wanted to join us today, he grimaced and claimed he suddenly had a stomachache, attributing it to the drink you previously gave him. Nonsense, Miss Granger. That is pure nonsense. Ever since I hoped you might convey my stern protest to Mr. Weasley while you had the chance. You can do it yourself. Hermione stifled a laugh, playfully nudging his arm with the spine of her book. Neil had no intention of truly confronting Ron. He empathized with the reluctance to study, even if the excuses made to evade learning were somewhat unseemly. After leaving the library, he headed straight to Hagrid's hut. However, Neil knew that Hagrid's self-imposed isolation had nothing to do with remorse. The sole reason Hagrid secluded himself was that the cursed dragon egg was on the verge of hatching. Neil chuckled at the pitiful sight of the egg curled up and approached Fong's doghouse, gently patting the scruffy fur on its neck. Fong emitted a series of whines from his nose, uncertain if he understood. Neil smiled, ruffled Fong's head one last time, stood up, brushed off the hem of his robe, and turned toward the door of Hagrid's hut. He did not knock, for he knew that Hagrid, feeling guilty, would not answer. Cautiously, he leaned against the door, pressing his ear to the wooden planks to listen. Detecting no movement within, he produced a small iron piece from his pocket and quietly slipped it through the crack in the door. With a swift upward motion, he deftly unlatched the door. The entire process fluid and nearly instantaneous, rivaling the skills of professional pickpockets. Neil squeezed through the open door, holding his breath as he observed the interior. Hagrid sat by the hearth, his back turned to the entrance, engrossed in tinkering with something. One could easily guess what it was, utterly oblivious to the commotion behind him. The room was exceedingly warm, with the blazing fire illuminating Hagrid's silhouette, casting a crimson hue that made him resemble a cave troll, lurking within a cavern of horrors. Neil stealthily approached him from behind, attempting to peer over Hagrid's shoulder, only to find himself unable to do so. He opted instead to lean in from the side, curious to ascertain the current state of the dragon egg. His expectations were met precisely. The rough, stone-like black shell had begun to show signs of cracking, suggesting that the moment of hatching was imminent. Upon this realization, he turned to steal a glance at Hagrid's expression, and once again, he was not surprised to find that Hagrid's face was alight with joy, seemingly oblivious to any remorse for his earlier recklessness. A mischievous thought surged within Neil. He inhaled deeply and then, with a sudden movement, smacked Hagrid firmly on the back. "Hey, Professor!" "Ah!" Hagrid exclaimed, startled, nearly jabbing the poker he had been using to stir the embers into the egg, prompting him to toss it aside in alarm. In an instant, the authoritative demeanor he had previously exhibited seemed to diminish as he lowered his head in a sheepish manner, casting a furtive glance at the door Neil had just entered through. "I didn't mean to," he stammered defensively. "I thought I had secured the door." "A single latch is far from sufficient, Professor," Neil replied nonchalantly, retrieving the poker from the floor and squatting beside the ash pile where the dragon egg rested, gently tapping the shell. "The evidence lies in the fact that you did indeed latch the door, yet I still managed to enter." Hagrid scratched his head in confusion, once again falling into that peculiar state of bewilderment that accompanied conversations with Neil, where every logical point seemed valid, yet something felt amiss. Neil smiled at him. "Well? What do you mean, well? The name. Have you chosen one for it? Can I?" Hagrid's face lit up with delight, all traces of confusion forgotten. "I mean, we did agree to send it away, didn't we? Perhaps those at your place would prefer to decide the name themselves." "Indeed. But you are the one who has cared for it until its birth. Who else is more deserving of the honor of naming it than you?" This compliment brought a radiant blush to Hagrid's cheeks. "Yes, you're right. I shall ponder it carefully." He rubbed his hands together in eager anticipation. "It's just a pity I don't yet know what breed this little one is." The headmaster traced back the movements of Quirrell for, "Well, you understand," Neil explained. "Most of the trolls he brought originated from Germany, Hungary, and England, while the egg's lineage can be traced most accurately to the Scandinavian peninsula. This implies that there are essentially three possibilities: the fjord cliff dragon, the Swedish short snout, and the Norwegian ridgeback. Such peculiar names. As if any dragon isn't a ridgeback or lacks some form of protrusion. Professor, are you still listening? Hello?" Hagrid was wholly absorbed in delightful reverie, oblivious to the words being spoken until Neil, realizing this, snapped his fingers before him, jolting him from his enchanting daydream of cohabiting with a young dragon. "What? Oh, of course," he stammered, awkwardly scratching his face. Norway. I might have an idea." "Oh." Neil's expression conveyed his eagerness for further details, but Hagrid waved him off. "I can't divulge it just yet," he said, winking conspiratorially. "I want the little one to be the first to hear this name on the day it hatches. That would be quite sacred." "Very well," Neil replied with a shrug. "Though I am fairly certain there is no such custom, if you insist. Well, why not? I am so glad you understand. Oh, I just remembered. Do you think I should invite Harry and the others to witness its birth? I believe it would be profoundly memorable and immensely enjoyable. And then inform them that you have not regretted a single moment over the past fortnight, instead merely grinning foolishly at this egg? Considering that Mr. Potter and his friends have been quite concerned about your well-being, this might indeed be a splendid idea. Professor, just as wise as the day you chose to play cards with the masked figure that Quirrell had disguised himself as in the pub." Hagrid sheepishly retracted his neck. EP. 90 fortune does not come in pairs. Hagrid ultimately bid farewell to the little dragon, which was indeed a Norwegian ridgeback. However, the term safe and sound may not be entirely appropriate, as that night he wept inconsolably, his cries echoing through the night. Harry, Ron, and Hermione had to don their invisibility cloaks and stealthily slip into the hut to comfort him after the lights were extinguished, had it not been for Hagrid's commotion, which nearly attracted the attention of Filch, who was whimsically seeking fresh air during his patrol. The situation could have concluded on a much more heartwarming note. However, drawn by the clamor, Mrs. Norris detected the scent of living beings. If you dare suggest it smells like chicken legs again, I'll have words with you, do you understand? Leading her master to pursue the source of the noise. This task proved more challenging than anticipated, as the influence of the troll had granted Filch the long-coveted permission to carry a weapon during his rounds. Professor McGonagall undoubtedly intended for him to use it for self-defense in times of peril, yet Filch evidently preferred to utilize it for hunting students. This well-meaning chap had somehow acquired a magically enhanced crossbow, the arrows of which would pursue their target relentlessly, much like a hunting dog, tracking prey through means beyond mere sight. Not surprisingly, we can lay the blame at Hagrid's doorstep. Oh, and by the way, Norbert is a female dragon. Neil only realized this while escorting her to the Ollery. But he had no intention of divulging this fact to Hagrid, lest it provoke some peculiar guilt in him for naming the lovely little lady with a male moniker. The remaining matters were rather straightforward. Given the generous tip from the other party, Neil was willing to believe this was merely a result of poor expression. As for the protest letter subsequently sent by the Ministry of Magic, he chose to ignore it. After all, who was to blame for those imbeciles who insisted on rummaging through every parcel brought from Kunlun Mountain? As if it were any of his concern if they were bitten by a snake? I mean, if they insisted on extracting its fangs to check for contraband. Could they really expect it to remain passive? I sincerely warn you, Mr. Lucius Malfoy would not take kindly to you rummaging through his family members' belongings. He is quite the prominent figure. Do you comprehend what that entails? It implies that if I were one of you, a mere employee collecting a paycheck, I would not risk offending him over such trivial matters. Snape, who had deliberately requested to officiate in a fit of personal vendetta, failed to even manage a discreet whistle from the sidelines. This, however, resulted in an awkward situation. The score between the two teams had not widened, and Ravenclaw had recently swept Slytherin with an overwhelming victory. Thus, despite both teams having 2 wins and 1 loss, Gryffindor found themselves relegated to second place due to the overall score, once again falling short of the trophy. The Gryffindor team remains quite youthful, with the eldest member, Oliver Wood, merely a 4th-year student, while the promising seeker is still a freshman. They have ample time to refine their skills and improve. Thus there is no need for haste. It must be noted that Flint's maneuver clearly surpassed his intellectual capacity, while everyone else celebrated Harry as the hero who thwarted Quirrell. Only he engaged in reverse thinking, convinced that this was not a psychological shadow that could be easily overcome. The students were uncertain whether Quirrell had escaped, perished, or been sent to Azkaban, but Flint was confident that the specter of an enemy, who logically should not be present, would terrify Potter to the point of instability on his broom. The outcome was predictable. Professor McGonagall, in a fit of rage, attributed nearly every conceivable charge to him. From endangering school safety to insulting the deceased. What? Are you saying he really died? I had no idea. Hey, wait, this is unfair. Resulting in this unfortunate soul being confined until the summer holidays. Even Snape, usually biased in his favor, made an exception and did not plead for him. If anyone at Hogwarts harbored a deep-seated hatred for Quirrell, it could only be Snape. Subsequently, the finals approached. In any school, the days leading up to final examinations are synonymous with impending doom, a reality that bears no relation to whether one is a wizard or capable of wielding magic. During the final 2 weeks before exams, the sales of energizing potions surged 5-fold compared to usual, forcing Matt to temporarily bid farewell to the cozy broom shed and remain in the shop around the clock to assist with transactions and accounting. This is for your own good, old Matt. You can no longer afford to spend your days with those sleek, graceful brooms. What precisely constitutes a female broom is something Matt himself could not articulate. However, since its recent repainting, it had indeed been nestled in the broom shed for quite some time, thus it was not particularly averse to this assignment. Yet, some individuals persistently believed that flying brooms lacked intelligence, concocting schemes to outsmart the payment process, which greatly vexed it. During such moments, Matt envied the brooms equipped with footrests, as they could conveniently prod others in the shins. Fortunately, despite lacking a footrest, it had a far better companion, a clever little glass bird, always eager to admonish misbehaving students with its sharp beak, thus avenging its good friend. As for Neil, he merely symbolically reviewed his studies while managing the business. As he had previously stated to Hermione, he was not particularly concerned about how many outstanding or exceeds expectations he could achieve, as long as his scores did not fall to an embarrassing level. In the Ravenclaw environment, where late-night studying was the norm, it must be said that he was indeed an anomaly, and Michael Corner, out of friendship, briefly worried about his grades, persistently dragging Neil to the library for a few days. However, he soon discovered that the lad's lackadaisical attitude stemmed from a surprising confidence. Aside from the peculiar inflection he employed while reciting incantations, his academic performance was, astonishingly, superior to his own. I should have realized it sooner. Michael lamented to his friends later that day, frustration evident in his tone. He completes his homework at thrice my speed. I always assumed he was merely doodling. But upon reflection, Snape has never uttered a word of criticism after reviewing his essays. This revelation filled Michael with shame, as he felt that losing to someone who exhibited no interest in diligent study was a personal failure as a member of Ravenclaw. Consequently, he poured himself into his studies with renewed vigor, inadvertently igniting a peculiar enthusiasm for learning throughout the entire year group. Professor Flitwick welcomed this newfound fervor, though he remained utterly baffled as to how this trend had originated. Conversely, the atmosphere heightened the anxiety of Hermione, who stubbornly believed that if she did not secure the top position in her grade, all her efforts would be rendered futile. She became entirely oblivious to Harry and Ron, clutching a book whether she was eating or walking, and it was said that even in her dreams, she incessantly recited the history of the giant wars. Fred quietly expressed to others his concern tinged with schadenfreude, pondering how one could endure such intensity from the first year onward, and what her subsequent 6 years might entail. Fortunately, her efforts bore fruit, and she ultimately achieved the coveted first place with a comfortable margin. However, Hermione was incensed to learn that both Harry and Ron, who had scarcely studied, also passed with commendable scores. Snape, as expected, did his utmost to hinder their progress in potions. Yet perhaps due to the lingering goodwill from their escapade with the Philosopher's Stone, the other professors seemed to grade them with a slightly lenient standard. "This is utterly incomprehensible," Hermione exclaimed, her hands gripping 2 forks as she angrily devoured pieces of apple pie. "Those two are simply... oh, just thinking about it makes me furious." At the Gryffindor table, an informal celebration was underway to mark the release of exam results. But she could no longer bear the sight of their smug expressions as they exchanged knowing glances with her. Thus, she once again sought refuge at the Ravenclaw table. "Do not fret, Miss Granger," Neil said with a grin, pouring her a cup of tea. "It hardly befits a top student to envy those who merely scraped by. I'm not envious. I simply find it exceedingly unfair. Look at Neville. He likely spent more time studying than anyone else in our year, aside from myself. Yet he nearly failed, while Harry and the others hardly exerted themselves." Several Ravenclaw students eavesdropping nearby nodded in agreement, including Michael Corner, who had also experienced the frustration of competing alongside a prodigy. The practical component of the first-year exams held little weight, allowing Neil, whose strength lay in memorization, to shine effortlessly. The mere thought of Ron kneeling pallid and terrified nearly caused Hermione to expel the pie from her mouth. She swiftly covered her lips with her hand and coughed a couple of times until she finally managed to swallow her food. However, more despair awaited her the following morning, as an owl from the Ministry of Magic delivered news to Neil, informing him that he was required to attend an inquiry at the department during the summer and might, depending on the circumstances, face arrest. EP 91. The goodwill of Dumbledore. Neil stood listlessly before the staircase leading to the headmaster's office. Confronted by the 2 stone beasts at the entrance, their expressions tinged with an unsettling mockery. Since his last visit, it had taken him quite some time to learn that these 2 statues could indeed speak, exhibiting an unnerving cleverness akin to that of Matt, and they would treat visitors who failed to utter the password with a derisive demeanor. He couldn't help but reminisce about the moment he was trapped outside, unable to recall the incantation, regretting that he had not heard the taunts of these imposing figures, much like traveling to a city famous for its artisanal souvenirs only to leave empty-handed. Regrettably, Neil was not here to remedy this disappointment today. Roach candy. Upon hearing the password, the 2 stone beasts immediately leaped aside, granting him access to the staircase. Dumbledore seemed to be aware of his arrival. As soon as Neil tapped on the door, a voice from within beckoned, "Come in." He pushed the door open and stepped inside. The headmaster's office appeared much as it had during his previous visit. resembling a chaotic fusion of Archimedes unlawfully commandeering Da Vinci's workshop, inviting Gottlieb Daimler and Alan Turing to join in a frenzied celebration. Cluttered with an array of objects that straddled the realms of science and magic, Neil inclined his body slightly, refraining from interrupting the headmaster's work, and stood silently, surveying his surroundings. The portraits of former headmasters, which adorned the walls, were unusually quiet today, their occupants seemingly lost in slumber. A comical assembly of aged wizards and witches feigning dreams with drooling mouths. It was rather absurd. After all, it was barely 3:15 in the afternoon. If they wished to eavesdrop, they could have at least concocted a more plausible excuse. Neil chose to disregard them. Living without privacy was one of the adaptations required of students at Hogwarts. At least these portraits were more considerate than the ghosts who lurked behind walls, spying on the living. His gaze traversed the office, finally resting upon a bird perched by the window. When he had last visited, it had been empty, and he had presumed it was meant for the headmaster's owl. Given Dumbledore's busy schedule, having an owl on hand for correspondence seemed quite reasonable. Yet reality appeared to diverge from his assumption. Perched upon the stand was a large, unsightly bird, looking ancient and feeble, huddled in a miserable ball. Its feathers were nearly all gone, revealing the gaunt, lumpy skin beneath, reminiscent of a turkey destined for the oven. For a moment, Neil questioned whether it was still alive, as the poor creature scarcely seemed to breathe. "Wait, is this?" Neil gestured helplessly, uncertain of what to say. "I am not certain, but it appears to be in dire straits, Headmaster," Neil replied calmly. "If you ask me, it would be kinder to grant it a swift release. I understand that some may choose such a course of action, and perhaps there is merit to their reasoning," Dumbledore said with a smile. "However, personally, I find little appreciation for actions that defy the natural order. Let it gracefully succumb to the passage of time." Neil's brow twitched, discerning the unspoken implications in the other's words. For those who have long departed from the natural order, such considerations are of little consequence. "Headmaster," he remarked, "regardless of the path taken, the phoenix ultimately rises anew. Thus, whether it perishes from old age or by violent means bears no significance, much like Voldemort. Of course, we hold our employer's opinions in high regard, as you are well aware, yet I must candidly express my skepticism regarding Mr. Potter's necessity in this matter. We have witnessed that individual clinging to Quirrell's form, barely surviving. Yes, it was indeed astonishing that he miraculously evaded death 11 years ago, but look at him now. Headmaster, how frail, how pitiable. Must we truly send Mr. Potter into life-threatening peril to confront that wretched specter? Surely, a wizard of your caliber need not resort to such measures. Is there not a simpler approach available?" Dumbledore gazed at the aging phoenix, momentarily at a loss for words. "Truth be told, I struggle to articulate this matter. For there are aspects even I do not fully comprehend. People often assume that an elderly man with spectacles and a long white beard possesses infinite knowledge. Such reasoning is quite unfounded, is it not?" He began slowly, as though each word required careful deliberation, with no room for error. "I hope you do not misconstrue my intentions. It is a disgrace to place such a perilous and burdensome mission solely upon Harry's shoulders, and I do not intend to justify this act. Should this come to light one day, I would readily accept any criticism and punishment directed at me. However, Mr. Neil, I assure you, my actions stem solely from a belief in their necessity." Neil shrugged noncommittally, and Dumbledore, undeterred, pressed on. "I do not believe Voldemort's survival 11 years ago was mere happenstance. As I mentioned previously, I suspect he may have employed some malevolent magic on his soul to prevent it from dissipating with the destruction of his body. Regrettably, by the time I grasped the gravity of this danger, it was too late. I failed to comprehend. Our last conversation concluded here. You merely hinted at the possibility of his invincibility, and I, in turn, assumed this was your contemplation of the worst-case scenario. However, forgive me, Headmaster, after witnessing his current frail state, do you still maintain that belief? Do you still think we lack the capability to eradicate him without Mr. Potter's involvement?" Neil held his breath, eagerly awaiting the other's reasoning. He did not perceive Dumbledore as one prone to engaging in futile endeavors out of some form of obsession. Thus he was particularly curious about what discovery had instilled such vigilance and unease in the man. Yet, Dumbledore abruptly ceased the discourse, leaving the matter unresolved. "Is that it?" Dumbledore chuckled at the astonished expression on his face. "Indeed, that is all. Just as I mentioned, there are matters I struggle to elucidate, and I assume you did not come to seek me for this purpose today?" Neil replied with a displeased nod. "I have received a summons from the Ministry of Magic." "Indeed, I penned a letter to Cornelius, cautioning him against excessive interference in the affairs of Hogwarts, yet he appears rather reluctant to relent this time, Dumbledore said. However, he did heed part of my counsel, refraining from sending someone to the school to apprehend individuals, thus postponing matters until the summer break. Quite astute, wouldn't you agree? As headmaster, I cannot intrude upon students' freedom during their vacation. Forgive my boldness, headmaster, but I find little humor in this situation. Relax, Mr. Ding. I trust you will manage it adeptly. Dumbledore slightly restrained his smile. Though his expression remained cheerful, they remain oblivious to the circumstances surrounding the Philosopher's Stone. Unwilling to admit their utter failure in managing external threats, having yet to identify a single credible suspect, they are merely attempting to conceal this embarrassment. Speaking of which, have the esteemed members of your school discovered any leads concerning our enigmatic associate? None whatsoever, Neil replied, shaking his head in frustration. To be honest, this is not particularly surprising, as there are hardly any practitioners brave enough to reveal themselves outside these walls. Our sources of information are rather limited. Considering the methods he employs with his corpses, this individual must be at least 5 times your age. No offense intended, headmaster. But seeking out a person who has been missing for so long is nearly impossible. Do you think it plausible that this individual has been recruited by Voldemort? I mean, do you believe there are those in your circles who would align themselves with Voldemort's ideology? It is hard to say, headmaster. But I remain skeptical that a practitioner of such caliber would willingly serve a junior. I am more inclined to believe this is a collaboration founded on mutual benefit. And it is quite possible that Quirrell has been deceived in the process. The quality of those talismans is evidently below the expected standard of the creator. Neil responded. On that note, do you think I should relay this information to the ministry? I would advise against it, Mr. Ding. They would merely interpret it as further incriminating evidence against you. If necessary, I shall seek alternative means to convey this intelligence to them. That seems prudent. Thank you for your counsel, headmaster. Those who reach his level of cultivation often possess a certain arrogance, headmaster. On one hand, they feign humility and treat everyone equally. On the other, they cannot abide anyone standing above them, hypocritical indeed. To clarify, this is a direct quote from my master. Not a fabrication of my own to defame my ancestors, though he was somewhat inebriated when he uttered it. Several portraits on the wall could not contain their laughter. And upon noticing Neil turn his head, they hastily feigned sleep against the table. Dumbledore seemed to find no offense in the jest, merely refraining from laughter out of courtesy. He nodded and said, I understand. If Voldemort has difficulty rallying more allies, it is undoubtedly good news for us. Thank you for the information, Mr. Ding. I hope to continue receiving your assistance in various matters in the future. You are too kind, headmaster. As I mentioned, our priority has always been the needs of the employer. Indeed, regardless of my personal opinions, Dumbledore seemed not to have heard the latter part of the statement. It is wonderful to hear you say that. Furthermore, regarding the inquiry from the Ministry of Magic, I have found you an accomplice. An accomplice? Dumbledore nodded. He is an employee of the Ministry, working in the office for the prohibition of Muggle artifacts, but you may consider him one of us. I'm not sure. That does not sound like a particularly lucrative position. For the first time, Dumbledore wore a wry smile. You are correct. In fact, you might be surprised, though perhaps not so surprised, to find that even within the Ministry, many look down upon this work involving Muggles. But let us not dwell on that. In any case, he will be responsible for escorting you to the Ministry for your inquiry and will do his best to speak favorably of you before his colleagues, ensuring that the process concludes smoothly. Moreover, if you do not mind, he is also willing to invite you to stay at his home during this time. Then who is this kind-hearted gentleman? His name is Arthur Weasley. That surname should not be unfamiliar to you, correct? If I am not mistaken. You have been getting along well with 4 members of their family who are currently studying at the school. Neil raised an eyebrow. Mr. Weasley, as in Mr. Ron Weasley? Are they aware of this? I believe not, Dumbledore replied. I think that undergoing an inquiry at the Ministry might seem quite impressive to others, but for the individual involved, it may not be so glamorous. Therefore, I requested Arthur to keep it discreet to the Weasley family. You will simply appear as a regular student visiting a friend's home during the summer. Of course, this matter does not need to be kept secret. You may decide for yourself whom to inform. Thank you for your thoughtfulness, Headmaster. It is truly considerate. I am pleased to hear you say that, Mr. Ding. Do you have any other questions? Actually, there is one. Please, go ahead. You have yet to tell me where Mr. Weasley resides. Oh, look at my memory. I completely forgot to mention that. Dumbledore smiled and tapped his forehead. He lives in Devon, in the picturesque village of Ottery St. Catchpole. Believe me, you will surely enjoy that place. EP 92 departure. As the examinations concluded, many students had already succumbed to a premature sense of vacation, a phenomenon that mirrors the shared experiences of both wizards and muggles. Thus, when the headmaster announced the imminent end of the semester, a number of students were taken aback. In their perception, they were no longer at school, but rather mingling in some club with friends. Nonetheless, on the final night at the school, most revelers enjoyed themselves. With the exception of the Slytherin students, their scores plummeted from a streak of championships to the last place, although they bore the consequences of their actions. Witnessing the golden and scarlet banners of Gryffindor hanging proudly in the Great Hall left them feeling quite disheartened. In contrast, despite narrowly missing the top score, the atmosphere at the Ravenclaw table remained relatively cheerful, as they had secured the Quidditch trophy this year. Moreover, Neil generously hosted a small farewell gathering in the common room at his own expense, where he also took the opportunity to offload some of his surplus goods at half price. This act of generosity was met with unanimous praise, though for some inexplicable reason, the exquisitely crafted and jewel-toned health tea failed to garner much interest. Even with the enticing offer of a 50% discount for those brave enough to down a pint in one go, only a few dared to partake, much to the frustration of the event's organizer. The Hufflepuff students are often overlooked in such gatherings. They are frequently perceived as modest individuals who shy away from conflict with other houses. To clarify, this is merely a rumor. However, like any youthful group, their aggression is no less than that of others, with the blood supremacy ideology of Slytherin as their primary adversarial focus. Though their achievements this year were not particularly remarkable, most students found solace in the misfortunes of their long-standing rivals. It is noteworthy that Professor Sprout, the head of the Hufflepuff house, might be the happiest person in all of Hogwarts this year, despite her students failing to bring home any significant honors for the house. Harry felt that this might be the most remarkable year of his life, when residing in the cupboard at the Dursleys. He could scarcely have imagined participating in such a breathtaking adventure. Of course, not everything was perfect. Gryffindor had narrowly missed out on the Quidditch Cup. Snape remained as insufferable as ever, and Voldemort still lurked in the shadows, ever watchful. Yet, he understood that his journey in the wizarding world was only just beginning, and the future held limitless possibilities. Since Norbert's departure, Hagrid had returned to a semblance of normalcy. What he deemed normal involved once again experimenting with his new breed of fire crab. After exhausting the ashes procured from Neil, the progress of this endeavor slowed considerably, much to the relief of humanity. Nevertheless, amidst his endeavors that threatened world peace, Hagrid managed to find a moment to engage in a bit of legitimate work. While tidying up his disheveled hut, he inadvertently stumbled upon an old photo album, discovering within it a cherished photograph of James and Lily. Harry received this gift shortly before the final exams. He had thought that after witnessing the illusions in the Mirror of Erist, his parents' faces would no longer evoke such intense emotions within him. However, as he opened the album and beheld the smiling faces of the two in the photographs, he found himself at a loss for words. It was as if, in an instant, the students' wardrobes had been emptied, their belongings hastily crammed into suitcases, and notices prohibiting the use of magic during the holiday were distributed to everyone. Harry felt as if the taste of the pumpkin pie from the graduation feast still lingered on his tongue as he, along with the others, queued up with their trunks, ready to board the train out of school. Under normal circumstances, such a scenario could only imply one thing: Mr. Potter, you have forgotten to brush your teeth. For a fleeting moment, Harry imagined hearing Neil's signature teasing tone, yet when he glanced around, he found no trace of him. "What's wrong?" Ron inquired. The three of them, along with Hermione, occupied a private compartment. "Did any of you see Neil when we boarded?" Ron shrugged, ripping open the fourth box of chocolate frogs. It seemed he was determined to collect the last card from his set on this journey, even if it meant causing a nosebleed in the process. "I didn't see him. Now that you mention it, it does seem a bit odd. I would have thought Neil would stand out, right? After all, he can never seem to stay quiet for long." "I didn't see him either," Hermione remarked, "but I did run into Draco and his two companions. Honestly, I was a bit surprised, as they appeared to be getting along rather well. Perhaps even Draco retains a smidgen of conscience, realizing he ought to repay someone after being saved. What's up, Harry? Are you looking for him?" The rest of the journey was largely uneventful, except for Ron ultimately indulging in so much chocolate that he ended up with a nosebleed. They chatted and laughed, snacking on Bertie Bott's every flavor beans, shedding their wizarding robes for jackets and short shirts, idly watching as the train passed through one muggle town after another. Finally, The train came to a halt at Platform 9 of King's Cross Station, the whistle falling silent after one last prolonged blow. The time taken to disembark slightly exceeded Harry's expectations. A gaunt old guard stood at the ticket checkpoint, allowing only 2 or 3 people to pass at a time to prevent a throng from emerging through the solid wall, thereby drawing the attention of muggles. "You must come to our house this summer," Ron said as they exited the platform. "Both of you, and I'll send an owl to invite you." "Thank you." Harry smiled. "I certainly need something to look forward to." They made their way towards the station exit, with people continuously squeezing past them, some calling out goodbye. "Harry, see you, Potter. You're still quite famous," Ron remarked, nudging him with his elbow. "Where I'm heading, I assure you, I want TB." Harry replied as he, along with Ron and Hermione, passed through the exit. He observed Fred and George, who had emerged a moment earlier, engaged in conversation with a plump woman with red hair, who embraced both of them warmly. "That's my mother," Ron pointed in her direction. "And the one hiding behind her is my sister Ginny. Come on, I must introduce you." He gently nudged Harry's shoulder as they approached his family, and Ginny, peeking out from behind Mrs. Weasley, immediately spotted them. "Yes, over there. Mom, look," she exclaimed, tugging at her mother's sleeve and calling out in a high-pitched, excited voice. For a fleeting moment, Ron wore a look of immense pride, but it quickly crumbled with Ginny's next words. "Harry Potter. It's really Harry Potter," she squealed, bouncing with glee. "Look, Mom, I can see him." "Don't shout, Ginny. It's impolite to point at others," Mrs. Weasley chided gently, patting her daughter's head before turning her warm gaze upon Harry. "Hello, you must be Harry. Ron has written so much about you in his letters. And I hope my son has tea caused you too much trouble?" "Not at all," Harry replied, "and thank you for the fudge and the sweater, Mrs. Weasley." "Oh." "It was nothing, dear," she said, giving Ron a quick hug. "Oh, Ron, let me see if you've grown taller." "It's been a while, Mom," Ron said, allowing her to embrace him, though his ears turned slightly red. "Where's Dad?" The mention of the tomato patch caused Ron's expression to shift suddenly. And just as Harry was about to suppress a laugh, an abrupt voice interrupted from behind. "I say, have you dawdled long enough?" It was Uncle Vernon, his face as purple as ever, his bushy mustache intact, glaring at Harry with the same furious disdain. How insufferable it was that he brazenly carried a cage containing an owl and a station bustling with ordinary people. Standing beside him were Aunt Petunia and Cousin Dudley, who displayed an unmistakable look of alarm upon seeing Harry. "You must be Harry's family, I presume?" Mrs. Weasley inquired politely, though her courtesy was clearly unappreciated. "One could say that," Uncle Vernon replied impatiently, turning to leave. "Hurry up, boy. We can't afford to waste the entire day." "Have a pleasant holiday," Hermione said, gazing incredulously at Uncle Vernon's retreating figure, astonished that such a loathsome person existed in the world. Her parents stood a short distance away, watching with satisfaction as their daughter bid farewell to her new friends. "Oh, I'll be quite happy," Harry remarked, a radiant smile illuminating his face, which took Ron and Hermione by surprise. "They have no idea we aren't allowed to use magic at home this summer. I intend to have a bit of fun with Dudley." This statement elicited laughter from both of them. Neil did not board the train leaving Hogwarts, but instead arrived directly at the headmaster's office with his luggage, awaiting Dumbledore's permission to utilize the Flu network from there. "May I inquire, Headmaster, what is the Flying Route network?" Neil glanced at the bamboo basket shrouded in black cloth on his back. Compared to when he first arrived at the school, it felt considerably lighter. Before the holiday, he had discarded all its contents, leaving only clothes, books, and a few personal belongings, along with Matt. The rebellious flying broomstick peeked out from beneath the cloth, stubbornly insisting that Neil must affix an explorer's hat to its handle, commemorating their journey to new realms, resulting in its current appearance resembling a poorly crafted scarecrow. The flames in the hearth blazed increasingly, even leaping out with a ferocious dance, slowly revealing a figure from the fire. It was a slender middle-aged man, with fiery red hair that was slightly thinning, clad in a wrinkled old trench coat, and wearing a pair of small glasses, his demeanor quite amiable. As he stepped into the headmaster's office, the green flames behind him extinguished. "Hello, Arthur," Dumbledore nodded at him. "Allow me to introduce Mr. Ding. This is Mr. Arthur Weasley. I wish to express my gratitude for his kind visit, but upon reflection, I believe you can articulate your appreciation more eloquently than I. Arthur, this is Mr. Ding, though he prefers to be called Neil, as he does not favor the pronunciation of his name by those who are not fluent. EP 93 The humble abode in the eyes of his colleagues. Arthur Weasley may not be deemed a figure worthy of respect. This is not due to any flaws in his character, Quite the opposite, in fact. His excessive kindness and a distinct lack of the dogged ambition essential for a career in government have led others to perceive him as an inconsequential individual. For many years, he has willingly remained in the position at the Office for the Prohibition of the Misuse of Muggle Artifacts, engaging in what others derisively refer to as a job that merely involves sitting down. He harbors no grievances concerning his meager salary or lackluster prospects. Neil's initial impression of him is reminiscent of the archetypal pillar of a peasant family in Chekhov's writings, the sort who toils for a landlord their entire life, only to suddenly lose everything due to unforeseen calamities, a tragic figure embodying the world's misfortunes, contrived in literature to reflect the darker aspects of societal reality. Oh, and let us not forget, Mr. Weasley has a peculiar hobby that elicits laughter from others but brings him genuine joy, collecting Muggle items. This further cements his image as the quintessential tragic protagonist. Neil can easily envision him, having endured the death of his eldest son, his wife's illness, and layoffs that stripped him of all income, reluctantly parting with his cherished collection to support his family, only to be informed by the pawnbroker that these treasures are nothing but worthless rubbish, standing bewildered in the pouring rain, unable to contain his tears. Oh, to dwell further on such thoughts would be rather impolite. This is merely an artistic contemplation, entirely devoid of any malicious intent regarding reality. You understand my meaning, do you not? Mr. Weasley is blissfully unaware of Neil's morally dubious musings, and truth be told, with his disposition, even if he were to notice, it would hardly trouble him. It's a pleasure to meet you. He adjusted his glasses, as if to scrutinize the young man before him. Do not worry. I'll let you in on a little secret. The department is utterly at a loss regarding where to begin in locating the individual who has been affixing little notes to the giant. But they do not wish others to think they are idly wasting time, hence this charade. Mr. Weasley's demeanor was earnest, and there was not a hint of artifice in his expression, as if he genuinely felt detached from the matter at hand. It's getting late. Perhaps we should set off now? He glanced at Dumbledore, who nodded in agreement. Very well. Neil, have you ever traveled by foot powder? Oh, it's quite simple, really. Just follow my lead, Mr. Weasley replied with a smile. Take a handful of flue powder, toss it into the fireplace, announce the destination clearly, and step inside. Remember, it is crucial to articulate the place distinctly, otherwise, you may very well end up in the wrong location. Over 80% of flue network accidents occur due to this oversight. He pointed to an open silver box resting on the mantel, filled with a shimmering powder, which Neil had previously assumed to be some sort of incense. I see. And what accounts for the remaining 20%? Mr. Weasley averted his gaze momentarily, seemingly embarrassed to elaborate, yet Dumbledore continued on his behalf. There are numerous reasons, such as forgetting to sprinkle flue powder and foolishly walking straight into the fire, or discovering after traversing the flames that the intended destination has blocked its fireplace without notifying the Flue Network Authority. While we ought not to revel in others' misfortunes, one cannot deny that this world is replete with intriguing characters. Very well, shall we proceed? Mr. Weasley clapped his hands, cheerfully attempting to cast aside the earlier awkwardness. Our destination is the burrow. Do not mispronounce it. Do you require assistance with that basket? Thank you for your consideration, Mr. Weasley, but I can manage on my own. Farewell, Headmaster. And once again, I appreciate your... Wait, what did you call it? It was Neil's first encounter with the Weasley family's humble abode being referred to as the burrow, and he initially presumed it to be a form of modesty, akin to the phrase, "This is a humble abode, yet my virtue shines." However, as he imitated Mr. Weasley by taking a handful of flue powder, the texture reminiscent of sun-dried sand mixed with shards of glass, and tossing it into the newly ignited flames, he was compelled to concede that the name was indeed strikingly realistic when he emerged from the suddenly expanding green fire. Stepping out of the flames, Neil found himself upon a creaking wooden floor, the surroundings resembling a kitchen. A rather unattractive wooden dining table and a few antiquated mahogany chairs constituted nearly all the furnishings, which, though simple, felt exceedingly cramped in the confined space. Neil declined an invitation for a sandwich, crossing his arms as he scrutinized this abode that nearly tarnished the reputation of Great Britain as a developed nation. His posture suggested he was examining the aged rafters and beams from a historical and artistic perspective, thereby rendering his gaze less impolite. He even made a point to squeeze through the narrow corridor to glimpse outside, only to discover that the exterior of the house was even less appealing than its interior. Neil could swear upon the honor of his lineage that he had never encountered such a structure, one so unique that he struggled to find an adequate term to define it. Thus far, Are you keeping up? Excellent. Then let us not dwell on how foolish such behavior may sound. Yes, I am aware, it is indeed rather foolish. Considering one could magically transport their home at will, yet chooses to reside in a dilapidated old pigsty with others. Nevertheless, we can overlook that aspect, shall we? Very well. We shall continue. Several years later, a similar situation transpired multiple times, culminating in the unfortunate bungalow being topped with a hodgepodge of structures from various eras, sizes, and architectural styles, resembling a grotesque symbol of American excess and greed, akin to an overstuffed hamburger. But now, my friend, the question arises. The newly arrived wizards, in their haste to manage their old homes, often carelessly piled them together, resulting in a grotesque edifice precariously teetering on the brink of collapse. We certainly do not wish to witness it crashing down like a child's building blocks, leaving everyone homeless, do we? Thus, it is time to devise a means to reinforce it. Hey, let us not overcomplicate matters, my friend. We are wizards, after all, and need not adhere to the laws of physics like those sniveling muggles. A few wooden planks here, a pillar propped up there. I believe a rope could aid in resolving some issues, and finally, a sprinkle of enchanting magic. There we go, all sorted. Look, we've done rather well. Haven Tiwi, after this lengthy exercise of imagination, what ultimately materialized in your mind is a hovel. Objectively speaking, Neil found it hard to believe that anyone would willingly reside in such a structure without considering some renovations to render it at least somewhat resembling a proper building. Yet the Weasley family had indeed made it their home. The thought ignited a sense of indignation within him. How could Mr. Ron Weasley live for 11 years amidst this colossal heap of industrial refuse, yet turn down a humble cup of herbal tea? What sort of logic is that? Hey, it looks a bit shabby, doesn't it? Mr. Weasley stepped out, greeting him with a wave. He noticed Neil observing his house with a scrutinizing gaze. The latter maintained his composure well, revealing no hint of disapproval, yet Mr. Weasley was acutely aware of how his home appeared to outsiders. This house has seen better days, he remarked, hands tucked in his pockets, standing beside Neil as they gazed up at his abode, squinting against the sunlight. It once looked quite charming, but we have never had the funds to refurbish it. Speaking of which, I must thank you, Neil, for the fertilizer you provided. It has greatly enhanced our family's meals. Upon finishing, he let out a hearty laugh, clearly sincere in his gratitude. Come, let us take a look behind the house. If anyone deserves to appreciate the Weasley tomato garden, it is undoubtedly you, although not to the extent of Ron's aversion. The mere mention of the tomato garden made a nerve twitch at the back of Neil's head. Truth be told, he had yet to discern any flaws in the small bag of fertilizer he had given Ron, as its effects should merely have resulted in slightly better than average crops in the family garden. Well, perhaps more than just slightly, but certainly nothing that would transform ordinary tomatoes into sentient beings akin to mandrakes in the Hogwarts greenhouse. However, after witnessing the state of the hovel's vegetable patch, Neil found himself compelled to reassess his approach, resolving to meticulously verify his formula with greater diligence in the future. The tomato seedlings cultivated at home typically reach a modest height of 2 to 3 feet. However, the plants in this particular plot have effortlessly surpassed that height, doubling it with grace. Vines, thicker than an infant's arm, intertwined to form contours reminiscent of human musculature. In fact, the portions of these beings that emerge from the soil strikingly resemble human forms, complete with heads, arms, and torsos, all intricately woven from countless vines. Save for their lower halves, which converge into a singular, robust stem firmly anchored in the earth. The sole consolation, albeit a futile one, is that these plants appear less intelligent than the mandrake. Indeed, they are utilizing the farming tools nearby to water themselves, aerate the soil, and harvest their ripened fruits, placing them into baskets, seemingly having achieved the pinnacle of agricultural automation. Yet, they seem not to have evolved to appreciate the pleasures of leisure. And the result? Neil strained to maintain a steady tone, avoiding any excessive fluctuations that might betray his unease. Mr. Wesley offered a wry smile and succinctly summarized, well, they resisted. After years of working at the Ministry of Magic, I find myself at a loss against a mere tomato. EP 94. Neil's kitchen indeed, little has changed. If one were to overlook the automated tomato farm that has transcended all reasonable bounds, what does it mean to say, isn't this rather ordinary for a wizard? Listen. This is quintessential Muggle thinking. Magic is not omnipotent. Well, it is omnipotent, but not in that sense. Look how splendidly they grow, Mrs. Weasley remarked proudly, gesturing toward the tomatoes that appeared to be stretching. You won't find a better tomato garden in all of England. Initially, She harbored concerns that these peculiar plants might stealthily creep through the window at night and strangle her family, but by now Mrs. Weasley has grown entirely accustomed to their presence. These highly self-sufficient tomatoes allow her to save time on garden upkeep, which she can instead devote to cooking, laundry, cleaning, and other sewing tasks, while their astonishing yield significantly alleviates the Weasley family's historically bleak angle coefficient. The only disappointment is that Neil's business license is limited to Hogwarts, meaning Mrs. Weasley does not receive produce as merchandise, but rather gifts from her son's friends. The Ministry of Magic's tolerance for loophole exploitation has its limits. No matter how fond she is of this innovative agricultural technology, she cannot recommend it to her neighbors. Percy, Fred, George, and Ron gazed at their transformed backyard with a mix of reverence and trepidation. You might assume that after spending half a semester in Hogwarts and the greenhouses alongside mandrakes, they would have adapted to similar phenomena, but quite the opposite was true. Those ambulatory carrots could overpower even a troll when riled up. And only those who understood this would not be deceived by their comical appearance. Tomato vines were no different. Young Ginny could not resist tugging at Ron's sleeve from behind. I hope you enjoy borscht. Ever since these tomatoes started yielding bountifully, we've been having it almost half the time. And there are salads piled high with tomatoes, and sandwiches that are nothing but bread with ketchup in between. Percy did not laugh. He frowned and sniffed. Speaking of borscht, what is that smell? He asked. Are you cooking something, Mum? Mrs. Weasley's expression shifted as she too caught the aroma of simmering food wafting from the house, momentarily thinking she had forgotten to turn off the stove before heading to the train station. But that could not be. If that were the case, the house would have long since succumbed to disaster. If he could learn to cook for himself, I would be the queen of magic. Wait here, I shall go investigate. Mrs. Weasley strode swiftly through the garden toward the back door, the tomato vines parting to grant her passage as she passed. She placed her hand upon the spherical doorknob, inclined her ear to listen for any unusual sounds, and upon hearing none, pushed the door open. Arthur? Mrs. Weasley found herself somewhat bewildered by the scene before her. She called out to her husband, who, startled, snapped the small booklet shut with a sound reminiscent of a thief caught in the act. Molly? Ah, indeed. You have yet to make his acquaintance. Molly, this is Neil, who has some familiarity with the name, correct? He is to be summoned to the Ministry of Magic in a few days, and Dumbledore has entrusted me with the task of escorting him. Mrs. Weasley let out a gentle ah. Ah, you must be Mrs. Weasley. What an honor. Forgive my boldness. But you appear even more radiant in person than in photographs. The plump Mrs. Weasley, with that peculiar disposition unique to women who are fully aware that compliments may be insincere yet still cherish them, chuckled delightfully at the flattery. Such sweet words. It is a pleasure to meet you, Neil. Ron often mentions you in his letters, and she winked. Our entire family is truly grateful to you. Has Arthur taken you to see our tomato garden? Our tomatoes are simmering in the pot, Mr. Weasley said with a smile, having discreetly tucked the booklet into his trouser pocket, now completely at ease. Speaking of which, Mrs. Weasley glanced at her husband, her smile dimming considerably. It is quite unlike you, Arthur, to have a guest labor in the kitchen while you sit idly by. Allow me, dear. Ron and the others are just outside.